Chapter 341 The Fairy God is actually her? Green Empire. Inside the Tree of Life. Although the martial arts competition has been going on for a while, it has nothing to do with Su Bei. So Su Bei does not plan to participate. Su Bei has always been like this, rarely doing meaningless things. For him, only Jasmine is worth paying attention to in the entire martial arts competition. On the field, after the challenge rotation, many special guests rotated their number plates to outstanding Tinjiao, leaving the venue for the young people. This martial arts competition can be regarded as a microcosm of the continent's situation. There are many guests participating. In addition to the evil god organization, there are people from all forces, and even monsters are involved. Among them, the Duz Empire. 10 human representatives are selected. The White Rock Empire. 10 dwarf representatives are selected. The Green Empire. 15 elf representatives are selected. The Wild Continent. 10 beast representatives are selected. The Undead Kingdom. 5 undead representatives are selected. The Science and Technology City. 5 goblin representatives. There are 5 representatives from the Wizard Tower of Jinsokyo. The identities of the remaining 40 people are not clear, and they are masters hidden in various places. There is only one representative from the Demon Clan, who is a genius of the Eye Demon Clan, with eyeballs all over her body. It is said that she is a girl, and can be called a big-eye cute girl. There is also a representative from the Dragon Clan, who is a half-blood blue dragon. It is said that it comes from the White Dragon Mountains of the White Rock Empire, and has a certain relationship with a pure-blood blue dragon on the top of the mountain. The rest are the core servants and independent cultivators of the gods of various churches, as well as the descendants of the Blood Clan, the Skywing Clan, and other large clans. It is said that there are monsters that can transform into human form hidden in it. But Leah and the top leaders of the Green Empire tacitly avoided investigation. Perhaps they agreed to some kind of deal in secret. This battle means different things to everyone. Some people want to prove themselves through this martial arts competition, while others just come here to experience, learn, improve and gain knowledge. Jasmine is the second type. Although she thought so, Jasmine still had selfish thoughts. She knew that she had to hurry up and become stronger so that she would not be left behind by Luminera. But she still couldn't see the gap between herself and Luminera. Perhaps this fighting match could give her an answer. Jasmine thought that if she could force Luminera to transform into the first stage by disguising herself as a magician, she would win. In this way, even if Jasmine had to be an enemy of Luminera in the future, she would have room to maneuver. Jasmine was secretly looking at Luminera, and she did not notice that there was only one person in the crowd who was staring at her. The person staring at Jasmine was naturally Su Bei, who was like an old father caring for his daughter. Looking at Jasmine's expression, Su Bei could more or less guess what Jasmine was thinking. But he didn't want Jasmine to meet Luminera too early, because that would probably be difficult. Under this tone, the game officially began. Jasmine's first battle was a warm-up match. But from what the audience said, it seemed that the opponent was not simple. Su Bei glanced at Jasmine's opponent. Her opponent was from the Elf Royal family, a peak 5th level person named Kleiner. There were many titles about Kleiner around, such as a reserve member of the continent's Tianjiao list, a powerful seed for the future impact of Demigod, and a complete inheritance of the Elf Ranger. The many titles seem to have sealed Jasmine's defeat. After all, Jasmine's information is very pale in everyone's eyes, and can only be regarded as a passerby game. You must know that it has been 3 years since the fall of the Kingdom of France, and the title of Princess of France has long become a thing of the past. Moreover, Jasmine did not appear in the public eye when she was a child, and very few people recognized her. Not to mention that Jasmine has changed a lot in the past few years, fading from youth and gradually becoming plump. And her height has also grown from 1.23 meters before the exposure to 1.55 meters now. Jasmine now stood here as a new amateur, so naturally no one had high expectations of her. But the fact surprised everyone. Kleiner's calmness lasted only 3 minutes, because Kleiner's 3-minute firepower coverage was completely suppressed by Jasmine. Kleiner's formula had no effect on Jasmine at all, and the arrows shot at her at high speed were easily swallowed by the fireballs, without causing any waves. Jasmine didn't even use her staff, but just used one hand to point out the explosive fireball, which was enough to suppress Kleiner so much that he was sweating profusely and couldn't straighten his back. How is that possible? Kleiner was sweating and frowning. Although both the ranger and the mage are known for their firepower suppression, there are still obvious differences. The ranger's arrows do not consume much magic power, do not require chanting, and have a very high frequency. The mage's arrows are powerful and have a wide range. But this professional characteristic was not reflected at all in the duel between the two. Seeing this, the people around talked about it. How come someone exploding fireball chant is faster than the ranger's bow? Is Kleiner too slow? What do you think? He is Kleiner, born in the royal family of the elves, and has learned the most professional archery skills. So what's the matter with that little girl? She even looks like a lowly. Although these words did not point out, they made Kleiner blush. So Kleiner's eyes narrowed, gave up the shooting, and changed his tactics. Kleiner stepped lightly, frequently dodging Jasmine exploding fireballs, and gathered his hands to prepare for the big move. Elf dance. That is the elf dance, the exclusive skill of the elf royal family. Kleiner's pace is really amazing. He has at least mastered this skill. In his eyes, a skill with medium trajectory like explosive fireball is just slow motion. He is gathering strength. He should be planning to finish the game. Kleiner smiled relaxedly. His confident look made everyone think that the overall situation was settled. He thought it should be so. For Kleiner, this battle was just the beginning. His stage was not just here. Molly also laughed happily, because it would be really boring to end like this. So Molly stretched out her other hand, put the staff on her back, and used both hands to shoot explosive fireball one after another. Swish, swish, swish. The dense fireball shot at Kleiner like laser guns, instantly disrupting his pace. The sudden fierce firepower silenced all the audience, and Kleiner's elf dance became a joke in just 1 minute, and he and his bow were blown away. The third level explosive fireball naturally couldn't kill Kleiner, who was at the peak of the 5th level. In an instant, however, the venue was limited, and leaving the venue meant losing the game. The result was unbelievable to everyone, but it seemed natural to Su Bei. That's the Demon King. Isn't it normal for him to easily crush his opponent in the same realm? After winning the game easily, Jasmine pinched a corner of her skirt, spun around, and bowed gracefully. My name is Jasmine, and I'm glad to meet you all. Seeing this, Sven, who was hiding in the dark, smiled with relief. For the old minister's a friend. Jasmine is their common child. Seeing Jasmine growth now, they will naturally be happy from the bottom of their hearts. So far, the story of Jasmine is about to begin. From this moment on, the name Jasmine will gradually become famous in the original continent, until it resounds throughout the original continent and becomes the best disguise of the Demon King. When they heard the name, some contestants from Duz cast doubtful glances, unconsciously overlapping Jasmine with a certain figure in their memory, whispering privately, "Is it her? Princess Fran? Hee hee. Although Her Royal Highness wants to make peace with the princess of the fallen country, this has not been approved by us. Yes, let alone us. This proposal was not even passed at the Congress meeting. Princess Luminera doesn't know yet. Right?" The 3 dukes vetoed the proposal with 2 votes, and decided to kill Princess Fran and eradicate the roots. The rest of the old party of Fran will not escape the fate of being hunted down. Of course Her Royal Highness doesn't know. She hasn't been back to Duz for a long time. Do we need to tell her? Are you stupid? If she knows, she will be angry with His Majesty the King. That's true. Listen to me. Why don't we do this? As they spoke, the Duztingio looked at Jasmine with a bit of weirdness in their eyes, as if with murderous intent. Green Empire. Fairy Forest. Su Bei pulled hard and lifted. Stupefied, I saw a small tuft of hair emerge from the omniscient code, and then a round head poked out. Blue hair squeezed out of the book, suddenly expanded, and some hair tips hit Su Bei's face, and the rich fragrance of pear blossoms came to his nose. With a tendency to cover the fragrance of jasmine, Su Bei frowned and continued to pull. A pair of fierce big eyes stared at Su Bei's arm, blinking from time to time, making a cute and fierce swallowing sound. Just looking at her eyes, you can see that she is very intelligent. Continuing to pull, Su Bei completely peeled his hand out of the omniscient code. The next scene made Su Bei silent for a long time, and Banlangen was so shocked that he took a full 10 seconds of cold air. Hiss. Li Lizzie opened her bloody mouth, not only holding a whole lollipop in one mouthful, but also swallowing Su Bei's finger, biting it tightly, and her lips moved with a faint tendency to bite upwards. Su Bei shook his arms vigorously, But Li Lizi's head was like a piece of taffy, and could not be shaken off. His shoulder was stuck in the omniscient code, and could not be pulled out. He could not shake it off, or pull it out. A head on a blue book looked weird no matter how he looked at it. It was no problem to scare a loli to tears. Fortunately, Banlangen was not a loli but a fairy. She accepted new things quickly, and was not scared by this scene. But continuing this action was obviously not a good decision. Su Bei sighed, and snapped his fingers on Li Lizi's forehead. Bang. There was a sound. Li Lizi felt pain, but still did not open her mouth. Instead, she stretched out her hands from the omniscient code, and covered her head. She finally moved her eyes away from what was in front of her, looked around blankly, and said incoherently, "What's the wind next?" Taking advantage of Li Lizi's murmur, Su Bei quickly pulled out his fingers, looked at the thick saliva dripping from them, and fell silent. Then he inserted his fingers into Li Lizi's hair, and rubbed it hard. Woo! Li Lizi frowned, and moved to the side. She finally saw Su Bei in front of her. But then she fell into a new confusion. Where is this? Fortunately, Li Lizi recognized Su Bei and the lollipop, so she didn't cry or make a fuss on the spot. Instead, she looked around with the lollipop in her mouth. At this time, Su Bei rubbed his fingers back and forth and pulled them out. He picked up the wild Li Lizi, turned it around in front of the Isida's root, and briefly demonstrated it, asking, "How is it?" It seemed to be saying, "Look, I used a lollipop to turn into a little lowly pet. Isn't it amazing?" Li Lizi, who was turned around by Su Bei, saw the mini-fairy Banlangen in front of her. Something strange happened. The atmosphere seemed to freeze suddenly. In an instant, Li Lizi's breathing suddenly became stable, while Banlangen's breathing increased rapidly. Li Lizi's expression froze, and her whole face lost all expression. Only the corners of her mouth were still moving subconsciously, and the lollipop in her mouth was crunched, spun in circles. Perhaps it was a few seconds, or perhaps a few centuries. The next scene made Su Bei feel as if his brain was raped by a Lolita, and even functioning became difficult. There was a sound of dong. Banlangen fell to the ground with both knees. Pa knelt down. Su Bei was stunned, glanced at Banlangen calmly, and then looked at Li Lizi beside him in confusion. From the perspective of the bystander, Banlangen's eyes were shining, with crystal mist condensing in his eyes, and his body couldn't help shaking, not knowing whether he was excited or cheering. Then, Banlangen raised his hands, like a fanatic believer, and shouted to Li Lizi, who only had her head exposed. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Great fairy god! God of fun and enjoyment! Genius god in charge of the medieval era! The last goddess of glory in the fairy era! The greatest game king in the world! You are not dead!" Su Bei was silent, listening to the series of strange titles that Banlangen said. It felt like Li Lizi could do it. But where was Li Lizi 1,000 years ago? Is the goddess of wisdom so abstract? Su Bei pulled the corner of his mouth, watching Li Lizi's move to get into the omniscient code, and quickly grabbed the hair on her head to hold it. So, Li Lizi struggled with Su Bei's right hand, while listening to her devout believer praying. "I knew it. I'm so stupid. I should have known it earlier. How could you die? You must still be alive. Please take a good look at me. I am your most devout believer. Banlangen. 1,000 years ago, you held me in your arms, and led me to play the brand new game you created. The Kick-Ass contest. By the way, I remember I won the second place in that game." As he said this, Banlangen wiped his tears, and said in tears, "I am really, really moved. Seeing you is like seeing a spiritual pillar. The fairy tribe cannot live without you. Without you, the fairy tribe will no longer have a popular game, and can only continue the boring hide-and-seek competition and magic competition. Great fairy god, please lead our fairy tribe to become bigger and stronger, and create more glory." As he spoke, Banlangen raised his hands and knelt, looking at Li Lizi with tears in his eyes. At this time, the struggle in the book just ended, and Li Lizi lost to Su Bei by a hand with a weak decline. The price was that a tuft of hair on Li Lizi's head was grabbed by Su Bei, and her head was forcibly buckled on the omniscient code. Li Lizi's face changed in zero frame, changing from her usual unreliable appearance. Her expression instantly became extremely serious, and she nodded coldly. Yeah, I heard everything you said. Okay, I know," Li Lizi perfunctorily said. But, It's too early for you to be happy. Let me test you. How did you complete the task of playing badly this quarter? The way he lectured was so skillful that Su Bei's mouth twitched. The content of the lecture was so abstract that it made Su Bei's cerebellum twitch, as if he had heard a death sentence. Banlangen's body trembled, and he plunged into the ground and disappeared, leaving only an extremely panicked farewell. I only need 1,800 hours of sleep, and the rest of the tasks are completed. I will go to complete the task right away. Please don't exile me, great fairy god, and put me in the small dark room. I beg you. Banlangen ran away in an extremely embarrassed manner. At this moment, only Su Bei and Li Lizi, who had poked her head out, were left here. And Su Bei was still holding Li Lizi's ahogue without letting go. Su Bei glanced sideways and looked at the limited edition serious Li Lizi, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said thoughtfully, "Where's the god of fairies?" Chapter 342. Li Lizi will eventually become a coolie. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. The two looked at each other for a long time. After a long silence, Li Lizi's eyes condensed, as if she had made some kind of decision. She stuck out her tongue and fiddled with her head to get into the omniscient code. By Ka. It can only be said that Li Lizi is worthy of it. In just 1 minute, she forgot that her ahogue was still caught by Su Bei. If you are caught with a ahogue, you should not be able to run away. Su Bei gently raised his hand, grabbed Li Lizi's ahogue, and slowly pulled Li Lizi out. With a pop sound, the rubber stopper was pulled out of the bottle mouth, just like a little rabbit pulling a carrot, and Li Lizi was pulled out of the omniscient code by Su Bei. Seeing Li Lizi holding her knees with both hands and blinking cautiously, Su Bei looked at her and asked in confusion, "Why are you running?" Hearing this, Li Lizi showed a bitter face and muttered, "I always feel that you have discovered something terrible." Li Lizi will lose her happy vacation these days, and will no longer enjoy the fun of playing badly, and will become a poor worker who can't help herself. I'm just a 16-year-old child. I don't want to live a miserable life of going to school during the day and working at night. It must be said that this sentence opened up Su Bei's mind and made Su Bei's thoughts clear all of a sudden. Su Bei has always had a little god filter for Li Lizi, and regarded her as half-wise. But in fact, Li Lizi in reality is about the same age as Jasmine. She is a genuine 16-year-old genius girl, and she is also a direct descendant of the Russell family, one of the 3 noble families in Duz. With such an identity, and at the age of 16, it is the best time to venture out and fight. It would be a pity not to make use of it. Even without the title of fairy god, Li Lizi should be allowed to shine and provide some effect. Thinking of this, Su Bei, snap, closed the omniscient code, stared at Li Lizi as if he was looking at a rare pet, raised his hand and shook it. Help. Li Lizi buried her head in her knees, covered her ears tightly with both hands, and muttered with a lollipop in her mouth, "I can't hear anything. The wind is so noisy today, and I haven't finished my homework at home, so I have to go back to collect the clothes." As he spoke, a large genuine omniscient code appeared under Li Lizi's feet. The blue book was slowly closing from the open state, and was about to put Li Lizi inside. Su Bei lifted Li Lizi with one hand, and before the book snapped, closed, he lifted Li Lizi up again, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "I can cook. That's not as good as the Duchess of Gloucester's cake." Li Lizi raised her head and replied, then immediately lowered her head and buried her head, muttering, "I can't hear you. I don't know what happened, and it has nothing to do with me." It must be said that if Li Lizi is determined to give up, Su Bei really has no way to deal with it. So Su Bei gave up recruiting and asked the question directly. "How can I find the feather pin? Will there be any problems if I contact her?" "I don't know. Li Lizi doesn't know anything. I beat you up," Su Bei warned. "Ah. Who wants to be spanked at the age of 16? What treasonous and stupid words are you saying to the great daughter of the Duke of Gloucester? This is sexual harassment for a noble daughter." "Sexual harassment? I will write it down in my notebook and tell Jasmine about it." Li Lizi's body suddenly jumped up, and she covered her buttocks with both hands and looked at Su Bei vigilantly. However, the two were too close to each other, so even if Li Lizi, who was 1.5 meters tall, stood on tiptoes, she could only see Su Bei's chin. Su Bei was stunned. He didn't say how to beat her, but judging from Li Lizi's panic and her skill in covering her buttocks, she must have been beaten a lot. It's no wonder. If Li Lizzie was Su Bei's daughter, he wouldn't be relieved. Whose child would play in an amusement park alone until closing time and not go home? It can be seen that Li Lizzie is really panicked. Her cautious and careless backing away is like a bad girl avoiding corporal punishment. Su Bei said nothing, staring at Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie looked around guiltily, slowly moving her hands from behind to in front of her. After a long time, she didn't know where to put them. So she hooked her hands around her waist and stirred them back and forth. It's so spicy. Don't bother me. I want to think. I want to think. Quill pen, quill pen. Of course, the goblin is looking for fun. You know, the goblin's desire to win or lose is all about the game. As long as you go to all the game venues and play, you will definitely find the quill pen. Will there be any problems? Su Bei was puzzled. Maybe, should, probably not. Li Lizzie poked her right cheek with her right finger, poking out a small circle of dimples, blinking her eyes, and giving a seemingly correct answer. Su Bei was helpless, closed his eyes slightly to adjust his breathing, connected the incongruity in his mind with the clues revealed by Isatis' route just now, and said slowly, speaking of which, when I first wanted to come to the fairy forest, the answer you gave was a bit strange. You know my goal is to get the feather pen. And you also know that according to the normal course of fate, she will join the hero team. So I will definitely touch the fate line if I touch the feather pen. But you didn't stop me. Does this mean that the feather pen is different from other heroes? Li Lizzie blinked and said in confusion. Huh? Are there so many things to consider? I didn't think so much. Su Bei was speechless. If Su Bei didn't know about Li Lizzie's new vest, he might not be able to tell whether Li Lizzie was pretending to be stupid or really stupid. After all, Li Lizzie didn't seem to be acting when she pretended to be stupid. But after Su Bei knew that Li Lizzie was the fairy god, he rejected this possibility. There is a connection between the god's believers and the gods, not to mention the closer god's followers. Li Lizzie couldn't be unaware of the situation of the feather pen. So, what was the reason that Li Lizzie never mentioned the feather pen? Su Bei looked at Li Lizzie, who was becoming more and more unnatural, and fell into deep confusion. Fairy feather pen. Fairy god Li Lizzie. Could it be that the feather pen that sneaked into the brave team was actually a needle planted by Li Lizzie? The more Su Bei thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. However, since Li Lizzie didn't want to say it, perhaps it involved some cause and effect. So Su Bei didn't intend to ask. But it was impossible to let Li Lizzie go back like this. Su Bei came to the fairy forest with nothing in his eyes. And Li Lizzie, as the fairy god, was obviously familiar with the fairy forest. So, Su Bei narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Lizzie, and nodded. In this case, what are you doing? I asked you what you were going to do to the great Li Lizzie? Wait, I don't want it. Chapter 343. Su Bei couldn't help it. Green Empire. The first round of the martial arts competition ended quickly, and those who advanced were all unfamiliar faces. Su Bei was only familiar with a few of them. Luminera and Jasmine were naturally among them. In addition, Su Bei had only seen Mangju, Freya, Felihui and Alyssa. However, there were still many players in the competition that made Su Bei's eyes light up. For example, the big IQ girl from the Eye Demon clan, named Tontong. According to Su Bei's observation, it seemed that every eyeball of the opponent's body was inlaid with a black magic, which was a unique quasi-demigod skill. And there were dozens of eyeballs exposed outside her clothes, which looked quite powerful. And there was also the half-blood blue dragon, named Blue Snake. Blue Snake always gave Su Bei an inexplicably familiar feeling, and he always felt that the other party was the direct bloodline of Miliusina, and had the same aura. And there were quite a few such special players. Su Bei remembered them one by one, and put them behind his mind for the time being. In addition to these particularly outstanding players, who were remembered by Su Bei, there were also some particularly colorful players, who were also remembered by Su Bei. It should be lust. Right? After all, Su Bei couldn't find any other words to describe these guys except lust. I saw this group of sneaky contestants occasionally glancing at Jasmine, Luminera and other cute girls, whispering and discussing something, with an inexplicable light in their eyes, looking at their clothes and obvious human characteristics. They should be contestants from Duze. Thinking that he was really worried, Su Bei sneaked in, approached one of the fat guys, and casually said, "That's true. Although I don't know what they are talking about. It's definitely right to say so." After Su Bei finished speaking, the slightly fat contestant, who was boasting on the side, nodded, clenched his fists cruelly, and said, I said this idea is good? We just need to humiliate Jasmine severely in the martial arts competition and make her lose her reputation. Then when she is discouraged and withdraws from the competition, quietly surround her. TSK. The princess of a fallen country. A 16-year-old girl. Really makes people look forward to it. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the contestant very calmly. Isa India. A collateral bloodline of the Abbott family. One of the 3 noble families in Duzu City. And the family power of the Duke of Kildare, the founding general of Duz, is the identity that the other party relies on. It is said that this Isa, who holds the protagonist script of the counterattack of the loser, is one of the classic cases of the Abbott family's successful human body transformation. He successfully transplanted the core organs of 4 king species creatures and has a powerful strength close to that of legendary creatures. He was once praised by Kildare in person. After saying this text, Isa winked at Su Bei and whistled. If you ask me, Duz is a powerful country. As Duz geniuses. We came to the Green Empire to give face to these elves. I didn't expect that these elves were so ignorant of romance that they didn't even know how to send me a few maids to sleep with me. If it weren't for the Duke of Kildare issuing a mission to the entire Abbott family, saying that as long as you can become a true genius recognized by the continent, you can become a resource with direct bloodline, I wouldn't bother to come to this remote place. Fortunately, I met the princess of the former fallen country. If I can take her as a personal maid to relieve my loneliness, this journey will be worth it. Su Bei was happy. Su Bei seldom laughed unless he couldn't help it. How dare he? A player of Isa's level is probably not something Jasmine can beat with one hand. Su Bei narrowed his eyes, hooked his hand and performed a stealing technique, swapping the lottery number plate of the battle process, and changing Jasmine's next opponent to Isa. But Isa's mouth was still open. To be honest, this princess of a fallen country looks a little immature. But after all, she has the bonus of status, which can still stimulate my excitement. Bang, bang. Su Bei punched Isa in the mouth, breaking all his teeth, and then burst into gas, smashing Isa's mouth completely. Soap! Isa reacted very quickly, shouting incoherently. The next moment, Isa's eyes burst into endless light, and death rays gathered in his eyes. The pupils of the Eye Demon clan cast a surprised look, and hundreds of eyeballs on their faces and hands stopped blinking at the same time, obviously recognizing these eyes. Isa's eyeballs come from the core organ of the monster Eye Demon. An Eye Demon is a captive monster of the Eye Demon clan, which can reach the level of a king when it reaches adulthood. The death ray condensed in Isa's eyes, and the temperature of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius radiated from Su Bei's chest, containing the subtle rules of death. You should know that the skills that conceal the rules of death have always been the trump cards at the bottom of the box. And this quasi-demigod skill that does not require chanting, if not prepared in advance, anyone who is hit can only kneel. This scene made the contestants cast doubtful eyes, wondering why the conflict suddenly broke out, and they all stopped to watch. This is much more exciting than the fighting at the martial arts competition. It is obviously a real fight. At this moment, the contestants who came from Duz stepped aside and made a space for Isa. They looked at each other and said, "Why are you so angry while chatting? Could it be that he also wants to take the princess of the fallen country as his personal maid? How dare any cat or dog provoke Isa? Doesn't he know that Isa is always very cruel to his defeated opponents? It seems that Isa is angry. He was forced to use this move so early. He originally wanted to save this move to deal with Luminera. We are supporting Isa." The battle broke out inexplicably. Fortunately, the opponent's strength seems to be only level 3. So there is no need to worry. Be careful of other enemies. Got it. Okay. The few people discussed and watched their surroundings, not worried about the battle in the field. This is natural. The peak of level 5 fights level 3. This battle should be a foregone conclusion in everyone's eyes. But something unexpected happened. The light of the death ray went out. It was not cancelled by Isa himself, but was swallowed up. The teasing in everyone's eyes disappeared, replaced by disbelief, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. This is a quasi-demigod skill containing the rules of death. And it was eaten by a horse? Fuck. I didn't wake up. Really? Is this the 3rd level? Su Bei burped, squinted slightly, and slowly opened his mouth. A stronger rule of death gathered in Su Bei's mouth. It's my turn next. Ayase widened his eyes in horror, sweating profusely. No. Wait. Far away. Leah jumped up from the throne, her eyes bright. Jasmine widened her eyes, looked at the familiar windbreaker on Su Bei, and opened her mouth. Hey. Hey. How can you wear other people's clothes casually? Don't run. Don't let Jasmine catch you. Otherwise you be finished. Luminara thought. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a stream of light passing through her mind. Chapter 344. Speculations about Li Lizi's height. Green Empire. Fairy Forest. After a long time, Su Bei finally forcibly detained Li Lizi, and used coercion, inducement, and stick threats to make her stay and act as Su Bei's free tour guide. Let me make it clear first. I want to study. I am an outstanding student of Duzhe Noble Higher Education Institute. So you can only participate in the game by yourself. I have to go back to class. Yes. Don't beat me, bully me, and exploit me casually. You must ensure that I get 8. No. 5 hours of adequate sleep a day. And rich 3 meals a day. And every meal must have small cakes. Small cakes. And small cakes. Yes. For some reason, I cannot appear in front of other fairies. So I have to hide once other fairies appear. Yes. The most important thing is that you should speak softly to me. And don't disturb my eyes, ears and brain. If I can't think of the questions, you will be dead. Yes. Su Bei and Li Lizi were walking on the road. One on the left and one on the right. Li Lizi was leading the way. A little faster, lowering her head from time to time to make up for today's homework in her blue exercise book. Su Bei fell behind half a step, observing the surrounding environment to prevent any emergencies. But the fairy forest was really quiet. Not to mention any emergencies. There was not even a little movement. This situation is closely related to the habits of fairies. First, fairies rarely move around. They are either in the game or on the way to the game, and never do meaningless wandering. Second, fairies are addicted to the game and have a very high death rate, resulting in a small population. The entire fairy population is estimated to be no more than 1,000, which is considered a rare creature. Su Bei retracted his gaze from the side and focused on Li Lizi in front of him. At this moment, Li Lizi remained calm, poking her cheek with the ink pen cap from time to think, and occasionally frowning slightly because of the difficulty of homework, exuding a full student temperament. Not like the god of fairies, nor the goddess of wisdom. How can wisdom be the god of fairies? Su Bei asked curiously. Li Lizi came back to her senses and measured her height. Because the other me is originally a fairy. But this matter has never been known by anyone except fairies. But Li Lizi is a human. Speaking of which, Li Lizi always feels that I am not tall enough, which has a lot to do with my other self. As she said this, Li Lizi bit down hard and broke the back edge of the pencil, and said angrily, After all, the Duke of Gloucester is 2 meters tall, and the Duchess of Gloucester is also 1.7 meters tall. According to the genetic combination, the daughter of the Gloucester family must be a super beautiful girl of 1.8 meters. But, as she said this, Li Lizi looked down at her pitiful figure, crossed her arms and exhaled. How can I only be 1.5 meters? How can it be only 1.5 meters? How can a normal human only be 1.5 meters? Hey! Su Bei narrowed his eyes, and gave the standard answer with his precise visual estimation. Only 1.49 meters. And the soles of your shoes? Ah! Li Lizi jumped up, trying to block Su Bei's lips with her fist. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You are disturbing my eyes. Don't show up in front of me. Don't say such things. I won't allow you to hear them again. I'm warning you once. If you make similar remarks again, I will kick you hard and let you know that I am not a soft persimmon. Su Bei was stunned. Speaking of which, when Su Bei first saw Li Lizi's true form, she used a pair of high heels to force herself to be 1.65 meters tall, causing her to walk unsteadily and bump her head on the coffee table. So, how high must the high heels be to reach that height? Su Bei subconsciously glanced at Li Lizi's feet, thinking about this strange question. Although the topic is ended, Li Lizi seems to have not yet gotten out of the topic. Instead, she is getting angrier and angrier. Suddenly, she stamped her feet and bit a corner of her homework book, complaining unsatisfiedly, Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't write it down. It's all your fault. I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything. I can write it down. It's all because of you. I can't think of anything. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You should take responsibility for me. Perhaps because she was more familiar with him. Lilizi's personality became bolder and bolder. And she was no longer the stupid kid who would cry when slightly frightened. This made Su Bei feel a little tricky. Because it was not easy to fool. Ignoring the crazy Lilizi, Su Bei took the homework book out of Lilizi's mouth, avoided the corner covered with saliva, and opened the homework book. Law and Order. Question 1. In the city-state of Duzaratnam, a nobleman took a fancy to a commoner's pet and forced him to pay a gold coin to buy it. However, because the nobleman could not get it back, he accidentally killed the pet. The commoner took the case to court. How was the case judged? Answer. According to the rights of the nobles, the commoner cannot refuse the noble's requests without reason. The nobles have paid gold coins, so the pet belongs to the nobles. According to the Duz law, the commoner committed the first crime of killing the noble's private pets, the second crime of disobeying the noble's requests, and the third crime of damaging the noble's reputation. The 3 crimes were punished together, and the punishment was to hand over all the property to the state and be demoted to slavery. It's hard to judge. Su Bei didn't read anymore, but closed the homework book and returned it to Lilizi. Then he shook his head. I can't write it. It's not that he can't understand the text. Su Bei has systematically studied the mainland text with his junior high school text library. It is more than enough to understand the general content. Su Bei just doesn't understand the Duze law, but he is too lazy to understand it. Right. It's very difficult. Lilizi smiled slightly, lowered her head, and didn't know what she was thinking. I studied for a long time before I could write an answer that meets the standard. Su Bei nodded without comment and looked forward. The outline of the tribe vaguely appeared in front of me. With a pop sound, Lilizi closed her homework book. Here we are. That's our first stop. As she spoke, she pointed to the small tribe in front. There's a game going on there now. Let's join in. We definitely get a feather pin. After that, Lilizi entered the omniscient code and turned into a wisp of blue smoke. Chapter 345. Shadow continues to resist pressure. Green Empire. Elf Palace. The scene was very chaotic, and a fight attracted everyone to stop their actions and cast their eyes. It is not quite accurate to say that it was a fight, mainly because Su Bei was holding Isa to kill. Originally, Su Bei's shadow was too far away from the main body, and his power was extremely weakened. He almost lost the ability to use the rules. Only a small amount of magic power supported the shadow from dissipating. With the shadow in this state, let alone fighting the peak of the 5th level, it would be difficult to fight the 4th level normally. He could only choose to detonate the tiny rules to forcibly kill Isa. Who would have thought that Isa would use the death ray to charge Su Bei and activate the death rule in Su Bei's body? This is really a problem for Su Bei. I have seen people who are in a hurry to do things, but this is the first time I have seen Su Bei who is in a hurry to reincarnate. You can see that Su Bei's lips are slightly open at this moment, and a strong death ray condenses in his mouth, and in the blink of an eye it gathers into the size of a walnut. Compared with Isa's 2 eyeball-sized rays, it can be said that there is a world of difference. And the difference is obvious. The onlookers took a breath of cold air, and the other contestants retreated behind the crowd without making a sound, pretending that they were not familiar with Isa. After all, judging from the situation, Isa is about to be cooked. If they dare to go up and show their presence, they will probably be 70% cooked. Isa stared and frowned, shouting, I am the quasi-prodigy of the Abbott family. You dare to kill me? Su Bei said nothing, but the death ray in his mouth suddenly expanded, and it was as big as Isa's head. How can this be a ray? This is clearly a nuclear bomb. Isa's face was horrified, and his panic was obvious. He hurriedly said, Friend, do you want to be an enemy of the Duke of Kildare? Then, Isa sent a private message to Su Bei. Friend, we have no conflict. I think about it. It can only be that my topic involves the princess of the fallen country that makes you so angry. Then, I will give you that Jasmine. And I can also help you take her down. How about you and I stop for the time being? I promise that when she comes to your bed, she will still be as innocent and stupid as she is now. Isa did not get any answer, and could only see Su Bei's eyes becoming more and more indifferent. Damn. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Isa was furious. burning the transplanted king organs in his body, trying to explode with Su Bei. In an instant, Isa's eyes, chest, kidneys, and right hand lit up everywhere, and strong and violent fluctuations gathered. Bang! The death ray was fired, and the 4 king organs on Isa's body began to dissolve under the ray. The ray emitted a dead and disordered light, which was the purest rule, and could easily take away everything. Isa's body was raging with flames. He no longer cared whether he was dead or alive. He was going to put an end to Su Bei now. I saw the organs on Isa's body screaming, peeling and rolling around, tearing bloody pieces of flesh from Isa's body. Isa, under the ray, was like a gambler who had lost everything. He blocked the first attack of the death ray with his own body, creating a self-destructive environment for the transplanted organs. The organs exploded, the core organs of the 4 quasi-demigod-level kings, wrapped in all the magic power of Isa. The quasi-demigod and quasi-prodigy of the Bolt family completely detonated here. Rumble, rumble, the ground cracked layer by layer, and the surging heat waves hit people's faces, pushing the onlookers out one after another. Even a demigod would lose half his life in such a collision. Jasmine stood at the corner, with her right hand raised to her eyes, looking at the battle. With the eye of truth, she had a clear view of the outcome of the battle, and had first-hand information. After seeing the scene clearly, Jasmine murmured to herself, "Wow, so powerful. Such a pure rule of death would be really tricky to deal with. I just don't know how the rules are applied, and how deep their understanding of the rules is. It looks like they are using leverage, so they shouldn't be able to beat me, right?" Jasmine stuck out her tongue uncertainly, then raised her eyebrows and blinked in surprise. "Strange. What is that green rule?" "Huh? Did the Elf Queen take action?" The Windbreaker Thief seems to be unscathed. "Wow. So powerful. Is the Elf Queen so powerful?" It seems that Jasmine cannot reveal her identity. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. But since the Windbreaker Thief is fine, Jasmine has to take action. But the opponent just finished fighting. It's not good for Jasmine to take advantage of him. Right? But I've worn a coat for a long time, and I always feel embarrassed. Molly blushed, muttered, and made up her mind. Anyway, I'm going to get that coat back. I always feel that the coat has some special meaning to me. If I just give it away, it's like having an affair with something behind my back. It's really embarrassing. As she spoke, she unconsciously wiped the Su on her palm. The words, looking at Su Beiying's eyes, became more and more angry. "It's decided. Take the Windbreaker back first, and talk about the rest later." On the other side, Luminara stood there watching, motionless, but her eyes brightened and then dimmed. And then she cast her sights around, and finally stopped at the Elf Queen, seeming indifferent to this scene. Maybe she didn't recognize her. Or maybe she recognized her, but was not ready to recognize her. In short, Luminara Sight tried her best to avoid the battle, and looked at the contestants around. Interesting. His appearance made me feel uncomfortable. This uncomfortable feeling became more and more serious, as if there was a thin film in front of my eyes, which could be easily pierced by me if I wasn't careful. And he was that film. He just stood there, and I had an impulse in my heart. I should pierce him, and pierce him with all my strength. In this way, I can get an answer. But I don't think this is the time. The Tree of Life can isolate the gods from watching, but it cannot isolate the gods from descending. I have to hold back. I have to break this membrane in the safest place. Then, I have to make sure he's alive first. I hope so. If this membrane is easily torn by others, I will regret it. Leah's movements were the fastest. At this moment, all the contestants witnessed the powerful power of the Elf Queen. The melody she sang softly was like an elf singing, "Everything grows." At the moment of the battle, Leah was far away and touched the ground with the elf staff in her hand. Elf seeds were planted around the battle without her realizing it. In just a blink of an eye, the elf seeds grew into tree flowers, completely surrounding the battlefield and completely resisting the impact of the explosion. As the explosion resounded, the trees in the sky fell to the surroundings, and the inner walls of the trees were all charred and dead, revealing the chaotic scene inside the explosion. Such a terrifying collision force was easily resolved by Leah, who was under 2 attacks at the same time. People's evaluation of Leah was higher, and they yearned for the realm above demigod. The smoke cleared, and only 1 person was left in the venue. But this result was unbelievable in the eyes of everyone. because Su Bei had no scars on his body. Not even a bit of ash. And this was impossible. No one could be unaffected by such an explosion. Unless he was not a human, but a demigod. But Su Bei was obviously not a demigod. And the weak magic capacity clearly showed his third-level paper strength. But not everyone was kept in the dark. And some of the demigods, who were hiding very deeply in the crowd, also felt uncomfortable. Someone raised his eyebrows slightly, discovering the trick. Sven frowned, looked at the traces of rules left on Su Bei's body, glanced at Leah, and said, "It's natural. The seeds used to protect the site are a trick? The target of the growth of all things is that guy." Wait a minute. Alyssa was surprised. "Teacher, are you saying that it was the Elf Queen who saved this mysterious man in the Windbreaker? But why did she do this? For an existence of this level, every move represents the will of the country. Right? Isn't the Elf Queen afraid of going to war with Du Zhe?" Sven shook his head and said, "Fortunately, there are no more than 10 people who can see this. The Elf Queen's actions are very covert. And I don't know what her intention is." Alyssa looked at Su Bei carefully and frowned in confusion. "But the other party looks like a human. Is there any relationship with the Elf Queen?" On the side, Felihui blinked and looked at Su Bei more and more confused. Her artifact, Eternal Night, is an emotional weapon. If Felihui's emotions fluctuate more, the weapon will become more powerful, and if Felihui's emotions are more stable, her own law resistance will become stronger. At this moment, the power of the Eternal Night is rising, but Felihui has no memory of Su Bei at all. This makes Felihui deeply confused. Su Bei is also confused. It was Leah's own decision to save Su Bei. Su Bei has no idea what Leah means. You know, he has already prepared to dissipate. After all, it's just a shadow. It's no big deal if it dissipates. And dissipating is a one-time solution, which can avoid the risk of exposure. But now the situation does not allow Su Bei to make a decision. Because he was imprisoned, he completely lost control of Shadow's life and death. Su Bei still underestimated the power of the Elf Queen. The means of the transcendent realm were superb. Without the blessing of the rules of life, Shadow could only be regarded as an inflatable doll in front of Leah. At the moment when the death ray acted, Leah's domain enveloped it, and the natural rules completely transformed Su Bei's shadow. At this moment, Su Bei's shadow was invaded by pollen, and his body fell into paralysis. The pollen not only blocked the flow of all the magic power in the shadow's body, but also cut off the possibility of Shadow's escape and self-explosion. In other words, Shadow's body no longer belonged to Su Bei except for his brain. In the distance, Leah smiled sweetly. Her eyes slightly curved, and walked toward Shadow. Her excited and joyful posture was like a girl in love. "Thief, I will verify it carefully. Whether it is you or not, I will let you know the price of deceiving me." As she spoke, Leah narrowed her eyes, and a sickly blush flashed on her face. Not far away, Jasmine was eager to try, holding and releasing the gluttony hidden in her clothes, looking around from time to time. And I don't know what she was thinking. "You've offended Duz. You're dead now. You Windbreaker thief. You don't have any magic left now. Hee hee. But I won't let you die. After all, you've helped Jasmine a lot. Just stay here and wait for Jasmine to save you. After I save you, you have to admit your mistake." Jasmine quietly replaced the staff in her hand with gluttony, and squeezed through the crowd towards Su Bei. Among the contestants, Luminera held the holy sword, ready to go at any time. She looked around in surprise, chuckled and shook her head. "It looks tricky. Well, I protect you for a while." On the same side as Luminera, the contestant named Blue Snake glanced at Su Bei, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding glacier spread and spread towards Su Bei at a very fast speed. Is it him? It must be him. After all, this patched broken heart in my heart is moving closer to him. Then, take him away. Whoever comes will kill whoever. Behind Su Bei, Freya had already recognized this former partner, and unconsciously released the flute in her hand, fully releasing the power of the Angel of Song. "Shameless thief. Hand over the Song of Elegy to me." Beside Freya, Lord Ming breathed heavily, and there was a faint pressure from the ancient beast being released. "Do you keep your promise to me? I will take him down for you, and you will tell me the answer to that matter." The other contestants all noticed this strange scene, and cast interested expressions. One of the contestants couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. "What are you doing?" Things seem to be getting interesting. Are you going to rob someone? Then I join in. Besides, Sven. Felihui clenched the trembling dagger in her hand in doubt, took out the drawing board from her waist, and wrote 4 big words. We will rob too. Why? Sven raised his eyebrows and asked in doubt. Felihui waved the dagger and continued to write. I want to stab him. Eternal Night told me so. Looking at this increasingly outrageous development, Su Bei was stunned, and a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Wait, everyone. What are you doing? In the fairy forest. Su Bei swallowed his saliva and stopped walking to the playground. Why is it so spicy? In the omniscient code. Li Lizzie poked her head out and asked in confusion. It's troublesome. Su Bei said calmly. It's very troublesome. Li Lizzie was puzzled. Su Bei shook his head and said casually. Who knows? Just a little bit. Don't worry about it. Chapter 346 Su Bei's Shadow. Fighting for by many parties. The shadow is created by the semi-god skill shadow trick, and it can only be regarded as a shadow according to common sense. But Su Bei's shadow trick is different from the shadow tricks of other assassins, because this shadow swallowed up most of the life rules that Su Bei had overflowed. And the most basic power of the life rule is to create a new life out of thin air, such as making someone pregnant by staring at them, turning a person into a human by appendix, etc. This resulted in Su Bei's shadow having a strong breath of life and a full body, looking like a living person. If you are familiar with Su Bei, you may be able to see the clues. But in a world without Su Bei, it is so real that it is hard to tell the difference. At this moment, apart from Leah, perhaps only Luminara can detect some clues by intuition. But others are not all unable to feel the difference. The Eternal Night in Fury's hand is the exception. But the hint it gave made Fury confused. Then, things became awkward. At this time, Su Bei's shadow rules were exhausted and his magic power was lost, which meant that he had lost all means of attack. And now Su Bei's Zizi is in the realm of the Tree of Life, with no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. And the way to death is cut off by Leah, just like a delicious loli in a secret room facing a group of strong men. And this situation is obviously clear to everyone present. Then, his fate can be imagined. This is destined to be a not-so-wonderful story. Su Bei's Zizi fell into silence as he watched the battle that was about to unfold with him as the core. Shadow is not afraid of death. If he dies, he dies. It is not a big deal for a treasure. Su Bei was afraid that these guys would not let Shadow die. This was indeed the case. Freya, who was closest to Su Bei, jumped high, and the wooden flute in her hand was already blowing, launching a group control move without any lethality. I am the master of music. Freedom is singing for me. The law is rejoicing for me. I am the angel of song. Him. All liberation. The power of the demigod level was venting. Su Bei's eyes were raised, and he felt that it was going to be bad. In the public's cognition, the power of the angel of song is more in line with the enhancement type, and it is a servant of the goddess of emotions. But Freya's singing just now seemed to reveal something else. The essence of her power seems to fit freedom. She is a follower of freedom. If this is true, once Su Bei's shadow is caught by Freya, he will definitely be exposed to the side of freedom and be observed by fate again. Freya inserted the wooden flute in her hand into her abdomen, and in a blink of an eye, a pair of white wings grew behind her, surrounded by music, floating barefoot, and not touching the ground. The wings behind her gently flapped, and each flap could stir up the sound waves. This is the rule of the angel of song, the hymn, which is a rare state-type rule. When the rules of the hymn unfolded, the quasi-demigods were completely controlled, as if they were in a sweet dream and froze in place, unable to make subsequent movements. Only the quasi-demigods who were exposed to the power of the tiny rules, and the noble descendants with special treasures, could stay awake under this disturbing sound wave. There were many contestants who could react, but the Deuce contestant was the second to take action, because they stood closest, and they were able to get the first 100 number plates, which represented their qualifications. Without exception, they are all quasi-demigods with the potential to become gods. While this guy has no ability to resist, let's go together to avenge Isa. Otherwise the Duke of Kildare will not let us go. Go. Go together. Kill him in seconds and run away. There are a total of 6 DOS players participating in the assassination. They seem to be very strong. Among them, an assassin named Neva is a relatively rare all-agile type, with characteristics close to the critical strike category. In the blink of an eye, he wiped the dagger at his hand to Subei's neck. Quasi-demigod skill killing mark. At the moment of attack, Neva added a debuff to Subei, reducing Subei's resistance. At the same time, the silver light of the treasure in Neva's hand flashed, and he used the rare awakening skill attached to the treasure to slash continuously, striving to kill with one blow. After being successfully marked by the killing mark, Subei felt his body lighten. His blood stagnated and coagulated, and he was overjoyed. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his eyes full of admiration for Neva. Die! Neva grinned and shouted, laughing heartily at the bloody scene. Good death, Subei praised. This sentence confused Neva. Neva's smile slowly solidified and frowned, wondering if the world was going crazy. How could the dying be more excited than the killing? The next moment, Subei's raised mouth corners also solidified. The space around the two of them rippled, and the air wave shook Neva away, leaving faster than he came. It turned out to be a space skill? This is the disadvantage of the full sensitivity system. When Neva meets the space system, it's like a fake lowly meeting a genuine lowly. And she is completely crushed in all aspects. Who is coming? A space crack slowly opened at Neva's original position, and Jasmine's head squeezed out of the space crack, smiled at Subei, and blinked. I caught you, Mr. Windbreaker Thief. Jasmine gains this year are not small. The identity of a magician has never been a disguise for Jasmine, but a second career. Her awakening path has achieved her wish of being close to the gourmet, and the future path to becoming a god also has a place for the traveler. And the space system ability is the best proof. Jasmine stretched out her right hand, stuffed a piece of strawberry sandwich biscuit into her mouth, and cast a spell. This is good luck, which means that the next event triggered by Jasmine will be extremely lucky. And the next event triggered by Jasmine is grab, hold, you? Jasmine's left hand grabbed Subei's collar, intending to drag Subei and his windbreaker into the space crack. At this moment, Jasmine has begun to imagine the scene of torturing and interrogating Subei and finding out all his secrets. Unfortunately, the next event triggered by Jasmine was not to catch Subei. Right, Subei reminded. Damn Sister Luminera. Jasmine quickly got into the space crack. I saw a star crashing on the right, and Luminera's sword skills instantly cleared everything around her. Demigod skill Starry Fire. She easily used the demigod skill at the quasi-demigod level, and the moment the star shone and fell, Luminera unique rules appeared. Is it an extremely rare space rule? Only space can catch up with space. This sword was like a stream of fire, piercing through space, crossing the distance, and accurately picking up Jasmine, who was staying in the void. Jasmine good luck was triggered, and the star streamer happened to hit the staff in Jasmine's hand head-on, pushing Jasmine away without causing any injuries. But Luminera's goal had been achieved. Her eyes did not stop at Subei, for fear that she would tear the barrier in her heart apart and cause the descent of the gods. Luminera turned her back to face the crowd, stabbed the long sword in her hand into the ground, held the hilt with both hands, looked down slightly, ignored everyone, and said nothing. He said nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. The meaning was obvious. If you want to kill him, you have to get past me first. Everyone was speechless. Subei was silent, and his eyes almost blackened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. It's not that he didn't want to speak. It's because the seeds in his body have grown and sprouted, occupying all his muscles, throat and blood. Leah's natural rules are silently snatching Subei's control. It seems that Luminera is alone, but those who are interested will not give up. Just as Luminera was releasing pressure in front of everyone, a group of people sneaked up to Subei. Alyssa's existence doesn't matter whether you are a space or Luminera. The top 10 magic weapons in the sequence are unreasonable. Even the existence at the end has its own unique side. Teacher Sven, can you really guarantee that your Shadow Kingdom can accommodate this windbreaker weirdo in an instant? Alyssa looked around uneasily and said seriously, or let Fury give him a knife and run away. Stealing someone is much harder than stabbing them. Sven shook his head and said confidently, don't be afraid of the market. My Shadow Kingdom is a shadow world, not a space system, and it is impossible to be caught. We have to figure out why Fury has such an idea first. This artifact has the urge to pierce the windbreaker monster. There must be a deeper reason. I am responsible for your situation. Doesn't Fury want to figure it out? Sven turned his head and glanced at Fury. Felihui hesitated for a moment, looked at the motionless shadow of Su Bei, and raised the drawing board. Think. Then hack him. What are you afraid of? Sven roared. Demigod skill Shadow Kingdom. The shadow quietly occupied Su Bei's body, eroded some natural rules, and was about to slowly drag Su Bei into the shadow world. Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief, stared at the position where Sven and the other two stood, and tried to raise a thumbs up, and moved his throat with difficulty. Good catch. Can Sven succeed? The answer is no. The moment he made his move, the effect of his existence was suppressed to the lowest. Without the effect of his existence, the distance between Sven and the others can be considered close. For the demigod, locking Su Bei at this distance is no different from locking a lowly in a swimming pool. As long as this lowly shows any sign of drowning, it will arouse the vigilance of the surrounding big men. Blue Snake is one of them, waiting for an opportunity to move. Long before the chaos began, a blue color quietly spread on the ground, and before he knew it, the entire venue was covered with his mark. When Sven made a move and touched Su Bei, the blue mark lit up, and an ice sculpture instantly appeared on the ground. Sven was frozen, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an ice sculpture, motionless. From Sven's move to Sven being frozen, the whole process took only a short second. But Sven was a demigod after all. How could he be subdued so easily? The next moment, the shadow under Sven's feet came to life, and Sven's shadow stood up and raised his fist, ready to smash the sculpture with one punch to release Sven himself. At this time, Luminera slowly turned around, glanced at Sven's shadow with extremely cold eyes, and grasped the hilt of the sword. Sven's shadow froze. What's this? The movement was completely locked. Sven saw a short future. If he struggled, Luminera's sword could easily tear his shadow into pieces. So, Sven gave up this opportunity. Opportunities are fleeting. If you miss it, you miss it. Fortunately, the Shadow Kingdom has been opened. The shadow dragged its body into the Shadow Kingdom without hesitation, avoiding the eye of the storm of strife and reuniting with Alyssa and the others. Damn it. I'm already old and still have to suffer this. Sven breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Alyssa looked at him with contempt. I told you a long time ago that it would be the end if you stabbed it earlier. But you insisted on showing off. It's not easy to get close to that battlefield now. Under the Tree of Life. When Luminera turned around, the vertical pupils of the blue snake's eyes appeared. The place where she was standing turned into an ice sculpture. And then, the ice sculpture under Luminera's feet emerged, and a pair of dragon claws grasped Luminera's feet. Snow burial. Luminera's eyes condensed, and she swung the holy sword through the ground, piercing through space and stabbing the blue snake. The holy sword was blocked, and the weak spatial rules could not break through the frost. The blue snake's head slowly gathered from the ground and took shape, and its eyes locked on Luminera. In the original world, the intelligent species are not the only ones who make good use of the rules. The monster's understanding of the rules is not as deep as that of the intelligent species. But this gap does not apply to legendary creatures. The voice was slow and full of calmness, but a kind of aura was spreading. The true face of the blue snake was revealed, and her familiar face surprised both Jasmine and Su Bei. She was the blue dragon Meliakina from the White Dragon Mountains, but the blue dragon was clearly tied up by chains. What happened? Before Su Bei could think more, Shadow's body was frozen again. This gave Su Bei's shadow a headache, because the skills that locked him were all control skills. But he just wanted to kill time. The blue dragon, a legendary demigod creature, was a crushing existence for the other quasi-demigods, and even Luminera had to treat it seriously. Luminera was slowly dragged to the ground by the snow, looking a little weak and temporarily losing her voice. At this moment, Meliusina turned into a dragon and stood in front of Su Bei, blinking in confusion. I have many questions. I hope you can give me the answers. As she said that, Meliusina grabbed Su Bei with one claw and picked him up. I have something to do with him. You stand aside for now. Freya arrived. Her beautiful singing turned into sound waves to ignite the earth, completely shattering countless layers of ice, and saving Luminera by the way. The Angel of Song is not afraid of dragons, even if she is a pure-blooded blue dragon, which can be seen from the attitude of the Angel of Knowledge towards blue dragons. Not to mention that she has helpers. She still doesn't know what the Lord of Ming is. Freya has been chasing the magic weapon Lament for a long time, and now the thief is in front of her. She can't let go of this opportunity. The blue dragon was stopped by Freya. And Su Bei, who was holding it, slipped out of her hand before it was warm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jasmine gulped down a mouthful of the soup in her hand, and then quietly touched Su Bei's side. This is the soup of wisdom fruit. The effect is that it can make me friendly with various skills. It's stupid to fight against Frost and him. Fortunately, Jasmine can use her brain. As she said that, Jasmine grabbed Su Bei again. Jasmine is the final winner. Seeing this, Su Bei couldn't help but remind him again. Left? Huh? Jasmine lowered her head instantly, watching the holy sword swing across her forehead. And her heart sank. Damn, Sister Luminera. You're too much. First the right and then the left. Jasmine is really going to be angry. As she spoke, Jasmine decided to raise her staff and start a battle with Luminera. Do you want to challenge me? Luminera raised her eyebrows with interest. The battle started. For a moment, the scene looked extremely chaotic. And Su Bei, who was at the center of the incident, enjoyed the tranquility, which was out of tune with the chaos. Before she knew it, the green had completely covered Su Bei. Leah took action. Chapter 347, Take the Windbreaker. Green Empire. At this moment, the elf palace is in a mess, and Leah will probably be the first one to drink the hot soup. From a distance, you can see that one fights with that one. That fights with another. And there are group fights and triangular fights on the battlefield. And even the strategy of close contact and long-range attack is used. In short, no one can take Su Bei away. Su Bei's shadow sighed, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. You can see that he is covered with dense control debuffs. The blue dragon's eyes slow. Freya's sound control. Luminera's space stagnation. Sven's shadow control. Jasmine durian bomb. And various contestants' limited semigod skills. I really want to die now. Su Bei sighed. However, everything that happened on the scene seemed like playing house to Leah. Everyone was a mantis. And she was the only yellow bird. In Leah's domain, she could easily capture all traces. The eyes of nature are flowers, plants and trees, and the most abundant thing here is green plants. Nothing can escape her eyes. Leah's cane fell gently, and a small sapling grew on Su Bei's head, which was completely eroded by the laws of nature. Leah lifted it up in the air and placed it in front of her. Leah looked around and said, "Friends, I declare this is mine. Who has any objection?" At this time, Su Bei's body in the fairy forest paused and frowned slightly. He stopped preparing to participate in a game. "No. What's so hot?" Li Lizzie asked in confusion. "It's going to be exposed," Su Bei said calmly, although he felt that the shadow was about to be caught. The distance between the fairy forest and the elf palace was too far. Even Su Bei was a little weak. So, Su Bei cast his eyes on Li Lizzie, watching her head slowly shrinking into the omniscient code, and grabbed her. "Help. It's exploiting child labor. Li Lizzie won't do it if she doesn't listen. If I go to the elf palace, I'd be discovered." Su Bei patted Li Lizzie's shoulder and said calmly, "Just help me hide the movement. You don't have to do it." Li Lizzie was stunned. "It's so far. It's definitely too late for you to go there. I said I wouldn't help, but I was joking. How about I help you? But this will expose my position. You know that group of guys are looking for my position every day. It's so hot. I helped you once. Don't be so disobedient next time." Su Bei took off the long hat on his head and put it on Li Lizzie's forehead. It was called a long hat, but in fact, it looked more like a limiter to Su Bei. After taking off the limiter, the rules that Su Bei was stored and attracted spread instantly. No need. The power exploded, the rules of life and death kept spinning and gathering around Su Bei, turning the environment full of green plants into black and green. It seemed that he was in the fairy forest, but the scene around Su Bei had already been replaced, leaving only him standing on the black and green colors. Countless awakening skills and semi-god skills were applied by Su Bei, and dense buffs poured into Su Bei. Wisdom and authority were applied to Su Bei, and various effects condensed into substance and turned into concrete energy armor. I don't know when the heavens chain was taken out by Su Bei, and the chains were assembled and combined, and reinforced with two completely opposite rules, faintly turning into a spear. This scene can only be described as terrible. The three top rules appeared on one person at the same time. Even if a god saw this scene, he would have to doubt whether he had not woken up and hurried back to sleep. Su Bei slowly closed his eyes, and held the spear transformed from the heaven's chain in his right hand. What was he going to do? Boom! The rules exploded, rolling up terrible wind and waves, blowing Li beside him up. And the anti-gravity skirt was blown up by the wind. Su Bei wanted to use this spear to pierce the field of the Tree of Life, shoot the shadow, and take away the windbreaker. He lifted the heaven's chain backwards, and a bright light burst out from his palm, relying on the shadow to locate his destination. The distance between the fairy forest and the elf palace is close to that between the two countries. The power to cross this distance must be at least a demigod. And if you want to pierce the field of the Tree of Life at this distance, any demigod who sees it will have to curse. Idiot. Can Su Bei do it? Li did not doubt this possibility. In her opinion, even if Su Bei did not meet the basic conditions for transcendence, with the superposition of the three major rules, Su Bei's power was far higher than that of a demigod, and even equal to the transcendence of weak rules. So Li panicked. Wait! Wait! What are you going to do? Li shouted in panic, staring at Su Bei's actions with wide eyes, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in her heart. Stop! Oh! Stop! It's too loud. Although Li said so, she still opened the omniscience code from the heart and tried her best to help Su Bei hide his breath. Only when she couldn't give up, Li's wisdom could occupy her brain. And at this moment, Li was comparable to real wisdom, and she easily saw through Su Bei's thoughts. You want to pierce the domain of the Tree of Life. But how can I help you hide such a huge rule? Well, it's not that there is no way. As she said, Li looked around and looked at Su Bei in surprise. When did you start calculating my hotness? This is too much. Oh! The breath exploded. Su Bei bent over and raised his gun. His eyes narrowed, and dyed the heavens lock with the rules of life and death, gathering various skills at the tip of the heavens lock, and made the heavens lock into an extremely unique spear. Looking closely, the spear actually looked like a colorful lollipop, which could be a good impersonation of a lowly trap. Su Bei bent over and exerted force. With just the throwing action, the surrounding void could not help but tremble and faintly began to collapse. This means that if this shot is any stronger, it cannot appear in the original world, and must appear in Su Bei's own domain. Otherwise the void will collapse. In other words, this shot is a real transcendental shot, and under the addition of top-level rules, it is still a very powerful one. Bang! Thunder roared, and there was a sound of click, like glass cracking, with a crisp shattering sound. Leah stopped moving and blinked in a strange way. Somehow, she suddenly felt that if she dared to touch the windbreaker weirdo, she would have to stay there. Crack, the next moment, the terrifying rules exploded in front of Leah, and the space around her cracked layer by layer. The wind pressure came before the spear, causing Leah to be swept away in a mess, and her long skirt was torn into tree branches. Leah kept retreating and barely stopped her retreat. She immediately used the elf staff to support the ground and stood up. She widened her emerald eyes and slightly opened her lips. In front of her, hundreds of control debuffs attached to the shadow were all destroyed, and the body slowly dissipated and scattered into starlight. The field created by the Tree of Life was shot through. The ground cracked, and the space was naturally repaired. Such a terrifying scene made everyone stunned. But it was not that no one noticed the strangeness. In the crowd, Jasmine pointed at the shadow and stammered, "No. Where is my windbreaker?" Chapter 348 The Terrifying Power of the Goblins. The elf palace was just in a mess, and now the mess was overturned. Everyone could only see that the area where the Tree of Life was located was broken into a huge hole, and the rich life rules were patching up the seams to repair the area. The space around the shadow had obvious signs of burning, and extremely powerful rules remained on it. Many people couldn't even recognize what the rules were, and different people looked at the signs and produced different negative feedback. Some people changed their gender after just one look, and some people changed their life after just one look. The puzzlement was that there were more than 1,000 contestants present, and more than 10 of them were extremely powerful demigods. But they didn't even know who the person who overturned the pot was. This made all the contestants confused. Leah was stunned, her eyes slightly lowered. She clenched and loosened the elf scepter in her hand, and smiled helplessly. Luminara observed this trace thoughtfully, and her thoughts became clearer and clearer. She tried her best to suppress her inner restlessness, narrowed her eyes slightly, stroked the holy sword in her hand, remained silent, and began to wonder in her heart, is he dead? Or not dead? It feels a bit strange. Jasmine puffed up her lips, touched her burning eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful guy. But why did you take Jasmine Windbreaker? The eye of truth allowed her to see the process clearly, and see the same rules between the spear and the shadow. But it was precisely because she saw the process clearly that she almost went blind. This power was not something that she, who had not yet broken through to the level of demigod, could observe. At this moment, the fighting competition was immersed in it. The contestants all thought that the shot came from the punishment of heaven, and guessed that the assassin in the Windbreaker was a bad guy who was unforgivable. Among the contestants, the monster disguised as a human was suddenly startled and quickly lowered his body to keep a low profile. The huge birthday party of the Green Empire seemed to be coming to an end with such an extremely abstract ending. Leah sighed and lost interest in the subsequent fighting meeting. But she continued the process as planned, continue the competition. Don't worry. The winner can choose a treasure from my treasure house. Although Leah said that she didn't care. Perhaps the person who cared the most was herself. The Kingdom of Destiny. The goddess of destiny felt the turbulence in the long river of destiny. And she woke up from her coma with difficulty, and cast her eyes on the long river of destiny. Suddenly she was stunned. In her sight, a group of colorful butts appeared. The fairies twisted their butts, completely occupying her sight, whispering loudly, discussing the topic of how long they should sleep tomorrow. Damn! Why haven't these outrageous things died yet? Fate frowned, gently moved the long river of fate, trying to see the twists and turns that she felt more carefully, but was stunned again. The fairies' butts disappeared, and then an oversized butt appeared, and the head in front of the butt slowly turned. And it was an existence that she was extremely familiar with. This camouflage outfit, colorful hair, and little girl head had broken her defense countless times. God of fairies? She descended from the sky? How did she do it? Destiny's face darkened, and he hesitated to speak, recalling a very painful memory. If fate has a natural enemy, it can only be a completely unobservable and nonsensical creature like fairies. And as the leader of this group of messy creatures, the god of fairies is the only one who can make fate feel disgusted by virtue of his acquired status as a god. Yes, disgusting. It can only be described as disgusting, because it is really a mess. No wonder the long river of fate is turbulent. There has been no news of her for nearly 1,000 years. This time she suddenly appeared, perhaps with other purposes. What could it be? Let me take a closer look. Fate played with fate again, and she saw a scene that made her extremely speechless. What is our slogan? Sleep every day. What is our mission? Eat, drink and have fun. What is our ultimate goal? To completely lose everything. Long live the fairies. Long live the fairy god. The goddess of fate withdrew her gaze, and sighed helplessly. I am really sick. I actually thought that fairies would have some purpose. Besides, even if there are variables, the god of life has completely handled everything. We are good sisters. I can rest assured. My injuries are too severe. I need to continue to sleep. I need time. As he spoke, Destiny slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. Fairy Forest. Subei took back the Heaven's Lock, and brought the black windbreaker that was rolled back by the Heaven's Lock closer, and was stunned. The windbreaker was just a byproduct. Subei's main purpose was to prevent exposure, in order to prevent others from imprisoning and arresting Shadow. Subei destroyed Shadow himself. At this moment, Subei held the windbreaker in his hand, and his expression was slightly frozen. Shadow's body sense was vague, but Subei himself was not. The smell on the windbreaker was very strong, even a little choking, and the familiar jasmine fragrance rushed into Subei's nose, making him sneeze a few times. Weird. In all aspects. Even Subei's thoughts became a little confused. Fortunately, Subei had some immunity, and quickly adapted to the familiar jasmine scent, and put on his windbreaker. Then he reached out again, took off the long hat on Lili's head, and put it on his forehead. After doing all this, Subei focused his eyes on the front, where Subei stood. There were playgrounds built around, and the fairies knelt down to worship Lili, praying and blessing for the fairy god who had not appeared for a long time. Oh, great fairy god. I am King Blackbeard, your most loyal follower. We, the fairy clan, have been waiting for your return for 1,000 years. We are looking forward to your return. Great fairy god. Can you give me an autograph? I will stick it on my forehead, and it will become my heirloom for generations. Fairy God, do you want to participate in our recently popular sleeping competition? This game can not only meet your task of playing badly, but also allow you to participate in the game. It is currently one of the most popular games among fairies. As we all know, fairies are the daughters of the law, and they can always create all kinds of incredible things. Wandering outside the law, not being peeped, and unable to be locked by fate. These are things Subei has known for a long time. So after knowing that Lilizi is the god of fairies, dealing with shadows can only be regarded as a trivial matter for Subei. In other words, as long as Subei can catch Lilizi and use Lilizi properly, he can go in and out of the long river of fate. Maybe he can even take a bath in the long river of fate. If certain special conditions are met, you can even take a bath with fate. And this time's test proves the feasibility of this matter. Thinking about it, Subei looked at Lilizi and thought quietly. If Lilizi cannot be recruited, the feather pen will be the partner that Subei must get on this journey. Chapter 349. How many vests does Lilizi have? The aloof Lilizi looked down at the fairies with an extremely aloof attitude. From Lilizi's eyes that looked down on everything, it can be seen that Lilizi is really aloof. After seeing Subei finish his work, Lilizi nodded, and then organized a sleeping game, which kicked off the game and attracted the attention of the fairies. Then he left 100 signatures, 300 hairs and countless blessings, barely calming the enthusiasm of the fairies. However, all this was just a smokescreen thrown by Lilizi. After completing all this, Lilizi took advantage of the other fairies sleeping, changed her face decisively, picked up the genuine omniscient code with a panicked look and ran away, found a corner where no one was, plunged into the omniscient code, and began to communicate with Subei through the address book. Subei was stunned, then opened the omniscient code, fake, and looked at the latest news on it. Lilizi, I won't come out for now. The vest of the god of fairies has been exposed, which will attract many transcendent beings to spy on it. But the position of the god of fairies has no combat power at all. So I have to run first. Subei, will I be caught? Lilizi, of course not. Unless I stray into someone else's kingdom of God. Hee. That would be troublesome, Subei nodded, completely relieved. As long as you are careful not to stray into a different world like the Plague Continent, it will be difficult for Lilizi to be caught. She's own escape method is unique. And with the priesthood of the god of fairies, even gods find it difficult to catch Lilizi's trace. No wonder Jihui can avoid the pursuit of various gods with his soul body and is still safe and sound. The main thing is, why does Lilizi pretend to be so cool? What is the purpose? Subei thought about it, and sent a message to express his confusion. Subei, just now you. Lilizi, could it be that? Subei, could it be that? Lilizi, could it be that you also noticed Lilizi's noble and cold godly temperament just now? Yes. Lilizi is usually such a cool person. When she was a student, Lilizi was a super cool and excellent 3-good student. When she was a god, Lilizi was a super sacred, holy and noble supreme god. The painstaking efforts of Lilizi's character creation are something that you, a person without a second identity or a vest, can never understand. You stupid mortal. Is it possible that little Subei will finally succumb to Lilizi's great personality charm and fall at her feet to become her fanatical fan? Ahaha, 1,000 words omitted below. Subei looked at the words on the blue book that kept popping up at an extremely exaggerated speed and fell into silence for a long time. Perhaps because no one could discover Lilizi's multiple vests and character settings. So Lilizi has always kept this little trick that she thinks is very clever in the dark and didn't let anyone know. It was rare for Lilizi to be exposed in front of Subei, so she finally didn't need to pretend and couldn't help but share with Subei. This was like a little girl who couldn't help but show off to her parents that she got 100 points on the test. The little girl held the test paper in front of her parents and explained to them how great her 100 points were, looking at them eagerly in the hope of getting their praise. Subei could think of Lilizi in the kingdom of wisdom, writing and showing off. So much so that she was so absorbed that she didn't even write a few punctuation marks. But Subei didn't even look at the exaggerated essay, but typed in a new question. Subei, where is the feather pen? Lilizi, it's impossible for anyone to guess how many vests I have hidden. Ha ha ha. In fact, there are traces of the great Lilizi everywhere in the world. She is in the sleeping competition venue. Lilizi's greatness needs no further explanation. Wait for you. Lily Z, wait. Have you read the message I sent? Subei gave the answer without hesitation, focusing on honesty. Subei, no. Lily Z, question mark. Lily Z, look. Show me. Look carefully. Subei, it's too long. Lily Z, look. Show me quickly. Bastard. Read it all? Lily Z, are you reading it? Lily Z, are you reading it? Lily Z, have you read the message? Lily Z, pay attention to me. Lily Z, question mark. Lily Z, question mark. Lily Z, question mark. Who would read a short essay? Subei didn't even read the message Lily Z sent later. And after he finished writing, he closed the blue book with a sound and looked towards the game venue. Strange. Although Subei had previously focused all his attention on destroying the shadow, he still had a certain sense of the surroundings. But when did the feather pen arrive? You know, Subei had seen the feather pen in Fantasy World, so it was impossible for him not to recognize it. Subei walked towards the game venue with doubts, and was stunned. The sleeping competition, as the name suggests, is to see who can sleep longer. But the fairies' sleeping game does not seem to be what Subei thought. For example, some fairies can listen to music while sleeping, and some fairies can eat apples while sleeping. Subei couldn't help but take out the blue notebook, turned to the end of the message, and perfunctorily said, Subei, I've read it. Lily Z is really great. Subei, is there anything I need to pay attention to when participating in the fairy game? Lily Z, I'm super awesome. I told you The only rule of the fairy game is that there are no rules. As long as you don't violate the game content, you can do anything. In summary, Lily Z is super awesome. Subei nodded, closed the blue notebook again, and walked into the game venue. There was a referee at the entrance of the game field. He had a black pointed hat on his head and a thick black beard. When he saw Subei approaching, he stretched out his hand to intercept Subei. Hey kid, which country are you from? Adventurer? Do you want to participate in the fairy game? Subei looked sideways. According to him, the referee's name is King Blackbeard, who is a fanatical fan of Lily Z and a grandfather-like old man in the fairy clan. Subei leaned over to meet King Blackbeard and asked, Excuse me, who is the feather pen? King Blackbeard thrust his magic wand at Subei's feet and asked, What do you want to find out secretly? Quill Pen is the smartest fairy in our fairy clan. She can win first place in any game. She is not a girl you can just spy on and covet. You can't. You shameless little thief. Subei was stunned and didn't know how to reply for a while. To be honest, it is difficult for ordinary humans to regard fairies, which are even shorter than dwarves, as the opposite sex of the same kind, because their body sizes are really not compatible, and they can crush each other into a pile by turning over. More humans might treat her as a flying pet. So King Blackbeard's worry is completely unnecessary. Although Subei thought so in his mind, it was difficult to put this thought into words. He could only sigh slowly, reach out his hand, and take out the omniscient code, trying his luck. After taking a few more, he found it. Subei reached out, and happened to take out a flat dessert, and raised it up. When Subei raised the dessert, King Blackbeard's eyes widened, and he quickly pointed to the fairy, with the most exaggerated sleeping posture in the playground. It's her. It's her. She is Quill Pen. Give me the dessert now. I can find out her family tree for you today. And I guarantee you can play all kinds of games with her tonight. Subei looked along the fingertips of the Blackbeard King, and was stunned. No wonder he couldn't recognize her. Subei remembered that the Quill Pen in the game had a pair of dark green wings, a wreath of flowers on her head, and always held a magic wand in her hand. When she was motionless, she looked like an exquisite large-sized figurine. But the feather pen that King Blackbeard pointed at looked like a senior swindler. I saw the feather pen lying in a sleeping position, with saliva from the corners of his mouth flowing into the ditch along the ground, gathering into a stream. The slippers on his feet disappeared, and the wreath on his head was used as a mattress behind his buttocks. It really doesn't look like one at all. Seeing this, Subei replied lightly, Thank you. After saying that, he ate the dessert in one bite, and walked towards the inside of the playground. The hand that King Blackbeard stretched out paused, blowing his beard and glaring. No. You. From the side, you can see his beard slowly curved into a question mark. But Subei completely ignored the actions of the Blackbeard King. He had never promised to give the dessert to the Blackbird King in the beginning, so it was not excessive. And to be honest, this dessert tastes good. Based on the taste, Su Bei could imagine how skilled the lady who made this dessert was. Only when he got closer could Su Bei combine the fairy in front of him with the feather pen in his memory. The appearance will not change. But when did Quill Pen appear here? Was she there from the beginning? Su Bei sat next to Quill Pen, thinking about how to approach a fairy. Before Su Bei could speak, Quill Pen quietly opened his eyes a little and asked in confusion, "Hello, adventurer. What can I do for you?" He was cold and distant, and his tone was deliberately lowered, as if to hide his habit of speaking. This just right sense of distance gave Su Bei a very strange feeling. Su Bei pointed at the feather pen, then at himself, and said calmly, "Will you go on an adventure with me?" The feather pen's eyes suddenly widened, then quickly closed tightly, turned over, and said casually, "I am the smartest and best fairy in history. Why should I give up my happy life and go on an adventure with you? An adventurer who can't provide any security at all, and live a miserable life of 3 days of hunger and 9 meals. Su Bei was stunned. This way of speaking revealed a strange meaning. The tone was like negotiating conditions with Su Bei, and negotiating conditions was based on the assumption of acceptance. That is to say, the feather pen is not opposed to teaming up with him. But it was obviously the first time they met. Moreover, Su Bei felt more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that the soul under the feather pen's skin was someone Su Bei was very familiar with. Su Bei thought about it and asked tentatively, 2 small cakes for every meal? Not enough. The feather pen's eyes lit up and replied immediately, "You are allowed to sleep for 6 hours every day." Su Bei narrowed his eyes and said another sentence. "Of course, this is the most basic, and I must sleep for 8 hours. Quill Pen raised his eyebrows, then frowned slightly. "Continue. I let you finish your studies first, and then we can officially form a team after you graduate next year." Su Bei smiled slightly. Quill Pen took a breath, suppressed his excitement, nodded and thought, "You think the same as me. After all, studying is a very tiring thing, and I still have a year to graduate." "Li Lizi? Su Bei, is the feather pen also your alias?" One is the question Su Bei asked himself. The other is the question Su Bei wrote on the omniscient code. It seems that the sudden question overloaded the other party's brain. The feather pen was flustered and spent a long time thinking before answering. "No, I am the feather pen." After a while, Li Lizi's answer appeared on the blue book. "Li Lizi, ahaha, what are you talking about? Am I not chatting with you in the kingdom of wisdom? By the way, please don't bother me anymore. I have to finish my homework first. Bye. Bye. Bye." Su Bei narrowed his eyes and looked at the feather pen, or Li Lizi's poor disguise, and couldn't help but sigh. There are too many flaws. If you look for flaws with a skeptical attitude, you can find that the answer of the feather pen is full of flaws. For example, if a normal person is asked, "Are you so-and-so?" he should ask, "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Or answer, "I am not the so-and-so you are talking about," and rarely emphasize his name. And most importantly, why do fairies need to go to school? Fairies don't have any schools or institutions. They have been told since they were old enough to understand that the ultimate goal of life is to be bad, and they don't engage in meaningless internal learning. After equating the feather pen with Li Lizi, Su Bei easily accepted this setting. No wonder Li Lizi's presence in fantasy world is so low. It turns out that she has secretly inserted a needle into Luminara through other vests, so that she can grasp the first-hand information at any time. So what on earth are the heroes in the game teaming up for? Not only is he a father and a mother, but he also planted a super spy in the team. Thinking about it, Su Bei sighed again, looked at the extremely cold feather pen, temporarily gave up the idea of exposing her, and asked, "So, did you agree to join the team?" "Of course not." Feather Pen shook his head to deny it, and quickly said, "As the best fairy, how could I agree to your request to join the team so easily? However, since you insist on becoming my partner and beg me to join your adventure group, I can reluctantly give you a chance." As he said this, the feather pen seemed to feel that his statement was reasonable and convincing, and nodded to himself, and continued, "So, you must win at least 3 games to become my partner. Whether we can become partners depends on whether you can grasp the spicy." The feather pen nodded coldly, pulled off the wreath on his buttocks, and put it on his forehead. Then he simply tidied up his appearance and flew up from the floor. Let's go and participate in the first game project. The one I chose is not a simple game. Subei nodded and followed behind Featherpin slowly, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. What he was thinking about now was, how many aliases did Lilizi have? Chapter 350, Riliko and Wisdom's Little Theater. In the Kingdom of Wisdom, Riliko sat on the omniscient code, crossed her arms, and showed a very dissatisfied expression, and kept muttering, "My little cake, my little cake, my little cake." After a while, Riliko couldn't help but open the blue omniscient code again, and said something to emphasize, "Riliko, I'm really not a feather pin." After finishing, Riliko closed the omniscient code uneasily, muttering to herself, "It won't be exposed like this, right?" Lilizi thought with a little uneasiness, and soon smiled. It will definitely not be exposed. After all, this vest was not originally owned by Lilizi. It was just used temporarily by Lilizi. It is impossible for Subei to see through it at a glance. Lilizi is not so stupid. And Subei is not so smart, right? Lilizi thought to herself, nodded uncertainly, and began to mutter to strengthen her belief. After all, Lilizi only found out a year ago that this vest was under Lilizi's control. Besides, Lilizi is so smart. As long as Lilizi thinks that Subei hasn't discovered it, then Subei will definitely not discover it. Seeing that she finally convinced herself, Lilizi jumped up happily, constantly strengthening her belief, and continued, "You must know that the other me is another me. The fairy god is the fairy god. Lilizi is Lilizi. And the feather pin is the feather pin. Ah, it doesn't seem right. The feather pin and the fairy god are both vests buried by the other me. So, since the other me disappeared, Lilizi has been living a life of worrying about many things." As Riliko thought about it, she suddenly felt a lot more lonely. She slowed down her steps and sat down on the code of omniscience. Ririko's thoughts suddenly drifted away, drifting to the time when she first met Wisdom. That was when Ririko was 6 years old. Before Wisdom appeared, Ririko knew that she was not outstanding, and her talent was average, and she often compared herself with other children. But she was the only child of the Duke of Gloucester, and the words average talent should not appear on her head. In the eyes of other members of the family, the young Lilizi was only a defective product. As the daughter of the Duke, she inherited the best bloodline of Duze, so she should be the child of heaven. This seemed to be the eternal truth of Duze. Her mediocrity made the entire Russell family, except for her father, the Duke of Gloucester and the Duchess of Gloucester, very disappointed in her. They would even urge the Duke of Gloucester to have another child, and start a new account in front of Lilizi. On the night of her 6th birthday, Ririko was severely criticized by her grandfather for not being able to advance to the Gloucester family's extremely special summoner profession. The young Ririko hid in her quilt and cried, condemning her own incompetence and hating her own stupidity. At this time, another her appeared, just like what countless people imagined in their dreams when they were young. The other her was a special existence that only Ririko could hear and perceive. Ririko often thought that this was just her fantasy, but she could feel that the other her really existed. The other her accompanied Lilizi throughout her childhood, taught Lilizi to learn various skills, helped Lilizi cheat in exams, and constantly urged Lilizi step by step. In the end, Lilizi became the child of other people's families in the eyes of parents. She would not despise Lilizi for being stupid, would not be impatient, and had enough patience. Like an all-knowing big sister, she said this was inheritance, and Lilizi would become very good in the future, so that she could help her. Lilizi would of course agree, because of the days when she was around. Riley was very happy, and had the confidence to do anything. She could always clean up after Riley. But such happiness would eventually come to an end. She always hoped that Riley would grow up slowly, and enjoy her childhood. But when she disappeared, Riley would be forced to grow up. Ah! You super shameless bastard. How can you trust Riley with so many things? How can you control a fool like Riley? You know it all. Without you, Lilizi won't know anything. Lilizi became more and more discouraged as she thought about it. She felt that her future was bleak. Before she knew it, her tears pattered onto the omniscient code. She sucked her lower lip hard to hold back her expression of collapse. Pause sounded. Lilizi covered her head with the omniscient code and tried her best to squeeze out a happy and joyful laugh from her throat. Great. Let me calculate now. 3 meals a day. 3 small cakes plus 6 small cakes. I can eat 9 small cakes. Sleep 5 hours plus 8 hours a day. And you can rest for 13 hours a day. You can also play until next year before going back to work. Woohoo! It's so cool to be able to play for a whole year. You must not be discovered by the bastard Subei. Otherwise my happy vacation will be squeezed out. You must also listen to the other me, and hide the vest well. Remember that every vest can increase the probability of Lilizi's survival. Lilizi buried her head under the book, her shoulders trembling slightly. No one knows when Lilizi replaced wisdom from a carefree little fool and began to make plans. Even Subei, who worked closely with wisdom, did not immediately discover when the person communicating with him changed from wisdom to Lilizi. Perhaps even wisdom could not have imagined it. The little girl who had relied on her since childhood changed from being pure and clear to being full of worries overnight. Wisdom accompanied Lilizi throughout her entire growth period from the age of 6 to 16. These 10 years of companionship were exchanged for Lilizi's lifelong wish to fulfill wisdom. This is inheritance. People never realize when they began to mature and step into the ladder of adults. But Lilizi knows. Chapter 351: A small theater between the hero and the devil. The Green Empire. The Elf Palace. The fighting field has reached the final stage, and several very powerful opponents have emerged. Fortunately, Jasmine is improving in every round of competition, constantly breaking through qualitative changes. The devil has to work harder than others to survive. But once he develops, his growth curve is not comparable to that of ordinary professionals. And at this time, Jasmine has already achieved great success. In the end, Jasmine made it all the way and met Luminera in the round of 16. This was the most disparate battle in everyone's opinion. Perhaps Luminera could easily sweep Jasmine off the field with a single sword. You have to know how the Tianju ranking rotates. Luminera is always the most conspicuous number one. But Jasmine's name has never appeared on the list. But it seems that it is not the case on the field. This is the first time that Luminera took the initiative to draw the sword and put on a serious fighting posture. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? The eyes of the onlooker Sven shrank and looked at Jasmine in surprise. He did not have much confidence in Jasmine from the beginning to the end. Jasmine, who left home at a young age, did not get much inheritance from Fran. She could be regarded as self-taught. The only way to become a god for travelers she brought with her did not have any skills engraved on it. How can a princess of a fallen country who changed her career halfway compare with a brave man who has inherited the complete legacy? Everyone was puzzled. Even Luminera was a little surprised. Luminera's memory of Jasmine was vague. Her memory was corrected by the goddess of life. She only remembered that the two had a brief contact. And through this contact, she solved the historical problems left over by Diz and Fran, and used it to win Elena into the team. As for the attitude of others towards Jasmine, this was not something she could control. However, Luminera had felt an unprecedented strange feeling since the first time she met Jasmine. And this time, when they met face to face, the feeling was even deeper. It seemed like a threat, but it also seemed like something else. And there seemed to be a sense of intimacy. In short, Luminera felt pressure from Jasmine. Jasmine's memory was similar. She only remembered that she had had several contacts and exchanges with Luminera and established some friendship. But the identity of the Demon King destined her and Luminera to become enemies. If they were to meet in the future, this battle would be the time to test the results of her hard work this year. Bang! The battle began. Jasmine raised her hand, and 5 exploding fireballs shot out from her 5 fingers. However, the magic capacity was completely different from the previous scenes of the martial arts competitions. The 5 exploding fireballs collided in the air, connected head to tail like a fire snake. Awakening skill, exploding fire snake. This was not as simple as simply stacking 5 fireballs. The exploding fire snake had the characteristic of being inexhaustible. Once the corners of the clothes were ignited, it would not stop until Luminera's clothes were completely burned. Swoosh! Luminera swung her holy sword, and the surging momentum surged towards the fire snake like a wave. Her sword skills were flawless under the demigod, and were not affected by any skills. Luminera swung her sword to sweep away the fire snake, and quickly squinted her eyes, and switched swords to block. The fire snake dissipated, and Jasmine held a mushroom in her mouth, holding the staff high in both hands, gathering infinite gravity with the staff in her hand, and smashed it down with all her strength. Awakening skill. Powerful mushroom. The whole room was in an uproar. At this time, Jasmine looked like a melee mage in ancient times, and the gourmet was famous for its auxiliary ability. The combination of the two could collide to create sparks that made people's eyes shine. Facing Jasmine's strong attack, Luminera no longer had any thoughts of hiding, and her sword energy soared into the sky. Luminera was like a sword unsheathed, and the internal pressure burst out instantly, and the whole person exuded an unparalleled brilliance. Characteristic King. Fully released. Bang! Facing Jasmine head-on attack, Luminera released her own characteristics, and with just a simple standing posture, she could exert pressure that was not inferior to any field. This is the recognized strongest one-word characteristic King, the only characteristic that can form a field at the 5th level when fully developed. Luminera rarely uses her special power. This is her first time to show it in front of everyone, and the result did not disappoint anyone. After releasing her special power, Luminera still looked calm. This seemed to be a trivial matter to her. The King's special power was considered as a last resort attack method by others, but it was only an auxiliary tool for her. Luminera's whole momentum had a drastic change. How to say it? Her Majesty was like a real king overlooking the world, and the domineering aura condensed into substance constantly tore the surrounding trees, and tore open layer after layer of cracks on the energy shield protecting the fighting field. Before the sword was out, the King Domain rushed Jasmine away, instantly disintegrating her offensive. Jasmine, who was flying backwards, did not give up the fight, but raised the staff in her hand high, gathering a steady stream of fire attributes at the top. The source of characteristics. Fully released. Seeing this, even Sven fell silent. He realized that the girl who grew up alone had now reached a level that could not be underestimated. It is not an easy thing to fully release the characteristics, and many demigods have not fully developed their characteristics. Being able to fully develop means that this person has entered the ranks of quasi-demigods and has obtained the first ticket to demigods. Some characteristics can derive rules by themselves, such as the characteristics of fire, which can derive fire rules. And the source is such a very special characteristic. It can derive elemental rules and master various familiar elemental powers. And the source is also known as the strongest endurance characteristic. At this moment, Jasmine has completely mastered the essence of the source. She is not a melee mage. She is a turret mage. Demigod skill, roar of the fire god Vulcan. The staff was pointed out, but it had the power to move mountains and overturn seas. There was no fancy magic circuit combination. It was purely a pillar of fire condensed by the majestic magic source, covering the entire fighting field. This simple and rough way of venting magic made everyone stunned. How much magic capacity does Jasmine have? Her fireball will give the answer. Boom! The fireball on the top of the staff slowly fell. The earth melted, and the burning feeling came to her face. Jasmine, who was holding the staff, smiled playfully, turned around and kicked the fireball, and shot it violently at Luminera. But the person in front of her was Luminera, not just any random person. The King Domain was her first line of defense to block the fireball. But she disdained defense. Her sword was her confidence. Cut! The dazzling stars condensed on the holy sword, cutting out a gorgeous galaxy. Semi-god skill. Galaxy upside down. Bang! The two collided, and they retreated dozens of meters at the same time and attacked again. Semi-god skill. The situation was in a stalemate. One was recognized as the strongest killing power characteristic, and the other was recognized as the strongest endurance characteristic. The quality of the characteristics was equal, and the victory or defeat of the battle depended on the individual. Luminera's sword skills were incomparably powerful, and Jasmine magic was like an inexhaustible spring. The two formed a very sharp contrast, but it was difficult to tell who was stronger. Undoubtedly, Luminera was powerful in all aspects. But where did Jasmine come from? How could she tie with Luminera for several rounds? Jasmine became more and more involved in the fight, and couldn't help laughing heartily. Luminera became more and more confused, and every time she was about to make a ruthless move, her chest would tremble. It can't be wrong. Luminera feeling is never wrong. She has a natural ability to observe blood and soul. After many encounters, she can be 100% sure that Jasmine's soul is extremely similar to hers. When they first met, Luminera was just guessing, so she looked at Jasmine a few more times. And now this guess has become a fact. What's going on? Luminera, who was absent-minded, opened her mouth and was fed a mouthful of fireball by Jasmine. The atmosphere froze. The whole room was silent. Luminera blew out a mouthful of black smoke, looked at Jasmine, and smiled helplessly. At this time, the voices of shock began to rise one after another, and many people began to question Luminera and couldn't help whispering. But these could not affect Luminera. Luminera held the sword again and smiled slightly. It seems that I have to be a little more serious. As for the confusion, I will leave it to my future self to solve. Chapter 352 The First Game. Green Empire. Fairy Forest. Su Bei followed the feather pen to the first game venue, and stopped to watch. The entrance to the game venue was below, and the light gate connected to it was a different space passage that Su Bei was very familiar with. Isn't this a dungeon? Su Bei was puzzled. The feather pen nodded coldly, glanced at Su Bei, and said calmly, "Yes, this is the Dungeon Heroes Road." "What? Are you scared?" "Great." It was a very rough provocation. Su Bei almost took the bait. Su Bei glanced at the feather pen calmly and nodded. "Maybe. It's not that he's afraid of danger, because the dungeon can be evacuated at any time. It's just that this is the dungeon of the fairy forest, and there might be some strange things inside. Everything related to fairies is a bit nonsensical, including treasures and skills, not to mention this super large dungeon." Seeing this, the feather pen coughed, waved the magic wand and began to introduce, "There's no need to be so scared. This game is called If You're a Man. Go down 100 floors. And it's a simulation of reality. Currently, this game ranks last on the list of games fairies want to play the most. When you enter it, you will play the role of a hero, and encounter various monsters played by fairies along the way. And your task is to defeat them, obtain various small props, and become stronger until you kill the Demon King at the bottom. In the process, you can use various means to go to the next level. Because it is a turn-based game, there are limits to what you can do. By the way, it ranks first on the list of games that fairies hate the most." "Makes sense." Su Bei nodded. "It really doesn't seem like a game that fairies like to play, because it requires thinking." "Nothing else to add?" Su Bei was puzzled. "Let's go in and take a look first." The feather pen pushed Su Bei. Su Bei stepped into it, and the scene in front of him turned and he was stunned. Welcome to the 0th floor of the dungeon. This dungeon is a pixel style that Su Bei has never heard of. Su Bei stood at the entrance of the dungeon and turned into a cube mannequin similar to a stack of shoe boxes. A series of system buttons also appeared in his sight. Su Bei opened his status bar and fell silent when he looked at the data on it. Attack power, 2, 3. Defense power, 1. HP, 100. Weapon, wooden sword attack power +1. Armor, none. Although it still continued the style of the dungeon. The pixel style, and the special style of resetting the ability value still made Su Bei's eyes go dark. It didn't look like a dungeon, but like a 43.99 minigame he used to love playing. Magic Tower 24th floor. If other dungeons are the elaborate works of gods, this dungeon is probably created by the King of Fairies. It is both abstract and abstract. Fortunately, Su Bei's biggest advantage is to make do. So, Su Bei raised the wooden sword in his hand and waved it, feeling the slow way of drawing the sword, resisting the desire to complain, and slowly walked towards the first floor. At the entrance to the first floor, there was an elf fairy who looked exactly like Lizzie, and the model was not pixelated, which made Su Bei stunned. After a brief conversation between the two, Su Bei received the task of killing the Demon King and rescuing the princess, and received 3 keys from the fairy. The plot is very old-fashioned and unoriginal, and the level-breaking process is quite boring. Su Bei cannot control the attack method and attack frequency of the hero at all. It is hard to imagine that Su Bei lost a high 20 points of health by a slime at the beginning. If there was no blood bottle hidden behind, Su Bei might have doubted whether the fairy god who designed this dungeon had a bubble in his brain. Fortunately, Su Bei gained experience and got a small round shield. The subsequent levels were a repeat of this boring tone. Because it can be reset, Su Bei took full output points in the first game, constantly replenishing blood to explore the map, and advancing deeper. On the 3rd floor, Su Bei entered the attribute store, where he could use experience points and gold coins to buy attributes or use them to upgrade levels. On the 5th floor, Su Bei got the survey props, which can observe the attributes of monsters. On the 7th floor, Su Bei got the iron sword, which has the effect of attack power +10. On the 9th floor, Su Bei got a small round shield, which has a defense +10 effect. On the 17th floor, Su Bei got a crystal sword with an attack plus 100. On the 24th floor, Su Bei got a crystal shield with a defense plus 50. Finally, Su Bei stopped in front of the 25th floor and was stunned. There is no key. So that's it. The key is the first trap. Some doors don't need to be opened. And those rewards are dispensable. The attributes of the small boss on the 25th floor are not high. And Su Bei can kill it now. But the key blocked Su Bei's way. Hee hee. Sometimes choice is more important than hard work. Quill Pen squinted at Su Bei, still showing a cool attitude. However, the pixel-style Quill Pen even had crooked eyes, with the left and right eyeballs moving up and down. Looking very intelligent. Su Bei nodded and deleted the file to start over. In the first round, Su Bei swept all the way, without thinking much, and did not pay attention to his blood volume, and control the balance between attack and defense. In the second round, Su Bei turned on the serious mode, went down to the 5th floor early to get the survey props, avoided monsters to get various weapons and armor with the best solution, and then returned to the lower floor to sweep the rewards, and easily defeated the 25th floor boss. In the conversation, the little boss told Su Bei that the real big devil was on the 50th floor, and that was a terrible force that would make you despair. Su Bei chopped off the little boss's head with a knife and ignored his nonsense. This time, Su Bei always had 3 keys in his hand in case he couldn't open the door. But after killing the little boss on the 25th floor, a new attribute store appeared on the 26th floor, and the price was 70% off that of the 3rd floor. This means that in order to pursue the optimal solution for attributes, he should leave all the gold coins and experience on this floor. Each of the monsters after the 25th floor is as strong as the previous small bosses. Su Bei's health continued to drop, and remained in a very unhealthy state. Fortunately, Su Bei did not get too entangled, and continued to pass the level, constantly replenishing the attributes of them all, and striving to pass the next level. Finally, Su Bei got the 39th floor's Brave Sword attack power plus 500, and the 44th floor's Brave Shield defense power plus 500, and started the sweep mode. Finally, Su Bei came to the 49th floor with a weak 29 points of health, and walked towards the 50th floor small boss. He couldn't defeat the boss with this amount of health, but he had to check the boss's attributes. But when he reached the 50th floor, there was a lava field at the entrance away from the boss's location, and Su Bei stepped on the lava. He was scalded to death. Humph. Even if the choice is right, it won't help if you don't work hard enough. The feather pen still squinted at Su Bei and raised his head in a cold manner. Su Bei glanced at the feather pen thoughtfully, and then looked at the omniscient code. This game seemed to be pointing at him. This is not a game. This is clearly his life. Su Bei smiled slightly and began to use his brain. This time, Su Bei did not miss every corner of the map, carefully calculating the gold coins and experience, and defeated the small boss on the 25th floor with a slight advantage of 13 drops of blood. He entered the 26th floor and injected himself with energy, and began the northern expedition, sweeping all the way. Su Bei, with an extremely healthy blood advantage, holding a crystal sword and a crystal shield, came to the entrance of the 50th floor, broke through the magma, stood in front of the Demon King, and checked the attributes. Demon King. HP, Attack, 9999. Defense, 9999. Great. It's impossible to defeat this opponent. We're doomed. Su Bei looked at his 5,000 attributes, turned his head and looked at the feather pen, and fell into silence. The feather pen spread his hands and said a classic quote that made Su Bei's eyes go black. What should I do? But you see, there is a holy sword behind the Demon King. If you kill him, you can get the holy sword that can kill the Demon King, and you can pass the level. Reasonable. Su Bei narrowed his eyes and searched the 1st to the 50th floors. He actually opened a secret door on the 7th floor and got a hidden treasure that turned enemies into friends. This outrageous effect once again confirmed one thing. This is a game for fairies to play. Su Bei should not play it with normal people's thinking. Su Bei did not open champagne at halftime, but continued to search. Finally, he found 2 supermodel props. One is that whoever touches it will be stupid, which can turn the attributes of a monster into 0. One is teleportation, which can forcibly fly to the target location. Su Bei was stunned and fell into thinking. According to normal logic, as long as he gets any of the props, he can pass the level safely. It can turn the enemy into a friend. It can clear the attributes of the Demon King. It can directly teleport to get the Holy Sword. But why give 3 at a time? To improve the tolerance? At this time, Su Bei thought of the hint given by the feather pen. Choice is very important. Su Bei first came to the 50th floor, looked at the Demon King, and raised the kitchen knife. Are you sure you want to attack the Demon King? At this time, you can use the touch whoever is stupid skill to pass the level. But Su Bei thought that if it was a game of fairies, the answer should not be so simple. So Su Bei used turning enemies into friends. Congratulations. You have turned the Demon King into a teammate. The game failed, and the dungeon was destroyed. Su Bei was stunned. Rewind and repeat the above steps. This time, Su Bei did not hesitate to use the teleportation skill to pull out the Holy Sword. But something strange happened. His attributes were still not enough to kill the Demon King. What's the use of this Holy Sword? Thinking about it, Su Bei launched a touch whoever you touch is stupid attack on the Demon King. Finally, he stabbed him to death with a sword. Congratulations. You have turned the Demon King into a teammate. The game failed. And hundreds of years later, the dungeon was destroyed. Su Bei fell into thinking. This game seems to be trying to provide some information. Su Bei went back to the game again and restarted it. This time when he reached the 50th floor, Su Bei changed his strategy and went back to the top of the dungeon. Reaching the 0th floor, Su Bei looked at the NPC who looked like Lilizi and opened the survey props. All the same? Just by looking at her modeling and that look of contempt, one can feel that she is terribly strong. Su Bei used the whoever touches will be stupid without hesitation. Wait. Great hero. Why are you plotting against me? Are you sure you want to use this item on me? Su Bei clicked to confirm and challenged the fairy. At this time, there were 2 buttons in front of Su Bei, Conquer and Continue Challenge. No. 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 Don't hit me. I am willing to help you and accompany you through the next difficulties. Su Bei didn't hesitate. Raised the crystal sword and chopped it directly towards the fairy's forehead. Wait. Wait. What are you doing? You can't chop it. You bastard. At the last moment, Featherpin suddenly stepped forward and hugged Su Bei's arm tightly, shouting, You can't chop it. You really can't chop it. Every character who looks like the fairy god contains the power of the fairy god. You are blaspheming the gods. The end of blasphemy is that the great fairy god will kick you in the face and give you a severe warning. The more Su Bei thought about it, the more he felt that the feather pen was fooling him. So he continued to swing the sword. In the kingdom of wisdom, Lilizi waved her hands anxiously. But the feather pen she was controlling could not stop Su Bei's actions. Damn. I really can't cut it. These are all carriers of my consciousness. Thinking of this, Lilizi gritted her teeth, looked at her little feet, and without thinking, she quickly kicked out of the omniscience code. Bang! In theory, with Lilizi's speed, even a tabby cat can easily dodge her attack. But the setting of this dungeon is turn-based. Even if Su Bei tried his best to dodge, he couldn't avoid the kick that flew out of the omniscient code in his pocket. Seeing that the bare foot was about to leave a black eye on Su Bei's right eye, Su Bei quickly reached out and grabbed the foot. Boom! Su Bei felt the fierce momentum of his backward flight, then looked at the pair of palm-sized feet in his hands, and finally looked at the only 250 drops of blood left on his head. Okay. I'm honest now. A defense value of 5,000 can't stop a foot. It's hard to imagine that the guy who designed the dungeon is a person. So what is the template for dungeon design attributes calculated according to? Su Bei didn't dare to think too much. If he was hit in the face by this foot, his life might have to be explained here. Fortunately, he is still alive. Su Bei honestly recruited the fairy elf and immediately came to the 50th floor again. What should I do next? An idea gradually emerged in Su Bei's mind. So, Su Bei used the method of turning enemies into friends to turn the Demon King into his little friend, and then drew the Holy Sword. Feeling the system prompt sound that was about to pop up, Su Bei's mind moved. Looking at the 50-story barrier, he used instant movement and came to the outside of the dungeon. Congratulations on reaching the hidden area. Su Bei was silent. In front of him, there was endless darkness, accompanied by a strange breathing rhythm, and even the ground was shaking. Congratulations on clearing the level. The screen disappeared. At this point, the game ended. Su Bei returned to the entrance of the dungeon. In front of him, the clearance treasure box slowly opened and popped out a poker card. Spade K, remember the way to pass the level you saw. It is the only way for you to survive. It is a bit confusing. But Subei seems to have figured out one thing. This is a dungeon created by the god of fairies. And the thief also participated in the production. No wonder it looks so much like a product of Blue Star. In other words, the thief believes that if you want to survive the end, both the hero and the devil are indispensable. But why did this news go to such great lengths to be passed to Subei? Does this mean that fate and wisdom have serious differences in their views on this point of view? So serious that fate can observe it as long as this topic is involved. And the last scene. What was the terrifying breath heard at the end? Knowing more, he was more confused, which made Subei very irritated. At this time, he saw wings flashing in front of him, and a foot as thick as 2 fingers shot towards Subei's eyes. And then the feather pen roared angrily, I told you not to cut the elf fairy. Do you want to blaspheme? Idiot! Chapter 353 The Second Game. Green Empire. Elf Palace. Jasmine wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled slightly. But her smile was a little more bitter than at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, she had no way to defeat Luminera. This was the answer Jasmine had to come to after persisting for half an hour. It's just a hair's breadth. Do you still want to try? Lumina stretched out her hand. A gap opened between her thumb and index finger, and gestured to Jasmine. Jasmine shook her head and said easily, It's enough. Thank you, Sister Luminera. Luminera nodded, looking at Jasmine with an unusually fluctuating gaze, and said calmly, You have the potential to become a demigod, or even higher, but I don't recommend you to become a demigod. Jasmine was puzzled, but soon her body trembled again. Her eyes dimmed visibly, and even her hair was listless. Is it Duz who doesn't allow it? Well, Duz allows the old party of Fran to live, but does not allow anyone from the old party of Fran to become a demigod. This is a kind of check and balance. Lumina said calmly. The principal of Winter Academy was once a demigod of the Holy Light Church. This is the right he fought for with his life by destroying his own demigod foundation and forcibly incorporating it into the second rule detonation field when the rules are stable. Now, the news that Sven has become a demigod has been released. So he is homeless and can never return to Duz. Not only that, he will be hunted down by the demigods of Duz. And it will never stop. There is only one possibility to stop the hunt. And that is that Sven is completely killed and his life is cut off. If you are promoted to a demigod, the situation will be the same. If the demigod cannot kill you, there are more powerful and ancient beings in the Duz royal family. Luminera calmly recounted a piece of unknown past history. But Jasmine clenched her fists after hearing the truth. If Jasmine is promoted to a demigod, will Sister Luminera help? Jasmine lowered her head and smiled slightly, and it was difficult to see her expression. Luminera was stunned. She gently brushed her hair, tilted the bangs in front of her eyes to the back of her right ear, and said lightly, If you don't take the initiative to attack Duz, I won't care. Because of the position, I won't help you either. Whether you can survive depends on your ability. Luminera said so, but her eyes flashed slightly, and she carefully looked at the expression on Jasmine's face. Is that so? Jasmine raised her head slightly, nodded, and smiled sweetly. At this moment, the hair on her head stood up straight, fluttering in the wind, like a thriving sapling. Jasmine will be promoted to a demigod. She will become stronger step by step, until no one in Duz can do anything to Jasmine. Jasmine will build a city where the elders of Fran can live. Give all the old party members of Fran a new safe haven. In this way, Sister Luminera will not care? There was a long silence. Luminera nodded and said calmly, Good luck to you. Jasmine lost. She left the elf palace without looking back, looked up at the sun, and fell into confusion. Confused about the future life and the truth in the future. So, are there some things that cannot be achieved even if you try hard? If the Demon King will eventually fight with the hero, but Jasmine can't defeat Sister Luminera no matter what. Is there any need to try hard? Is it really a good choice to fight for a goal that cannot be achieved for a lifetime? No. Jasmine will only feel that she is not working hard enough. So you have to work harder next time. Stupid Jasmine. Come on. Jasmine patted her cheeks, cheered up, and set off again towards hope and the rising sun. Go! Gluttony shouted. On this day, Jasmine and Luminera decided the winner. Luminera's position at the top of the Tenju list was unshakable. Even the old demigods could not underestimate this rising supernova. And Jasmine, on this day, gradually came into the public eye and was ranked 97th on the Tianjia list by Xianzalin. Everyone was shocked. Although the 97th place seemed low, the gold content of this ranking was extremely high, because it was the battle strength list of the geniuses below the demigod level. In other words, according to the observation of Master Lin, there were only 96 intelligent species below the demigod level that could defeat Jasmine. This was a battle strength that was close to that of legendary creatures. Jasmine was like a meteorite, crashing into everyone's sight with an unstoppable momentum, causing turmoil in Duz. For a time, the quasi-Gions who were not on the list in Duz came out one after another and implemented the arrest plan for Jasmine. In the Abbott family, a newcomer came out of the Duke of Kildare's mansion. I will kill her and successfully enter the Tianji combat power list. Who is in favor, and who is against? It is said that he is a messenger from the sky, and his battles never fall to the ground. His name is Calvin Kildare, and he is the 17th son of Kildare. Calvin transplanted the wings of the legendary creature Frostbone Dragon, and has the ability to impact the Tianji combat power list at any time. But he thinks his ranking is not ideal, so he has never been on the list. He was given a unique title by the world, the Messenger of Deathwing, the Lord of the Sky, Green Empire, Fairy Forest, October 15th, the night of the full moon. By the time Su Bei left the dungeon, 3 days had passed. On the way to the second game venue, Su Bei got information from the Goblin's gossip, and got the latest news from the Elf Palace. Jasmine lost, and it was said that it was a big blow. She left the Elf Palace without even receiving the reward, saying that she wanted to explore the secret realm and continue to improve her strength and explore the rules. And there is a birdman who said he wanted to challenge Jasmine, take off her head, and hang it around his waist as a medal to warn all the old French party. This news was a bit explosive, so Su Bei couldn't help but pay more attention to it, and find out the complete information about this birdman. Quasi-demigod, quasi-legendary biological combat power, the messenger who dominates the sky. He is rushing to the Elf Palace. Su Bei thought about it, and couldn't help frowning. He looked at the disabled feather pen, and was about to speak. Suddenly he paused, and stopped the action for some unknown reason. For some reason, there was a force controlling Su Bei, making him involuntarily avoid any action that might expose Li Lizi's vest. Could it be the power of some law? Without much entanglement, Su Bei then took out the omniscient code from his pocket, and sent a short message to Li Lizi on the address book. Su Bei, please help pay attention. Li Lizi, pay attention to what? Li Lizi, and I must warn you once. Don't steal my cake in the future. Otherwise you will suffer. Su Bei, Birdman. After using the pair, Su Bei closed the book. This skillful action made the feather pen narrow his eyes, and his chest rose and fell violently with anger. The feather pen was flying around Su Bei's neck, grinding his teeth hard, considering whether to bite Su Bei hard, so that he would know what would happen if he threw it away after using it. At least listen to what others say. Bastard. But when the feather pen thought of the situation after flying over and kicking that night, it stopped moving again, and could only sulk by itself. If you look closely, you can see that Feather Pen has tears in his eyes, and a face full of grief and anger. His right foot is wrapped in bandages, and he is limping in the air. It is hard to imagine what Feather Pen went through that night. Su Bei didn't notice Feather Pen's movements at all. He continued to digest the news he had heard in his mind, smelled the faint jasmine scent on his windbreaker, and calmly gave his blessing. I hope it's okay. It's not okay at all. You bastard. You little idiot. You idiot. The Feather Pen kept muttering behind Su Bei, ignoring the Feather Pen's complaints. Su Bei put down his thoughts, and began to recall the previous dungeon game. Although the game was rough, the ending was also weird, and the settings were not perfect. The message the game wanted to convey was not wrong. But this exposed a very important problem. Is the power of the hero and the devil more important? Or is the meaning represented by the hero and the devil more important? If only power is needed, perhaps Su Bei can steal the authority of the hero as long as he can draw the holy sword. The question is whether it can be pulled out. But if Luminera and Jasmine need to work together, it will be very troublesome for Su Bei. As we all know, it is impossible for a hero and a demon king to reconcile, unless Su Bei has the power to face his fate. Can he do it? Su Bei thought about it, and frowned unconsciously. Unconsciously, Su Bei followed the Feather Pen to the second playground. The second playground is inside the fairy spirit temple. When passing by the door of the temple, the fairy guarding it was still sleeping soundly. But there was no expression of surprise on the face of the feather pen. This is not normal in any church or temple. But this is the demon spirit temple. And existence is reasonable. So everything is reasonable. The two entered the interior of the demon spirit temple. And Su Bei was stunned again. And was shocked by the abstractness of the demon again. As we all know, the statues enshrined in all temples and churches are the gods of their respective beliefs. And the sculptures have no facial features. Because the gods cannot be looked at directly. But compared with the sculptures of other temples, the ideas of the demon spirit temple are still too advanced. Because there was no statue on the steps where she was offering sacrifices. Only a platform. There were 2 sentences written on it. Just offer sacrifices. As for what to offer, don't ask. Just offer sacrifices. The greatness of the fairy god needs no further explanation. Seeing this, Realizy, who observed this scene through the feather pen, nodded, and was once again impressed by the greatness of another self. What kind of mental state could allow the perfect, gentle, knowledgeable and sensible wisdom in Realizy's mind to disguise as the extremely abstract and extremely contrasting fairy god? They are totally different types. You still need to read more and learn more. Life is a process of continuous exploration and progress. Realizy swallowed the small cake prepared by the Duchess of Gloucester in one gulp. While doing her homework, she squinted her eyes and watched Su Bei. Rain or shine, Su Bei and the feather pen stopped in front of the steps. Under Su Bei's extremely surprised gaze, the feather pen walked straight forward and lay down on the steps. It laid down where the statue should stay. Great fairy god, I am your most pious and loyal follower. The quill pen. At your request, I brought a little fool who was just fooled. I beg you to stop playing games and give this guy a little fairy shock. Buzz, at this moment, there is no time to pay attention to the nonsense of the quill pen. Su Bei suddenly widened his eyes, feeling the sudden evil wind behind him pushing him to the steps. And then the door behind him, click, moved and closed heavily. Dong. After a while, the goblin guard, who was awakened by the sound of the door closing, rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door to check the movement inside. Strange. Someone obviously heard the movement. Why is there no one? Could it be that another unlucky person was tricked by the feather pen to participate in the game? No matter. The time for playing badly is not over yet. Continue to sleep. There was no one at the door. And even the sound of wind did not pass through this place. The door was closed again by the goblin guard. Few people noticed the flash of light on the steps. In a different space. Is there any problem with the hidden location of this game? Su Bei shook his swollen and painful brain and sat up from the ground. Of course. The fairies' game place is hidden anywhere. There is nothing we fairies can't do except what you can't imagine. It can be seen that the feather pen is not the first time to experience this game. So there is no sequelae. And it is flying around Su Bei with full energy. The second game is called Doomsday Attack. Every adventurer who asks the goblins to form a group will go through this game. So this game is also used to test the popularity of the goblins. By the way, I'm currently ranked first this year, having participated in it 24 times in total. That means I've played this game 24 times in a year. And I'm sick of it. As he spoke, the feather pen beside him had already entered a fully armed posture. I saw the feather pen wearing goggles and holding a thickened and enlarged Gatling gun made by the goblins, and was on guard against something everywhere. Hearing this, Su Bei frowned. When he played the game Fantasy World, he had not participated in this game. There is only one possibility. In other words, this game also involves some unspeakable secrets that cannot be revealed in the game. This made Su Bei more serious and asked one more question. Do I need to pay attention to anything? No need to pay attention to anything. There are no rules for surviving the apocalypse. You just need to find ways to survive. Only after passing the first level can you unlock the subsequent plot. The information provided by the feather pen is very interesting. And it reveals a key message. There are no rules for surviving the apocalypse. In other words, this is a real simulation of the apocalypse. Not a game. What is the content of the first level? Look! Su Bei looked up, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Meteorites. Meteorites covering the sky and the earth. Meteorites covering the entire earth and the sky. This is the end of the simulation after 7 years. Chapter 354, the third game. Meteorites. Meteorites covered the sky. Dust rolled up into the sky. and the blue sky suddenly turned deep red, revealing a dead silence around. The whole world was dim, except for the lack of wailing of all living beings. This was no different from the future that Su-Bei finally witnessed. But it was different. In the game, players can never become demigods. After entering the 6th level, players only have levels and realms, but cannot obtain any demigod-level abilities, and cannot even expand their domains and release rules. The subsequent upgrade is just a process of stacking values. In other words, the player's strength can still become stronger and stronger, and even crush the demigod with terrifying magic reserves. But he can never master the rules. Without the support of quality, the size of the quantity will not play a decisive role in the later stage. This caused Su-Bei to not last more than one round in front of the end. Just a meteorite fell and smashed Su-Bei's data package. So what now? Su-Bei put the long hat on the head of the feather pen. The long hat just covered the entire upper body of the feather pen, just revealing a pair of legs that were at a loss, and kept tossing in the air. Hey, what's going on? I can't see the spicy. I can't see the spicy. The meteorite was falling at a very fast speed. At the same time, Su-Bei's terrible 3rd level power was released. And at the same time, the 3rd level inscription system was activated. The moment the charm was activated, the death rules poured into Su-Bei's limbs and bones like a tide, dyeing Su-Bei black. At the same time as the magic power exploded, the life rules flowed in Su-Bei's body like blood. So Su-Bei began to glow again. The surroundings began to fall into disorder and collapse, surrounding Su-Bei in a large camouflage circle with a radius of 5 meters. This is the domain unfolding. Su-Bei didn't know what the domain was called. After all, this was a brand new domain that had never been seen before. After thinking about it, Su-Bei named it Colorful Light Bulb with his superb naming skills. Because at this moment, Su-Bei was really cool. The green light and dim light on his body flashed in waves, like a large light bulb, emitting extremely dazzling brilliance. At this moment, Su-Bei looked up calmly in the posture of a colorful light bulb. The meteorite was approaching. It fell closer, and sparks of fire appeared around the meteorite for no reason, burning the air. It only took a blink of an eye for the meteorite to enlarge in sight and fall down. The meteorite fell to the ground. The ground shattered silently, and then a roar burst out instantly. The ground began to make intermittent loud noises. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The meteorite smashed through the earth, crashing into the land with an unstoppable momentum, destroying all the houses and buildings on the ground. This level destroys the faith of the gods. The untimely words of the feather pen sounded, as if it was some kind of hint. Su-Bei was stunned. Only when it is close at hand can Su-Bei see the specific size of a meteorite. A colorful light bulb with a radius of 5 meters is not small, but there is still a big gap between it and a meteorite. Just like the size difference between a feather pen and a pear, there is also a gap between the two Lolita, about 3 or 4 times. But only the size and power are not enough to smash Su-Bei, a player, into a data packet. So, is there any other power hidden in the meteorite? What is it? Su-Bei stretched out his hand towards the meteorite that was hitting him. The death rule was disintegrating the power of the meteorite, and the life rule was taking away the kinetic energy of the meteorite. When the meteorite fell on his head, it had completely stopped rotating, and the falling speed was getting slower and slower. Like a powerless lily stepping into the cream layer, she gradually lost the power to resist, and was completely wrapped by the cream layer. A meteorite stopped and was dragged by Su-Bei with one hand. From a distance, it looked like a little man holding up an island with one hand. Then, something strange happened. The meteorite rotated unnaturally in his hand, and as it rotated, a huge eye was aimed at Su-Bei, bending a mocking arc. At Su-Bei's palm, the meteorite cracked, as if it opened its bloody mouth and bit Su-Bei. Crack. Instantly, fire burst out from the mouth of the meteorite, and the fierce sunlight, wrapped in strong rules, wanted to burn and destroy Su-Bei's colorful light bulb and completely dissolve it. Su-Bei was stunned. How could this be a meteorite? This is a monster. At this moment, the power released by the meteorite is a certain rule that Su-Bei is very familiar with. Big Sun. This is the power of pollution control Meluchina. Su-Bei frowned. Each meteorite carries with it the power of rules. When the kinetic energy is large enough, and the speed is fast enough, these infinite meteorites can indeed destroy 90% of the life on the original continent. But where do meteorites come from? Su Bei looked up at the sky and cast a probing gaze. Click, click, click. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and his eyes moved to the right. The biting sound continued to sound on his right hand. As Su Bei cast his eyes, he saw that the meteorite also fell into a moment of stagnation, and its movements paused slightly, like a kitten caught stealing food. It can be seen that Su Bei did not move. The meteorite opened its mouth in front of Su Bei's interview, biting Su Bei's arm tentatively and moving upwards, while Su Bei was still sitting and waiting to die. The burning rules in its mouth were brewing and bursting, trying to eat a bite of the charcoal grill big hand. Bang! Su Bei punched the meteorite in the belly and shattered it instantly. Something strange happened. There was no splashing of gravel, and the meteorite disappeared out of thin air. It was a physical object in texture, but it was also an energy body. It seemed to be a rule-made object, but the rules contained were very superficial. I can't tell what species it is. Is this the truth about the doomsday? If it's just this level, it doesn't seem to matter. Before he finished speaking, meteorites fell again. Boom, boom, boom. The second wave of meteorites fell. Su Bei looked up and cast his eyes to the top of the sky, wanting to find out what was going on. Behind him, Quill Pen, who had taken off his long hat at some point, grabbed Su Bei and said hurriedly, "Don't go. This is a doomsday survival game. If you survive 3 waves, the first level will be over." Su Bei hesitated for a moment, and at this moment, the second wave of meteor showers ended. One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave rises. Then, the third wave of meteor showers fell again. Looking around, the ground was densely packed with meteorite craters, and all the flowers, plants and trees withered. If there were intelligent species in the simulated world, how could they survive in this doomsday? But what was the reason for the meteorite attack? Su Bei had no time to think. The sky suddenly burst into bright sunlight, and then the meteorites on the ground lit up one by one, and all the meteorites were ignited at once, and terrifying energy rose inside the meteorites. This meteorite is a chain bomb. Su Bei quickly waved his left hand. Boom! Su Bei's eyes turned white, and he could not see anything. He could only hear the explosion of the earth tearing apart in his ears. The sound continued to resound, destroying everything. Su Bei frowned, still a little confused, as if he had a feeling. The sound of the feather pen sounded again. The second level destroyed the original civilization. This is not like a natural disaster. This should be caused by man. Or it can be said that it was caused by gods. In other words, is this the advent of the evil god? The white light faded, and the world darkened. The heavens chain that surrounded Su Bei slowly dispersed, revealing Su Bei, who was protected by the chain, and the feather pen held in Su Bei's arms. Su Bei glanced at the heavens chain calmly. Even the heavens chain, which was indestructible, had a charred black outer ring, as if it had suffered some damage. In Su Bei's arms, the feather pen continued to state in a strange tone, "Life has been destroyed. Faith has been destroyed. And the power of the gods has been weakened to the bottom. They are coming." The clear explanation cleared up Su Bei's doubts. "Is this the truth about the end?" Su Bei asked. Feather Pen blinked and laughed. "What end?" Feather Pen doesn't know. This is just a doomsday survival game. Su Bei nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a simple matter that the evil god broke through Jinsokyo, descended on the original continent, and caused the world to be destroyed? If that was the case, wouldn't it be better to kill the evil god? Although the difficulty is still very high, it still doesn't seem to be high. The main reason is that the mysterious factor is lost, which makes the finality lower. It's just like this. Wouldn't it be nice to become a god? Su Bei murmured. Really? The feather pen suddenly said, pointing to the sky. That sun. You have to look carefully. That is a simulation left by the fairy god. It will only appear once. You won't see it next time. Su Bei looked up and suddenly felt a great fear. He felt like he was falling into an ice cellar and his body was cold. Which one is the sun that is falling? It is an angel who looks down on the world with clear eyes, like a goddess descending from the earth. It is Elena. Su Bei's mind is completely confused. The sky and the earth are bright. The scene in front of him is replaced. Congratulations on passing the level. At this time, a poker card slowly falls. J of Spades. I have been searching for thousands of years, but I still don't know what the purpose of the holy light is, and who she is. Su Bei sat on the steps of the statue and was silent for a long time. Still confused. Big Sun. Elena. Meteorite. Doomsday. There are quite a few nouns that are linked to each other. But how these 4 words are linked together is completely unknown to Su Bei. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Especially the shock brought by Elena's appearance is no less than a rape on Su Bei's head. As if Su Bei was eating a meal, and the half-eaten cake in front of him suddenly turned into a curled-up loli, making Su Bei unable to eat or even complain, and began to doubt what the cake he had eaten before was. If the game Fantasy World gave Su Bei a deep understanding of the surface world of the original continent, then these games opened the door to the inner world for Su Bei, and revealed a strange connection about the demigod for Su Bei. The more you know, the more questions you have. The more questions you have, the less you know. Solve one mystery, and several more will follow. The more you know, the less you know. This sentence always accompanies Su Bei, leaving him confused and puzzled. Beside him, the feather pen smiled heartlessly, flying around the steps, and from time to time sat by the steps, stealing the tributes offered by the fairies to the fairy god, and making a crisp sound. Suddenly, the feather pen slapped Su Bei's shoulder. Oh, don't think too much. It's just a game. Su Bei was stunned, then sighed, retracted his thoughts, and nodded. Okay. Despite this answer, Su Bei still decided on one thing, to find a way to meet Elena. Su Bei thought so. Slowly stood up, picked up the feather pen and quickly said, "Next game." At this moment, Su Bei couldn't wait to know more secrets. More secrets. He was absolutely sure that these games were the clues left for him. The feather pen that was eating secretly stopped its hand in a daze, opened its eyes and blinked, looked at Su Bei in disbelief, and couldn't help saying, "You are so fierce. You haven't rested after playing 2 games in a row? Even if you don't rest, I still need to rest. I just slept today. Anyway, I didn't sleep enough. Don't disturb me secretly. I want to sleep." As he said, the feather pen lay down in front of Su Bei carelessly, and curled up on the plate for worshipping the statue. At first glance, it looked like a plate of emergency food. Su Bei didn't say much, just sat quietly beside him, and continued to think alone. Where is Elena at this moment? Wild Continent. Elena and Xiaomi Zhou formed a temporary team, and just returned from the underground cave in the dungeon. At the same time, the team name of the Iris Adventure Group appeared at the top of the second line of the 50th floor of the latest clearance ranking list of the underground cave. The 2 code names above were Anonymous and Anonymous. And in the third line above the Iris Adventure Group, the words of the 5 brave adventure groups were particularly eye-catching. The name is on the list and given a title. This is a special treatment for clearing the 50th floor of the dungeon. At this moment, the 2 walked side by side, and Elena couldn't help asking, "Strange. The adventure group founded by Her Royal Highness the Princess is called the Brave Adventure Group. Why is it that our temporary group is shown as the Iris Adventure Group?" Xiaomi Zhou glanced at Elena, drank the porridge silently, and asked, "You? Ask me? Who should I ask?" Seeing Xiaomi Zhou's ignorance, Elena sighed heavily. "That's why I said let us remain anonymous. I always feel that it would be bad if Luminera knew this. There's something fishy going on," Xiaomi Zhou said bluntly. "Don't you have any?" "You stupid cat." Elena glared at Xiaomi Zhou. Squeak! Xiaomi Zhou bared his teeth and roared back, but soon fell silent. It was indeed a bit strange. This feeling was similar to when you were in love with someone, and suddenly realized that you had been married without knowing when. What's the difference between this and an extramarital affair? And it's openly to timing. In the Adventurers Association, this would be blacklisted. The problem is that the 2 of them have no impression of this. This puzzled Elena. Just a few days ago, they had just persuaded Fulian to surrender, and were waiting for Luminera to return to form a complete adventure group and start the process of defeating the Demon King. While Fulian was packing up and preparing, Elena, who was bored, took Xiaomi Zhou to brush the dungeon and happened to discover this extremely strange scene. So Elena, like a thief, hid her title with Xiaomi Zhou, who didn't care about anything, and tried to get away with it. Did you make a mistake? Let's find a chance to go to the Adventurers Association and ask. Secretly, Elena whispered softly. Unconsciously, the golden light in her pupils was looming, and even her black hair kept glowing golden, like a god. Green Empire. Fairy Forest. Su Bei followed the feather pen to the third playground. In front of him was an amusement park with complete facilities. Made by goblins. Solid and reliable. Featherpin pointed at the amusement park and shouted loudly. Go. After working hard for several days, I can finally relax. The third game is to play with Featherpin for a whole day. Featherpin raised his hand and cheered. And even Leezy in the omniscient code raised his hand. It's so hot. Leezy also wants to have fun. I'm so tired these days. My hands are about to break from doing homework. Subei was stunned. Chapter 355 An Invitation Letter. The amusement park has complete facilities, which is no different from what Subei remembered. However, the goblin administrator here is listless and looks even less energetic than Subei imagined. If you have to say, it is probably because they can't make money? After all, fairies never enter the amusement park through the main gate. They rely on flying. At the beginning, some fairies would take the initiative to pay, but most of them were just playing around. So where would they save money? Over time, the fairies developed a habit. You don't pay? Then I won't pay either? Did you get caught for free today? What do you mean you got caught? You are the shame of the goblins. You ask me? The weather is really nice today. This behavior directly led to the originally hardworking and greedy goblins starting their current rotten life, turning a blind eye to the goblins coming in and out of the amusement park. In summary, the Featherpin concluded, how can consumption be as good as free? The Featherpin said so, and started a pleasant journey to the amusement park. I want to turn on the real body feeling and enjoy the happy time. In the kingdom of wisdom. Leezy cheered and shouted loudly. Unlike Leezy, Subei thought that time was a little tight. But looking at the Featherpin, I'm afraid it won't end until I have enough fun. After thinking about it, Subei sent a text message to Leezy and asked, Subei, if I take you to an amusement park, how long would you like to play? Leezy, what? Leezy didn't go to the amusement park. But if you insist, I won't stop until I've played all the games 10 times. Leezy, but you ask me why. I didn't go to the amusement park. I didn't play secretly. Subei closed the book, looked at the amusement park with hundreds of games, and sighed. In this case, we can only speed up artificially and shorten the game time. In this way, Subei's journey of abusing and humiliating children began. Shooting range. Wait. Why can you shoot 50 rings? Why? You cheated? In the God of Wisdom. Leezy shouted in a broken defense. I let you have one round. But this one isn't fun. Let's change it. Quillpen shook his head coldly. Okay. Subei responded calmly. Roller coaster. No. It's too fast. Slow down. I'm going to vomit. I can't stand it, In the God of Wisdom. Leezy was holding the omniscient code and vomiting and diarrhea. Vomiting all the small cakes she had eaten this morning. And made a bowl of rice paste. Featherpin remained silent. Although his face was pale, he still managed to snort coldly. Glanced at Subei, who was looking at him, and said arrogantly, What? Do you think this speed can stump me? Ugh. Stump me? Continue? Subei asked calmly. No. This one is not fun either. Let's change to another one. As he said this, Featherpin covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from spitting out the tribute he had just stolen. Subei said nothing and secretly turned the roller coaster to the maximum power. Merry-go-round. Hey. This is easy. Wait. Why is it moving automatically? Why is it spinning? What is it going to do? I'm going to vomit. Leezy held the omniscient code. Her eyes were full of mosquito coils, and she kept circling around, as if she saw her dead grandmother. Still playing? Subei asked politely. Featherpin was dizzy, and stars were already appearing in his eyes. Fun. Love to play. Subei frowned, thinking that the dizziness he secretly applied to the head of the Featherpin had no effect. So he pinched a top-heavy skill again. No. Ugh. Hurry up. Next one. Rapids. This is my favorite rapids. I will never lose to you. Leezy gritted her teeth and shouted. Let me show you how good I am. Quillpen looked proud, with his head held high and his hands on his waist. Very arrogant, as if he had escaped from his previous sadness. Subei nodded, secretly scratched the kayak of Quillpen, and let the air out. Wait. Something's wrong. It's falling down. It's weird. Leezy screamed loudly. Half a day passed. After Subei's efforts, Featherpin finally gave up the desire to play. Lilizi's waist, which had been bent all day, was completely broken. In the kingdom of wisdom, Lilizi lay on her stomach, with her legs supported on the floating codex of omniscience, and her head hanging down in the air. She said weakly, "Strange. So strange. Why can't I find the fun of playing games before? Could it be that Lilizi has really grown up?" When thinking of this terrible fact, Lilizi's hands began to tremble while doing homework. She couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths and fell into silence for a long time. Green Empire. Fairy Forest. The Featherpin seemed to have lost its soul, lowering its head listlessly, following Subei step by step. Subei also lowered his head, writing in the blue book, and asked Lilizi about the route to Jinsokyo. Subei, how to get there conveniently. Lilizi, gift. Keep it. I spent a lot of effort to get it. This is your entry certificate. Ruriko, as for the route, the best way to get to Jinsokyo is through the space teleportation arrays of the major families. Ruriko, but your identity is quite sensitive, so you can only choose the most primitive fairy. Ruriko, the sea is very dangerous. That is the most superficial area for human exploration. For humans, more than half of the sea area is unknown, and there are even pets raised by some gods. Ruriko, by the way, thank the great Ruriko-sama for me. I spent a lot of effort on the entry certificate. Lilizi, ? Lilizi, I have read it but I don't reply. Is there something on your mind? Lilizi, angry. In the kingdom of the god of wisdom, Lilizi was furious, holding a piece of paper in both hands, intending to let Subei taste the evil of society. At this time, a hand rushed in from the omniscient code and grabbed the paper. Lilizi used all her strength, and Subei reached out and took out a piece of paper from the omniscient code, and pulled it out from Lilizi's fingertips with difficulty. A piece of blue and white striped paper looks like an invitation. Close the book and open the invitation. Letter of recommendation from Grand Mage Dorian, Honorary Professor of the Mage Tower. Content, dear old friend, Mr. Francisco Mailspin. I am Dorian. It has been a long time since we last met, and I even miss you. To express my longing, I plan to let my student Sue visit you, have friendly exchanges with you, and enhance our friendship. Signature, Dorian Gray? Subei narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to see this conspicuous name more clearly. Wait, Dorian Gray? Isn't this Grand Mage Dorian Gray, who often shows his presence? Jasmine, former master? How did Lilizi get in touch with him? Subei was confused again and again. Chapter 356. One look will explode. However, the confusion only lasted for a few breaths. Subei quickly put his thoughts on sailing and began to look for the nearest Adventurers Association. As we all know, when you are in doubt, just go to the Adventurers Association. No matter what confusion you have, they can always provide various solutions. Of course, it is also useful to find fairies. They can also help. Don't worry about whether it can help, but it can help. Thinking about it, Subei shook his head and glanced at the Featherpin, asking, how can I get to Jinsokyo conveniently? Hearing this, the Featherpin rolled its eyes and raised its index finger. Hey, I have a brilliant idea. Listen to me. Subei was stunned. The solution is indeed a good one. The specific solution is to let Subei go to the Science and Technology City, find the goblin leader to steal a ship with a large displacement, and then hire a ship of goblins as crew members. As for how to steal the Featherpin, that is what Subei has to do. Subei felt that the first half of the proposal was feasible, so he nodded. To be honest, he has not tried to steal anything big. I hope it works. But before that, Subei still has to go to the Adventurers Association. After all, the proposal of letting fairies as crew members in the second half is something Subei cannot accept. He can't imagine where their ship will go if fairies are crew members. So Subei set off and went to the Adventurers Association, which is closest to the fairy forest, to start the idea of recruiting team members. On the way, Subei and Lilizi asked about the latest news about the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association has been particularly lively recently. It is said that the internal management of the association has caused a great turmoil in the membership of the association in order to whitewash a person who has betrayed 3 times. It is said that the true eye detected that this person is gifted and is a follower of the God of Wind. His name is Feng Makis, and he ranks 19th on the Tianji combat power list. It is said that this person has the qualifications to become a god, and his combat power is equal to that of legendary creatures. He is a natural protagonist, and is no less than the hero. It is impossible to verify whether the news is true or not. But many people have begun to boycott the Adventurers Association and have left the organization. Even several Diamond-level Adventure Group leaders were dissatisfied and forcibly disbanded the Adventure Group, saying that they would establish a new organization to boycott the Adventurers Association. In this regard, Featherpen couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" Su Bei shook his head and gave an ambiguous answer. "I don't understand." 3 days later, the two came to the Adventurers Association on a cloudless night. Getting closer, Su Bei could still hear Caitlin standing in front of the Adventurers Association saying, "To the stars and the sea. Welcome to the Adventurers Association." But her tone sounded a lot weaker. It seems that Caitlin has been tortured recently. Just standing calmly can exude a full of resentment. "Hello. What can I do for you too? Please help me put up the commission." A-level mission. Su Bei stretched out his hand and gestured. It can be seen that Su Bei is now much more comfortable talking to unfamiliar people. As time goes by, the signs of social phobia in Su Bei gradually disappear. "Good adventurer. What are the contents and rewards?" Caitlin asked in a formulaic way. "The title is to sail to Jinsokyo. Recruit crew members, and you can sign up for various positions. The rewards are: the reward is that I will help him complete the same level of tasks. If he is satisfied with the results, he will come on board to help." Caitlin was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook her head, stretched out a hand and pointed it towards Su Bei, and declined politely. "Don't joke, guest. This is not an A-level commission. The Sea of Ruins in the center of the sea is a mandatory non-exit dungeon, and few people can find the exit from it. And there are traces of mythical creatures appearing in that sea area. And there are even a lot of relics of the war between gods. The most important thing is that it is said that gods were buried there. According to recent data, many demigods have been buried in that sea area recently. This is an extremely dangerous commission in the S level. Excuse me, if you position it as A level, no one will accept your commission." Su Bei was stunned and said calmly, "Then change it to S level." Caitlin was also stunned, frowned, and said in disbelief, "Are you sure? Issuing this task means that you need to complete one or even several S-level commissions first. S-level commissions are not the same as those before S-level. This is a very difficult commission that may easily involve gods or demons." Su Bei nodded. "Publish it. It can only be done this way." After all, Su Bei has no idea how to sail. If he sets sail alone, he will probably have to drift on the sea for the remaining 7 years. By the time he drifts to Jinsokyo, the meteorite will have fallen. The difficulty of S-level commissions is too high. Even the Adventurers Association will find it difficult to find adventurers who meet your requirements in a short time. And Caitlin doesn't have the authority to commission an S-level commission. You need to go to the cabinet to register. "Sir, please come this way." Su Bei nodded and followed Caitlin into the cabinet. Unfamiliar path. Familiar room. Su Bei entered the room and saw that very special eye again. The 7th in the angel sequence. The angel of truth. The eye of truth. This eye is probably still a sub-eye. This eye brought much less pressure to Su Bei. And it can even be said that it was almost gone. It no longer brought Su Bei a huge pressure like the first time. "Hello. Sir. Relax and look directly into this eye." Su Bei looked, looking into the eyes of truth. "Okay. I've finished recording. I report the commission to you right away. By the way, guest, what is the name of your adventure group? Please take out your Adventure Association ring, and I register it here. If you lose it, get a new one." Su Bei said calmly. "Okay. Please come here." After the two of them left the room. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Click. At first there was no change. But then the blood vessels in the eyes of the true eye bulged. And with a click, the eyeball suddenly bulged, like the eyes of a dead carp, almost squeezing out of the wall. With a bang, the eye exploded instantly. At the same time, on a certain island on the sea Indus, at the headquarters of the Adventurer Association, the true eye, which had not opened its eyes for a long time, suddenly opened its eyes wide, revealing an extremely panicked feeling in its eyes. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell did I see? You want to destroy me? You want to destroy me? What are you? You are a person who should not exist. You are a destiny that cannot be chosen. I am finished. I am finished. I am finished. I am the one of fate. But I saw traces of life. I also saw death, wisdom, and so on. It seems that there is more. No. I must forget. I must forget. I can't live under the hands of these big men. They have long wanted to control me. I want to run away from home. Before that, I have to do something. I must do something. As he spoke, the pupil of the true eye suddenly exploded, gushing out golden blood, which filled the entire room, driving countless adventurers crazy. On this day, the Adventurers Association headquarters lost the true eye, and everyone could only see an eyeball flying high, scattering golden blood along the way, and then gradually disappearing. The Adventurers Association was in complete chaos, and they all looked for the reason why the true angel ran away from home. No one knew that it was just because he looked at Su Bei, because some people will explode if they look at them. Chapter 357 Calvin's Arrival. The process of reissuing the Adventure Association ring was somewhat tortuous, mainly because the Iris Adventure Group had registered this ID before. But Caitlin had no impression of it. The subsequent procedures were quite complicated and troublesome. Fortunately, the result of the reissuance was good, and Su Bei got the new ring without any trouble. It seems that the rules of life erasure seem to be traceable. It simply deletes the connection between lives. But the connection between life and objects still exists. Did the life do it on purpose? Or is his authority limited to this? Su Bei could not come up with an answer for the time being, and put the question behind him, turning his head to look at the feather pen. What? The feather pen trembled, as if it had a bad premonition. Join the group. Su Bei put out the contract, which was also a lifelong contract. The contract locked the soul, which meant that as long as the contract was signed, Su Bei could keep track of Li Lizi's movements at any time. However, Su Bei still overestimated the binding force of the contract, or underestimated the fairy's ability to cheat. There may be many reasons, but the result is certain. The ring only shows the location of the feather pen. In other words, the effect of position determination is invalid for Li Lizi. Su Bei sighed, but did not delve into it. After all, it was just a demigod creature, so it was not surprising that Su Bei could not lock Li Lizi. Well, you finally got your wish to team up with me, the feather pen said proudly with his hands on his waist. You should feel lucky. When a fairy appears in your team, it means that a fairy appears in your team. This is a supreme honor. You're right. Although he said this, Su Bei didn't even look at the feather pen. After confirming that the commission was posted on the commission area, Su Bei asked about the latest hot news on the Adventure Association ring and nodded. He immediately rushed in a certain direction. Hey, where are you going again? Aren't you going to discuss it with the great feather pen? Su Bei shook his head and replied lightly. To the tavern. What? You are so bold that you dare to lure me to drink? Feather pen frowned, thought for a moment, and then changed the subject and continued, but then again. It's not that I can't try it. After all, I've never drunk alcohol before. A tavern. The largest tavern in the fairy forest. No matter which country. As long as you go to the Green Empire through the teleportation array, you will definitely pass by this place. The tavern is called the Dwarf Tavern, which is easy to pronounce. And the business is extremely hot, often full of guests. And today, here welcomed a particularly distinguished guest, Deathwing Calvin Kildare. As everyone knows, the Abbott family of Dews has a complete set of methods for monster limb transplantation. And the Duke of Kildare has a case of transplanting legendary creature limbs. Even though Kildare's publicly announced transplant rate is only 15%, countless people have been fascinated by it, leaving behind countless legendary quotes that are regarded as classics. Someone will succeed. Why not you? How do you know if you don't try? What if you succeed? To succeed, go crazy first and rush in regardless of everything. As a result, every time the core heir of the Abbott family was born, many local adventurers would come to visit. Moreover, Calvin was the direct descendant of the Duke of Kildare. Today was no exception. Calvin's arrival directly led to the abnormally busy business of the Dwarf Tavern, with the customer flow several times higher than before, and the tavern service system was directly paralyzed. There were many adventurers scrambling to pay the bill, and the boss counted the money until his hands cramped. So he didn't care who paid or not. Whenever a customer came, the waiter would fill his glass with wine and prepare good food. But Calvin just felt that the environment was a bit noisy. This was the case every time he appeared. and he had long been accustomed to it. Calvin sighed, put the wine glass in his hand on the table, and knocked it heavily. Enough. Everyone was silent. Calvin said softly, "Don't get involved if you are not a diamond-level adventure group. Don't try to get close to someone if you don't have the fighting power of a quasi-prodigy. Organ transplantation is not something that everyone can do. Do you really think that you are a king if you transplant a sub-dragon heart? Do you still think you can control this pair of bone dragon wings if I give it to you? Don't be silly. There is no such thing as a free lunch," Calvin said calmly, and knocked on the table again. But despite this, there were still whispers from the side. What if? How do we know if we don't try? That's right. At this time, a big man with tattoos stood up. When he stood up, the surroundings lost their voices. Because he really knows how to kill people. Oh lie. He is the strongest here. A core member of the platinum-level adventure group Wushwang Adventure Group. Uh-huh. Lord Deathwing. You are still so civilized. If it were me, I would tear the mouths of these pariahs to pieces. Waste is waste. And it should stay in the mud for the rest of its life. Kill one, and they will be honest. I hope some pariahs can figure out their position. After warning everyone, Ol turned around and said humbly to Calvin, "I am Ol, a core member of the platinum-level Wushwang Adventure Group. Dear Lord Calvin, I am willing to use 10 years of submission in exchange for a transplant opportunity. I have prepared all the materials and required gold coins. Please give me a chance." Calvin cast his gaze calmly, shaking the wine glass in front of him with his right hand, tapping the table with his left index and middle fingers, and said lightly, "Platinum-level core member. 5th level. Slightly less potential. Cannot reach the threshold of the rules. Unable to fully develop the characteristics. Except for organ transplantation. You have no hope of understanding the rules in this life. I can give you this opportunity." As he said, Calvin took out a picture from his chest and put it on the table. "Find this person. Pass the message to everyone you can. No matter who it is. As long as they can give accurate information. I can give him and you a chance to transplant organs. This opportunity to enter the quasi-demigod depends on who has the ability to get it." The scroll was unfolded, and the portrait of Jasmine on it was vivid. Everyone was shocked. I saw that Ol showed a greedy look, and his breathing became heavier unconsciously. Remembering the girl in the picture, "I promise that this woman will appear in your room intact." Calvin frowned slightly. He realized that these idiots didn't know who Jasmine was. No wonder. After all, most adventurers are a group of uneducated idiots. Well, let these idiots try the water, and test the level of the 97th place on the Tianju combat power list. Calvin calmly drank the wine in the glass without saying a word. In the corner of the tavern, Su Bei drank the tea in the cup at the same time, opened his eyes a little, and grabbed the quill pen that was drunk with his left hand. The index finger and thumb of his right hand tapped lightly. Ready to fire. Chapter 358 Jasmine Friends. In the next second, Su Bei was about to snap his fingers. But at this moment, he was stunned, stopped his hand, and let go of the dizzy feather pen. Su Bei was too focused on Calvin, and didn't notice so many old friends. Su Bei noticed that many people suddenly showed murderous intent at this moment, and then stopped moving. The first thing to break the silence was a wooden stick. Greenskin Watson took action. Greenskin goblins are cruel by nature, and have no sense of good and evil. However, Greenskin Watson is obviously an alternative among goblins. He values feelings, and is willing to endure hardships. When both love and career are successful, his special love has been fully developed. He is different from most goblins. He is Greenskin Watson, a special goblin who has touched the barrier of quasi-demigod. A stick fell from the sky, carrying a brutal force, and smashed towards Calvin. Greenskin Watson exploded with deep red magic all over his body, and the muscles in his right arm suddenly bulged. Calvin sat still. His mouth grinned, as if he was mocking, and then pointed with 2 fingers, and a small illusory nail was ejected, although it was just a fingernail. Since he transplanted the wings of the Frostbone Dragon, all the bones in his body have been replaced with Frostbone Dragon bones. In other words, his fingernails carry the 2 attributes of Frost and Death. Frost as the main one, delaying control, and Death as the auxiliary one, depriving life. The fingernail touched the Greenskin Watson stick, bang! The space where the Greenskin Watson was suddenly exploded, and the fingernail approached at the speed of sound, and was already above the Greenskin Watson's head. The power was so great that the void fluctuated, and the fingernail turned into an endless glacier, crashing into the greenskin Watson's head. Interesting. Few people dare to sneak attack me. The green-skinned Watson was knocked away by this move, spurting blood from his mouth. But he smiled, because his attack was not over yet. As an alien, the green-skinned Watson seemed to have loaded the protagonist template, with a murderous aura constantly surging from his body, and a succubus shadow faintly condensed behind him. The succubus's main charm is to kill. Everyone knows that the succubus's charm ability is unique, but it is ignored that the succubus's assassination efficiency is also high. As early as the moment the stick was swung, the succubus shadow had circled behind Calvin and slashed silently. This was a new combination of skills that Su Bei had created. It didn't seem very real, so he named it Martial Soul Fusion Skill. The dagger pierced Calvin's lower ribs, and actually created a deep hole in his body, which was comparable to that of a king. This made Calvin extremely furious, but his painless attack had already knocked the green-skinned Watson away. In other words, he personally sent the green-skinned Watson out of the danger zone. Okay. You succeeded in angering me. Calvin spread his wings behind him. The skeleton wings were about 10 meters long, and even the air was stagnant when they flapped. This is the pair of wings that belonged to the Frostbone Dragon. As a powerful legendary creature of the undead, the Duke of Kildare had paid a heavy price to hunt this dragon. But when Calvin successfully transplanted the wings, everyone thought the sacrifice was worth it, because Calvin is too powerful now. This kind of power is a gap. The whole of Luminera is in a class, and the others are far behind him. And he, who has obtained the title of Death Wing, can also leave other geniuses far behind, and has the possibility of challenging Luminera. At this moment, Calvin, who displayed the pair of wings, exuded the aura of a giant dragon, which was a terrifying thing in itself. Run! Calvin sneered, flapped his wings suddenly, and wanted to chase. Su Bei still did not move, because Sven's team came. Or it could be said that Sven was always there. But Su Bei did not notice it because the magic weapon held by Alyssa was too domineering. Even if the sneak attacker made a move at the moment, only a few people could capture the scene. In the blink of an eye, a dagger suddenly appeared from Calvin's wings, about to pierce the skeleton and break Calvin's wings. Caw! The dagger pierced in. At this moment, Calvin's face changed instantly. His wings behind him flapped. His eyebrows and eyes froze. Bold! Calvin pointed with his right hand, looked sideways, his eyes fixed on the void in front of him, and finally caught the figure of the sneak-attacking girl. It was Fury. Perhaps she felt that there was no need to hurt herself to deal with Calvin. Fury did not use the power of the artifact, and simply used the buff to superimpose herself and stab this critical hit. This also gave Calvin an opportunity. Calvin was angry, and seemed to have lost his mind, so much so that he forgot that this was a tavern, and actually used a large-scale killing move. Death is your only way home. Semi-God skill Frost Whisper Dungeon. With a finger pointed, a gust of cold wind blew over Fuli's shoulders and surrounded Fuli's body. In an instant, the cold wind solidified, and the rules of the Frostbone Dragon appeared around her body, corrupting the space. Fuli's body was shrouded in endless darkness, and it seemed that it was about to be swallowed by the darkness. Then the darkness suddenly expanded, and the accumulated energy wanted to swallow the entire tavern. But in another moment, Fury disappeared. Alyssa took Fury away. The semi-god skill lost its target, and suddenly stopped moving. Calvin was stunned. Even the semi-god skill could break free. So it seems that Alyssa's power is also approaching this level. The aura of the Sven team dissipated. Perhaps just a test. And if they couldn't kill them, they would withdraw and leave without any drag. The battle happened in an instant, and it came and went quickly, as if nothing had happened. But Su Bei suddenly felt relieved. This was to make him happy for Jasmine. These people were willing to take action to make enemies with Calvin at this time, which in itself could express a kind of position relationship. They chose to stand by Jasmine, which meant that they stood completely on the opposite side of the Deux Nobles. This was not a very wise choice, but they still did it. This shows that Jasmine was not fighting alone. The Dwarf Tavern? There was complete silence in the room, and the battle that had just happened in just 10 seconds made everyone shut up. But the subsequent developments made the guests even more confused. Whispers began to spread in the tavern. Calvin frowned and sneered, tensed his body and looked around, and calmly drank a sip of tea. The mainland's geniuses are like Christian carp crossing the river. Which surprised me a little. An unknown character with unheard of abilities. But what can you do to me? The damage to me is not worth mentioning. Who else wants to kill me? Come out together. Who else wants to kill me? Although he said such unruly words, everyone in the tavern looked at Calvin's bleeding lower ribs and the bloody scars at the base of his wings. And they dared not say a word. Perhaps this is the persistence of the nobles. Even if he is covered with scars, he has to shout stubbornly. Who else? Su Bei waited for a while. After a long while, seeing that no one took action, Su Bei calmly stood up. He snapped his fingers that he had prepared long ago. Chapter 359 Mysterious Guest Comes to the Rescue. Su Bei rarely does formalism in fighting. First, it is unnecessary. And second, it wastes time. It is better to throw a few more punches and finish the fight as soon as possible. But today is slightly different. Su Bei is leaving, stepping into the sea to go to Jinsokyo. And it is unknown when he will come back. During this period, Su Bei has no way to pay attention to Jasmine. Therefore, even if Su Bei knows that his appearance will increase his presence and cause turbulence in the long river of fate, he will still take action. Because Su Bei was worried about Jasmine. He came forward just to make everyone understand one thing. There is someone behind Jasmine. As for who it is, don't worry about it. You just need to consider whether you can bear the beating. One move in exchange for long-term comfort. So as to prevent some shameless old ding from attacking Jasmine. As for whether it will be discovered by fate, that is Li Lizi's business. I hope Li Lizi can be more powerful. The snap of fingers resounded. The surrounding environment changed. And the law of death enveloped the entire tavern. From then on, people from the outside world could not perceive this area through ordinary means. And the customers in the tavern could not leave. But no one in the tavern noticed. Su Bei's steps were not fast. The moment he appeared, everyone knew that he was going for Calvin. Because no one dared to make such a big noise at this time. And the moment this action took place, Li Lizi knew. Barbecue. She controlled the feather pen and grabbed the corner of Su Bei's clothes tightly. What are you doing? 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 I am the only fairy here. And I am not a big shot. Think about the consequences before you do anything. Think about the consequences. At the same time, Li Lizi's real body in the kingdom of wisdom screamed heartbreakingly. No. Daddy. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Ah. My little ancestor. Are you going to kill us both? Help my family. Who understands? Li Lizi is really incapable of doing this. Li Lizi is going to run away from home. Li Lizi is going to start a new life. Li Lizi is going to go to school obediently. Li Lizi is going to kick the idiot Su Bei hard on the forehead. So that his wooden head can figure out what is going on now. We are the ones who are passive now. Su Bei. You are a machine. Switch to manual. You stupid Lolita. Even though she said that, Li Lizi's hands were not idle. And the moment Su Bei made a move, the feather pen moved. I think a treasure will appear in my hand. And it can help me find a way to hide this tavern. The color on the feather pen's face became much weaker in an instant. Perhaps because the cause and effect involved too much. The feather pen's my thinking power did not work. And the law stretched out a pair of hands behind her. And wanted to lock her in this small dark room. Do you know who I am? My greatness needs no further explanation. Fairy should give me this face. Quilpin shouted loudly, arguing to herself in the empty field. This is the ability of fairies. They can communicate with anything that has living characteristics. And under their power of thinking, the law is alive. Which seems to confirm why some people have a unique affinity for the law. But some people say that this is the fantasy of fairies. A play directed and performed by fairies themselves. But no matter what the result is, the fairy's power of thinking will always work. Oh my god. You actually want to lock the feather pen in this small dark room. You crazy guy. You better listen to me. Otherwise I will kick your ass. Okay. Okay. You can contact them for me. Or you can look for them in my previous collection. There are all kinds of little treasures in it. Just this time. Don't do it again. Just agree to the feather pen. We fairies are not petty people. I will treat you well. It seems that the communication was successful. The feather pen fished out a wooden glove from the void. Fairy God Friendship Capture, Artifact, Magic Skill, Unique Friendly Alliance. 1/3 you can get the help of a friend. Who can help you solve the problem at the moment. In return, you need to complete her commission. Please rest assured that you can definitely do this. And you must do it. Note, this effect involves the law of causality. Note, each time this ability is used, it consumes one use. To replenish the number of times, the user needs to experience a major event recognized by the world. Seeing this, the feather pen quickly put on the gloves, narrowed his right eye and widened his left eye, and kept turning his right hand in circles to make a rod. The tip of his tongue circled his lips and licked them. He said excitedly, "Okay, I'm a big help. Let the feather pen see which unlucky person will be picked up by me to bear this big pot." Without thinking too much, the feather pen swung out with his right hand and reached into the void. "Hold it tightly, tug hard. Let me see what the great feather pen caught. Oh my God! It's an eye that keeps bleeding." The feather pen widened his eyes and couldn't help cursing. "What the hell did I fish out with all my effort? What's the use of this? Can it be eaten?" The feather pen raised the eyeball in his hand and watched it slowly open, revealing a puzzled smile. The eye of truth that the feather pen fished out was the angel of truth. The eye of truth. No one could have imagined that the eye of truth, who ran away from home, paid a great price to avoid the consciousness of destiny, so that he almost exhausted all his strength to hide in the space layer, and was almost torn apart by the endless void turbulence. Fortunately, he used a fate skill, and was rescued by the feather pen. According to the contract, the true eye needs to help the people who rescued him out of trouble. And this commission is within his ability. Make your request. Foolish fairy. You can't imagine my greatness. I can do more than you can imagine. The feather pen paused with confused eyes, showing some expectation, and pointed at Subei. "If you are strong enough, you should know what I need now. I want you to hide the fate line here and escape from any sight that may pay attention to this place. Use all your strength to help me, and you will gain the friendship of the feather pen." The eye of truth smiled contemptuously, and the pupil slowly moved, and said nonchalantly, "It's a piece of cake. This is my domain. Well, let me see what is the insignificant thing that let the fate skill guide me here. My greatness." Click. With a sound, the eye of truth exploded again, bleeding non-stop. Blood blurred the eyes, and made him wail constantly. "Ah! I'm blind. I'm blind. This is not true. This is not true. I'm really screwed. What kind of joke is fate playing on me?" At this time, Subei happened to stand in front of Calvin, with a calm expression, and narrated in an extremely calm tone. "Call people. Calvin. Call everyone you can. Demigods. Duke of Kildare. As long as they agree with your ideas, let them come. No matter who it is." Chapter 360. My name is Sven, and I am Jasmine Backer. Haha. Are you kidding me? It's a good joke indeed. Calvin slapped his thigh hard, and seemed to have laughed out a few tears, then wiped them with his hand, his face full of sarcasm. "You look much younger than me, with a third-level strength. Maybe you have practiced other ways, and your soul power is not bad. But I don't understand. What makes you so confident and say such arrogant words? Do you really know who I am?" As he spoke, the adventurers in the tavern laughed happily when they heard Subei's third-level strength. For a while, the tavern was filled with laughter, because third-level professionals are really cabbages, cheaper than wild dogs on the roadside, and their status in the adventure group is even lower than some domestic pets. Subei didn't know how to chat, but he knew why there was laughter, and he couldn't help but frown in confusion. Isn't Calvin the 17th son of the Duke of Kildare? Could it be that there are other more powerful ones to rely on? So arrogant. This made Subei look around, and couldn't help asking, "I really don't know you. Could it be that your father is not Kildare, but some wild god? Ridiculous. What nonsense!" Calvin raised his thumb, pointed at himself, and said loudly word by word, "I am my own background. Trash. I am the 17th son of the Duke of Kildare, a child of destiny who was given the title of Deathwing, a top figure at the peak of quasi-demigod. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Do you think the assassins who appeared before are just nobody? No. They are at least quasi-prodigy level warriors. Each of them is a quasi-demigod who can be on the list of prodigy combat power. But despite this, they still dare not confront me head-on. Where do you get the courage?" Calvin's explanation made everyone suddenly understand and answered everyone's doubts. At this moment, the customers looked at the part of Calvin that was constantly dripping with blood. and they looked less contemptuous and instead cast admiring eyes. It turns out that it was not a scar, but a medal that belonged to a genius. It was a minor injury that could only be caused by a sneak attack by several quasi-geniuses. Calvin kept approaching Su Bei, and as he got closer, he gradually exerted verbal pressure. When I first entered society, I was as ambitious as you. But look at the people here. Who is not an awakener? As weak as you are. Can you really understand what the third level is like? In my eyes, you are an absolute waste. You piss me off. Calvin slapped Su Bei on the shoulder. This palm used clever force, which would be transmitted to the knees through Su Bei's shoulder bones, completely shattering Su Bei's knees, making it impossible for him to stand steadily and kneel on the ground forever. As if foreseeing what was about to happen, Calvin's mouth opened and gradually raised a smile. It turned out that Su Bei was indeed not good at talking and was not good at verbal battles. But injuries were injuries, and they were not a medal in Su Bei's eyes. In Su Bei's opinion, Calvin's strength is no different from that of a loli who eats lollipops. The moment Calvin's palm fell, Featherpen opened her mouth and shouted in a very low voice. Broken eyes. Help me. It's going to be bad. Do you want to violate the soul contract? I know. Don't make a noise. It's making my head hurt. You should say less and give me some time to think. Okay. Perhaps roaring is contagious. And the two unknown creatures were fighting each other with a louder voice. And the fighting seemed to be more tragic than the battle on the scene. After a contest, the result was finally discussed. Specifically, the Eye of Truth compromised. And after being kicked in the eye by the feather pin, it agreed to help with tears. The Eye of Truth was bleeding while crying, and it looked at Su Bei with its eyes wide open. At the cost of bleeding and falling into a coma, it forcibly used a supreme destiny skill. Destiny skills, as the name suggests, involve a trace of destiny authority. This is a serious generation rule, a skill that can only be comprehended by at least stepping into transcendence. If the Eye of Truth was not a destiny familiar and one of the top 10 in the angel sequence, it would definitely not meet the conditions for use. It is precisely because the Eye of Truth meets these conditions that the feather pen can pick it up from the void. The Eye of Truth sings in a serious tone, I am a destiny familiar, weaving countless possibilities. I use my spirit to strip your destiny and banish all possibilities. Destiny skill destiny banishment. The judgment takes effect. Destiny banishment banishes all traces of Su Bei's destiny, which means that Su Bei will temporarily be unable to be observed by destiny, favored by the gods. And the rules are close. Becoming a free state. If life erases Su Bei's previous life traces, fate exile will erase all traces of Su Bei's previous activities. The skill judgment is successful. Su Bei can feel that he can no longer feel any rules and magic contained in this world. This means that once he consumes all the magic and rules in his body, Su Bei will lose all his strength. 3 hours. The effect can only last for 3 hours. If it can't be solved, you and I will be targeted by fate. I will completely become a God-given weapon. And you can't escape your fate either. The true eye spit out white foam, red blood and transparent tears, and said the last words before fainting. Seeing this, Su Bei nodded, completely relieved. The rule power stored in his body is enough for him to squander and deal with such a situation. Then there is nothing to worry about. At this time, Calvin's hand just fell. His mouth was completely grinning, and he laughed softly. Kneel down. Snap. The hand hit. It was not Calvin's hand, but Su Bei's hand. Under Calvin's unbelievable expression, Su Bei's hand gently rested on Calvin's shoulder. However, Su Bei did not take any follow-up action, because bullying Calvin was a very boring thing in his opinion. A demigod beating an awakener is like an adult beating a fertilized egg. Even if Su Bei's realm is not up to that level, he has understood it. In his eyes, beating Calvin is not much different from bullying a little lowly. It's nothing more than one can only bark like a dog, while the other can only whimper. Besides, beating Calvin to death will not change the attitude of the deux nobles towards Jasmine. The deux nobles must feel pain. Su Bei cast a cold gaze, met Calvin's shocked eyes, and showed a very bored expression. Then he said calmly, I don't want to fight with you. It's meaningless. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Sven. And I'm Jasmine Backer. I give you 2.5 hours. Now, call someone. Call your backer. Call the strongest backer behind you. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as you can call it. It doesn't matter if it's a wild father or a real father. I will beat them to death in front of you one by one, until you completely give up this unrealistic idea. Chapter 361. Su Bei is relieved. Arrogant! Hearing this, Calvin sneered. His teeth suddenly clenched. His eyes suddenly burst open. An endless dim light rushed up from his feet, broke through the eaves of the tavern, and pierced the sky. Hee. Sven? Old party of Fran. New demigod? Who do you think you are? Calvin's tone was ups and downs, containing a huge anger. Do you really think I can't beat a demigod? You are too bold. Even if you are a demigod, you shouldn't get so close to me. You are an assassin. But I am a humanoid monster with dragon wings. After the words fell, the wings behind Calvin swept straight toward Su Bei, and then the palm of his fist burst into a deep and dark state, and he punched out. Why do you think that you, an assassin, can fight me in a hand-to-hand fight? You underestimated me and overestimated yourself. You will die. But I will achieve the truth and become a god. After punching out, Calvin stepped forward and stepped down heavily, causing dust to rise from the ground, and the area of several thousand meters was instantly dark and dim. The wings behind him suddenly flapped, rolling up endless winds, which mixed with ice sand and filled the entire tavern, turning the tavern into his domain, thereby seizing the opportunity. Ice sand fluttered, staining Su Bei's windbreaker, and continuously stacking irreversible debuffs, such as slowness, cold bones, extreme cold, frostbite, etc. Calvin successfully opened his domain and turned this place into his home. As we all know, once the demigod domain is established, other demigods will not be able to use their domains here again to replace the former domain. In a demigod battle, whoever occupies the home field will have a great advantage. This is common sense. Therefore, when the domain was established, Calvin couldn't help but smile confidently, and the look he gave Su Bei was no different from looking at a dead man. Home advantage. The odds are on me. You are lucky. Sven, you are the first person who knows that I can open the domain when I am a quasi-demigod. Similarly, you are unfortunate, because you are about to become the first demigod to die in my domain. This is the Frost Polar region. In my domain, the destructive power of the Frost Rule is at least 50% stronger, and the Frost Rule will be generated continuously, which means that my strength is 1.5 times that of before. And you can't borrow the rules of the Dark Knight here. Your strength is reduced by 30%. And there are no shadows here, so your strength is limited again. A quasi-demigod legendary creature with double bonus, fighting a demigod assassin with only 50% of his strength and unable to hide. Why do you think I will lose? Speak? Sven! Speak! Fist coming. Bang! Darkness enveloped the center point, making it difficult to see what happened. Behind the darkness, the aftermath shattered half of the tavern and blasted through the surface, and the gullies on the ground stretched for miles until they were out of sight, revealing the stars in the sky. This is a despairing killing power. No assassin can take this punch. In the eyes of everyone, the battle is over. Why don't you speak? Don't you want to? Haha. I still can't speak, because I hid you. The dark light faded. Calvin's eyes condensed. His face was full of shock, and the unfinished words were stuck in his throat. The throat did not move. Only saliva condensed, neither up nor down. Sven could not speak, because the person being beaten was called Su Bei, and Sven was his disguise. Su Bei slightly straightened his head, put his middle finger against Calvin's fist, and gently pressed his fist to the side, revealing the dark light on his middle finger that only covered the nail. Calvin did hit it, right in the center of the target, pouring all his strength into Su Bei's fingertips, almost grinding away the rules he had condensed. Very good power. Considered powerful among quasi-demigods. Su Bei nodded and commented. The prototype of the rules is there, but it's still a little bit lacking. It hasn't deviated from the essence of magic skills, and can't break through the complete rules. Practice more. Demigods and quasi-demigods are bigger than you think, and you can't be considered a legendary creature. You can only be considered a relatively pure king monster, and you still have a long way to go before you can become a legendary creature. Su Bei said calmly. His condescending attitude was like a mentor instructing students to learn their lessons, which made Calvin furious. Calvin suddenly pulled away. Magic power gathered around him, and mocked. Don't talk big. What do you know about kings and legends? How many kings have you seen in your life? You only protected yourself with the help of a supreme treasure. Do you really think you are so strong? Wait until I exhaust your treasure rules. And I will kill you. Su Bei was stunned. After a while, he realized what treasure Calvin was talking about. So he looked down at his fingers. What kind of treasure is this insignificant death rule? And Su Bei was indeed giving instructions. He rarely fights. But this time, he wanted to establish his authority and attract the demigod behind Calvin. So he kept suppressing his killing intent. I was afraid that I would accidentally slap Calvin to death. But now it seems that the effect is not good. The main reason is that Calvin does not seem to be afraid, but extremely excited. Is this the mysterious confidence of the noble genius? Su Bei did not understand, and could only understand that Calvin was beaten less. After hesitating for a moment, Su Bei sighed and decided to attack. I just hope that Calvin will not be beaten to death. Just like Calvin treated the green-skinned Watson, Su Bei also attacked Calvin with a fingernail, pointed out the rules that had not been exhausted on his fingertips, and said very calmly, "Live, Calvin." Su Bei swung out the remaining death rules. Then, the extremely cold terrain between heaven and earth could no longer contain it, and a touch of darkness directly toward the entire cold polar land violently. And the darkness occupied Calvin's sight completely. The cold polar land was torn apart, but the death rules had not yet dissipated, and still shot towards Calvin at a constant speed. The speed was so slow that anyone above the third level could dodge it. But Calvin knew that he was finished. This was a complete rule, not the so-called weak rule of the newly promoted demigod. And he could not resist it at all. He was doomed. And he saw the inevitable end. This was a demigod hitting a demigod. It was like an adult hitting a fertilized egg. Even if the breath was a little heavier, the fertilized egg would break and die. Fortunately, he was a fertilized egg, which meant that the person who produced sperm and eggs would not watch it being shattered in one breath. At this moment, Calvin made 3 moves at a very fast speed. He first wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, then tore the necklace on his chest to pieces, looked at the death rule that was so close, with horror on his face, and couldn't help shouting, "Father, save me!" The death rule stagnated, as if absorbed by the ripples, slowly stopped, and lost the follow-up. "Ha-ha. Let you show off. You succeeded in angering me. Now I invite my noble father to fight for me. What can you do?" Even though he was almost beaten to death, Calvin still looked arrogant. This is probably the persistence that belongs only to the nobles. Hearing this good news, Su Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he is not afraid of beating someone to death, because the person who came is a demigod, the head of the 3 noble families of Duz, the Duke of Kildare. He is very resistant to beating. Chapter 362. The fantasy world is a huge world of human relations. The few minutes between Su Bei and Calvin before could not be considered a fight, or even a fight, but just playing house with a child. This caused Su Bei to hold back and endure, fearing that he would accidentally beat someone to death. Fortunately, Calvin finally recognized the gap and called Didi to beat him up. Of course, it is hard to say whether he was beating him up or getting beaten up. According to Su Bei's understanding, the Duke of Kildare was only at the peak of the demigod and had not yet entered the realm of transcendence. If it was just an ordinary demigod, he would most likely continue to be beaten. In front of Su Bei, ripples spread out, and a middle-aged man walked out of the ripples and stood in front of Calvin. The Duke of Kildare was over 120 years old, half of the lifespan of a human demigod. But the years had not left too many negative marks on his face. He was very young, elegant, with calm eyes, and looked very shrewd. The atmosphere was a little more solemn. The travelers had huddled in the corner of the tavern when the battle broke out, and dared not say a word. All that could be heard was the sound of swallowing. Silence. Quill Pen hid under the table with the eye of truth, casting an uneasy look. As the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester, Li Lizzie could almost be considered the person who knew the Duke of Gloucester best. She knew a lot about the Duke of Gloucester's strength. The Duke of Gloucester was recognized as the ceiling level among demigods, the first echelon below transcendence. But she had heard the Duke of Gloucester say that in the war between Duz and Fren, he ranked last among the 3 dukes in terms of fighting ability. Then how strong are the Duke of Grafton and the Duke of Kildare? The space solidified, and the footsteps stopped. The Duke of Kildare stood steadily in front of Calvin and picked up Calvin with one hand. He looked around, said nothing more, and first drew a circle with one hand, circling a thunder rule. Crack, the arc was jumping. and the thunder rule was dispersed into countless arc-shaped electric snakes in the space layer, constantly jumping, ricocheting at irregular angles, and ricocheting in the blink of an eye. The use of space is very common at the demigod level, and it can even be said to be basic skills. The Duke of Kildare came here to use space skills, but this move still surpassed many demigods by a lot. It simplified all the pre-swings and post-swings of skills, and only adopted the purest and simplest attack mode. Simple, direct, and very effective. Electric snakes burst out, locked, closed, and exploded. Bang! There was a loud noise from the corner of the wall, and dust flew. Gravel splashed and smoke spread. Su Bei was hit, and his chest was completely torn open by the arc. He flew backwards at a very fast speed, as if he had no reaction at all. Calvin's face was happy, and he was about to shout. But at this moment, the Duke of Kildare kicked out and hit Calvin's abdomen hard with his knee, interrupting Calvin's upcoming move. The Duke of Kildare's expression became more serious. He felt it. In the smoke, the speed of the arc was slowing down, and the thunder rule was offset. There are very few rules that can so gently offset the fierce and domineering thunder. What could it be? The Duke of Kildare looked over. The smoke dispersed, and a long hat was thrown by Su Bei, covering the feather pin. The moment the hat was taken off, the Duke of Kildare's expression changed. The green light surrounded Su Bei, constantly repairing the charred surface, absorbing arcs, clearing paralysis, electric shock, and exposing weaknesses. Duke Kildare was naturally well informed and could easily tell that this rule belonged to the category of life, and his solemn expression faded a lot. After all, although life is one of the higher rules, this category is not powerful enough to do anything to him. On the opposite side, Su Bei was stunned when he saw a gap in his windbreaker. Su Bei actually reacted. There was nothing that could not be reacted to at the same frequency. But reacting is one thing, and blocking is another. Kildare's attack was of the same type as Su Bei's, and his moves were only for killing, which made Su Bei slightly more serious. Su Bei raised his hand and pointed with one hand. A dark blackness passed silently, passing through the space, and even the space was corrupted and collapsed. Death can take away all life. The rule hit Duke Kildare, invaded his body, and spread instantly. This death rule was not fast, but Kildare had no intention of dodging it, and directly suffered the damage of this attack. This made Su Bei stunned again. It was a bit interesting that Duke Kildare deliberately took his move. As one of the strongest people in Du Ximing, Duke Kildare had his own confidence, which brought some pressure to Su Bei. The black light began to spread, and the arc of protection of the Duke of Kildare was swallowed up in an instant, and his flesh and blood continued to dissolve. In the blink of an eye, the Duke of Kildare began to change from head to toe, and his flesh and blood turned into white bones. And it seemed that his life was about to be completely wiped out. The power of the death rule is very terrifying. Not to mention that Su Bei's death power comes from the original soul that Lin forced into him. This soul completely turned into the order of death as Lin became a god. Even if it is only a very small part, it comes from the gods. And the power that comes from the gods is not weak. Only gods can have rules of higher quality than gods. But Kildare is obviously not one of them, and he cannot resist the invasion of death at all. However, the black light stopped at the right hand of Duke Kildare. On the right arm of Duke Kildare, a faint brown light was looming, and suddenly burst into a bright light. The brown light spread all over the body, and melted the black light with its huge amount. In just a short moment, the flesh and blood of Duke Kildare, who turned into white bones, was completely revived. This horrible fighting style made Calvin pale. No demigod dared to say that he could take a full move from another demigod. Calvin had never heard of this fighting style of the two, let alone witnessed it with his own eyes. This short battle of just a few minutes made Calvin want to beat himself to death. And he couldn't help but point at his nose. Oh my god. Was I fighting him just now? 3 breaths passed, and the Duke of Kildare stood there intact. His breathing was slightly disordered, revealing that the Duke of Kildare was not as relaxed as he looked on the surface. The brown light contained a strong vitality, but it was not a life system. It was like a self-healing ability. After thinking about it in his mind, Su Bei locked onto this power. Titan power. It was hard to tell whether it was pure blood or mixed blood, but this aroused Su Bei's great interest. Su Bei held life and death in his left and right hands, and the dark green and dark began to blend. Unlike the previous gentle method, The two forces exploded with a huge noise when they collided, and the gravel on the ground kept flying up, and the sky darkened. Seeing Su Bei's actions, the Duke of Kildare showed an extremely solemn expression and threw Calvin out. At the same time, a colorful light suddenly burst out from his body. He is not a fool. People who can master two rules at the same time are geniuses among thousands. Not to mention the two top rules of life and death. At a glance, the Duke of Kildare can be found with traces of several ancient legendary creatures. The muscles on his right hand bulged, and the brown light suddenly flashed. Dragon scales appeared on his left hand, and the dragon's might was overwhelming. His eyes flashed blue and red light, containing destructive fluctuations. His torso gradually became transparent, and several elements accumulated and superimposed. Surrounded by the rules of thunder, the Duke of Kildare looked like a god on earth. The two of them maintained a fighting posture that might collide in the next moment. But their expressions were still very calm, like two strangers who had never been involved in a battle. "Are you here for Diana?" The Duke of Kildare suddenly spoke, his tone gentle, like a spring breeze. Su Bei paused and replied lightly, "Yes." The Duke of Kildare nodded calmly and kicked out. Su Bei was stunned. Calvin's eyes widened, full of confusion. Calvin's knees were broken by the Duke of Kildare's kick, and he knelt in front of Su Bei, his head pressed to the floor, his scalp embedded in the ground. Su Bei's answer provided some information, which made the Duke of Kildare think that there was a possibility of negotiation. "The Abbott family demigod will not go looking for trouble with Diana. I apologize to you for the statement issued by my child." "What about the other families?" Su Bei asked. Duke Kildare was silent for a moment and shook his head. "I can't make the decision on this matter. You have to do it," Su Bei continued. Duke Kildare was stunned and narrowed his eyes slightly. The momentum of the two became more violent. The whole tavern was destroyed by several forces. The eaves flew up and experienced growth, destruction, electrotherapy, decay, dissolution, reorganization, and other hardships. Kildare took a half step forward. Su Bei took 2 steps calmly. Kildare retracted his steps, and Su Bei paused. After a while, the Duke of Kildare opened his eyes and chuckled. The next moment, the power of the rules on the Duke of Kildare's body collapsed, and the power poured into the surface, blasting a 10-foot gully, tearing a king monster dragon-head lizard that had been sleeping for hundreds of years into pieces. At the same time, Su Bei poured his power into the ground, annihilating another dragon-head lizard. But then the bodies of the 2 dragon-head lizards continued to reshape, and the belly of one of the dragon-head lizards was visibly bulging, as if it was giving birth to life. Duz is not the only one in power in the Abbott family, and I am not afraid of you. But I have a question. If you can answer it, I can pass on a message for you. You say it. Su Bei nodded. Who are you? The Duke of Kildare showed an interested expression and stared at Su Bei. Sven. Su Bei replied. Hee hee. Kildare laughed. No assassin can control life and death at the same time. Sven can't do it, and 100 Svens can't do it either. Moreover, the level of rule power released by Su Bei is extremely high, so high that it is an exaggerated realm, more orthodox than the gods of their respective gods. He is not like a human, but like the illegitimate child of 2 gods, who has obtained the most original power of the 2. This is the only possibility that the Duke of Kildare can imagine. Hearing this, the Duke of Kildare nodded thoughtfully. Just treat you as Sven. I will convey your proposal. He asked me to take it away. How about it? Su Bei nodded calmly. Duke Kildare left, picking up Calvin, who looked like a dead dog. Before leaving, he looked at Su Bei deeply, wanting to engrave this genius who suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Bei looked at him calmly, and before Duke Kildare left, he snapped his fingers. Bang! The authority of the Angel of Knowledge took effect at this moment. Long before the battle began, Su Bei snapped his fingers for the first time. It was at that time that Su Bei had already planted the hint. And when this snap was completed, the common sense modification began to take effect. Everyone in the tavern will fall into a deep sleep. They will regard the whole experience as a dream. And after waking up, they will gradually forget everything they saw. After doing all this, Su Bei looked at the space where the Duke of Kildare disappeared. He pondered for a long time. The Duke of Kildare is a bit stronger. Stronger than Su Bei imagined. Stronger than any demigod Su Bei has ever seen. It turns out that the gap between demigods can be so big. Bigger than that between humans and dogs. Sube raised his right hand, looked at the few remaining rules of life and death, and blinked calmly. Not enough. Not strong enough. When everything was settled, the effect of fate's exile gradually disappeared, and this battle was buried in unknown history. Few people know about it. The Duke of Kildare's mansion. The Duke of Kildare raised his hand, and woke up Calvin, who was in pain and fainted, and then asked calmly, "Tell me everything." Calvin slowly opened his eyes, revealing confused eyes, and looked around blankly. "What happened? What happened? Father, wasn't I in the dwarf tavern? Father, I just taught a lesson to two quasi-demigods, who attacked me by surprise. I beat them back with just one move. I did not disgrace your reputation at all." Calvin looked at the blood dripping from his forehead, and could not help shouting, "Ah! It hurts so much. Father, why am I so badly injured? Why is my head broken? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. My whole body hurts. What happened? Why am I so badly injured?" The Duke of Kildare narrowed his eyes and asked, "Windbreaker. Don't you remember?" "What windbreaker?" Calvin touched his head, and said in a panic, "Father, I think I need to rest for a while. When I fully recover, I will kill the princess left by Fran and rebuild the reputation of Kildare House. Go into seclusion." The Duke of Kildare closed his eyes and said calmly. Calvin was stunned. "Go into seclusion. I give you a year. If you can't understand the rules within a year, I will remove your wings and give them to the children who need them." Calvin was stunned, and before he knew it, he was sweating all over. The Duke of Kildare ignored Calvin's absent-minded look and waved his hand. He called his personal guards, checked Sven's life experience, and the people he has met. "I want complete information. The sooner the better." When everyone dispersed, the Duke of Kildare lowered his head and looked at the palm of his right hand that was completely soaked in darkness. Frowning, "It has been a year since the goddess of death ascended to the gods. Is there any connection between the two of them?" Chapter 363. The first crew member. Recently, Jasmine has encountered fewer assassinations and challenges. "I think I've made it through." "Right?" Jasmine comforted herself and rubbed the smooth forehead of the octopus beside her. The octopus is called the 12-clawed poisonous octopus, a very powerful poisonous monster among the elite species. It was once a powerful summoned creature of the Russell family summoner contract, and was used by the other party to assassinate Jasmine. Now it is Gluttony. Just because Gluttony said that he had never experienced the feeling of 12 hands, he wanted to try it anyway. This attempt was incredible, and it made Gluttony have a blast. You can see Gluttony inserting its tentacles into its ears, nose and mouth from time to time, squeezing it constantly, and rolling itself around like a big ball. It won't stop even if it reaches an intracranial orgasm. Now Gluttony has gained a new body, with holy light healing in his left hand and poison mist in his right hand, and he has made quite a name for himself, and is nicknamed Squidward. At this moment, listening to Jasmine whispered question, Gluttony rolled on the stone pier, and said slowly, "As a demon king, it's normal to have a hard time, but the intensity has been too high recently. These beasts are rushing here like crazy. They don't seem to be very smart. I used all my 10 hands to release aphrodisiac to poison them, but I didn't expect them to not stop and want to catch you with red eyes." Since leaving the Elf Palace, Jasmine has often encountered various challenges, which forced Jasmine to frequently switch between the two identities of Demon King and disguise to ensure her own good condition. Perhaps she has survived it. The pressure has suddenly decreased in the past few days, making Jasmine feel much more relaxed. Yes, it's too crazy. Recently, there are often various adventurers challenging Jasmine, and Jasmine is a little breathless. Jasmine said, exhaling a foul breath. The foul breath was enveloped by Jasmine's hands, and her hands were clasped together, and it was crushed in the palm of her hand. "I hope it can be quiet for a while. If it doesn't work, I can only run away first. Damn it. I've been to the Demon Clan and the Kingdom of the Dead, and the effect is not very ideal. I suspect they are all rebellious." Gluttony couldn't help but curse. How about going to Jinsokyo to avoid the limelight? I heard that a magic weapon ranked in the top 10 was born there, which attracted a lot of attention. Jasmine asked. "Sister, you have the final say. I'm just responsible for chopping and chopping," Gluttony shouted, and the 12 tentacles danced in a wave line, constantly dancing and stabbing forward. "Let's take a look for now. The Primordial Sea is also worth a visit. There are many secrets buried there. Maybe it can answer my confusion." Sister, don't you think this is too tiring? Gluttony suddenly asked. What? In fact, you just need to follow the heart of the devil and kill all the way. Being a good person is tiring. But being a devil is easy. No. Jasmine shook her head and whispered very softly. Jasmine will disappoint many people if she does that. What does other people's grandma have to do with you? Gluttony cursed in frustration. Humph. Jasmine doesn't want to. I don't want to. This is Jasmine. October 20th. It has been 5 days since Su Bei issued the commission to recruit crew members. Just today, the Adventure Association ring finally made some movement. This means that someone has accepted the mission. According to the introduction, the adventurer who accepted the position is a lone wolf, with a strength of only level 5. He cannot act as a combat fighter in unknown waters, and his role is limited. The position he applied for is a gunner. It is said that he cannot drive a boat, but he can control the shells normally. If the firepower is insufficient, he can even shoot himself out. He is a very qualified gunner. The key point is that he has rich underwater experience and is willing to endure hardships. He can be regarded as a qualified cow and horse. Looking at this unique self-introduction, Su Bei sat up from the bed, picked up the feather pen that was sleeping on the table, and walked towards the agreed meeting place. The meeting place is still in the Green Empire, which is close to the primeval forest. There are many forest monsters here, which is a more dangerous and complex wild area. As we get closer to the destination, we can feel that the agreed place proposed by the other party is a hidden grove. It felt a bit shady at this geographical junction, and it didn't look like a decent place. When there were about 100 meters left to the destination, Su Bei stopped, climbed up along a branch, and hid at the top of a tree. Looking at the destination, he was stunned. The adventurer who applied for the job was a little huge, and didn't look like a human. The expanded volume was almost as high as a floor. It seemed to be a big octopus. Su Bei shook the feather pen in his right hand, pointed at the big octopus, and said coldly, "Help me apply for the job." As he said that, he threw the feather pen out. Letting the feather pen apply for the job involves Su Bei's unique considerations, mainly because Su Bei thinks that he is not good at communication, which has nothing to do with social phobia. In addition, the Omniscient Code provides a communication platform for the two of them. The feather pen can be regarded as Su Bei's internet mouthpiece, and is a very qualified front desk tool. With a sound of swoosh, the feather pen, which is not yet fully awakened, was forced to turn on by Su Bei and forcibly ejected. The weightlessness of the air made the feather pen a little dizzy. He raised the true eye that served as a pillow, rubbed his eyes, and yawned in confusion. Slowly opened his eyes, looking at the huge figure that was constantly enlarging in front of him. The feather pen blinked again, and in the next second he let out an extremely sharp roar. "Oh my God! It's a giant octopus that eats fairies. We are dead now." The scream caused birds to fly, and disturbed countless wild animals to flee. The feather pen subconsciously raised the Eye of Truth, and with both hands, he held the upper and lower eyelids of the Eye of Truth and was about to tear them apart, forcibly waking up the sleeping angel tool man and releasing a killing move. Noticing the subsequent actions of the feather pen, Su Bei instantly realized that he had made a misjudgment. It was useless to force the feather pen to start up. It was obvious that Li Lizhi was the external brain of the feather pen, and at this point Li Lizhi was probably still sleeping in. At this moment, Su Bei quickly opened the Omniscient Code and quickly inserted his right hand into the code. Then, Su Bei picked up the sleeping Li Lizhi with precise techniques, roughly placed her upright on the Omniscient Code, and then took out the big lollipop that had been prepared long ago from his pocket and inserted it fiercely. He stuffed the whole thing into Li Lizhi's slightly breathing mouth, and then hurriedly said, "Teammate, don't do it." Chapter 364. Substitute Literature for Both Sides. October 20th. 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a rare holiday, and Li Lizhi stayed up all night last night to find a way to build a big ship. She didn't fall asleep until 11 o'clock. In her dream, she dreamed that she was a bird, flying freely in the endless sky. Not only that, she also dreamed that she ate a sweet fruit. Suck it in. Pour it in violently. No. Stuff, fill it up. Li Lizhi instantly stood up with her body tensed, her eyes wide open, and she struggled hard, quickly controlling her body to lean back, trying to take out the strange object that was almost inserted into her throat. Wait. There's nothing wrong. Li Lizhi stirred her tongue tip blankly, licked the object in her mouth, and her exquisite tongue skills easily circled the outline of the object. "It's a big lollipop. It almost scared me to death." As she said that, Li Lizi's head was hooked out of the omniscience code by Su Bei, and she looked around blankly with sleepy eyes. "What else?" Su Bei frowned and pointed at the feather pen. I don't know. My heart is beating subconsciously. I always feel so dangerous." Su Bei didn't hear Li Lizi's meaningless words, and grabbed the lollipop stick and used it as a steering wheel to control Li Lizi's head. He straightened his head and let Li Lizi look at the negotiation place. "The other party wants to apply for crew members. Help check the quality," Li Lizi said him while holding the lollipop, and glanced at Su Bei vigilantly, and couldn't help but emphasize, "I'm really not familiar with that fairy. I can only use the priesthood of the fairy god to communicate with her. Li Lizi doesn't know what she will do." "I know." Su Bei paused and nodded calmly. "I'm not familiar with her." "Really?" With the intervention of Li Lizi, the feather pen stopped its dangerous action. But the feather pen still didn't stop its forward movement. So it changed its posture in the air and kicked the octopus's forehead, intended to stop its forward momentum by force. But from Su Bei's angle, it can be seen that the octopus's head is smooth and shiny. So, don't. Bang. Su Bei narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Then he simply obeyed and closed his eyes in pain. The feather pen slid out on the gluttony's head, bounced up again when its butt touched the gluttony's head, and finally hit the tree trunk in front, sliding straight down along the tree trunk. He fell into a coma. At the same time, Li Lizi suddenly covered her head as if she had telepathy, and her body trembled in pain. It hurts. It hurts." Su Bei was silent, opened his eyes, and looked at Li Lizi. "My head was throbbing with pain, and I suddenly missed the days with Jasmine." Compared with the days with Jasmine, Li Lizi really did everything she could to make Su Bei worry. Why does the head of the big octopus look smooth and shiny? It's reflecting light. If there is any normal logic, no creature would think of kicking that head. Sensing Su Bei's slightly offensive gaze, Li Lizi couldn't help but glare back, and said righteously, "My foot was bitten by a tabby cat. It hurt, so I shouted. Do you have any objection, bastard?" Su Bei glanced at Li Lizi's head, then at Li Lizi's feet buried in the omniscience code, and said obediently, "Are you an idiot? Will you cover your head if your feet are bitten?" Li Lizi was stunned, blinked, and a few drops of sweat flowed from her forehead. She thought to herself, will it be exposed? Such a profound question. Fortunately, Li Lizi has a trick to get away with it. This trick has been tried and tested many times, and today will be no exception. Li Lizi's eyes condensed, and she performed Sichuan opera face-changing in a way that Su Bei had never thought of. With mist in her eyes, "Why did you scold me? Don't you know I'm still a child? And I'm very fragile? Don't you know that your words can break my last line of defense? You know nothing. You only care about yourself. Okay. I let you know the consequences of scolding me. I make you live in guilt for the rest of your life." "Li Lizi?" cried loudly, and the hysterical movement scared Su Bei so much that he quickly picked up the lollipop and stuffed it into Li Lizi's throat to forcefully reduce the crying movement. Tears soaked Su Bei's clothes and slapped on the back of Su Bei's hand, extremely fiercely. The little loli's crying made Su Bei completely lose the ability to think, and his mind was completely empty. What else could Su Bei do? He could only obey. "I'm honest. Please let me go." However, Su Bei didn't waste the goddess' tears. It was just a matter of taking out the playing cards to fill it up. About 3 minutes later, Li Lizi finally calmed down, and at this time, the big octopus had already shown an impatient look, and seemed to be cursing, and I don't know what he was mumbling. Sensing the gradually bad atmosphere, Su Bei glanced at Li Lizi, who was still sobbing with her shoulders twitching, then looked at the big octopus, thinking. Then he turned to Li Lizi and gave her a thumbs up. "Li Lizi is great. Hee hee." "Of course. Then what?" Li Lizi stopped crying and blinked. "Go and negotiate. As the daughter of the Gloucester family, Li Lizi's negotiation skills are worth learning. If I have the opportunity to observe up close, it will be of great help to me. Li Lizi has always helped me like this." "Hasn't she?" Li Lizi was stunned, raised her head proudly, and nodded slightly. You are still knowledgeable. Well, in this case, the great Duke of Gloucester will agree to your unreasonable little request, Be sure to watch and learn well. And engrave Lily's speech and behavior deeply in your mind. I never mind being peeped. Because Lily is really worth tasting again and again. Lily's greatness needs no further explanation. Su Bei covered his head in pain. Just make do with it. Across the street, Gluttony whispered to Jasmine, who was buried under the huge tentacles of the octopus. Sister, how about changing the boat? I suspect that Party A has a problem with his brain. This is probably a black boat. A little bit. Jasmine frowned slightly, looking at the fairy lying down and sleeping under the tree, feeling more and more uneasy. But this is the only boat that goes directly to Jinsokyo. If you miss this one, you don't know how long it will take for the next one. Gluttony couldn't help but move back and whispered, Sister, does it matter whether it's a ship or not? Do you think that with this fairy's brain, our ship can really sail on the right route? She can knock herself unconscious. Is this person? At this time, footsteps sounded. Outside the woods, an elegant and noble girl in a blue skirt slowly walked over. The other party was not tall, with a cold expression and soft eyes. When she took a step, every gesture of her body was in line with the etiquette of the nobles in the textbook. As she got closer, she saw a faint smile on her face. And she was very ladylike, and showed the etiquette of the nobles to greet each other by lifting the skirt. My name is Lizy, the organizer of this voyage, and I'm glad to meet you. An adventurer who has come from afar. Chapter 365, I know how to make things happen. When Lizy is a human, she looks like a human. Usually, she can only be regarded as a group of unknown blue creatures. Like a pet. At this moment, Lizy is Schrodinger's noble girl. She seems to have a noble temperament, and her every move is extremely elegant. But those who understand know that Lily's personality can only last for a very limited time, and may collapse at any time. Just like a Lolita control is still a person before meeting a Lolita. It is difficult for you to judge the nature of this person through his usual behavior. But if you meet a Lolita, at this moment, Lizy and Gluttony face to face, and briefly introduced themselves, then walked straight forward, passing Gluttony. When the two of them didn't notice, they only heard a whoosh sound. Lizy leaned over very quickly, grabbed the feather pen very quickly, put it in her arms very quickly, and stood up very quickly, so fast that only a residual image appeared. The green leaves on her shoulders trembled for a moment, and then stopped on her shoulders again. Lizy turned around immediately, walked back to her original position like a lady, and smiled at Gluttony. The wind blew, blowing up the corners of Lily's hair. Lizy stretched out her hair, and hooked it behind her ears. This simple action made Lizy look like she was surrounded by soft light, showing her elegance. Su Bei was silent. Even Gluttony was stunned. Wait, did something happen just now? However, no matter how Lizy usually behaves, her current manner of speaking and behavior can indeed make Gluttony feel at ease. Thinking of this, Gluttony kept communicating with Jasmine with his mind, and a fierce conversation started in his mind. Gluttony, I think it's feasible. Jasmine, wait, Jasmine, she looks familiar to me, but I can't remember who she is. Jasmine, she's the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester? Jasmine, isn't that bad? Some summoners from the Russell family were chasing us not long ago. Mr. Gluttony's parasitic monsters are from the Russell family. Is it really okay to contact the Duke's daughter like this? There was a long silence, and Gluttony's huge eyeballs rolled around in his head. Gluttony, he. It's a good thing. Sister. Gluttony, it's okay. Gluttony, you know, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Gluttony, just think about it. As long as we can board the pirate ship of the Duke of Gloucester's daughter, those nobles will not be able to break in and search blatantly even if they know we are on the ship. Gluttony, moreover, if we become the crew of this lady, she can't just sit back and watch her crew fall into crisis. Jasmine, is it really feasible? If Miss Gloucester is hostile to us, it will make us dangerous and passive. Jasmine, that was on the ship. Gluttony, don't worry. I'm invincible in small-scale combat. Gluttony, he. Jasmine, I always feel a little uneasy. How about we talk first? Gluttony, leave it to me. The two hit it off immediately. Gluttony stretched out a tentacle and said, he. Hello, young lady. My name is the Invincible Octopus King. You can also call me Octopus Brother. This is my code name. Lizy narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was thinking. After a moment, Lily's eyes suddenly relaxed. Forget it. I don't want it to be spicy. Just act like you usually do in class. Put your mind aside. Shut your mouth and talk less. Lizzie immediately reached out and held the tentacle. My name is Lizzie. Nice to meet you. A friendly handshake. From Su Bei's angle, you can see Lizzie being lifted up by Gluttony, with her feet off the ground from time to time. But neither of them noticed the scene, and they still kept smiling and looked at each other calmly. Miss Lizzie. The Invincible Octopus King. Think you need a crew member like me? Allow me to introduce myself. Lizzie nodded. You said? I have 12 tentacles and can operate 12 cannons. Lizzie nodded. I can release 12 kinds of poisonous mist, including but not limited to aphrodisiacs, anesthetics, poisons, hallucinogens, sleeping pills. Lizzie nodded again. I can sing, dance, play basketball. Lizzie paused and nodded slowly. And I, the Invincible Octopus King, am also an experienced sailor with hundreds of years of sailing history. Lizzie fell into deep thought. Seeing that Lizzie was still so calm, Gluttony frowned and couldn't help but approach Lizzie and whispered, I can do it. If I were your crew member, I guarantee that you can see fun on the ship every day. Fun is the seasoning of bad things. Fairies can't refuse fun. Just like Lowly can't refuse lollipops. And Lowly Control can't refuse Lowly. Not to mention the god of fairies. Lizzie's eyes lit up. And with a snap, she reached out and hit Gluttony on the forehead, making a crisp sound. Great resume. Your experience and your ability make me very satisfied. I think if you were my crew, this journey would be very smooth. This is an address book. I will contact you on it for future exchanges, including your requests and when to leave. Please keep it. Gluttony's eyes curved to show funny, the corners of his mouth raised. He nodded sinisterly and stretched out his tentacles. He took the paper handed over by Lizzie. I am very much looking forward to cooperating with you. But there is one thing I must tell you in advance. I have a half-sister, and she will be with me to ensure my safety. What do you think? Lizzie said calmly. Of course. One more guest will not make Wei feel embarrassed. My crew and I welcome the guests. The conversation ended. Lizzie maintained the scene well, and did not collapse her character. Gluttony hid his identity very well. Not exposing Gluttony missed. Nor Jasmine. This was like a very ordinary job interview. And the crew members recruited were all very ordinary and normal crew members. Until the ship officially set sail. Su Bei thought so. He thought it was just an extremely ordinary journey. When Gluttony left, Lizzie still maintained this dignified posture. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Lizzie's shoulders collapsed instantly, and even her ahogue shrank down. She lay on the lawn with her hands open and took a deep breath. She turned around and sat on the lawn, with her hands on her hips and her head held high, waiting for Su Bei's praise. Great. I'm savoring it again and again. Su Bei didn't hesitate to praise him, and gave Lizzie a thumbs up. Of course it's spicy. Lizzie. Humph. And then pointed at Su Bei's omniscient code and said, I gave one to the big octopus. His address book can only be used to contact you in one direction. When you want to contact it, remember to circle the name on it, and circle whoever you want to chat with. Hearing this, Su Bei took out the omniscient code and opened it. A new line appeared on the book, and 2 codes were temporarily marked on this line. Su Bei looked at the Invincible Octopus King, the great King Lizzie, and was stunned. Very convenient. Right? Don't thank me. After all, Lizzie is so useful. Su Bei sighed, closed the book, and didn't say much, but smiled slightly. Thank you. Su Bei had to admit this. Lizzie is indeed very useful. In all aspects. Chapter 366 Brave Team. October 25th. 10 days have passed since Su Bei issued the commission to recruit crew members. Just today, the Adventure Association ring finally made some movement again. This means that a new adventurer has accepted the mission. According to the introduction, the adventure group that will accept the position will be an adventure group with an overall strength of about level 5, which can be regarded as a half-thug with a family. It is said to be a thug, but this strength is okay in the first half of the route. Once entering the unknown sea, self-protection is a big problem. However, the position he applied for was a ship doctor. Adventurers are simple-minded and strong-limbed reckless men, and few are good at this scarce position. Moreover, The partner of the other party said that he is very good at cooking, especially bibimbap and porridge, and can work part-time as a cook to improve the food on the ship. This is a top-notch auxiliary adventure group. Without thinking, Sube picked up the feather pen and said very seriously, "Do you understand? I guarantee it. Leave it to me," the feather pen said with high morale. Sube thought that he was useless in the past, and relying on the knowledge of the feather pen, he was enough to judge whether the other party was suitable to be a member of his group. After all, it's just an ordinary member recruitment, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Besides, the positions they are applying for are relatively scarce, such as ship doctors and cooks, so it's okay to relax the conditions. They are marginal crew members who can make do with any shortcomings. What Sube needs to focus on is the core combat crew. It would be best if some demigods could come. Thinking of this, Sube gave up the idea of going with them, and handed the task of recruiting ordinary members to Feather Pen, and handed over the contact paper sent by Lilizi, and turned to study more important things. These days, the Invincible Octopus King has proposed his commission to Sube as a condition before boarding the ship. Opening the omniscient code, Sube looked at the message on it and fell into deep thought. Invincible Octopus King, hello. Miss Lilizi. My commission is related to the recent hot news of the Green Empire. Invincible Octopus King, I want to find out the deeds of the mysterious Windbreaker man at the Green Empire martial arts competition. Invincible Octopus King, can you use your channels to help me dig out the specific information of this Windbreaker man? Looking at this series of messages, Sube frowned slightly, sent a text message, and asked tentatively, "Captain, I know something." "What do you want to ask?" Invincible Octopus King, all. Sube was stunned. Could it be that this big octopus is related to a contestant from the Elf Palace? He doesn't remember who he has offended? Thinking about it, Sube looked at the windbreaker on his body that was sewn together again, hesitated, kept deleting and reducing the text message in his hand, and finally clicked send. "Captain, I have heard similar information. The man in the windbreaker seems to be related to Sven. Or he is him." On the other side, Jasmine, who received the information, was stunned and blinked. Hey. Miss Lilizi said it was Sven. Is it true? Gluttony nodded thoughtfully. It's not impossible. Is it very likely? Jasmine blinked very quickly, obviously still not out of shock. Not low, Gluttony said casually. Damn it. Is it the gentleman who works as the head? How can he bully Jasmine like this? Jasmine will really teach him a lesson next time we meet. He is so shameless. Let's go back to one day ago. October 24th. The border between the Wild Continent and the Green Empire. The Braid Adventure team has just opened the 20th floor of the Resurrection Forest. After taking a hot spring bath in the Fountain of Youth on the 20th floor, they temporarily left the dungeon. Recently, there has been less news about the Demon King, but the frequency of the Beast Tide and the Demon Tide is getting higher and higher. Luminera put down the crystal ball and told everyone the message she had just received. Could it be that the Demon King is plotting something? Elena pondered. I heard that a magic weapon sequence 9 replica was born in Jinsokyo. It can copy the other party's rules at the same level at the same time, achieving a 50-50 effect. It is a very terrifying treasure. Is it related to this? Vulian shook her head and said calmly, according to the analysis of the members of the Hall of Heroes, the connection between this replica and the Demon King is less than 0.17%. But the possibility that the Demon King will look for this magic weapon is 50%. There are problems with the battlefront in Jinsokyo. According to feedback from some heroes, the pollution at the battlefront is getting worse and worse, and it is no longer suitable for intelligent species to survive. The probability that the battlefront will extend backwards is 80%, and the probability that the Transcendent Realm will be dispatched to forcibly remove the pollution is 19.9%. The remaining 0.1% is that the extraterritorial creatures will retreat on their own. In summary, according to the analysis of the Lord of the Hall of Heroes. As she spoke, Furin touched her chin and gave an extremely calm evaluation. The probability that the Demon King will go to Jinsokyo is 100%. That makes sense. As he said that, Xiaomizhou gulped down a mouthful of Xiaomizhou, raised his cattail high, and gave a thumbs up. Great. That's right. Will there be new porridge over there? Xiaomizhou tilted his head, facing the three people, and asked a soul-searching question. There will be. Don't worry. Luminera smiled slightly. reached out and touched Xiaomi Zhou's head, opened the Adventure Association ring, and searched for something. At this time, a piece of latest news was placed in the S-level commission area, which made Luminara eyes light up. Got it. Everyone. What do you think about sailing? Luminara suddenly asked. Elena was stunned, looked at her proud figure, and said thoughtfully, I haven't been to the beach for a long time. If I can go directly to the sea, it would be a good choice. And everyone has been training and coordinating tightly recently. It's time for the organization to relax. Not to mention, it is said that there are clues to wake up my sister there. Hearing this, Luminara said softly, Don't worry. The Empire is responsible for the protection of Eileen, and will not let her lack of nutrition. I have also asked people to explore that strange secret place. But I have no clue for the time being. Elena smiled back, indicating that she was fine. At this time, Fulian took out a deck of tarot cards from her chest and turned over one of them. The picture showed an old man with a long white beard, wearing a gray hooded robe, standing alone in the snow. He held a cane in his right hand and a lamp in his left hand, with a hexagram halo in the lampshade. Hermit, this is a lonely and desolate road. But this road must be right. It will guide us to find the right answer, according to the Master of the Hall of Valor. If we want to catch up with this voyage, our journey will be very dangerous. But the harvest is also unexpectedly rich. Flynn's tone is very similar to the wandering charlatan on the continent. But everyone has long been accustomed to her ingrained middle school second nature. Perhaps because they are still young. The brave adventure group is still vigorous and energetic, and dares to face any difficulties and challenges. Difficulties just symbolize opportunities. Luminara smiled. We are never afraid of challenges. To become stronger, Luminara said lightly. For freedom, Flynn said calmly. To survive, Elena added casually. For seafood porridge, Xiaomi Zhou shouted. Brave adventure team. Let's go! Chapter 367 The Second Crew. October 25th. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it looked like a bound little girl, who would be scared out of her wits at the slightest movement. Quilpen took the Adventure Association ring handed over by Su Bei, and came to the meeting place agreed with the mysterious crew alone, and saw the demon girl sitting there. The two, one big and one small, spread their wings and looked at each other. Could it be? Fulian raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Are you the mascot sent by the organizer of this voyage? Hey, the way you talk is really irritating. Without Su Bei present, Featherpen completely let himself go, without any intention of maintaining his character. Featherpen stared at him, and couldn't help but pull open the eyelids of the true eye, and made an intelligent assessment of Fulian, identifying the other party's racial identity and vague strength. Damn little demon. Is there a possibility that the great master Featherpen is the person in charge of recruitment, and is in charge of whether you can join the company or not? You will definitely be in trouble if you offend the great master Quilpen. You bastard. Impossible. Flynn denied it very quickly, without thinking. As we all know, reliable things will be unreliable if they encounter fairies, and they will definitely fail if they encounter 10 fairies. So no one will let an extremely unreliable fairy be in charge of a specific project. This group of wise creatures can always give you a good life in unexpected places. You are finished. Quilpen was furious and shouted loudly. I want to tell you. You are finished. I told you that you've narrowed your path. You damned little demon. The great master Quilpen has decided to eliminate you, and will not hire you. After a pause, Quilpen shouted at Fulian's face. Not hired. Spit flew. Fulian thought about it, and took out a piece of dessert from her bosom. Fulian often made and carried desserts with her, and for this reason, she studied a secondary profession, which was a pastry chef. Quilpen's movements froze. His eyebrows swayed along with Fulian's movements. His wings flapped up and down. He swallowed his saliva, and coughed. But then again, as one of the great beings, Master Quilpen is naturally extremely tolerant, easygoing, mild-tempered, friendly and amiable. If you can give me the dessert in your hand, and give me 3 more desserts, and apologize to me a little, and promise to give me more desserts on the ship in the future, and please me from time to time. This attitude of wanting both is definitely that of a pure fairy. Fulian sighed, and threw the small cake in her hand over. That's why I think fairies are unreliable. Quil happily licked the dessert as big as her head and complained. Don't say that. Teaming up with fairies is the dream of countless adventure groups. Do you know how many people want to marry Quill and lure the great Quill into their own adventure groups? Flynn sighed and pulled out a tarot card. Devil. From her pocket. This is not a good card. How should the devil card be interpreted here? I have extremely little confidence in this matter, and think it is impossible to do it well. The attitude towards this matter is passive and negative. He always lets fate decide the future, and doesn't believe that he can decide his own destiny. It is an absolutely pessimistic card. This symbolizes that the companions on the ship will only bring negative effects. No, that's not right. Flynn paused and took out the hermit she had drawn before. This card is a dead card if it is played alone. But if it is combined with the hermit before, it makes sense. See a glimmer of hope in the predicament, and seek a ray of peace in the chaos. This is a combination of cards. What it wants to tell me is that if you want to get the truth hidden in the end by the hermit, you can't avoid the waves caused by the devil. Flynn slowly closed the two cards, smiled slightly, and then put away the tarot cards and nodded. Let's get on the boat. There are 4 people in total, responsible for logistics, desserts and medical care. I take care of all your desserts. Quillpen nodded without hesitation, issued a sincere invitation, and said happily, come on board. The ship needs talents like you. Featherpen handed over the fragments of the omniscient code that had been prepared long ago, and registered Fulian and her members on board, and named them without authorization. Codenamed the Invincible Dessert King. A coincidence happened. Lilizi had no idea about Fulian. Her impression of Fulian was still stuck at the time when freedom possessed her. But the perspective of God was different from that of ordinary people. The Fulian she saw was freedom herself. And the Fulian that others saw was Fulian. So she didn't remember Fulian's appearance at all. In this way, something that no one had expected was happening quietly. Lilizi didn't recognize the parasite of gluttony, so she summoned Jasmine. Lilizi didn't recognize Furin, so she summoned Luminara. You know, Lilizi has always emphasized that Su Bei should stay away from cause and effect, and tried her best to avoid Su Bei from meeting the hero and the devil, fearing that it would trigger fate. Lilizi never thought that she would dominate the whole thing by chance. And Su Bei didn't know all this. Now you should praise me. The Featherpen Akimbo uttered a sound, thinking carefully. What kind of people should we recruit next? We have people who can do the work and people who can provide desserts. What else is missing? Quillpen racked his brains to think, and clapped his hands. Got it. We also need fishermen on the ship. How can we sail on the sea without fishermen? A voyage without fish and seafood is incomplete. Come on. Come on. This way. Then this way. And then this way. Thinking about it, Quillpen slightly modified the profile on the Adventure Association ring and quietly inserted a new position. In the shadow, Sven, who was running away, sneezed several times in succession, causing Alyssa to complain. Teacher Sven, we haven't seen the sun for more than 10 days. Are you really reflecting on it? Fuck. I really don't know what I did. Why are so many idiots going crazy to mess with me? Sven cursed in pain, his voice weak. From his voice, you can hear that he has been tortured recently, and his spirit is a little weak. If Sven had not been promoted to demigod, he would have been arrested long ago. At this time, Alyssa's pale eyes full of resentment slowly emerged from the shadows behind Sven. According to the information, it can be confirmed that they are coming for you. Teacher Sven, please reflect on it carefully. If you can't remember, keep thinking about it. Please hurry up. Let Miss Fury, who is in her prime, and I accompany Teacher Sven to hide in this dark sewer, and be a pitiful creature who dare not show his face. I think Mr. Sven wouldn't be so cruel. Right? Sven gritted his teeth, opened the Adventure Association ring in his hand, frowned, and paused. Among the countless commissions, he instantly locked onto a certain message. Saved. Let's go to Jinsokyo. I really suspect that there is a bastard plotting against me. Damn it. No matter who he is, I can't afford to offend him. Can't I just hide from him? Run away. Run away now. Chapter 368 The Duke of Gloucester moves in. October 28th. The weather is clear, and the soft sunshine shines down, like a lowly's smooth leg sticking to the skin, making people feel warm and soft. For Lilizi and Su Bei, these days are extremely special days. 3 days ago, Lilizi embezzled a huge sum of money from the Duke of Gloucester's mansion, and bought a small cruise ship with a passenger capacity of about 300 from the Science and Technology City at cost price. and named it Lilizi. There are cruise ships in the Science and Technology City. But this involves some technological secrets of the Science and Technology City. And Lilizi can't openly acquire them. So Lilizi optimized other places. Lilizi spent a huge amount of money to turn the Lilizi into a warship, relying on technological means to arm it from the bottom of the ship. For this purpose, she called the best engineer in the Science and Technology City, Brownie, a member of the Traverser with Sue Bay and others, and her goblin team. Lilizi buried mysteries in every corner of the hull, inlaid with many advanced treasures, and engraved thousands of magic circuits and hundreds of magic arrays on the deck of the ship. It can be said that this ship took Lilizi a lot of energy. When Lilizi appeared in a new look at the coast of the Green Empire and hoisted the sails, it immediately attracted countless adventurers to test their eyes. Many adventurers secretly and openly sought intelligence, and Sue Bay's commission was unknowingly placed at the top of the Adventurer Association's mission commission. So far, there has been an endless stream of visiting adventurers, and the number is so large that Sue Bay can't imagine it. Cruise ship, the daughter of Duke of Gloucester, sailing adventure, directly to Fantasy Township. When these four sentences are combined, the turmoil caused is second only to the birthday party of the elf Queen Leah. Few people dare to challenge the sea, and anyone who dares to do so can attract people's attention. Of course, after completing this action, Lilizi soon paid a heavy price. The price is that Lilizi was locked up in a small dark room by the Duchess of Gloucester and was completely confined. Day and night, she can only communicate with Sue Bay through text messages. Lilizi is miserable. In response, Lilizi issued a soul cry, "Even if I die, I will be nailed in the coffin. I will also shout in my grave with a decayed voice. I want to go sailing." So, Lilizi was beaten by the Duchess of Gloucester again. So what is Sue Bay doing these days? Sue Bay is not idle either. He is contacting thugs, although there is no gain. After several days of hard work by Feather Pen, the logistics staff has been fully recruited, such as ship doctors, cooks, fishermen, program groups, repairmen, weather forecast experts, drivers, etc. But there is still no progress on Sue Bay's side. It's not that no one applied, but Sue Bay didn't recruit any satisfactory thugs. There was no demigod who applied, saying that it was easy for demigods to encounter curses when they went to the sea. Sue Bay sneered at this. Occasionally, a few quasi-demigods came, but their strength was slightly weaker, and did not meet Sue Bay's expectations. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed the martial arts competition in the Elf Palace. At that time, Sue Bay always felt that the strength of those players was unbearable. However, when he was recruiting thugs, Sue Bay found that these guys who came to apply were not even as good as those players. They are all the kind of people who can beat the green skin once into death with one blow. Their strength fluctuates between the ordinary 5th level and elite species. None of them can match the strength of the king species. These adventurers are weak, and the requirements for joining the ship are higher and higher. They often ask for difficult commissions, such as hunting legendary demigods and blood sacrifices to summon demons. Sue Bay is very helpless about this. Fortunately, today, Sue Bay finally got something. In order to show support, the Green Empire sent a diamond-level adventure group, the Emerald Adventure Group, created by the Green Empire royal family, to assist the Ruriko in going to Gensokyo. This is a complete adventure group, with a total of 9 people, all of whom have the strength of a king, and all of them awakened through the path of wind-chasing rangers. This is a group of quasi-demigods, with the potential to be promoted to demigods. They are the treasured geniuses of the Green Empire, and the most powerful artillery shooters on the sea. What surprised Sue Bay even more was that their captain was a genuine demigod named Weiwei, who mastered the pure wind rules, and was a student of the Elf Queen. In addition to being surprised, Sue Bay couldn't help but feel a little worried, fearing that it would cause too much noise and attract the spying of fate. But with the arrival of the Emerald Adventure Group, the number of high-quality adventurers who came to apply for the job increased instantly, and many of them were extremely talented and had an impressive record of hunting king species alone. There were even other demigods. After the Emerald Adventure Group joined, the Duz Empire said it was unwilling to be outdone and sent the Duke of Gloucester. He led an extremely low-key adventure group under the mansion, the Male Model Adventure Group, to join the Lilizi. The adventure group was led by an unknown 3rd-level adventurer Lon, who led 4 king-level quasi-demigods and a very special human. and they entered the Lilizi with great force. Although the other few people were not well known, and the lineup did not look as luxurious as those of other countries, the name of the Duke of Gloucester was here. The Duke of Gloucester alone could overwhelm the adventure groups of the White Rock Empire and the Green Grass Empire, and his status far exceeded the title of the Elf Queen student that Wei Wei had. This is a pillar of the country, second only to one person. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can come to the Lilizi to teach in the countryside. It is said that the Duke of Gloucester led a team to come here, ostensibly just to meet the outstanding talents of various countries and understand the development of the continent. But according to some insiders, the facts do not seem to be the case. The truth is unclear, and only the words daughter, yellow hair, disabled, dowry, pension and other meaningless words have been leaked. Some newspapers put these words together to form a complete sentence. Shock! The Duke of Gloucester's daughter beat a yellow-haired creature to a pulp, which destroyed her dowry and the family pension, forcing the Duke of Gloucester to sell himself to make money to redeem her family property. Seeing this, the Duke of Gloucester had a hashtag on his head, clenched his fists and rushed into a newspaper office, punching the editor-in-chief into a nursing home. The scene was a mess. Chapter 369, Talents from All Countries. Although the newspaper's reasoning is reasonable and widely praised, and the Duke of Gloucester's defensive move seems to verify the truth and reliability of this statement, but some people can still see some strange messages in the Duke of Gloucester's eyes. No, something is wrong. It seems that the matter is more serious than everyone imagined, and it is much more serious. So what is the truth? It makes everyone imagine. But compared with Duzay's actions, the truth, a trivial family matter, obviously has to be put aside. The Duke of Gloucester's arrival on the Lilizi brought the whole incident to a climax. If the Green Empire's dispatch of the adventure group was the fuse of the incident, then Duzay's subsequent actions added fuel to the fire. The other countries looked at Duzay and Green, and they were also eager to see if they could get involved after they sent the adventure group to the Lilizi. For a while, the remaining countries all turned their attention. The Bayan Empire was the first to react, mainly because Bayan's geographical location was too sensitive. So they had to think deeply about it, fearing that Duz and Louis were up to something. They secretly didn't bring him along. You have to know that the Bayan Empire is bordered by Duz in the south, Louis in the east, and surrounded by icebergs in the northwest. If the other two secretly plot to deal with something, he will definitely be the poor guy targeted. It can be imagined that if the peace-loving Louis is instigated by the warlike Duz, Bayan will suffer from the situation of being sandwiched between cheese and cheese, and the situation will be precarious. This is much more dangerous than a lowly being sandwiched between two Lolita lovers. This is unacceptable to the Bayan Empire. So Bayan had to force his way in no matter what, even if it was a bit deliberate as a third party. So, the Bayan Empire sent an adventure group, the Rock Adventure Group. The adventure group was led by the 400-year-old Bayan Imperial Master Palu, and the Blood Clan demigod Wilgard, and the third prince of Bayan, Graham. The lineup was even more luxurious, with a total of 9 people, all of whom were quasi-demigods or above. The quality of the adventure group was extremely high, and the rest of the quasi-demigod groups were all Thunder type, with extremely amazing killing power, suitable for naval battles. And the status is even more frightening. The status of the White Rock Imperial Master Palu is equal to that of the Duke of Gloucester, plus the status and strength of the vampire nobles of Vilgard, and the royal status of Graham. From this, we can see that the White Rock Empire is really anxious. After that, the Wild Continent also expressed its desire to join in the fun. So it sent out the Wild Adventure Group, led by the Beast King Zul'jin, who had just broken through to the demigod level, led 7 quasi-demigod troll fighters, a Frost Wolf mount, a total of 9 people, and forcefully settled in the Lilizi. Among them, the troll fighter, as a master of taming monsters, has a strong interest in monsters in the deep sea, and is the vanguard of contacting monsters. Although Beast King Zul'jin lost to Luminera in the quasi-demigod stage, no one dared to question its value, especially after Zul'jin broke through the quasi-demigod and entered the demigod not long ago. All kinds of rumors were refuted. Its strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and it has a tendency to suppress a generation of demigods and become the leader of the demigods in the new era. This is a great help to the Lilizi. However, compared with other races, the Wild Continent is more like a training ground, lacking the pressure of verbal battles. The quality of the adventure group sent out is not low, but the status seems to be a little lacking. There is less gunpowder. The kingdom of the dead is also not absent. The undead emperor sent out a Lich adventure group, led by the demigod legendary creature Lich King, leading 8 Liches, a total of 9 people, to settle in the Lilizi. As we all know, Liches are natural turret mages, who can easily set off an undead disaster and determine the outcome of a war. The value of the 8 Liches can be imagined. This is an extremely terrifying lineup. The name of the Lich alone is scary enough. Not to mention the Lich King, who is very good at war. However, the lineup of pure Liches is also a bit strange. It is obviously difficult to use undead methods on this ship. If you are targeted, it is completely like catching a lowly in a small dark room. You can't escape the clutches of others. It makes people wonder what the purpose of the kingdom of the dead is. Don't the Liches know how bad their reputation is? The demon realm was also unwilling to be outdone, and sent out a demon adventure group, led by the demigod Tianma, the chief of the Sky Demon clan, and led one of each of the other 8 tribes of the demon realm, a total of 9 people, to enter the demon realm. The 8 demon tribe descendants are all in the first echelon below the demigods, and are in the top 100 of the Tianjia combat power list. Each of them has an impressive record of being able to tie with legendary creatures. Moreover, as one of the chiefs of the 9 tribes of the demon clan, the Sky Demon clan chief has a higher status than the Duke of Gloucester in terms of specifications, and is not inferior to the Emperor Master Bai Yin. The attitude of the demons can be imagined. The demons went out for only one thing: conquest. Conquering the world. Conquering all countries. This is the belief that the demons have always adhered to. And Tianma Luo is very interested in the Duke of Gloucester. Both of them are recognized as the ceiling of demigods in their respective countries, and it may be possible to start a very exciting battle here. This made many people cast curious eyes, and the gimmick was even more sufficient. Seeing this, Brownie, the Lord of the Science and Technology City, personally took the lead and led 8 skilled goblin workers to settle in the Lilizi, to ensure logistics and venues, and to prevent the Lilizi from being damaged. Geniuses from all countries came out, and it seemed that they wanted to use this voyage to show their national strength, and make a name for themselves. In their view, conquering the seas seemed to be just a small matter. Conquering each other was their goal. Hearing these good news, Su Bei was happy and couldn't help grinning. More, you know. Su Bei rarely laughs from the heart, but this time he was really happy. As for so many forces and organizations coming, will Su Bei worry about being spied on by fate? There is no need to worry about this matter. It would be fine if 1 or 2 came. But if all came at once, then fate would think it was reasonable. Even if it was unreasonable, it would not be traced to him, because the cause and effect involved in this ship is too strong. As long as Jasmine and Luminera can't come, the more demigods come, the more at ease Su Bei will be, and the happier he will be. This shows that the basic guarantee of the route will definitely not be a problem. As for whether the ship is in a mess, what does that have to do with Su Bei? Su Bei just wanted to reach the shore. After that, the standards of the adventurers who dared to apply for the job were obviously much higher. Su Bei picked and chose, first picking out 4 demigods with relatively simple conditions to enter the ship, eliminating the demigod pass with a big mouth, and the remaining places were filled with various quasi-demigod geniuses. It took 2 weeks to finally build the thugs. At this point, the Lilizi was loaded and ready to set sail. Not long after, Su Bei issued a statement of departure. On October 31st, the Lilizi officially set sail. As for where did Lilizi, who initiated this organization, go? Su Bei frowned, a little confused. Why did Lilizi disappear? No one cared about Lilizi's stay or departure, and Lilizi's existence was forgotten by everyone. It seemed that no one cared. But if Su Bei opened the omniscience code, he might see that Lilizi had already knocked the question mark into pieces. Now, he was knocking the exclamation mark. In the Duke of Gloucester's mansion, Lilizi roared angrily. Let me out. The Lilizi is incomplete without Lilizi. She is my child. She cannot leave her mother. The Duchess of Gloucester said calmly. Lilizi is my child. Lilizi is incomplete without her mother. Copy the house rules 100 times again. You stay at home these days. The Duke of Gloucester is dealing with some things, and will decide his attitude towards you based on the specific circumstances. Such a cold conversation inevitably made Lilizi feel extremely chilled. Whoa. No. Lilizi will die if you copy again. I can't copy anymore. I really can't copy anymore. Let Li Lizi go. I can't copy anymore. Chapter 370. I escaped from prison. The ship sailed. The pace before sailing was very fast. But fortunately everything went smoothly during the voyage. The voyage had long been tacitly agreed upon by all countries. What happened afterwards had little to do with Su Bei, mainly because the representatives of various countries were organizing the organization, which made Su Bei completely relieved of the responsibility and hid in the hidden deck of the Li Lizi, lying flat on his back. Facts have proved that as long as you are willing to work hard, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The premise is to find the right method. As for who works hard, it doesn't matter. Su Bei is the best example. With Li Lizi's hard work, Su Bei successfully inherited the Li Lizi, and thus attracted many big men to help him sail and land in Jinsokyo. How can this not be regarded as Su Bei's history of getting rich? Of course, most of the time, people don't have noble people to help them. So what can they do? Li Lizi gave a standard answer based on her own actions. Who do you rely on? It's better to rely on yourself than to ask God. I, Li Lizi, am also a god. And my brain is not stupid. Even if I am a remnant of the old era, I will climb aboard the ship of the new era. What the hell? You think I am the great Rilizi? In the end, Rilizi, through unremitting efforts, not only got rid of the pain of copying books, but also escaped the fate of being imprisoned. Specifically, she escaped from prison. Rilizi, with her clever brain, took advantage of the Duchess of Gloucester's deep sleep, stuffed the tabby cat into the quilt, and piled the quilt high to create the illusion that she was sleeping. Then, Ruriko took away all the small cakes in the house as food reserves without hesitation, plunged into the code of omniscience, and fled to the kingdom of wisdom. Do you think this is the end? Ruriko's brain was spinning rapidly, and her hair was burning from the overheated brain. So she came up with another plan. Then, Ruriko drilled into the code of omniscience again, climbed out from the other end, successfully landed in the hidden bedroom of the Ruriko, and boarded this new era ship. This is Ruriko's smart brain. Although the process looks very simple, and it is indeed very simple to operate, Li Lizi's psychological process is not simple. Who in the family understands? The feeling of running away from home secretly, without telling the parents, is really amazing. Which child is so brave? Li Lizi can feel the crazy secretion of adrenaline in her body. The process is as tense and exciting as the last battle of gods. The defection of just a few seconds is enough for Li Lizi to remember it for a lifetime. Great. No need. The moment she stepped onto the Li Lizi quickly put her hands together, turned around and bowed deeply towards the sea. With a pious attitude and a sincere tone, I'm sorry, future Li Lizi. In order for the present Li Lizi to have fun, I have to sacrifice your happiness. I hope the future you will be fine. I can only wish you the best. As if she had foreseen the difficulties in the future. 2 tears slipped from the corners of Li Lizi's eyes while she spoke, and her eyes fluctuated. But the moment she finished speaking, Li Lizi wiped away the tears from her eyes very quickly. And then her shoulders couldn't help twitching, making a faint sound like a hamster stealing food. Then Li Lizi's shoulders trembled more and more violently. Her body trembled violently, and her whole body began to twitch like a madman. Finally, she couldn't help it, and Li Lizi jumped high and roared excitedly, "Wow! Great, Li Lizi is free! I'm free! Are you crazy?" Su Bei frowned. From beginning to end, Su Bei sat by the bed in the bedroom, watching this scene happen. Su Bei was planning to communicate with Li Lizi through the omniscience code to discuss the direction and progress of the voyage. But Li Lizi came out of the omniscience code directly. Then this extremely strange scene happened. For Su Bei, this scene was still quite scary. A little too advanced. It made Su Bei wonder if Li Lizi was possessed by something dirty. Hearing this, Li Lizi turned her body to face Su Bei, frowned tightly, pointed at Su Bei, and asked a soul-searching question. How dare you say that? Why haven't you sent me a message in so many days? Do you know that I copied the family rules 3 times? My hands are about to break. But I haven't finished copying them yet. I really have no strength left. So Li Lizi had no choice but to run away from home. So it's all your fault. Take responsibility. You bastard Su Bei. Su Bei asked in confusion. How does it have anything to do with me? Of course. In order to buy a ship, I borrowed a huge sum of money that the Duke of Gloucester had saved for a long time, and drained my small treasury. The Duke of Gloucester was so angry about this that he almost choked and insisted that I tell him who I spent the money on. Of course I won't tell you. But I will suffer. To be honest, Lizzie still feels very sorry. I am really sorry to my dear father. I will make it up to him next time we meet. As Lizzie spoke, she picked up the stolen cake and ate it bite by bite. And from time to time she put some into the mouth of the quill pen, enjoying double happiness. Hearing this, Su-bei couldn't help but ask, "How much did you steal?" Hearing this, Lizzie frowned and shouted righteously and loudly, "Shut up! How can a father-daughter relationship be called stealing? It's borrowing. I mean borrowing." Not to mention that Lizzie also took out her own small treasury, which should have 100 or 80 gold coins. "I'm super rich. Okay? But you don't need to be grateful for being supported by the great Lizzie. Just take good care of me in the future as a reward." This Su-bei thought about it, hesitant to speak. I don't know whether I should remind Lizzie and tell her about the Duke of Gloucester on the ship. I can imagine how chaotic the scene would be if the Duke of Gloucester found Lizzie in his room. I hope she won't be caught. However, the more people fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Su-bei suddenly felt uneasy and more uneasy. Chapter 371 Cruise Ship Strange Stories. The Duke knocks on the door. Su-bei should indeed feel uneasy. He should have thought of it earlier. The purchasing power of gold coins is indeed not bad. 180 gold coins are enough to buy a large house in Lion City, under the territory of Duke of Gloucester. But if you want to buy this cruise ship that can carry nearly 300 people, it is estimated that you have to multiply it 50 times on this basis. Not to mention the subsequent modifications, combined with the Duke of Gloucester's open display of hard assets. According to Su-bei's rough calculations, if the Duke of Gloucester was not a corrupt official who embezzled money, his pension would probably have exploded. According to this situation, if the Duke of Gloucester knew that Lizzie built the ship for him, the result can be imagined. Thinking of this, Su-bei couldn't help but mention it. "If you can meet your father in the next second." Lizzie just raised the strawberry cake and was about to put it in her mouth. But when she heard this, Lizzie's hand stopped and trembled slightly. Then she stuffed it into Su-bei's mouth with force. And hurriedly, "Pooh, pooh, pooh," 3 times, filling Su-bei's mouth completely, interrupting him from continuing to speak. "Don't say such scary things. Don't talk nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Shut your mouth. You almost scared Lizzie to death." As she said that, Lizzie looked around with a strong sense of stealth, and her breathing became a little faster. Fortunately, the great Lizzie is magnanimous and does not hold grudges against children. "I will forgive you for now. Don't do it again next time. Don't scare Lizzie with the Duke of Gloucester again. I'm giving you a serious warning once." Lizzie pointed at Su-bei's nose and cast a serious look, not noticing the pity in Su-bei's eyes at all. Maybe it was because of the confinement. Lizzie has been disconnected from society these days, and has no idea what happened on the ship, who came, and what the current situation is. When the Lizzie started sailing, the ship was completely out of personal control. There were too many forces on the ship, and it was a mess. Lizzie's appearance was like a Lolita lover who strayed into the Lolita Island. If you don't pay attention, it will cause a huge storm. In the past few nights, Su-bei also heard that there seemed to be a horror story on the ship. The strange story is called the Duke knocking on the door. Every night when it is quiet, the Duke of Gloucester will knock on the door of every household. If it is a woman at the door, it is okay. The Duke of Gloucester will bow politely and apologize. If it is a man at the door, then you are in trouble. Su-bei does not know the specific content, but only knows that the friends who were questioned by the Duke were not in a good mental state and looked a little dazed. Fortunately, this matter has nothing to do with Su-bei. There are 2 main reasons for this. First, the room where Su-bei lives is a secret base specially built by Lizzie. Ordinary people can't find it at all, and the food stored in it is very rich. So Su-bei does not need to show up in a short time. There is also a secret path on the ship that leads to the outside world, so the safety factor is extremely high. Second, there are a large number of people on the Lizzie. Hundreds of people. More than 100 thugs. More than 100 logistics. And dozens of miscellaneous people. So the probability of finding Su-bei's head is very small. Should it be okay? Su-bei thought so. Suddenly stunned, and then began to sweat. And sweat continued to flow from the palms and backs of his hands. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps was heard on the deck. Tada, tada, like the whisper of a devil. Then, Su Bei heard a creaking sound from the crack of the door. Ka! Click! The door was slowly pushed open. Li Lizzie was stunned. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man with a serious face and a strong body. His last name was Gloucester, and his given name was Alexander. He was Li Lizzie's biological father. Li Lizzie was stunned and looked around in confusion. Where is Su Bei? Let's go back 10 minutes. In the past few days, the Duke of Gloucester has been asking questions and knocking on doors openly and secretly. All for the same thing. To crack the spatial layout of the ship. And just now, the Duke of Gloucester finally confirmed his guess. The real Lizzie has a mezzanine. With the Duke of Gloucester's vision and knowledge, he can easily judge that there is something fishy about the spatial structure of the ship after a brief walk around the ship. If there is something fishy, it is the biggest problem. You have to know that he came here this time to solve the problem. Of course, if the problem cannot be solved, it is better to solve the person who caused the problem directly. So, in this context, the Duke of Gloucester took action. Mezzanine? Although the room is very hidden, the existence of a room means that there is a gap in the room. Thinking of this, the Duke of Gloucester cast his eyes outside the ship, climbed onto the top of the ship in full view of everyone, and kept exploring around the whole armor. The sea breeze blew the hem of the Duke of Gloucester's clothes, revealing his wise eyes. He is very familiar with his daughter. In front of people, Li Lizzie maintains aloof elegance and a cold temperament that keeps strangers away. But these are all disguises. How can the Duke of Gloucester not understand Li Lizzie after raising her for more than 10 years? In his eyes, Li Lizzie is very playful, loves to take advantage of small things, is easily hooked, and is easily unable to walk when seeing delicious food and drinks. She is good to whoever treats her well, and she is very responsible and stubborn. With Li Lizzie's personality, once the yellow-haired man tears off her cold disguise, she is very easy to be seduced and deceived. This made him, as a father, very worried. So if it was Li Lizzie, how would she use this mezzanine? The Duke of Gloucester fell into deep thought. Room. It must be an extra-large bedroom. It would be filled with all kinds of blue dolls, countless desserts and cakes, and all kinds of toys. If it was Li Lizzie, she would definitely secretly install a window on the hull, and then put a hidden iron sheet inside the window to cover it slightly, so that she could enjoy the sea view through the window. So, how can I find the entrance? The Duke of Gloucester cast his eyes toward the sea, and looked around the hull of the real Lizzie along the sea surface. He planned to leave the hull of the ship at high speed, and climb along the outer wall. There was nowhere to land during the whole process. And if he was not careful, he would fall into the seabed. And if he was not careful, he would die even if he was a quasi-demigod. For demigods, it was also a headache. But for the Duke of Gloucester, compared with falling into the sea, it was obviously more troublesome that his daughter was kidnapped by the yellow-haired man. The Duke of Gloucester put his right fingertips together and clasped them, engraving a summoning circle without chanting. Faintly, a sparse sound sounded, like insects crawling on the ground. At this time, the Duke of Gloucester raised his finger. A huge crimson spider emerged from the summoning circle, bound the Duke of Gloucester with silk threads, and began to climb along the ship. Not long after, he heard some strange noises, so he commanded the crimson spider to stop somewhere on the hull. He immediately reached out and used the spider silk to probe into the gaps in the board to find out the details. The inside of the board was empty. The Duke of Gloucester narrowed his eyes slightly, as if smiling. Found it. Chapter 372. It's over. Everyone is done. Quiet, quiet, very quiet, in the room. Li Lizzie kept turning her head and met the Duke of Gloucester, and was instantly petrified. A gust of wind blew, blowing the omniscient code in Li Lizzie's hand, causing it to slowly turn the pages. The picture froze. After a while, Li Lizzie blinked, as if repeatedly confirming, and finally accepted this fact after blinking for the 12th time. It's over. It's my father. Poor Li Lizzie is dead now. Li Lizzie was quiet, motionless, her hands and feet trembling from time to time, her eyes unfocused and dazed. No one knew where she was looking. It seemed like she had been walking for a while, but her body had not yet cooled down. The Duke of Gloucester looked over and met Li Lizzie's eyes, forcibly locking his eyes with Li Lizzie's. Li Lizzie's body trembled even more, and for a moment even her breathing was about to stop. The two were silent, and no one spoke the first word. The silly hair on Lilizi's head kept spinning like a small windmill, which meant that Lilizi's brain was working at a very fast speed. After a moment of silence, the Duke of Gloucester spoke first and asked, "Where is Huamao?" Hearing this, Lilizi frowned, as if she had thought of a countermeasure, and first said perfunctorily, "Huamao, what Huamao?" Then, Lilizi started with 0 frames, and seamlessly played a set of silky small combos. Ah ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Dad? By the way, Dad, how did you appear on this ship? Lilizi remembers that I didn't invite you. Secretly following your own daughter is a very unnoble behavior. Don't do it next time. You be arrested as a pervert. Besides, it's very rude to break into a girl's bedroom without permission. Remember to knock on the door first. Riri's voice became softer and softer, and the last word spicy was barely audible, almost losing its tone. Riri planned to strike first and nail her father's crime to take the initiative. But the invisible pressure from the Duke of Gloucester made Riri's head steam up, and the pressure continued to rise and gradually exploded, and her skin was already red with heat. The whole body was burning hot like a small hot stove. It looked like a lowly toy that was forcibly filled with gas, and it seemed that it would explode if it was given a little more pressure. Lilizi was silent again and swallowed her saliva. The Duke of Gloucester ignored Lilizi's harmless verbal offensive, looked around, and asked seriously, speaking very quickly, "Are you building the ship for yourself?" "Of course it's hot." "Ah ha ha ha. I just want to go around." Lilizi replied hurriedly. "Where are you going?" the Duke of Gloucester asked. "Jinsokyo is Jinsokyo. What are you going there for?" "Play." "Do you have to build a ship?" "Ah ha ha. Riri wants to see the sea." "Did he save your life?" "Yes. But Riri also saved him. So we're even." "Oh, that's it." Riri was stunned, and sweat beads covered her forehead before she knew it. Her back was completely soaked with sweat, revealing her delicate skin. You could vaguely see the dense goosebumps on it. This time, Su Bei is doomed. To what? The Duke of Gloucester narrowed his eyes, looking imposing without anger, like an active volcano ready to erupt, as if it would erupt in the next second. "Scared," Lilizi replied awkwardly. "Two are even." Hearing this, the Duke of Gloucester breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't hear an answer that would easily cause high blood pressure. Otherwise, he would have a myocardial infarction on the spot. "It's a girl. A girl. A girl. A friend," Lilizi replied intermittently with a guilty conscience. And this answer made the Duke of Gloucester realize something. Ririko would never tell the truth. The Duke of Gloucester sighed, glanced at the room, frowned again, and said something unclear. "Don't be too anxious. I don't want to have a grandson now." "Of course not." Ririko was stunned, and then her eyebrows and a hogue wrinkled at the same time, and she shouted in a very loud and roundabout tone. "Huh? Huh? The Duke of Gloucester, what are you talking about with your daughter?" Ririko's eyes widened, pointing at the other party, and was so shocked that she called the other party's title. At this moment, Lilizi's brain was completely overloaded. She pointed at the Duke of Gloucester, her chest heaving violently. You, go to hell. You lousy old man." Lilizi was talking incoherently. Her mind unconsciously associated the specific scene based on the conversation. Suddenly, her eyes were misty, and her face was red. As she was thinking, her head, boom, exploded. Thick smoke billowed out. The Duke of Gloucester left and closed the door. The Duke of Gloucester was very satisfied with Lilizi's reaction, although the way of probing was a bit dirty. The Duke of Gloucester still got the answer he wanted based on Lilizi's reaction, no matter what happened before and after. At least it was clear now. In this case, he should not focus on Lilizi now. After all, he can teach Lilizi a lesson at any time. The most important thing at the moment is who is the guy who is close to Lilizi. As for the various reasons that Lilizi mentioned casually before, he could only coax the Duchess of Gloucester. He would not believe a word of it. Lion City, the main city in the territory managed by the Duke of Gloucester, has a teleportation array to Jinsokyo. So why build a ship specially? You should know that the route to Jinsokyo is very dangerous. And the last time it was opened was 1,000 years ago. Then the purpose of Lilizi's shipbuilding is obvious. This was specially built for a guy. But why didn't the other party use his Lion City's teleportation array? Why can't he go to Jinsokyo from other ways? There is only one possibility. That guy is shameless. There must be some cause and effect hidden in that person. Could it be a devil from hell? Or a demon from the abyss? And according to the Duke of Gloucester's observation, there are signs of living in the room. But before he left, Lee Leasy was still in confinement. This means that it was not Lee Leasy who lived in the room these days, but someone else. It is very likely that it was that guy. In other words, that guy is likely to get along with Lee Leasy often. When the Duke of Gloucester thought of this, his heart suddenly twitched violently. No matter what that guy is, the Duke of Gloucester would have a heart attack as long as he thought about that guy and Lee Leasy staying in the same room, even if nothing happened between them. As he walked, the Duke of Gloucester could not help but punch the steel plate beside him, leaving a fist-sized fist mark on it. His face twitched, and he growled 3 times. Fuck. 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 So where did Subei go? Lee Leasy designed 2 doors in the room. One is the main door through which the Duke of Gloucester broke in. The other is connected to the kitchen, which is a secret door for Lee Leasy to steal small cakes at any time. At this time, Subei slowly pushed open the secret door and met Xiaomi Zhou from the logistics department. Xiaomi Zhou was startled by Subei's sudden appearance, and the hand holding the porridge shook. The porridge slipped out of his hand. Oh! Subei was stunned. Chapter 373 Prey Mark of Millet Porridge. It's over. It's all over. The moment they met, Subei hurriedly pulled his windbreaker. His brain was working at a high speed, thinking frantically. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be an accident. The millet porridge is here, which means the Brave Adventure team is also here. What puzzled Subei was why the Brave Adventure team came to the logistics team. This time Subei was really confused, frowned tightly, and fell into silence. But Subei couldn't think more, and when he saw the porridge bowl fell to the ground, he stopped thinking and reached out to hold the bowl, to avoid the porcelain bowl from breaking and making a loud noise, which would attract attention. But before Subei touched the bowl, he heard the sound of small steps from behind, followed by a push on his back, which pushed Subei forward 2 steps. At this time, the wind pressure generated by the action slowly blew. Fast, so fast, Subei slowly turned around. I saw the wild cross pupils in Xiaomi Zhou's eyes flash, and his body stopped at Subei's original position. His right hand held the porridge bowl steadily, and he stretched out his small tongue with a calm face, licking the few drops of millet porridge that overflowed from the edge of the bowl. A licking sound was made. He immediately raised his head and met Subei's eyes. For a long time, Shua. Xiaomi Zhou suddenly stretched out his hand and handed the bowl to Subei. Drink. There was a long interval between the 2 words. The tone was still affirmative when it came to drink, but then a maybe was added with doubt. Give it to me? Subei asked doubtfully. Xiaomi Zhou paused and hesitated. Shua. And took it back. No. No. You drink it. Xiaomi Zhou seemed to be wondering why she made such an instinctive move. She quickly drank a mouthful of porridge to suppress her doubts, and then uttered a refreshing exclamation, with her eyes narrowed. Then she stared at Subei blankly. I don't know what she was thinking. Subei was also stunned. When Xiaomi Zhou shouted the first word, Subei thought Xiaomi Zhou recognized him, because that was the porridge in Xiaomi Zhou's hand. Xiaomi Zhou rarely gave the porridge in her hand to others. However, Xiaomi Zhou's subsequent actions dispelled Subei's doubts. The unwillingness to give it to Subei meant that Xiaomi Zhou did not recognize Subei. The power released by life is definitely not a child's play. When Subei and Xiaomi Zhou face each other, he can feel the horror of life even more. Group memory correction. This is no different from the power of the creator. Subei came back to his senses and turned to walk out of the logistics area, intending to leave this extremely dangerous area for the time being. Whoosh! With a sound. The moment Subei turned around, a breeze blew behind him. Subei was stunned. Xiaomi Zhou stopped in front of Subei and stood on tiptoe. She raised her small head, barely able to reach Subei's chin. Her brown eyes slightly fluctuated, staring straight at Subei's eyes. The pupils of her eyes gradually shrank into a cross shape. This is biological instinct. The rule of wildness. Instinct drives Xiaomi Zhou actions, making her do unconscious behavior. Xiaomi Zhou blinked in confusion, and suddenly thought of a sentence that the old grandfather said to her in the Hall of Heroes. In ancient primitive tribes, powerful beasts would mark their prey and develop a sense of sovereignty, which is the prototype of the hunting field. You are now inheriting this long-standing heritage. Leave everything to instinct. You will board the ship of the new era and step into the corridor of ascension to the gods. When Xiaomi Zhou met Su Bei, she couldn't help but combine the current situation with the words in her mind, which gave rise to an instinctive idea. According to Xiaomi Zhou understanding, there is only one reason for this situation. She wants to hunt Su Bei. As we all know, the prey captured by wild beasts is to be eaten. But Luminera and Xiaomi Zhou said that it was a society ruled by law now, and it was not polite to eat people casually. Xiaomi Zhou blinked in distress. Instincts kept driving her behavior, making her not want to let go of the prey in front of her. After thinking about it, Xiaomi Zhou finished the porridge in her hand, squinted her eyes, and looked at Su Bei. She began to think about where to start eating politely. Xiaomi Zhou first asked tentatively, "Okay, can you eat?" Su Bei frowned in confusion. What to eat? Xiaomi Zhou stopped talking and stared at Su Bei. This intention was obvious. Su Bei kept blinking, not understanding how things could turn out like this. He now had good reason to suspect that Xiaomi Zhou had been spoiled by something. Su Bei poked Xiaomi Zhou's forehead with a finger, stopping Xiaomi Zhou in polite behavior, and said lightly, "No. Please, drink porridge." Xiaomi Zhou raised the empty bowl and stared at Su Bei. "Please, eat me." Su Bei was about to say something when he heard footsteps and pointed. "Someone coming." Xiaomi Zhou turned her head subconsciously. From a distance, she could smell Elena's scent, so she waved in that direction and asked loudly, "What's up? I didn't see you at the stove just now, and I was a little confused, so I came out to look for you." Elena frowned and looked around. "There's a strange smell. Was there anyone here just now?" Xiaomi Zhou was stunned. "Shua." I had to turn around and was stunned again. There was no one in front of me. Su Bei had already disappeared. Xiaomi Zhou glanced at the place where Su Bei stayed, then glanced at Elena, and raised the empty bowl blankly and drank a mouthful of empty porridge. "Yes. Or, no. There should be. But he ran away behind me." "Ran away?" Elena was puzzled. "You have stepped half a foot into the wildness of a demigod. Who can run away in front of you?" Xiaomi Zhou nodded. "He ran away. I wanted to eat it, but it ran away. What a pity. I really want to eat it. One bite. I'd be satisfied," Xiaomi Zhou said, narrowing her eyes, as if she was imagining the feeling of biting Su Bei, revealing an intoxicated expression. "What scary remarks are you making?" Elena shook her head with a smile, reached out and gently stroked Xiaomi Zhou's head, teasing, "What a greedy little cat. How can you eat everything? Eating people is not allowed. Luminera will be angry if she knows." Secretly, "One bite." Xiaomi Zhou held up a finger. "It's okay. Grow meat. One bite. Nourish it. One bite. After 2 days. One bite. Why? Keep emergency food?" Elena was amused, couldn't help laughing, and teased, "Why don't you pour the porridge on him? Wouldn't it be better to have a bite of meat and a bite of porridge?" Elena was obviously joking, but Xiaomi Zhou took it seriously. Xiaomi Zhou's saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth, as if he was really thinking about this outrageous behavior. "Next time, I will definitely catch him. Yes. In exchange. Anything. No. Eating people is an animal behavior." Hearing this, Xiaomi Zhou glanced at Elena and said calmly, "You too." "What am I?" Elena was stunned. "Animals. Stupid roe deer," Xiaomi Zhou said softly. "You want to die. Stupid cat." Elena slapped Xiaomi Zhou's head hard, causing him to grin and roar back. I know. If you see me again, tell me, and I help you tie him up." In the distance, in the shadows, Su Bei walked out slowly, watching his former teammates leave with laughter and joy, his eyes slightly lowered. I don't know if he was looking at his toes or thinking about something. Or maybe both. Everyone is fine. That's good. Chapter 374, Eye-to-eye contact with Jasmine. Su Bei turned and left the kitchen to avoid premature contact with Luminera. Similarly, it is not suitable to have too much contact with Elena, Xiaomi Zhou and Fu Lian now. Otherwise, things will become very difficult. The lower the sense of existence, the safer it will be. Su Bei sighed, rubbed his dizzy head, and walked upstairs with his sense of existence hidden. The Lili Z has 3 floors, and the lower 2 floors are mostly residences. Logistics personnel and various staff usually live on the bottom floor. The public activity work area is on the 2nd floor. And the top floor is the residence of adventure groups and thugs from various countries. The mezzanine is located at the stern. It is not very spacious, but it connects the first and second floors and is 2 stories high. The Lilizi is very large. The first floor can accommodate hundreds of people without being crowded. Almost every adventure group can be assigned a 10 square meter room. Sube is planning to go to the second floor at this moment. The second floor is different from the first floor. The first floor is mostly staffed by office staff. At this point, they are responsible for the maintenance of food, desserts, and various equipment. All the activity staff are busy, and no one can be seen. But the second floor is different. At this moment, the second floor is the busiest. The geniuses of each race don't look like they can sit idle. They earn their titles by fighting. However, since there is no suitable fighting space on the ship, if a fight breaks out, the ship structure will be damaged if you are not careful. So the crew is still keeping quiet for the time being. But there are quite a few frictions in secret. When Sube stepped into the second floor, it was like stepping into a vegetable market, with all kinds of shouting coming from everywhere. I am the awakening path of the Berserker. And the Lusei magic system dares to brag? No matter where you rank on the TNG combat power list, you can't stop me for 3 seconds in this ship. Oh! The Flame Demon Tribe TNG Kane Zikalu, currently ranked 37th on the TNG combat power list. Come! Let's spar. I'm a magician. Ha ha ha. I won't fight you. Buddy, will you pay for the damage to the ship? Open the bet. Open the bet. Bet on the big or small. No change is allowed. Start with the excellent level treasure. No upper limit. An excellent level anti-magic cloak. I bet on the big. I can't afford the excellent treasure. Being rich is not a big deal. Go away. You are not allowed to bet. You really can't afford to lose. The Eternal Hand of Victory. Marcos Calderon. You are already ranked 4th in the TNG combat power. What is there on this ship that is worth your special trip? Haha. I have always won every bet in my life. But I see the possibility of losing here. I don't believe it. So I want to come and see. What do you mean? There is a guy hidden here who can beat you as a quasi-demigod? Is it the Brave Warrior ranked 1st on the Battle Power list? Or the Demon King ranked 2nd on the Battle Power list? Could it be the extremely mysterious Death Star ranked 3rd on the TNG Battle Power list? Anyway, it's not you. Douglas of the Hand Demon Clan. Come and test me after you get into the top 10. Unless you don't want to move up. Yes, there will be such a day. Is anyone fishing? There seems to be a real fisherman who even caught a fucking shark. Indeed, it is said that the other party applied for a fishing position. But he always wore a mask and his identity was a bit mysterious. Strange. Do you have any feeling that someone is secretly hiding in the dark and spying on us? Haha. What are you afraid of? A grown man? Shouldn't we be afraid of those fair-skinned and beautiful elves? TSK. That's true. There are many similar exchanges. TNG at this level will only communicate with players of the same level. But the topics of communication include everything, including pornography, gambling, fighting, fishing, arm wrestling, etc. Unconsciously, the crew members dispersed into circles one after another. As soon as Sube stepped into the place, he could feel the strong smell of gunpowder in the air. However, none of the demigods from various countries showed up, probably because they wanted to give the young people a platform to show themselves. So it was still within a controllable range. In addition to the demigods from various countries, there were also 4 demigods recruited by Sube on the field. At this moment, the 4 demigods were sitting on the chairs at the front, talking and exchanging their experiences of promotion. Looking from left to right, the 4 people were Patty Hwaniewski, the messenger of Withering, who awakened to the dark mage through the magician path, and then broke through to become a demigod in the copy of the Polar Abyss, comprehended the rules of decay, and is currently a believer of the goddess of death. Thomas Quastov, the follower of light, started from the priest path, awakened the holy pastor through the Holy Light Church, and then promoted to demigod through the Holy Light domain, comprehended the rules of Holy Light, and became one of the 4 priests of the Holy Light Church. Numa Sika, the unyielding will, started from the night path, joined the army in Duz, and was promoted to the guards. After retiring, he was promoted to demigod in the Blood Plains copy, comprehended the unyielding rules, and became the leader of the Diamond Adventure Group Unyielding Adventure Group, and the assassin Star Lloyd, who was promoted from the assassin path, awakened from killing to killer, comprehended the rules of killing, and was promoted to assassin star, leaving a great reputation in the underground killer organization. This is the news that Su Bei got from the Adventurer Association. You should know that there are many quasi-demigods, but very few demigods. Every demigod has left his own adventure deeds in the original continent, and only gradually retired after becoming a demigod to find a deeper path. The same is true for these 4 people. Even if they are not outstanding among the demigods, they were all among the top 30 players on the Tianju combat power list before they were promoted to demigods in their respective periods. They are the trump cards of the Lilizi. So Su Bei pays special attention to these people. In his opinion, apart from Luminera, the quasi-demigods here united, probably not enough to fight any 2 demigods. This is the gap between demigods and quasi-demigods. Even if Luminera is included, it is difficult for a demigod to gain the upper hand alone. This can be concluded from the battle between Luminera and the chaotic god Goth during the food festival. The rules are like a chasm. Su Bei has a deep understanding of this. Su Bei withdrew his eyes from the 4 people, looked around, and did not join the verbal battle between the quasi-demigods, and walked towards the bow. I plan to confirm the direction of the Lilizi. For Su Bei, the route is a very important thing. But others don't think so. It doesn't seem to matter to them where the ship goes. So Su Bei has to confirm it in person to feel at ease. But when Su Bei walked towards the bow, he suddenly stopped and clenched his palms. The Lilizi is big, enough to accommodate more than 300 people. It's also small. After all, you can see from the bow to the stern at a glance, and it only takes a blink of an eye for a demigod to cross this distance. In other words, if you want to stop someone on the Lilizi, it is a very easy thing. So when Su Bei saw the end of her sight, the girl with long crystal white hair blowing in the wind politely rejected the man's approach, turned around quietly, and fixed her sight. Su Bei knew that everything was over. This world should not be so small. Chapter 375 Passerby with a camera on his head. November 1st. Bow. Jasmine leaned on the railing of the bow and looked at the vast sea. The sea is mysterious to any adventurer. The combination of vastness and unknown has a fatal attraction to adventurers. The same is true for Jasmine. During this year of wandering, Jasmine has seen many landscapes and has stayed in beautiful dungeons for rest. But none of those landscapes can make her feel more shocked than this moment. Jasmine smiled slightly, shielded the sun with one hand, looked far away, and admired the magnificent view of fish leaping in the sea. The scenery was very beautiful. If no one ruined the atmosphere, Jasmine would probably be happier. Right? Jasmine thought so, and her sight shifted slightly, glancing at the person standing next to her. The son of the elemental temple, Ben Starasta, ranked 20th in combat power, was a rare special physique that could master the power of 5 elements. It is said that even a pig that masters the power of 5 elements can kill gods. But Ben, who masters the power of 5 elements, cannot even be invincible in the same class. In a dungeon adventure, Ben was once saved by Feng Makis, a follower of the wind god of the Adventurers Association, and was killed by him as the last boss of the dungeon. In that adventure, the red-haired girl who had an ambiguous relationship with Ben and the team also fell into Feng's arms because of Feng's final heroic performance. These are the reasons why the Adventurers Association is willing to whitewash Feng. Of course, although Ben lost a game, the gold content of ranking 20th is still sufficient. With the power of 5 elements, Ben will be the protagonist wherever he appears. At this moment, Ben was walking around casually under many gazes, and saw Jasmine from afar. The girl's long hair was blown high by the waves, and the pleasant jasmine fragrance spread, like a pure white jasmine blooming in the wind, which made Ben scratch his head. Jasmine, recognized by the gods in the god-given copy and given the title of Traveler, awakened professional gourmet, currently ranked 97th on the battle power list, is the last jewel in the palm of the fallen country of Fran. Jasmine looked at him with resentment. Anyone who is opened like a household registration book will not feel very good. What's the matter? Jasmine asked. I want to make friends with you. I can help you solve your problems. You know, I am the son of the elemental temple. Ben smiled confidently. He once used this smile to capture the heart of a red-haired girl and let her perform a wonderful dance for him. Although the ending was not very good, but Jasmine judged that Ben was lying. This was the message confirmed by Jasmine through the eye of truth. Jasmine could clearly distinguish between good and evil and truth and falsehood in herself. although Ben showed more kindness than malice. The idea of making friends was fake. The strange thing is that the other party is serious about wanting to solve the problem for her. Is it a flirtation? How troublesome. Jasmine sighed. As she grew older, her facial features blossomed like flower buds, gradually moving towards a direction that even she would be tempted by. But her height had already been fixed. But such a miniature body combined with a delicate and cute appearance seemed to have produced an unexpected chemical change, allowing Jasmine to clearly feel that more and more eyes were focused on her, which also led to Jasmine being flirted with more and more frequently this year. But Jasmine didn't like this. She hated her appearance so much, and it made her hate herself even more. She didn't understand why men and women had to get close to each other, and why it attracted other people's attention. She only knew that if she revealed her identity as the devil, everyone would stay away from her, target her, and want to kill her. This was something that she couldn't change no matter how beautiful she looked. So of course Jasmine would refuse to chat up, no matter what the other party's purpose was. Because she is the Demon King. She is born to be the opposite of all intelligent species, and can only deal with monsters and demons. She cannot have human friends, even if she likes to make friends. No. Jasmine can handle the remaining historical issues by herself, and does not need help. Jasmine politely refused. Ben waved his hand and said sincerely, "Let me help you. I can't bear to see you suffer from history. The past should be left in the past. You have the right to enjoy your own freedom. I am willing to act as a matchmaker. Lead the friendly exchange of visits between the Elemental Temple and the Holy Light Church, and bring the matter of Fran to light." That's why Jasmine is troubled. It's just the first time they met. But the other party is so self-centered and concerned about her. And the other party is still serious. Who does he think he is? He obviously doesn't know anything. He just controls 5 elements. Does he think he is the protagonist of the world? He is just one of the witnesses of history. How can he know what he is facing? The son of the Elemental Temple is not qualified to negotiate with the Holy Light Church. And Duze will not change his mind just because of the 2 religions. Jasmine puffed up her lips, showing a very troubled expression, turned her head to the other side, and refused righteously. "Don't bother me. I want to beat someone up." However, the expression that Jasmine accidentally revealed seemed even more adorable to Ben. But as Jasmine's face moved to the side and her eyes looked around, suddenly, a touch of black appeared in her sight. Jasmine widened her eyes in confusion. "Hey. Ah. Such a familiar style. Wait a minute. Jasmine. Yes. Jasmine. Is it my windbreaker?" Jasmine thought it was an illusion, and paused. Then her eyes focused instantly, anxiously looking for the familiar color. It shouldn't be possible. Right? The windbreaker that Jasmine has worn is very rare, and it's so tattered. Jasmine's eyes glowed white, and her pupils were absorbed by the white, which meant that she had opened the eye of truth. She kept searching around until her sight stopped at a certain place. Her eyes suddenly widened, and the hair on her head stood up, forming a capital letter. You know, it may be difficult to identify someone in a crowd, but it is very easy to identify the clothes you wear. At this moment, Jasmine and Sube looked at each other, and she could be 100% sure of one thing from the other's panicked eyes. This is her windbreaker. Hey, 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 hey. You. Don't run. You windbreaker thief. Stop. Molly really knows how to beat people. And the windbreaker thief is the first guy she wants to teach a lesson. This speed is too exaggerated. Molly thought so, gritted her teeth, and sprinted toward Sube at full speed. Beside him, Ben was stunned. He had never seen such a character of Molly before, and was stunned for a moment. The wind blew through Ben's clothes, rolled up the white plastic bag on the sea level, and put it on his forehead. From a distance, there was no essential difference between him and the passerby with a camera on his head. Chapter 376. This is the last time. Of course Sube would run, and run at full speed. He thought he was not a fool. Touching Jasmine now would undoubtedly trigger the nightmare-level dungeon difficulty. God descent is allowed, since Luminara can be descended by the God of Life. Other gods may also be able to do it, but the difference is in completeness and difficulty. In other words, once he provokes Jasmine, it is very likely to attract the attention of Fate, and at the same time trigger the 2 fate lines of the hero and the devil. The result is predictable. Moreover, even if Fate cannot come, there are still several gods' followers here, each of whom is a medium that can attract the attention of gods. As long as Fate is a bridge, Sube can't think of a way to escape. Run! There is no other way except running. Now he seems to be the only one on the ship. But in fact it is not the case at all. It's like a Lolita control killing a group of Lolita and doing evil. But among them, there are many tall and slender ladies wearing Lolita coats. This was not a strength that Sube could handle at all. When Sube turned into a stream of light and rushed to the first floor, Jasmine's voice had already resounded throughout the second floor. Shameless windbreaker thief. Stop right there. The helpless cry of a girl always arouses endless reverie, which has a fatal attraction for young people full of vigor and vitality. The first to attack was Ben, who was next to Jasmine. He was closest to Jasmine, and was the first to notice the abnormality. When he raised his hand, the 5 elemental powers gathered in his palm and turned into a gorgeous cage. Wind, rock, thunder, grass, water, semi-god skill 5 combination column. The 5 elements shone from all around Sube. Sube held the long hat on his head, clasped his hands to pretend to make a seal, and extracted the most appropriate skill from the omniscient code. Semi-god skill life exchange. Sube cast a spell and exchanged positions with a crew member near the first floor entrance. Sube had no need to worry about the safety of others at this time, because he was the most dangerous person on the ship. At this moment, the person he replaced was frightened pale and couldn't help crying. Ordinary people might cry because they are too scared to be trapped. But there are no ordinary people on this ship. Sube felt a little uneasy. It's over. The person who is replaced is Tonton of the Eye Demon clan. She is a turret mage ranked 14th on the battle power list. Run. She is crying. We are finished. The ship is going to sink. Many adventurers recognized the identity of the replaced person, and were so scared that they quickly used defensive semi-god skills to avoid damage. If Tonton cries, life and death are unpredictable. This is not a joke, but a fact verified in countless copies. Tonton is a quasi-demigod, who is given the title of Weeping Demigod by the god-given copy. In other words, when Tonton cries, she can be considered a pseudo-demigod. Tonton's tears kept flowing, and the pupils of both hands and arms opened in an instant. And tears fell at the same time. Every time a tear fell from one eye, an instantaneous demigod skill condensed in the eye. When dozens of eyes bloomed at the same time, the 5 combination pillar was dissolved after only a moment of contact. This is a very complete semi-god skill, wrapped with extremely rich fragments of sad rule power, almost merging into a complete rule. At this moment, the defense system on the Release was instantly activated. The defense system that Release spent a lot of money to build and inlay was in effect at this moment, protecting the hull from damage. Boom! Collapse! 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 The second floor of the Release exploded, and the violent fluctuations raised the surrounding waves to a height of hundreds of feet. A series of skills such as dead silence, destruction, despair, death, dissolution, etc. emerged back and forth on the second floor of the Release, and countless rules were released by the crew at the same time. The entire second floor exploded with brilliant colors like fireworks, and the scene was extremely chaotic. What the hell? Why did my disposable protective treasure activate itself? Fuck. My pet? My pet. Which beast blew up my pet? Fish. The fish I just caught. At this moment, countless people secretly retaliated against the guys they disliked, and used their special skills to hit others in the waist. But not everyone was adding insult to injury. Some people noticed the fuse that caused this accident from the beginning. The hand of eternal victory Marcos Calderon raised his right hand, and the rules of fate that Sube was extremely familiar with were emerging. Gambling skills or magic were just Marcos's disguise. As the 4th on the battle power list, if he could only access this level of rules, it was obviously far from enough. He came from the Temple of Faith, was a follower of fate, and always had a keen intuition about fate. At this moment, Marcos's almost demonic intuition told him that the person who ran away had a serious problem. Hey, is anyone going to bet on who will catch the windbreaker thief first? I bet a perfect treasure on my dice. As he said that, Marcos threw the dice in his hand. Oh, 3 twos. I've never lost such a small point. This means that his chances of winning this bet are very small. But Marcos has never lost a bet. Marcos paused thoughtfully and put away the dice. He won't bet on a game that he is sure to lose. I only bet that I win, so that you won't take the opportunity to plant some strange judgment on me. Douglas of the Hand Demon shook his head. and he would not participate in the bet even if the opponent was 3 twos. At the same time, Douglas stretched out 2 pairs of palms. One pair of palms absorbed the diffused collision energy, and the other pair of palms stretched out and grabbed in the direction where Sube left. As the 20th on the Tianji combat power list, he knew the people ranked above him very well, and naturally would not fall into Marcos's trap. Even if the opponent has 3 twos, he can throw you 3 ones. Once you fall into the opponent's rhythm, even if you can win the situation, Douglas will lose. These hands stretched out for no reason and grabbed Sube, but were blown away by a strong force. Douglas frowned at the terrifying power and hesitated. It seems like a demigod. I can't handle it. Just as Sube was about to disappear on the 2nd floor, a white figure appeared behind him, leaped towards the stairs, and followed closely. Jasmine arrived. She never pinned her hopes on others. The windbreaker thief she found herself, of course, should be arrested by Jasmine herself. Jasmine stretched out her hand, hooked her right hand fiercely, and raised her fingertips tightly, although she knew that she would fall to the ground in the next moment. She did not intend to change her stretching action, because she was just a little bit away from catching him. She would not give up just because she fell. I caught you. Shameless. Mr. Thief. At this critical moment of catching him, the thief in front of him did not retreat but advanced. Suddenly stopped, stretched out his right hand very quickly, and touched Jasmine's forehead. With a dong sound, Jasmine's falling trend was stopped. Jasmine was stunned. Her heart suddenly beat dong, and she showed a puzzled expression. Sube's turning action meant that he gave up the best opportunity to escape, and Jasmine would take this opportunity to completely grab Sube's hat brim. Jasmine did not stop stretching out her right hand. She subconsciously pulled hard and said intermittently, "I'm going to see your face soon." At the moment when the other person's true appearance was about to be revealed, a long hat was shot out, covering Jasmine's entire face and blocking her sight. Then a big hand stretched out, pressed on the long hat, and pushed Jasmine out with the hat. Jasmine was stunned. The figure retreated, and in the distance, Jasmine seemed to hear extremely familiar, but extremely strange words coming from the wind. "Forgive me. This is the last time." Chapter 377 Jasmine Inner Monologue. Strange. Why? Jasmine. Does it sound so familiar? It's like I've heard it many times in my dreams. But, Jasmine, I don't have any impression of it at all. Who is he? Familiar. Extremely familiar. This familiar voice keeps circling in Jasmine's mind, like a CD inserted into her brain. A single loop of brainwashing music is played repeatedly. In a daze, Jasmine remembered something, but she couldn't be sure of anything. In an instant, the past scenes flashed by like a silent film. Warm memories came to my mind. My name is Jasmine. What about you? I want to live. The future will be beautiful. Go to hell. You nasty, shameless, hateful guy. Can we celebrate the new year together next year? We will also set off fireworks then. We must work hard. Why Iris? Because Iris also means that we will be happy and the future will be beautiful. Then, Jasmine's breathing suddenly became rapid. You will win. Right? Don't die. I won't let you die. This way, we will be completely integrated. Jasmine is very happy to be able to help. Jasmine's breathing gradually stabilized, revealing a slight smile. Fireworks are also my favorite. No, I don't like. Pervert. Pervert. You are flirting with little Loli again. Jasmine misses you. I seem to like. I want to be closer. Please hold Jasmine tightly. Right? Jasmine won't mind. If you leave Jasmine again, you be finished. Then, Jasmine's brain began to ache, and she could only cover her head tightly and gradually lean over. Jasmine misses you so much. No matter what happens, please work hard with me and share the responsibility. Okay. Are these what Jasmine once said? But who is the person who is talking to Jasmine? Tsubaki. Are you watching Jasmine from the sky? What do you want to tell Jasmine? But why can't you say it clearly? Jasmine wants to know. I really want to know. For a long time. Until Jasmine came to her senses. She realized that she had leaned against the bow of the boat without knowing when. And her eyes were blurry. I cried? Jasmine was puzzled, and suddenly realized that she was choking. How long have you been crying? Have I been crying all the time? Why am I crying? Jasmine is really. Inexplicably so. Jasmine suddenly felt a great sadness coming over her. But she didn't know where it came from. Why did a person she had never met make her heart skip a beat? When did I become so hypocritical? Jasmine raised her hand. Tears dripping uncontrollably. Soaking the word Sue that was once carved in blood on her hand. The tears washed away the bloodstains that had formed into scars. And the scars were particularly clear at this moment. After a while, tears condensed, and thoughts returned. Jasmine scratched the outline of the font on her palm with her nails, put away her long hat, and murmured in surprise. What does that sentence mean? Forgive me. This is the last time. Jasmine could feel that the thief's last message was sincere. Does this mean that she will know what she wants to know the next time they meet? Thinking about it, Jasmine unconsciously tidied up her messy hair, combed her hair neatly, and looked at the sea, stunned and speechless. What is going on? Chapter 378 Offshore Death Vortex. Lee Leezy. In Lee Leezy's room. Sue Bay. Lee Leezy and Feather Pen stayed in the room. After reviewing the entire process of boarding the ship, the only conclusion they could draw was that it was bad. Very bad. Lee Leezy had completely laid flat on the bed, motionless, and looked like she had been gone for a while. Her corpse was almost cold, and it was no different from a Lolita inflatable doll. Sue Bay held his chin up and looked at the sea level from the window, with a lot of thoughts and feelings. In general, there are good and bad news, but the result is still good at present. The good news is that every time Sue Bay gets into trouble, he can escape safely. The bad news is that Sue Bay has either already encountered trouble or is on the way to encounter trouble. It is never a good thing when the devil and the hero get together. Based on Sue Bay's understanding of the plot, the ship is not sinking thanks to the good fortune of the adventurers on the ship. And worse news has already happened. Sue Bay's long hat is lost. That's not an ordinary long hat. When the long hat was removed, Sue Bay couldn't suppress the flow of rules in his body, and the whole bedroom began to evolve towards an unspeakable weird atmosphere. Half of it was blooming, and half of it was weathering. There were new changes in the bedroom every second, and even the hair on Lee Leezy's head was growing vigorously. Don't mess around. Don't mess around. The house is about to be demolished by you. I can't control it, Sue Bay retorted, trying to control the flow of rules, and sighed. Is there any other way to control it? Hearing this, Lee Leezy, who had just come out of the review after a long time, sat up, revealing a pair of helpless eyes, and sighed. It must be gone. I made it by dismantling another piece of clothing I knitted. It's not some random cabbage, but it's okay. Mastering the rules is a process from nothing to something. You have used your power many times, and you should have almost adapted to your own power. Now it's just because the power has returned and suddenly increased, so you can't control it. Maybe you can get used to it after sleeping for a few nights. What if you don't adapt? Sue Bay was puzzled. Lee Leezy quickly replied. Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Sue Bay was silent, cast a cold gaze, and then swept his eyes to the feather pen that had nothing to do with him. He sighed and asked calmly, let's put this matter aside and talk about something else. Why did Luminera and Jasmine appear on this ship? Do you have any clues? Sue Bay asked in confusion, his eyes pausing between Lee Leezy and the feather pen. Lee Leezy buried her head in the quilt with a guilty conscience, rolled over silently, pretending not to hear. Feather Pen ate the cake and blinked, and replied with a smile. Ah, you ask me? How should I know? I don't know. I joined the group later, so I don't know what happened. Would you like a dessert? As he said that, Feather Pen handed over a piece of dessert, and at the same time, Lee Leezy tentatively poked out an eye and secretly looked at Sue Bay's reaction. Sue Bay sighed helplessly and explained, I don't blame you. Seeing that the atmosphere was still good, Lee Leezy quickly poked her head out and smiled to smooth things over. It's so spicy. It must be an accident. But as of now, everything is fine, and no dangerous dungeon adventures have been triggered. According to common sense, if the Demon King and the hero appear in the same place, then this place will definitely have something very scary. Nothing has happened yet, which means there is no need to worry about it. We are in shallow waters now, and we are still quite far from the dungeon. What dangers can there be? Sue Bay asked in confusion. This touched upon Lee Leezy's knowledge. Lee Leezy held up 2 fingers and began to explain. Although we are in shallow waters now, and there is no major danger for the time being, there have been 2 super large whirlpools here in history. There is a cliff-like height difference between the shallow sea and the seabed, and the depth difference is about 1,000 meters. Perhaps because of the height difference, large whirlpools occasionally occur in this area. The largest whirlpool in history was so powerful that it could easily swallow a luxury ship carrying thousands of passengers. It was called the offshore death whirlpool. Such a whirlpool has appeared twice, and each time it caused great casualties. Of course, the probability of an offshore death whirlpool is very small, because it is usually accompanied by other natural disasters. After the words fell, there was a bang. Subei felt a little uneasy. The hull shook, and suddenly the whole ship tilted, and the tables, chairs and beds in the room fell down together. Li Lizzie covered her mouth, air leaking through her fingers, and hesitated. No way. It must not be such a coincidence. It should be just a small whirlpool. Right? Subei was startled, and hurriedly held the handrail by the door. Looking out the window at the sea, the unimaginable happened. The boat stood up. The stern went down, and the bow went up, swaying constantly. Not only that, the boat was spinning and sinking. Subei resisted the dizziness, approached the window, and looked at the sea level. I saw the sea level fluctuate horribly, and the center slowly sank, like a deep black hole, swallowing all monsters and reefs. That was a whirlpool. A super whirlpool that could easily swallow and crush the Lily Z. Subei's heart suddenly sank. At this moment, countless crew members in the hull looked at this magnificent spectacle and sighed. Oh my God! It's a nearshore death whirlpool. The last time it appeared was hundreds of years ago, when it swallowed the world's largest ship, the Titanic. It's over. We're dead. We were ready to go our separate ways, but we didn't expect the ship to sink just after leaving the shallow sea. It's not far from the shore. How about a thrilling swimming competition? Everyone seemed to be able to keep their composure. At their level, it was unacceptable that they didn't have some survival tricks. Even the most violent offshore death vortex was just a vortex. The quasi-demigods, who had already touched the demigod barrier, would not easily die under such a natural disaster. However, not everyone was so casual. The Really Z had a newly established order, and the Duke of Gloucester was the order maintainer and commander. Seeing this, he pressed the yellow alarm on his right hand and quickly sent a broadcast. Logistics. Pay attention to reinforcing the shipboard. Brownie is responsible for maintaining the equipment. With the combat members here, the ship will not have any problems. But the equipment must not have any problems. The goblin squad started up. In an instant, these goblins, who were only 80 centimeters tall, took out all kinds of gadgets. These strange-shaped toys were assembled into giant goblin armors 3 meters high, full of technology. Goblin technology is shocking. The goblins drove around the shipboard at high speed, spread out, raised saws, hammers and other tools in their hands, and began to reinforce and maintain the hull. At the same time as the goblin squad was activated, the Duke of Gloucester pressed the front button again and gave orders in an orderly manner. Wind, ice, and fire combat members released semi-god skills in turn. Now, immediately, and immediately. Wind casting chance. Listen to my command and prepare to explode. Aim at the stern vortex. Towards the center of the vortex. 3, 2, 1. Explode. Buzz. The sound of explosions began. I saw a little pure white wind pressure appear at the stern first, and the wind pressure condensed violently in an instant. As the Duke of Gloucester began to count, the wind began to roar, roaring and roaring, and the majestic wind system rules were being constructed, building the prototype of the field. The countdown stopped, and the wind pressure was released, erupting towards the vortex. Drivers, full power. At the same time, the power furnace of the Really Z was running at high speed, and the power was instantly full. Boom, the huge wind pressure rolled up thousands of waves, pushing the Really Z away. But the waves will not disappear. Just like a tiger pouncing on its prey, like a deep-sea monster opening its bloody mouth. Ice system. Full coverage release. Don't let the waves hit the cruise ship. After the words fell, the ice system took action, and the azure blue elements went down from the top of the waves, and each skill could freeze the waves for nearly a mile. As the waves pressed down, everyone could only hear the crackling sound. In just 3 seconds, the waves were frozen in an instant. Frozen in the pressing scene. Fire system. Finishing. Ready to smash. Finally, when the Really Z ejected out of the whirlpool, A bright red light flashed. The glacier was completely smashed. This first problem was easily solved with the joint efforts of everyone. The crew was glad to survive the disaster, and talked about the battle just now with a smile on their faces, and began to take credit. It's all thanks to me. To be honest, my wind skills are too proficient. Get lost. If I hadn't frozen the water, the waves would have already hit it. Seeing this, Subei finally felt relieved. This was the purpose of his gathering the crew. I hope the rest of the journey will be smooth. No one realized that this was just a trivial trouble on the voyage. In fact, it was not a trouble at all. Soon, the wind began to gather, and the raindrops fell. It started to rain near the coast. Chapter 379, Words Come True. Tsunami strikes. Inside Lilizi's house. Subei was relieved when he saw the crew of Lilizi cooperate to deal with the whirlpool. Subei was very satisfied with the strength of the crew, and the command of the Duke of Gloucester was also very reassuring. At this moment, Lilizi's hand covering her heart slowly loosened, revealing a relaxed attitude after surviving a disaster. It's not bad. It's lucky to encounter a whirlpool. Subei suddenly had a warning in his heart, and quickly reached out to try to block Lilizi's crow mouth with the cake. But he was still a step too slow. If a tsunami hits the ship at the moment it takes off, it will be extremely unlucky for the ship. Shut up, Subei said seriously. Subei felt a little uneasy, because Lilizi was a man of his word. Subei, you are too rude. Lilizi chewed the cake in her mouth, indignant. After all, there are 2 time bombs on the ship, the hero and the devil, and it is normal to encounter all kinds of incredible events. Boom, as if the sky was sinking. There was a huge noise above the Lilizi. Subei's eyelids jumped. The hull shook. The sea level began to tremble, and swayed continuously, shaking the entire ship. Natural disasters are usually accompanied by natural disasters, which is an eternal truth, such as typhoons with heavy rains and earthquakes causing avalanches. Subei's heart finally died. He should have thrown Lilizi out. And even if he didn't throw her out, he should have used something to shut her up completely. Is it really a tsunami? It's okay. As long as it's not a nearshore storm tsunami. That's a super big wave that can cause weather changes. And every time it attracts countless monsters to migrate. That's really the end of it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't be too much. Stay away from me. Woo-woo. Help me. Subei grabbed the quilt with his right hand and stuffed it into Lilizi's mouth, blocking her mouth to prevent her from talking nonsense. He then looked out the window with a frown. The weather changes suddenly, with lightning and thunder in the blink of an eye. It's raining. On the other side, huge waves are coming. At this critical moment, the Rizi is in the state of jet jump and has not yet landed. Rizi. Second floor. The adventurers are really panicking. Tsunami. Damn. We are in the air. Still rushing forward. How can we avoid it? No. That's not right. It's not that simple. What is swimming in the tsunami? Fish? Wait. That's a monster. A 3-meter-long dragonfish? This is really over. This is a fucking 3rd-level offshore dragonfish group. It's a tsunami caused by the demonic tide. Oh my god. They are so densely packed. How many offshore dragonfish are there? At least tens of thousands. Not only that, there are also hundreds of offshore dragonfish kings. Dragon whiskers grow on their gills. Their bodies are glowing with golden light. It seems that the dragon blood in their bodies has been purified. Conservatively estimated, they are 5th-level monarch species. Could it be? Could it be? Of course. This is an offshore storm tsunami, the largest and most powerful natural disaster in the offshore, usually only encountered in the deep offshore. But we just passed through the shallow sea and entered the nearshore. You ask me, who should I ask? Think about how to run? This wave is higher than the grass on my grandma's grave. There is no way to withstand it. Ice system cooperation. What are you thinking? Are you stupid? One nearshore dragonfish king can make you lose your way, let alone a group of them. You have to wait for the demigods to tear the line. At the bow, Jasmine came to her senses and stretched out her hand to catch the raindrops coming towards her, and raised her head. In an instant, the sound of raindrops, drip, 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 rang. In the blink of an eye, the small raindrops turned into a downpour, as if the weather goddess had overturned the footbath and poured it all down. The next second, there was thunder and lightning, and the sky was torn into irregular pieces by lightning. My heart is beating so fast. I feel the danger. Is it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Real easy. Control room. The Duke of Gloucester and the demigods of various countries were solemn, constantly discussing and proposing a new plan. This is a storm tsunami near the coast. It's a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. We have to change our course. But if we do this, there will be problems with the direction of navigation. It can only be done this way. Otherwise the loss will be too great and the cruise ship may not be able to survive. Several demigods discussed with each other. And by Yin Emperor Master Palu tapped the table with his fingertips and ordered without question, evacuate immediately. What are you thinking about? Waiting to die? Do you think there will be no other natural disasters after the tsunami? This sentence set the tone for the whole thing. And everyone responded in support. However, facing such a natural disaster, even evacuation is a very difficult task. The Duke of Gloucester pressed the red button on his right hand and shouted into the loudspeaker, all members of the combat team, stop the magic tide, and never allow the Releasy to suffer any damage. Now, the demigod will take action immediately to stop the ship's forward momentum and force a U-turn. Everyone, take action to stop the first wave of magic tide. Remember, everyone on the ship, except for the necessary driving and control positions. Everyone in the Internal Affairs Department, go to the second floor to kill monsters for me. And no monster is allowed to cause damage to the cruise ship. Move now. Everyone, move. The Duke of Gloucester shouted loudly, issuing orders to the entire ship. After issuing all the orders, he sat down on the chair behind him, muttered to himself, fuck. What's going on? Is there a follower of the god of Miserab hiding on the ship? It's really annoying. Why don't we take this opportunity to find Huamao, teach him a lesson, and then go home? I don't have to go to this fantasy town. After making up his mind, the Duke of Gloucester gave the order and left the command room directly. No one would have thought that this commander who controlled the action plan of the ship would leave the room without hesitation at this extremely critical moment. Naturally, Su Bei would not have thought of it either. Chapter 380 Arresting the Yellow-Haired Man in progress. On the first floor of the Rezi, Luminara stopped frying the pan and was stunned. What's going on? What happened upstairs? It's so noisy. The first floor is a closed bottom with no windows. Luminara can only feel the Rezi's bumps and vibrations, but doesn't know what happened specifically. Hearing this, Elena stopped the holy light bibimbap in her hand and turned around to reply, it seems that there are whirlpools and tsunamis outside. I guess they are in trouble. On the side, Fulian tasted the latest dessert, then pointed outside the boat and said calmly, according to the great master of Valhalla, wherever the chosen sun passes, there will be natural disasters and man-made disasters. This is the test given to us by the goddess. My prediction is right. This journey is undoubtedly a devil's card. The crises and challenges that come one after another mean that there are huge opportunities hidden in the future. How about we just work hard and go upstairs to solve the difficulties? Fulian's cry was not responded to immediately. Soon, Fulian calmly withdrew her outstretched hand, continued to cook the cakes as if nothing had happened, and hummed a relaxing tune, as if nothing had happened. Porridge, porridge, porridge. Xiaomi Zhou was in a hurry. The bumpy boat made her spill a lot of porridge, and she was so anxious that her face turned red. The girl's blushing was better than anything else. It can be seen that Xiaomi Zhou was really a little anxious. At this time, I heard Elena sigh and suddenly said, but we are a necessary logistics team. If we leave, who will be responsible for everyone's lunch later? Everyone was silent, and Luminara hand shaking from the wok left a residual shadow, showing her excellent cooking skills. After a while, Luminara wiped the sweat from her forehead caused by the heat wave, put down the spatula, took off her apron, and said calmly, I go up and take a look. You wait here for a while. The second floor of the Releasy was dealing with the offshore storm tsunami, but the other floors seemed to be in trouble. There were mainly two things involved. One was that the Duke of Gloucester stopped the particularly important follow-up command at this serious moment and turned to arrest Huang Mao. Second, Luminara was at the stairs, heading for the second floor, intending to see what happened upstairs. In other words, no matter how Su Bei ran, he would always meet one of them. When footsteps sounded at the door of the mezzanine, Su Bei ran away without thinking. Before leaving, he raised his hand and took away the feather pen, leaving Li Lizzie with an encouraging look. Leaving Li Lizzie alone in the room, to fend for herself. After all, the Duke of Gloucester is Li Lizi's biological father. If Su Bei took Li Lizi away, it would be really troublesome. Looking at this, I can't stay in this room anymore. Su Bei sighed, and walked back and forth on the first floor, carefully avoiding the brave adventure group, and walked to the second floor in a roundabout way. The feather pen held by Su Bei's right hand rolled its eyes in the air, and it couldn't stuff the dessert in its hand into its mouth even with all its strength, and could only make a struggling sound of awe. But this time, it didn't seem as simple as Su Bei thought. Old Dang's wisdom exceeded Su Bei's imagination. Li Lizi's room. At the door. Click. The door of the room was opened. For a long while, there was no other movement. Only the door was gently pushed, and Li Lizi in the room was shivering with the quilt tightly wrapped around her. Meow. Uh-huh. Li Lizi blinked her eyes, tilted her head and said curiously, "Is it Xiaoli?" "I am Li Lizi." Meow. A tabby cat squeezed in through the crack of the door, poked its head in, and looked inside the door. Li Lizi was stunned, and then raised her hands and burst into a huge cheer. "Ah-ha-ha. It's Xiaoli. Why are you here?" The Duke of Gloucester obviously came prepared. It was the tabby cat who knocked on the door. So where was the Duke of Gloucester himself? On the second floor. The Duke of Gloucester stood slowly at the entrance of the second floor stairs, his hands behind his back, his eyes calm. He was quietly waiting for the destined person to fall into his trap. Just at this time, Luminera came upstairs and crossed paths with the Duke of Gloucester. The two of them were stunned at the same time. And then, they stopped, turned their heads towards each other, and looked at each other. The Duke of Gloucester smiled slightly and nodded. "Your Highness. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be on this ship too." Then the Duke of Gloucester took off his hat and bowed. Even though he was the founding Duke of Duz, second only to the Emperor, he had to show respect to the jewel in the crown of Duz, because Luminera was not only the Princess of Duz, but also a brave warrior who saved the world, shouldering a difficult mission that even moved him. In addition to the royal kings of various countries, only Luminera was qualified to receive his greeting. Seeing this, Luminera hurriedly returned the greeting and smiled. "Uncle Duke of Gloucester. Long time no see. My team members and I have been hiding our identities. I am currently working as a cook here, and I also want to let the team members relax. I hope Uncle Gloucester won't expose me." Luminera said half-truths and half-lies casually, and evaded the real purpose. "Of course, Your Highness the Princess has been busy so far, and has solved many incidents caused by the Demon Tide and the Demon King. It's time to relax appropriately. Please rest assured to leave everything on this ship to me," the Duke of Gloucester replied, then stood there and waved his hand. "No need to see me off. I have something else to do." "Princess, please go ahead," Luminera asked curiously. "What are you going to do here? Catch someone?" Hearing this, the Duke of Gloucester suddenly looked serious, his eyes sharp, like a fierce eagle. "Catch?" Luminera was stunned. Seeing Luminera interest, the Duke of Gloucester shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's just some family matters. Nothing to be ashamed of. Li Lizi is already 16 years old this year. She is very cute, has a lot of savings, and is simple and gullible. As a father, I am inevitably a little worried." Hearing this, Luminera nodded in understanding. "Speaking of which, my father always thinks of me this way. It is normal for elders to worry too much about their children, but they can also give them some trust in their own growth. Right? Miss Li Lizi doesn't seem like the type that people would worry about." Hearing this, the Duke of Gloucester showed an expression of having eaten shit. And in Luminera's opinion, that look was not just a small taste, but a whole pound of shit. "No, right?" Luminera's eyes widened. The Duke of Gloucester nodded bitterly. "Just a guess. Although it's not appropriate to describe it as catching a couple in bed. This kind of rare love gossip is very lethal to girls of any age. Of course, Luminera is a rare exception and has no interest in ordinary people's love gossip. But if this gossip involves the Gloucester family, Luminera will pay some attention. As a descendant of the Duz nobles, Luminera is familiar with Li Lizi, so it's inevitable that she will feel curious. She didn't remember anyone who could really get close to Li Lizi when she was in Duz. You know, Miss Li Lizi's cold temperament is unique, and it can be said that it is resounding throughout the aristocratic circle of Duz. Her aura of rejecting everything, regardless of men or women, is blocked out of sight by her cold personality. With different strange emotions, The two felt the footsteps that suddenly came from far away, and cast their eyes at the same time. At this time, a figure slowly appeared at the end of the field of vision. Don't do it. Don't do it. I want to eat a small cake. Be quiet. Slowly, a strange figure appeared in sight. After taking a few steps, the other party seemed to have sensed the footsteps and stopped. The movement froze, and he remained motionless and swallowed his saliva. The moment he saw this figure, Luminara and the Duke of Gloucester changed their expressions at the same time. Their breathing suddenly became rapid, and they shouted the same words with different emotions at the same time. Is it you? Princess Luminara sighed in confusion. It's you? The Duke of Gloucester shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 381. The Duke of Gloucester is sweating like crazy. On the second floor of the Really Z. At the bow. The tsunami is coming. But the ship has not stopped. The demigods lying lazily everywhere stand up one after another, looking at the flashing red alarm on the ship with a solemn look. After hearing the broadcast, the first demigod to take action was the withering messenger Paddy Hwaniewski. His rules are inherited from death, and the rules are extremely powerful range-killing type withering. Paddy is a believer in death, and he is also the first batch of intelligent species to be infused with the power of faith after death became a god, and become a demigod. He walks on behalf of the goddess of death, shouldering a heavy task. Paddy has only one purpose in walking the world, spreading faith. To spread the glory of the goddess to the world. Accumulate the power of faith. Become the first transcendent under the goddess of death, and help death move towards a stronger realm. And this oncoming natural disaster tsunami is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Paddy stood at the front of the bow. He was only 1.2 meters tall. Not as tall as the board railing. But no one dared to underestimate the power in him. Great goddess of death. I am so insignificant that I don't know your real name. But I beg you to cast your gaze and turn this place into a kingdom of death. And expand the domain. Withered cemetery. Wave, gray light spread along the sea surface. And wherever it passed, even the offshore dragonfish kings swelled up. And each one swelled up into the shape of a basketball. Like a balloon filled with gas. Immediately afterwards, dense explosions rang out in the sea. Crackling. Uninterruptedly. Unlike ordinary explosions, the offshore dragonfish did not burst out their internal organs when they exploded, but instead emitted wisps of black gas, which faintly condensed into tombstone-like phantoms. This is the complete demigod skill of funeral monument erection. Demigods are at the level of crushing monsters below their realm, even if they touch the 5th level monarch monsters. The second one to take action was Wilgard, a new demigod from the White Rock Empire. It grasped the large-scale death caused by Paddy very well, and with a hook of its right hand, it peeled off the blood from the bodies of countless offshore dragonfish kings. Blood is my nutrition. Blood is my power. Blood transforms. Blood creates living things. Blood transforms. Countless 5th level monarch blood was collected by Wilgard and squeezed into a blood-colored bat. Buzz, the bat spread its wings, exuding the power of a demigod, suppressing all the monsters in the seabed with its high-level creatures, and began to kill. Well, since you all don't want to deal with the most troublesome tsunami, then leave it to me. The old man. The third person to take action was Thomas Quastov, the follower of light. As one of the 4 priests of the Holy Light Church, he can be regarded as the most senior and oldest demigod invited. Also, he is the strongest in the open. Even the Duke of Gloucester, who is known as the iron-blooded Duke of the Empire, dare not say that he can definitely defeat this old man. When Thomas raised the cross on his chest, he was bathed in sunlight, and the holy light fell. He turned into a bright sun, with layers of sunlight waves emanating from his body, wrapping the entire ship. When the tsunami approached the edge of the ship, countless water vapors floated into the air, and were instantly evaporated by the sunlight. Faintly, even the blood-colored bats became sluggish under this power, and the withered cemetery was melted. This is a terrifying power. This is the real holy light. The demigods were shocked. Perhaps, this old man is closer to that realm than any demigod present. He just stood there, as if he had merged with the environment and formed his own domain, not affected by other people's domains. Lily Z. First floor staircase. If there is anything worse than meeting the Duke of Gloucester or Luminara, it must be meeting both of them at the same time. Right? Unfortunately, this has already happened. Subei took back the hand holding the quill, stuffed the quill into her collar, and pressed her head down. Lie down. Then he pulled down the hood of the windbreaker, covering his eyebrows and part of his eyes, and froze his steps. Opposite, the moment the Duke of Gloucester saw Su Bei, he stopped his move. The opponent was a demigod. The fluctuations that spread from time to time were like too many rules accumulated in the body with nowhere to vent, and could withstand the opponent's unbridled squandering. Terrible. Very terrible. This was the first impression of the Duke of Gloucester when he saw Su Bei. He had only seen this kind of squandering that went against common sense in some demon lords from hell. Looking closely, he could see the indifferent temperament on Su Bei's face, his cold eyes, and his rough movements when he held the goblin hostage. Oh my god! He actually stuffed that cute fairy into his collar. Was this to satisfy his strange sexual fetish? The feeling Su Bei gave the Duke of Gloucester was no different from those murderous and brutal demons. Looking at the fairy's panicked expression, the Duke of Gloucester could already imagine some scenes. Li Lizzie couldn't help crying, and crying under the oppression of the other party. On the one hand, she worked hard for the other party, and suffered exploitation and oppression from the other party. And on the other hand, she had to pretend to be strong and not tell her family about these bad experiences. So, why would such a powerful demon approach his daughter? It doesn't make sense. It's hard for him to think of a reason that can explain it. Perhaps the answer is already obvious. Something about Li Lizzie caught the demon attention. Is it the body? The body of a young girl is the demon's favorite tonic. Thinking of this, the Duke of Gloucester had a murderous intention. His face turned cold, and he pinched his hands to make a seal. In an instant, dozens of magic circles flashed on the ground. He is the Lord of Spiritual Communication, a very powerful demigod profession, inherited from the Gloucester family's unique way to become a god. What he communicated with was not the rules, but the creatures on various planes. According to the contract, please assist me, great beings. I am willing to pay with my blood, my bones, and my soul. At the moment when the Duke of Gloucester was about to attack, a hand stretched out and interrupted the Duke of Gloucester's chanting. The Duke of Gloucester turned his head in confusion, looking at Luminara's strange expression, and was about to ask, "You can't kill him, Uncle Gloucester," Luminara suddenly said. The Duke of Gloucester was stunned. His eyes swept back and forth from Su Bei and Luminara, and his back suddenly felt cold and sweat broke out. God? Is it true? Could it be that Her Royal Highness the Princess is on the side of the devil? The Duke of Gloucester showed an unspeakable expression. Chapter 382 specifications are not compatible. The scene became weird. It seemed that the Duke of Gloucester was the villain, being tortured by a certain yellow-haired man and the righteous brave prince. Hee. Princess, are you going to stop me? The Duke of Gloucester pulled away and kept a very long distance from Luminara. At the same time, he was on guard against the two of them. Is there any misunderstanding? Luminara adjusted herself, looking straight at the Duke of Gloucester, not daring to look at Su Bei, because some people will explode if they look at them. She could feel her own hot body and her throbbing heartbeat. This feeling of warm currents flowing through her body made Luminara feel both strange and exciting. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. It was like a little girl who saw her favorite lollipop in the window, but because she couldn't afford it, she could only look away with difficulty, trying to stop her inner desire. Her body was controlling her to look at Su Bei. Her soul was trembling with desire, but her thoughts were tightly controlling her body. She couldn't get close to him at this time. At least not on this ship. At this time. Misunderstanding? The Duke of Gloucester stopped shaking his hands, looked at Su Bei, squinted his eyes and asked, Hee. I ask for the time being. Your Excellency is such a powerful person. Why do you want to get close to my daughter? What is your purpose? Although I'm a bit talkative, I still think it's necessary to say it. Although the younger the girl, the more special she is. But isn't Li Lizzie too young? She's still so young. Can you really do it? Although there are no relevant criminal laws in hell and the abyss, I think you should know something about the laws of dues. Here, harassment of minors is not allowed. After hearing this, even Luminara was silent, and her eyes occasionally glanced at Su Bei curiously, and then stopped in a hurry. Su Bei was completely stunned, obviously frightened by the Duke of Gloucester's straightforward words. After coming back to his senses, Su Bei began to organize his words and think about how to answer the Duke of Gloucester's questions, but he didn't know how to answer after organizing for a long time, and paused for a while. The atmosphere froze. Luminara widened her eyes. trying to see Su Bei's reaction from the Duke of Gloucester's face. The Duke of Gloucester's breathing gradually became heavier, and he became more and more impatient. So, is it really what I thought? Then there's nothing to talk about. The Duke of Gloucester raised his hands, and the summoning array flashed again. I won't allow it. I heard that the demons' bodies are at least 3 meters long, and every time they have sex, they must transform into a whole body and show a complete posture. When the Duke of Gloucester thought about what he would do next, he shuddered and began to tremble. No matter from the perspective of personality, race, or education, you and my daughter are completely incompatible. Please stop your behavior immediately. After a minute of thinking, Su Bei finally sorted out his thoughts and interrupted. Cooperation. Su Bei calmly replied. Li Lizzie and I are in a cooperative relationship. He. The Duke of Gloucester narrowed his eyes and asked. Cooperation? What kind of partnership would allow you to live together? What kind of partnership would allow Ruriko to steal my pension and build a cruise ship specifically for you? If you are collaborating, why did you hide it from an old man like me? You want to go to Jinsokyo. Why don't you use the teleportation array in Lion City? Why do you have to hide your identity and avoid contacting me? Your excuse. I am a little disappointed. This reason is not even as credible as Ruriko pursuing you. Hearing this, Su Bei sighed helplessly and repeated. It is indeed a cooperation. Li Lizzie and I are innocent. As for the content, you can ask Li Lizzie. Whatever she says is true. The Duke of Gloucester lost interest in the conversation and finally couldn't help but speak out all his guesses. Exposing, haha. What is the difference between your words and those of the bards, who have a lewd private life? Your Excellency doesn't need to explain. The reason is actually very simple. Your Excellency's identity is not to be seen by the public. You cannot be exposed to Du's sight. You cannot even appear in anyone's sight. Obviously, you are using Li Lizzie. Since you said it's a collaboration, I have a better plan. Your Excellency will change your partner from Li Lizzie to me. Li Lizzie is just relying on my protection to meet your various requests. Now, I, the patriarch of the Russell family, will cooperate with you as one of the 3 Dukes of Dus. What do you think? Sir? Su Bei couldn't answer the Duke of Gloucester's questioning. No one could bear the secrets involved in those questions. Su Bei couldn't accept Gloucester's request either. After all, the identity of the Gloucester family was nothing compared to the role played by Li Lizzie herself. It's not that the Duke of Gloucester had no effect on Su Bei. There must be an effect. And it's not small. But if Li Lizzie is on the other side of the comparison scale, then there is nothing to compare. Because Li Lizzie is so useful. After thinking for a while, Su Bei took the feather pen from his chest and raised it, throwing the question to Li Lizzie behind the feather pen. Huh? How, what? You come. The feather pen that Su Bei pulled out was dazed, flapping its wings and blinking its eyes, looking at the fierce Duke of Gloucester opposite, and lowered its head with a guilty conscience. But the feather pen thought that it could not be considered Li Lizzie at the moment, and suddenly raised its head and pointed at the Duke of Gloucester. Shut up, you old man. What do you know? Whether your private life is lewd or not is none of your business. Hurry up and go to the command room to work. Great Ririzi. My friends and I will take care of you. So you don't have to bother with it. Stop making assumptions. You bastard. Hey. Cool. Ririzi certainly wouldn't put her father in danger. The gods and all that. It's too hard for her father who's over 100 years old. But the feeling of scolding her father was too exciting. And Feather Pen couldn't help but shudder all over. And her heart. Boom boom. It was beating fast. The Feather Pen was happy. But Su Bei was confused. Oh no. It was over now. Su Bei trembled, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes that showed no hope for life. Pinched the Feather Pen hard, and stuffed it into the collar again. He opened his mouth to explain something. But looking at the Duke of Gloucester whose face was completely gloomy, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Su Bei felt half disappointed. Luminara looked at the situation that was developing towards an uncontrollable situation, and was completely helpless. The Duke of Gloucester was completely furious. Nonsense! The Duke of Gloucester roared. And for a moment, he couldn't tell who was more familiar with Li Lizzie. He was against Tian Gang. He was really against Tian Gang. This fairy actually told him in front of him not to care about Li Lizzie's affairs. He was Li Lizzie's biological father. Haha. You don't want to accept the proposal? The Duke of Gloucester sneered, and completely exploded. Then, I can give you a second choice. You come to stop the 10 demigod companions summoned by my contract. and try to see if you can leave safely without revealing your identity." As he said that, the Duke of Gloucester chanted again, "Help me. Please help me. Great beings, I am willing to pay any price." Gloucester's chanting was interrupted, and Luminara certainly would not sit idly by and watch this happen. On one side is the loyal minister of Duz, and on the other side is the clue to the truth, which really makes her feel torn. Luminara thought and shouted, "Run!" raised her hand and swung out a sword, intercepting the Duke of Gloucester's chanting action. Looking at the Duke of Gloucester's stunned eyes, Luminara tilted her head slightly, her eyes firm. "He can't die. Are you representing the Duz royal family? Or yourself?" The Duke of Gloucester's eyes turned cold and asked coldly, "Only on my behalf." Luminara held the sword against each other. The atmosphere was instantly tense, and Su Bei had already run away. Chapter 383. You don't know him at all. Good. 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 The Duke of Gloucester laughed 3 times. "Damn it. Not only was my daughter raped, but even the brave prince was not able to escape the other party's bewitchment." "No. It's not what you think." Luminara shook her head. "What's the reason?" the Duke of Gloucester asked again. Luminara remained silent. Seeing this, the Duke of Gloucester completely lost his temper and flew into a rage. One by one. Why didn't anyone explain it to him clearly? The Duke of Gloucester was furious. "I want to kill him. No one can stop me. I am very interested in him." "You can't kill him." Luminara gave a fragmented answer, and her shy gesture didn't seem fake. The Duke of Gloucester stopped moving because of this sentence. He was stunned, frowned, raised his head, and glanced at Luminara repeatedly, asking in confusion, in order to save him, "Your Highness is willing to tell such a lie?" Luminara's cheeks were rosy. She shook her head slightly, and calmly said, "It's not a lie. The facts are indeed as Luminara said. If the Duke of Gloucester has misunderstood, it is not her problem." Hearing this, the Duke of Gloucester suddenly lost his energy and showed a little confusion. "Does that guy have the magic weapon of lust? How could this be? How could this be? Is he a succubus? Whatever. If he must live, I have only one request. He is not allowed to get close to Lilizi." "Absolutely not." Luminara did not give a verbal answer, but nodded slightly. In this way, the result is still good. Su Bei ran away. The Duke of Gloucester left. Only Luminara stayed there, thinking for a long time. It confuses me more and more. Maybe I have to go to a secret realm or a copy. Preferably the ruins of the evil god War. Only in this way can. Luminara restrained the desire to daydream, tightened her slender and round thighs, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and smiled. Take a deep breath and relax. After a while, Luminara stopped thinking and shook her head. "Let's go to the second floor first." Su Bei stood at the fishing hole on the second floor, thinking about it. At first, Su Bei was confused. But fortunately, when they actually met, the situation was much better than he imagined, because Luminara stood on his side and helped him deal with it. This made Su Bei unimaginable and incredible. He clearly remembered that Luminara's memory had been corrected again. But Luminara's current posture of wanting to speak but not being able to, and her uncontrollable gaze, are no different from a Lolita control who drinks Mangpa soup and still controls a Lolita. Either the program is wrong, or antibodies are produced. Then things get interesting. However, the situation has developed to this point, which is definitely not what Su Bei expected to see. But Su Bei is powerless to stop it, whether it is Li Lizi's identity or the content involving gods. Each one is an unspeakable secret. Even his existence is something that cannot be widely known. It was difficult to move forward, and it was difficult to take a step. This was Su Bei's current state. Although squeezing the feather pen might provide a way to temporarily escape observation, it was only a temporary solution. We still needed to find a way to solve the problem once and for all. Thinking about it, Su Bei's eyes shifted and suddenly fixed on the fisherman, who was motionless in the corner. "Wait, is that Sven?" "This is Sven." Su Bei nodded thoughtfully. Li Lizi's room. Suddenly, a shrill roar came from the room, followed by ping ping pong, the sound of things being thrown. "Duke of Gloucester, explain it to me. What the hell is going on?" Li Lizi, "Oh, Dad, it's not what you think. There is nothing going on between him and me." "Duke of Gloucester, if there is nothing, just tell me. Why are you hiding it? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Li Lizi, You don't know anything. And yet, you ask questions. You should just stay at home and take care of your mother. Duke of Gloucester, haha. I think you want to be beaten. Lizzie, whoa, it hurts. Daddy? Stop beating me or I kill you. Duke of Gloucester, you. Are you going to tell me? Lizzie, don't. Daddy? It's too embarrassing. The whole ship will hear it. You just behave yourself. I have nothing to tell you. Duke of Gloucester, I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. If I beat you up and I'm not satisfied, I'm going to give that yellow-haired guy 2 punches. Damn it. Bang. The door was kicked open. The Duke of Gloucester left the room angrily. His hat had been replaced with slippers. His face was covered with several small slipper prints. His clothes were torn into stripes. Several scratches were bleeding. The 2 pairs of boots on his feet were missing. When the Duke of Gloucester left the room, the strip of cloth on his clothes was still extended. Looking inside along the strip of cloth, Lizzie was sitting on the bench, holding the strip of cloth tightly. Lizzie was dressed neatly. Only her eyes were red. And it was not clear where she was injured. She just shouted, "Don't make trouble. Dad, don't make trouble. You are old. And your coffin will be closed soon. Just be quiet for a while." The Duke of Gloucester became more and more angry as he listened. And his steps became bigger and bigger. Seeing that there was really no other way, Lizzie had to threaten. "If you don't understand again, I will bury you and mother separately. One in the mountains, and the other in the sea. Let you taste the taste of being alone and helpless." This was indeed very vicious, causing the Duke of Gloucester to widen his eyes, slightly open his lips, and look at his little cotton-padded jacket in disbelief. Damn it. When exactly was it? When did the little cotton-padded jacket suddenly become leaky? This made the Duke of Gloucester hold his heart, almost unable to breathe, and about to have a myocardial infarction. You must have a secret with him. Even if he is a demon? He is not. He is a hard-working, motivated and smart partner. Lizzie defended. Okay. The Duke of Gloucester gritted his teeth and squatted in the corner, unable to help but say, "If Luminara also has feelings for him, you won't give up? What does that have to do with me? They are them. And we are us. They are completely different. You stupid dad?" Lizzie tried her best to explain. Her cheeks flushed with anxiety. The Duke of Gloucester curled up in the corner in pain, closing his eyes tightly. "You can accept this? You are the only daughter of the Duke of Gloucester. You want to compete with others for a demon? Oh, you don't understand him at all. Things are not what you think." Lizzie pointed out the international hand gesture and shouted, "Damn it. I kill him now. I want to see how things turn out." The Duke of Gloucester shouted back. Chapter 384, For Safety. Let's kidnap him. Seeing Sven is like seeing the dawn for Su Bei. After Su Bei's careful consideration, he temporarily thought of 2 plans to get rid of the trouble. One is to kidnap Alyssa and rely on the existence magic weapon to eliminate his sense of existence and achieve the purpose of not being noticed. The second is to frame Sven. Although this is immoral, it is very useful. Of course, the effective 2-pronged approach is the best. And now the ship is in a period of chaos. Just now, several demigods took action to block the continuous tsunami and cleared all the offshore dragonfish kings. Then the rest of the crew deployed their forces and are now dealing with the magic tide by the ship. It's a good time to rob people and steal goods, Su Bei was thinking. And suddenly someone patted his shoulder gently. "Hey man, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to kill the offshore dragonfish?" Su Bei pressed the brim of his hat, glanced slightly, and replied, "No." The adventurer who approached him was bloated and seemed to be a foreign race, with violent fire factors all over his body. Su Bei recognized him. His name was Cain. He was a genius of the Flame Demon clan among the demons, and ranked 37th on the combat power list. Seeing Su Bei shaking his head, Cain raised the dragonfish in his hand and winked. "It will be too late if you don't go now. This offshore dragonfish is fat and delicious, and is most suitable for sea barbecue. If you don't catch 2 now, you won't have anything to eat later. This is a real treasure in my hand. It almost evolved into a dragonfish king. I spent a lot of effort to get it." Su Bei nodded. "Okay. I go right away. My name is Cain, from the Flame Demon clan. What about you?" Sven. As they chatted, the life rules in Su Bei's body were spreading uncontrollably. silently transforming the genes in the offshore dragonfish. In the blink of an eye, the offshore dragonfish in Kane's hand went from dying to full of life, and its dragon whiskers gradually turned golden and grew vigorously. The offshore dragonfish swung its tail, completed the life transition, and evolved into the offshore dragonfish king. Brother Sven, I heard that we have to hold a bonfire party tonight, and there will be many programs at that time. Don't be so reserved. We are all brothers on this ship. Why be polite? Just fight whoever you are unhappy with. And that's it. At this moment, Kane was still talking, looking like he didn't know anything. Su Bei had obviously noticed the change, nodded, and stepped back a few steps without making a sound. Paw. A sound. You are still shy. The moment Kane opened his mouth, the offshore dragonfish king, which had completed the jump, sprayed out a high-pressure water gun. Z. The water pressure shot out with terrifying power, and the water column as thick as a bucket hit Kane directly, spraying Kane out of the boat. After completing this action, the offshore dragonfish king turned around, kowtowed to Su Bei 3 times to express his gratitude, and was about to jump into the sea. This was the price Kane paid for chatting up Su Bei. However, as a quasi-demigod, it was not difficult for him to climb out from under the bed, so there was no need to worry about his life safety. Su Bei looked around and sighed softly. After thinking for a while, he decided to be a bad guy. Tie him up. At this time, the route of the Lilizi was completely disrupted. The stormy weather disrupted the natural magnetic field, and even the compass could not distinguish between east, south, west and north. No one could tell the direction in a thunderstorm, so no one knew where the Lilizi was sailing. But a navigator said that he could roughly estimate the correct route by the approximate direction. I don't know if it's true or not. Fortunately, the first wave of magic tide was completely blocked by the crew, and the Lilizi was safe for the time being, and there was no need to worry about this problem. After this battle, many crew members had a lot of harvests, and were discussing what to do for the evening party, and how to enjoy the food. Felihui and Alyssa were also among them. At this time, Alyssa was walking with Felihui, each holding 2 offshore dragonfish in both hands, and rushing towards Sven. It's really a headache. That fish doesn't have to be caught. Right? Teacher Sven sat for 3 consecutive days without any harvest, and didn't even have time to eat a bite of food. Hearing this, Felihui raised the drawing board on her waist, which read, Teacher Sven enjoyed the process very much. So, even if there is no result, it doesn't matter? Alyssa asked casually. But Fury fell into deep thought. After a while, when Fury came up with the answer and was about to answer, she was suddenly stunned. Fury looked around blankly, frightened and panicked. Beside her, 2 offshore dragonfish only had fish bones left, and Alyssa's figure disappeared. Fury's face turned pale, and she quickly turned around to look around. Anxiously, ah, screaming, and tears came out without realizing it. Kidnapping is a simple matter for Su Bei, but communication is really difficult for Su Bei. At this moment, in a pile of miscellaneous items, Featherpin tied Alyssa to a chair with a skilled tortoiseshell tie, covered her eyes with a cloth strip, and stuffed a gag into her mouth. Then he clapped his hands with great satisfaction. How is it? Featherpin asked. It's right. Su Bei nodded, then frowned slightly and asked, Is it a bit strange? No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'm a professional at tying people up. I'm the 3-time champion of the fairy tortoiseshell binding competition. The feather pen raised its head proudly and circled Alyssa 3 times. No, I didn't praise you. Su Bei sighed, not caring about Su Bei's evaluation at all. The feather pen nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly asked in confusion, So what should we do next? Communicate and get her help. Su Bei said calmly. The feather pen was stunned, pointed at Alyssa who was tied into a strange shape, blinked, and asked in confusion, Wait, can we really communicate like this? I thought you were trying to satisfy some special evil taste. What evil taste can I satisfy? Su Bei was puzzled, tickling her feet with a twig, writing something on her face. Quill Pen replied naturally, We fairies often play like this. Su Bei was silent, not knowing where to start complaining. So what games do fairies usually play? Seemingly having heard some scary topic, the bound Alyssa struggled for a while, spit out the ball gag in her mouth, and replied calmly, We can communicate. Su Bei and Feather Pen were stunned at the same time. Alyssa's emotions were a little too stable, which made Su-Bei and the other kidnappers a little uncomfortable. Please untie me first. It's a bit tight, Alyssa said calmly. We can talk. Hearing this, Su-Bei subconsciously glanced over. You can see that the other person's skin is obviously tightened, and a large area of skin is exposed on her plump body, which is white and tender. Alyssa's body trembled subconsciously, swallowed her saliva, trembled slightly, and asked with a forced smile. I don't think it's rape. Right? There is nothing particularly attractive about a 17-year-old girl. Right? I think my appearance is nothing compared to my talent, although I can't resist no matter what they do to me. However, if it's not rape, I hope you can still show some respect to me. Su-Bei retracted his gaze and touched his nose. He can guarantee that his vision is normal. But Alyssa obviously doesn't think so. Is it really rape? If so, please be gentle, and I will resist. I promise. Alyssa suddenly became nervous and began to struggle. Su-Bei paused and couldn't help but reply, I didn't look at you. Look around you. Hearing this, Su-Bei looked sideways. Feather Pen was holding an oversized feather pen in both hands, constantly gesturing at Alyssa's body, eager to try. Hey, let's play a game. Whoever loses draws a little turtle. Such white and tender skin is perfect for doing something. Chapter 385 Cooperation. Su-Bei thought he was not a good person, but he was not an unforgivable villain. It was a bit too much to smear and change on someone else's body. Snap. With a sound, Su-Bei grabbed the feather pen and stuffed it into his collar. Then he snapped his fingers and removed the rope and blindfold from Alyssa. Can we cooperate? Let's talk, Su-Bei said calmly. Alyssa rubbed her stiff wrist, slowly raised her head, looked at the man in the windbreaker in front of her, and blinked her eyes very quickly. Suddenly she smiled and took a few steps back. This is a polite gentleman. Although you have some qualities, they are not many, which makes me, a weak woman, feel uneasy. This abrupt end to the speech made Su-Bei stunned. As expected, the subsequent speech should be reversed. This is indeed the case. Alyssa performed a ladylike noble salute, stepped lightly, and disappeared in front of Su-Bei in an instant. After all, there was a kidnapping before, and Alyssa dared not cooperate with such a stranger casually. Cooperation of the weaker party is exploitation, which is the eternal truth in the way of noble power. Su-Bei was stunned, his eyes fixed, and suddenly he moved his toes sideways. The space turned, and the field unfolded. The colorful light bulbs in the field encompassed all the surroundings, freezing Alyssa in it. At this moment, Alyssa was only one step away from the door, but she couldn't take the step anyway. Alyssa's body trembled slightly, struggled for a moment, and had to turn around helplessly. She shrugged with a bitter face and said calmly, Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Su-Bei smiled and nodded. But this smile seemed creepy to Alyssa. Few demigods could catch Alyssa's trace. When the magic weapon acted on her, her sense of existence could be completely erased, and even people could forget her. Alyssa didn't know how the mysterious man on the other side remembered her, but she knew she had met her nemesis. The other party was obviously well prepared. She didn't know who the other party was or what abilities he had, but he knew her very well. This made Alyssa very confused, and she couldn't help but tease. Are you my secret admirer in Winter Academy? I don't remember knowing such a scary guy. Not only does he know me well, he even prepared a way to crack my ability in advance. Is it because my ability didn't work? The magic weapon worked. Of course. From the moment it worked, Su-Bei had forgotten Alyssa. The ability of the existence was very buggy. But Su-Bei had the same buggy angel of knowledge. He had given himself a hint before he came in. Once he could not remember why he came here, he would immediately expand his domain and spread it throughout the room. Moreover, Su-Bei's domain could indiscriminately lock onto the two aspects of life characteristics and soul fluctuations, which was enough to scan Alyssa out. Even if these two methods did not work, the feather pen still had the same bug of the Angel of Truth. This was a powerful existence that could see through illusions and explore fate. It could also see the hidden destiny line in space and capture Alyssa's traces. In summary, the whole process can be summarized in one sentence. As long as Su-Bei has the idea of kidnapping Alyssa on this ship, Alyssa will be unable to escape. It can be imagined that no matter how hard a Lolita struggles, there is no way to escape from the palm of the Lolita control in a sealed room. After trying, Alyssa obviously realized this and gave up struggling helplessly. I just hope to be decent and fight for some rights for myself. Listening to Alyssa's question, Su-Bei first gave an answer. It worked. But it was useless. Okay. Alyssa sighed and said in surprise, "It's hard to believe that such a dangerous person like you would appear on this ship. So what is your request? Assassination or spying?" Hearing this, Su-Bei glanced at the feather pen. The feather pen took out a contract and held it in front of Alyssa. "Sign it." "A contract of sale?" Alyssa looked at Su-Bei and asked thoughtfully. "Not really." "Take a look. Temporary employment contract. Effect: swear to the great fairy god that the employed person must completely obey the employer's orders and meet the employer's commission within a certain period of time. Remuneration: 1 gold coin. Note: the fairy god is watching you. If you break your oath, you will be deprived of your life. Signature of the employed person." Looking at this one-sided slave contract, Alyssa was silent, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help shouting, "It really can't be considered a contract of sale. How can a contract of sale be so excessive? You are treating me like a pet without human rights." "Right? Why don't you just kill me?" Alyssa gave up and completely gave up struggling. Hearing this, Su-Bei glanced at the feather pen again. The feather pen nodded and took out another contract. Temporary employment contract. Special edition. Effect: swear to the great fairy god that the employed person must fully consider the employer's dispatch and meet the employer's commission within 1 month. Remuneration: the employer will guarantee your life safety and give you space to move freely. Note: the fairy god is watching you. If you violate the oath, you will be exiled by the law. Signature of the employed person. Alyssa was silent again. Obviously, this contract is still not reasonable, and the two parties are not in an equal cooperation relationship. But after seeing the previous contract, this one has already met the basic bottom line for Alyssa. Alyssa rolled her eyes at Su-Bei and the others, signed her name happily, and complained, "You have already prepared the second contract. Why do you still need to take out the first contract? It will scare me." Hearing this, Su-Bei glanced at the feather pen again. Alyssa was stunned, and a very bad premonition emerged in her heart. The feather pen was pulled out, and the third contract was taken out. "It's not that I only prepared 2 spicy ones." After a quick glance, Alyssa could clearly feel that the third contract was a normal cooperative relationship, and the content could provide her with great convenience. Alyssa showed a pair of dead fish eyes that seemed to have no desire to live, and was about to say something, but stopped talking after thinking about it. Unexpectedly, when the feather pen pulled out the third contract, the movement was too big, causing the fourth contract to fall out. After glancing at the content, Alyssa closed her eyes hard, took 2 deep breaths, and then clenched her fists to suppress her anger, gritted her teeth tightly. "Really? I lost to you too? Shameless guys." Alyssa suddenly realized something very scary. It seems that these 2 people have been faking their personalities since the kidnapping. The fairy disguised as a pervert exerted pressure, and the mysterious man in black was silent at the end, step by step lowering Alyssa's psychological expectations. And by the way, easing the bad relationship created by the kidnapping. In the end, Alyssa was left with only one choice that seemed to be available, but was actually a long-planned choice. Fortunately, the final choice was made by Alyssa willingly, which was considered to have left her with enough dignity in the end. Alyssa sighed helplessly. Quilpen and Su-Bei looked at each other, suddenly raised their thumbs, showing their shiny white teeth, and raised their heads proudly. This is the combination of the feather pen and Su-Bei's blood boiling. Who can tell the difference between the feather pen and the genius now? Chapter 386 Bonfire Party on the Sea Journey. November 1st. Evening. The sky was overcast, and it was still raining. It was not a drizzle, but a strong wind mixed with heavy rain, which hit the crew's foreheads with drops of water, like walnuts hitting watermelons, making a crisp sound. The Lily Z was currently a happy scene. The crew did not take the bad weather seriously at all, and still held a bonfire party as planned. In the central hall on the 2nd floor, small fires were lit around the edge of the ship. The crew sat in a pile, and were barbecuing before the bonfire party. Wow! Everyone is eating fish. How can you eat octopus? Isn't octopus a fish? No. You motherfucker. I'm Squidward, the gunner on the ship. You jerk. Sorry. This is my friend. He's not allowed to be cooked. Fuck you. Sister. Let me go. Don't hold me. I'm going to kill him. Okay. Okay. Demigod. Although it's not impossible to play even if it rains. It's still a bit troublesome. It's very simple. Just block the rain. Isn't it? After the words fell, the speaker raised his hand, and mud and sand grew and piled up from the gaps, forming a canopy over the realize. It feels a bit boring. When will the show start? What do you mean? Why don't you go up and dance first? Unlike the harmonious scenes at other bonfires, Sven's scene was the most anxious. Sven and Fury sat aside, looking at the note that had just appeared in his pocket not long ago, and fell into silence. Farewell letter. Content, Mr. Sven. Fury. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I have to deal with some things for the time being, and I will be back in a few months. Thanks for getting along. It's nice to meet you all. Signed, Alyssa Windsor. It's Alyssa's handwriting. After confirming it, Fury raised the drawing board to pass the message. This puzzled Sven. Where's Alyssa? Such a big person. On this ship that can be visited in half an hour. Just disappeared like that? Really? Why don't I remember Alyssa having any acquaintances? Sven frowned slightly. Fury also didn't quite understand. Seeing that the rain was blocked by the sand, she took off her shoes and poured out the water in her shoes, and hung them in front of the campfire. After a while, Fury slowly raised the writing board. It's worrying. Sven nodded. I'm also worried. Let's look for it for now. Damn it. Alyssa's ability is so abnormal. She shouldn't be kidnapped. Right? Fury shook her head and raised her writing board to answer. I hope not. Facts often go against one's will. Alyssa was indeed kidnapped. Because of the tyranny. Alyssa also signed an unequal treaty and became a tool of Su Bei this month. Alyssa could already foresee her tragic fate. But something strange happened to Alyssa. The black-clad man who kidnapped him did not rob her of money or sex, but just used her ability to openly spy on a girl. It was a white-haired girl, who looked like a blooming jasmine when she smiled slightly. Pure and lovely, with considerable courtesy and politeness in her gestures. It could be seen that these subconscious actions were passed down to Deuce. Or Fran. The other party. Is her name Jasmine? Alyssa thought so, recalling the information about Jasmine in her mind. Of course she recognized Jasmine. The predecessor of the Windsor family was a loyal force of the Friend Empire, and it had produced a marquis in its heyday. But with the decline of the Friend Empire, the Windsor family also fell into decline. She and her sister Amandla are the last nobles of the Windsor family, although they are only viscounts and their noble status is not hereditary. They are still nobles. Naturally, they have a certain concept of this Princess Fran. Speaking of which, when the country was in turmoil, the Friend Empire once spent all its treasury to give these long-dependent family forces a rich legacy. Originally, relying on this legacy, Alyssa and Amandla were able to live a relatively wealthy life. As a result, her stupid sister drank too much and lost the bag of gold coins. Alyssa searched for a long time along the way but found nothing. Last time she found the bag of gold coins in Bayan Empire. Thinking of this, Alyssa sighed, looked at the mysterious man in the windbreaker beside her, and made a decision secretly. It would be fine if it was just peeping. But if the other party wanted to do something more excessive, she would never agree. Even if it cost her life, she would not become a toy to provide pleasure for the other party. Unlike Alyssa's brainstorming, Su Bei simply sat down to rest. He hadn't sat down like this for a long time. With the help of Alyssa's ability, he was able to enjoy this tranquility and relax his body and mind. However, in order to borrow the power of the magic weapon, Su Bei paid a price. The price was that the two of them had to come into contact. So Su Bei needed to be connected with Alyssa at all times. And the specific operation was to tie the wrists of the two people together with a rope. As for what kind of rope it was, Alyssa didn't say. So Su Bei used the Heaven's Lock. It was mainly for convenience. The Heaven's Lock could indeed be considered a rope. And the effect was very obvious. Su Bei could feel the effect the moment he touched it. However, when the Heaven's Lock tied Alyssa's wrist, it could be seen that Alyssa's face turned a little pale. It was probably reflected by the silver-white material of the Heaven's Lock. As for coming to see Jasmine, it was a matter of convenience. Su Bei looked up and smiled slightly. Su Bei didn't expect that they had met so early, but they just missed it at that time. It turns out that the big octopus is gluttonous. Jasmine still loves to laugh, and chats with the big octopus next to her from time to time. About plans, about the future, And it seems that they talk about everything except a certain person. The people next to Jasmine are all geniuses of the demon clan. Maybe it's because of the attraction of demons. Even if the genius of the demon clan didn't recognize this demon king, he would have a natural liking for Jasmine. The 5 people looked at it one by one. And they were Cain of the Flame Demon Clan, I Demon Clan Tontong, Han Demon Clan Douglas, Succubus Clan Nicole, a Lich Juzu Kong. The demons were familiar with each other and chatted without any strangeness. The Lich Juzu Kong kept looking at Jasmine. The fire in his eyes flickered, as if thinking about something. On the side, Jasmine was quietly grilling fish. And from time to time, she twisted the hem of her skirt with her back to everyone, wringing out wet water stains. If nothing unexpected happened, this night will be the most pleasant night that Su Bei has spent. The raindrops were just right. The atmosphere was just right. And everyone was chatting. In such an environment, the bonfire party officially began. Chapter 387 In the Dead of Night. Gluttony spews poison. A bonfire party without a program is as boring as an amusement park without Lolita. Soon, the Emerald Adventure team from the Green Empire walked out of the team and came to the center of the venue to perform an impromptu music performance. Music is the elves' specialty. The beautiful elves sang and danced, like angels in the night, and the gentle and moving music flowed slowly, washing away the fatigue accumulated by the crew all day. Thus, the bonfire party kicked off. The elf show successfully heated up the audience. Many male adventurers took off their shirts to show their strong muscles and kept howling to attract the girls' attention. The girls laughed at them. The women who could get on this ship were naturally not naive and innocent. This kind of action, similar to the courtship of gorillas, seemed like an impromptu performance to them. Everyone was immersed in the celebration, and Alyssa and the Feather Pen were no exception. Although Alyssa was temporarily cooperating with Su Bei in the form of being kidnapped, Su Bei still gave her sufficient human rights. Su Bei did not intend to embarrass Alyssa unless it was necessary. There is only one reason to embarrass Alyssa. It is just because Su Bei needs the help of the magic weapon. But there are many reasons not to embarrass Alyssa. For example, in Winter City, the Windsor sisters temporarily took care of Jasmine. Another example is in the Plague Continent. Alyssa helped Su Bei. At this moment, Alyssa sat 2 steps away from Su Bei, with a silver white thread on her right wrist, and the other end of the thread was wrapped around Su Bei's left wrist. With one hand on her chin, she stared at the center of the bonfire party. She was very interested in these shows, and was looking forward to the magic show later. For her, gaining knowledge was part of the meaning of traveling. As for the ultimate purpose of her trip, she never told anyone. On the side, Feather Pen would occasionally steal some grilled fish fillets from the grill next door, and share various delicacies with Alyssa. It was a compensation for scaring Alyssa before. For Feather Pen, sharing delicacies was the highest evaluation of friendship. From this, it can be seen that Feather Pen was indeed guilty. Isn't this impolite? Alyssa hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take the barbecue skewer, chewing it slowly and swallowing it. How can it be as delicious as the one you robbed? Quillpen said so. His lips were covered with oil stains, and his tongue stretched out to lick his fingers, making a click-click sound. Although the bonfire party was so lively, it seemed to have nothing to do with Su Bei. His sight stopped at one place from the beginning. He looked at Jasmine, and saw that Jasmine's body was sticky because her clothes were wet. And she looked at a loss, and couldn't help but stand up. Not aloud. Alyssa quickly put down the barbecue skewers, and shouted seriously. Su Bei paused, looked back at Alyssa, then retracted his gaze, and walked straight to Jasmine. Sat down. No. Not allowed. Not allowed to do prohibited projects. Alyssa crossed her hands and said seriously. Su Bei nodded and raised his hand to pinch a small flame. The finger stopped behind Jasmine. The weak fire flickered under the dinner, flickering for a long time. Su Bei just wanted to help Jasmine dry her clothes. As for why he did this, Su Bei couldn't say. He just thought of it. So he did it. It's the same as holding an umbrella when it rains and eating at a certain time. There is no special meaning. Quillpen is still eating and drinking heartlessly, but Alyssa is stunned. She blinked slowly, her brain working at high speed. And then she understood Su Bei's actions with difficulty. So she opened her mouth and couldn't help but remind him. My ability cannot hide the fluctuations of magic power and the manifestation of rules. That is to say, there is a possibility of being observed when using skills. Bei nodded. It's okay. It's okay. He uses skills without chanting or precasting. With such a weak magic power, even fairies can't catch any traces, let alone others. Pen gave an explanation that Alyssa could accept without even looking at Bei. But the more Alyssa understood the mysterious man in black, the more doubts she had in her heart. She didn't know why such a powerful person was so concerned about Princess Fran. She didn't know why such a powerful person would hide his tracks. But Alyssa thought she was not stupid, so she would not ask these questions. At this moment, the feather pen seemed to feel a little bored, looking around, thinking whether to do some show effect. So, she took off the hair tied with Alyssa, inserted into the group of people like Jasmine, and knocked hard on Gluttony's head. Hey, Invincible Octopus King, do you still remember me? Gluttony was stunned, looking at the feather pen that suddenly appeared. 2 tentacles wrapped around the feather pen and pulled it to the front. He asked in confusion, Little thing, what are you doing? The feather pen lay beside Gluttony's ear and whispered, Do you remember what you promised the great? What you promised Miss Lilizy? Gluttony narrowed his eyes, looked around, lowered his head, and leaned close to the feather pen's ear, and said lightly, He. Do you have any good plans? I mean, we first. Then. He. I see. You look like a fool. Gluttony suddenly stretched out its tentacles, grabbed the feather pen in its hand, and strangled it. Then it narrowed its eyes, pointed its nose to the sky, and sneered calmly, Why don't you go to heaven? You are just a little goblin, and you dare to give orders to your octopus brother. Go where you want to go. Don't bully others, Molly warned. Hearing this, Gluttony let go of his hand, threw the crying feather pen out, and said arrogantly, Get out. Get out of here. This is very gluttonous. Before being beaten, Gluttony always looked like he was the only one who was in control. And usually he would behave himself after being beaten. Bei looked over and grabbed the feather pen with his backhand while no one was paying attention. The feather pen was aggrieved and complained first. He hit me. He hit me. He hit me. You just watched? He hit me. Bei asked in confusion. What did you discuss? I just asked it to spray some medicine. Can't it spray a lot of medicine? It's not too much to spray a little. Bei sighed, and began to sympathize with Gluttony. Few people can catch the fairy, unless she is willing to be caught. And when she is willing to be caught by you, then you have to be careful. Thinking about it, Bei couldn't help asking, What did you do? The beating is over. It's time to spray the medicine. Pen giggled, scratched his head embarrassedly, and his eyes suddenly flashed, laughing and squinting. So you do year 3. November 1st. Night. At the Lilizy bonfire party. Because a certain 12-clawed poisonous octopus inexplicably activated its magic power and silently sprayed all kinds of toxins on all the grills. More than 50 people had diarrhea. More than 50 people had sexual desire. More than 50 people had auditory and visual hallucinations. And more than 50 people foamed at the mouth. As a result, the Lilizy lost a lot of manpower in the next 2 days. The patients looked for the pathogen and vowed to beat this person into a cripple. For Gluttony, this can indeed be regarded as an unprovoked disaster. It was this sudden accident that caused the sailors to rest and recuperate, and they did not notice the gradually red moonlight. After a while, the dark clouds began to spread slowly, gradually blocking the blood moon and hiding it behind the dark clouds. Apparently someone noticed that on the top of the Lilizy ship, the White Rock Empire demigod Wilgard stood in the moonlight with a cup. His fangs grew longer, and his eyes became more scarlet. He raised his head slightly, raised his cup to invite the blood moon, raised his head and drank the blood in the cup, and suddenly smiled. Blood ancestor, I'm bringing people to settle accounts with you. Chapter 388 Blood Moon Island. November 3rd. The Lilizy docked on a small island. It was foggy all around, and this was the only place to dock. The navigators calibrated the map, but did not find the geographical location of the island on the map. They looked at each other in confusion and fell into silence. Let's go. What are you thinking about? If you don't replenish some fresh water and food, are you going to eat shit? Indeed. Let's go. With so many big guys. Are you still afraid of an unknown island? By the way, do you feel that this island is strangely cold? Indeed. It's even more eerie than my grandma's ancestral grave. Bei held Alyssa by the rope in his left hand, with Quill lying peacefully on his head. He looked at the shore, frowned slightly, and suddenly felt something ominous. It's very dangerous. This big eye told me. Quill took out the Angel of Truth from his chest and shook it in front of Su Bei. Su Bei nodded. He felt it. So he didn't plan to get off the boat. Just think about it. The island carrying the devil and the hero, which can appear on the path that the Lilizi must pass. Can't be ordinary stuff. Of course, there is no need to get off the ship. The Lilizi is just temporarily docked and will leave after obtaining resources. Thinking about it, Su Bei glanced at Alyssa and asked calmly, "Do you want to go down? Can I go down?" Alyssa asked doubtfully. Su Bei shook his head. "Since you asked?" "No." Alyssa rolled her eyes and sat quietly on the edge of the boat, holding her chin with one hand and looking at the sea level, not knowing what she was thinking. This was the first time that the Lilizi docked. Some crew members disembarked and collected food, fruits, and fresh water near the coastline. After collecting, they boarded the ship and did not go deep into the center of the island. They laughed and joked before leaving, and returned with a full load. The crew entered the island during the day and left the island at night. They moved quickly and did not cause any noise. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary exploration and did not take it seriously. But when the Lilizi set sail again and sailed straight to the east, everyone was stunned. It's foggy. The air is hazy. The outline of an island looms in front of me. The eye demons opened dozens of eyes to observe the outline and gave a definite answer. It's the same island as before, but it's different. There are many bats on it. It's bloody. The adventurer Marcos, the hand of eternal victory, threw the dice in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became solemn. 5 sixes. Full house. It looks like a lot of people will die on this journey. If you are not strong enough, please step back. This is not a place you can approach. Lich is a natural fortune teller. But Lich Pig Khan just raised the crystal ball, and it broke into pieces. Oh my god. I have to tell our king about this. The Duke of Gloucester heard this, and immediately gave an order. Return. Sail in the opposite direction. Leave that island. Those below Demigod can only see the phenomenon, but those above Demigod can see the essence through the phenomenon. In the meeting room, all the demigods sat together with solemn faces. The Duke of Gloucester slowly stated a fact that everyone recognized. That is the site of the war between gods. The broken kingdom of gods. Now we can only pray for one thing. The rules of the kingdom of gods have not been activated yet. Otherwise, the whole ship will be buried here. The Lilizi returned to the voyage, driving slowly in the opposite direction of the island. What made people feel relieved was that as the Lilizi sailed in, the outline of the island behind the ship became fainter and fainter, almost disappearing. This means that the Lilizi is getting farther and farther away from the island. It's safe. That island is too creepy. You know, I went there to cut down a few trees and made a rocking chair. This is a few. I peed on it a few times before. You are just like that. It will be fine when I walk up. Being away from the island, the crew members felt relieved and began to tease each other. But is it really safe? Su Bei stood up, took out a poker card from his pocket, looked forward, and lowered his body. When the Lilizi had completely escaped from the fog behind, no one noticed that half of the bow of the Lilizi had already plunged into the new fog. As the fog spread, the silence spread from the bow to the stern, and the cheerful atmosphere came to an abrupt end. This time, the outline of the island was close at hand, only 50 meters away from the Lilizi, and this distance could hit it in almost the next second. The Lilizi braked to a stop. At this moment, Su Bei shot out the poker cards in his hand, and in the next moment, a sharp and piercing roar came from the bow. Chirp! Chirp! It's a surprise attack. The mouth of the surprise attack creature is like a rodent fox, with external ears protruding forward, shaped like a bat, 2 meters long, and can emit harsh sound waves when roaring, disturbing people's minds. Is this a bat? Fuck. A bat bigger than my father. It was close to the face and opened up, and the crew members were undoubtedly unable to react. They could only dodge and barely parry, and the sound waves mixed with the surprise attack. Some crew members, who were not able to react in time, could not even resist, and their chests were torn open by a claw, bleeding. This monster is so powerful. Fortunately, Su Bei reacted early. The poker card exploded when it was thrown, completely clearing the space in front of Su Bei, creating a peaceful space. Pieces of limbs flew everywhere. Blood and flesh spurted out, attracting a lot of attention. The feather pin thrown out by Su Bei as a substitute held its head high, and its expression seemed to say, "Yes, I did it. What are you waiting for if you don't praise me? So awesome." Jasmine sighed and smiled at the feather pin. Feather pin heard the wings flapping unconsciously. After the explosion stopped, Feather pin opened the eyes of the true angel and gave the crew the bat's message. Blood Moon Bat, 4th order monarch species. This bat is a mass-produced creature, and when the blood moon bats gather in groups, it means. Feather pin was stunned, looking at the suddenly solemn atmosphere, hesitating, not knowing whether to continue. Go ahead, Goblin. What can't be said? That is, if you have the ability to explore, then help. Intelligence is supreme. Su Bei put away the playing cards and looked at the feather pen with interest. After careful consideration, the feather pen said word by word, the blood moon bats. Gathering and appearing means that there were traces of the mythical creature here. Badong, the pure-blooded descendant of the blood ancestor Kamisats. That is a blood demon that can occupy a place in ancient mythology. It is above the demigod. Everyone was silent. Chapter 389 Tianjiu landing on the island. Silence is the main theme tonight, and it seems that it will be the main theme for the next few days. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Gluttony couldn't help but tell everyone a joke. It's said to be a trace. What if it's a big one here? You know, a glance is also a trace. Besides, there are more than 300 of us. We can do it with our eyes closed. We are not afraid of him. Hearing this, Douglas of the Hand Demon Clan stretched out 10 hands and scratched his head, and nodded in approval. Indeed, forget about Badong Badu. Even if Badong's father comes, he will be beaten half to death. Gluttony was silent. Others may not have much impression of gods, but he has indeed seen gods, so he could only sneer and reply, "Do you mean to make the blood ancestor half dead? Just tell me whether it is full or not." Douglas looked at him with a sidelong glance. That's true. The conversation ended with Gluttony's dry laugh, and the silence spread again. After several experiments, it can be concluded that the Lilizi can never escape the range of the fog. Every time it leaves the fog, it will be closer to the island. No one dares to bet whether it will hit the island next time it escapes the fog. Looking at this situation, it seems that going to the island is a done deal. So the crew members began to study how to go there, and who goes there first. The demigods are naturally the last players. Apart from the demigods, there are more than 200 quasi-demigods. It is obviously not a wise move to go to the island all at once. So the crew members began to give way to each other. Who will go to the island first? My kidneys are not good recently, so let's go later. I won't go there first anyway. I'm not good at it, so I go last. In the chaos, Gluttony was the first to break the stalemate. He pointed his octopus tentacles at Douglas, who had just performed crosstalk with him, and shouted, "You go first." Why? Douglas was a little dissatisfied, and stretched out 12 hands to compete with Gluttony. "You are handsome, so you should go first." "That's right. I have to go first." Douglas paused with his outstretched hand, then retracted it, scratched his head, and nodded with a smile. Then he stepped out of the boat with one foot and stepped on the beach of the island. The wind was calm, and the waves were rippled by the wind, but there was nothing unusual. Douglas narrowed his eyes slightly, leaned down, stepped forward with both feet, and walked towards the island. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A wave of small demons came towards them, and 7 or 8 blood moon bats roared and attacked from the shadows. This time Douglas was well prepared, and he did not stop. Facing the challenge, waving his 12 arms, his face calm. The first 4 arms were enchanted with buffs to petrify the hard body, and he took the lead in striking forward to stop the blood moon bats. At this time, Douglas's steps did not stop, and his posture was calm. The blood moon bats failed to charge, and turned on the violent state, surrounded by bloodlight, and covered in blood, and attacked again. Douglas's palms exploded, blood dripping, and he stopped immediately. The 4 arms in the middle followed closely, sending out ripples of impact, which was a strong quasi-demigod skill. This move made the blood moon bat cry and howl, and it sprayed out violent blood to create blood mist, and took the opportunity to retreat. Douglas raised the 4 arms that had been hidden behind him for a long time. And the magic power in his palms was huge, condensing the 4 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, and earth. The magic power erupted, strangling and annihilating the Blood Moon Bat that was wide open behind him. This move showed the value of the combat power prodigy list and Douglas's fighting style to the fullest. Most of the 5th level monsters dare not say that they can surely defeat 8 king-type 4th level monsters. But Douglas can, because he is the 21st on the combat power list. The contemporary prodigy of the Hand Demon clan. Strong, brother, Gluttony shouted from afar. Douglas smiled, put the bleeding front 4 arms behind him, and nodded coolly. The one with the bag. So handsome. Why don't you walk forward? Gluttony asked doubtfully. Douglas hesitated. The flesh of a 4th level king was not easy to bear. His front 4 arms were severely burned and were burning at the moment. The blood in his palms was still flowing out. It should be that some kind of negative buff was planted. Douglas did not pretend to be cool. He smiled and retreated. No. No. I have to take a break. Please invite the next handsome guy. At this moment, the geniuses were eager to try. You know, going to the island earlier may seem to be just a little earlier, but the degree of danger will increase exponentially. No one knows what the situation is on the island. And no one knows what characteristics and skills the Blood Moon Bats have. Now that Douglas has tested it, the threat of the Blood Moon Bats to the crew has been greatly reduced. 3 skills. The physical strength of the Blood Moon Bats is not weaker than any 5th level, and is not inferior to the demons. If you are not an orc and a melee specialized knight, melee mage, meat priest, assassin, etc., it is not recommended to resist. Douglas is a good negative example. He is actually a turret mage. Douglas looked over unhappily, and after seeing that the person who spoke was Marcos, who was 4th on the battle power list, his eyes moved up smoothly and looked up at the bird. The first skill is a passive skill. It looks like it has a blood drawing effect. Once a wound appears, the blood will flow out unstoppably. So the wounded must return to the ship as soon as possible. The second skill is Rage, which can greatly enhance physical strength and speed, and the increase is about 30%. The third skill is Blood Mist, which should be a skill type field. I don't know if it has any other effects. Anything else to add? Marcos looked at Douglas, asking for his opinion. Douglas shook his head, gave a thumbs up and praised. You have brains. No wonder you can climb to 4th place on the battle power list. After summarizing, the crew began to discuss exploring the island. Some of the geniuses got off the ship, including Jasmine, who was eager to try with her staff in hand, her hair jumping up and down, obviously ready for adventure. The first group of people to land on the island was not large. Only more than 20 people. And they were the group along the right ship. Su Bei was familiar with this group of people. They were the ones around Jasmine at the bonfire party. The strength of the crew was uneven, but none of them was weak. Seeing Jasmine get off the boat, Su Bei did not stay on the boat any longer. He planned to go down to explore the situation, as a parent accompanying her. Seeing this, Alyssa could not help but ask, "Do you like Jasmine?" Su Bei was stunned, thought about it, shook his head and denied. "No." Alyssa blinked, did not continue to ask, but smiled slightly. Liking is a very abstract concept, which is difficult to explain clearly in words. However, according to Alyssa's observation, this mysterious man looked at everyone calmly, except when he looked at Jasmine. When he looked at Jasmine, his eyes were clearly too tolerant and gentle. She had only seen that look in lovers or fathers and daughters. If it wasn't the former, could it be the latter? Thinking of this, Alyssa smiled and shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 390. The pressure has arrived. The Tianju landed on the island, and they formed teams of 55 to play together, just enough to form 4 groups. The 4 groups acted separately and began to explore the situation on the island. Excluding the 3 invisible people in Su Bei, the configuration of the 5 people in Jasmine group is very complete, which is a standard adventure group combination. They are the main tank, the elite 12-clawed poisonous octopus, Gluttony, the main attacker in the first position, the king-type lich, Juju Kong, the second position assistant defender, the Shadow Army Dark Knight killer Quasi-Tianju Jeff, looks young, probably less than 30 years old, the auxiliary position, the Holy Light Church Holy Priest, the Quasi-Prodigy Andres, is a middle-aged man with a priestly temperament. The free man, the gourmet Jasmine, temporarily serves as the captain of the temporary team. The team configuration is indeed very reasonable, just enough to meet the needs of each position. However, since Jasmine is the only player on the Battle Power Prodigy list in the team, and she is ranked 97th on the Battle Power list, this team was specially taken care of. A relatively safe route was assigned. Specifically, it was to explore the surrounding environment of the island along the coastline. On the way, the 5 people kept silent at first. It can be seen that they are not familiar with each other, and it is a bit awkward to get along with each other. Gluttony has been beaten up a lot recently, so he doesn't want to talk. From time to time, he looks at the waves on the beach and thinks about why he was beaten up. It's interesting. Who is plotting against me? I didn't poison you. Why do you say it was me? Which? Pig Kong doesn't like to talk. His mood is stable, and he is taciturn. He occasionally glances at Jasmine, and his eyes are full of jealousy when he looks at Gluttony. Occasionally, he mutters something that no one can hear. Those big breasts. They're fake. Are they 2 slimes? Smells so good. She smells so good. She should belong to the dead. We have to find a way to kidnap her. Jeff and Andre seem to be from the same hometown. Whispering with their heads buried. No one knew what they were talking about. Stupid thing. Why did you get on this ship? Brother. What strength do you have? Are you here to die? Old thing. It's none of your business. Don't rely on being born earlier to boss me around. I don't recognize you as my brother. In such a dull atmosphere. Jasmine spoke first. It seems like everyone doesn't like to talk much. Everyone looked at them. Let's work out a little strategy. Jasmine smiled slightly, full of friendliness. As she spoke, Jasmine raised her hand and distributed the food she had just made with her skills. This is a far-sighted pastry. Sweet. It can increase dynamic vision and improve danger perception. Please try it. There were 5 pieces in total. And naturally there was no share for Su Bei and the other 2. Su Bei and Alyssa didn't care, but they were so greedy that the feather pen cried. Su Bei and the other 2 were about a few dozen meters behind Jasmine's team. Su Bei's eyes stayed in front of him, occasionally stopped at other people, and more often looked at Jasmine. But most of the time, he was distracted, as if he was thinking. Alyssa didn't care about Su Bei at all, and started to play as if no one was around. She walked slowly along the beach with slippers in her hands, leaving footprints one by one, and occasionally raising some waves. She was in a good mood. The feather pen lay on Su Bei's head, pulling Su Bei's hair hard, staring at the pastry with eager eyes, drooling. But the first piece of cake was just an appetizer. Jasmine's hand never stopped from the moment it was extended. This is a strong strawberry pie. It can increase strength and endurance. It lasts for half an hour. You can try it first. This is a refreshing mint candy. It works as soon as you put it in your mouth. This is plum juice for restoring magic power. Put it in your pocket first, just in case. This is... The feather pen couldn't hold it anymore. It bit its lower lip tightly and pointed at Jasmine, stammering and pulling Su Bei's hair. She seduced me. She seduced me. I'm going to grab the spicy food. Su Bei nodded. Whatever the goblin does is reasonable. Su Bei is not worried about being exposed. Seeing this, Feather Pen rushed forward, and a teleportation array appeared in front of him. He stepped into the teleportation array and instantly arrived in front of the Lich Zhu Kong, and robbed the Lich Zhu Kong of all the food. Immediately jumped into the reverse teleportation array and disappeared in front of everyone, leaving Jasmine and the other 5 looking at each other in bewilderment. What emergency food? Just passed by like that? Wait a minute. Gluttony frowned slightly, and a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. He quietly extended 2 tentacles from behind, releasing Gluttony missed silently, trying to find the location of the feather pen. Hey, it seems to be a fairy. Jasmine looked around blankly, but couldn't find any trace of the feather pen. She could only smile embarrassedly and said to the Lich, Pig Kong, make another one for you. Uh-huh. It's okay. Lich. Pig Kong smiled, waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and took this opportunity to get closer to Jasmine. Lich. Zhu Kong didn't say anything. After all, it was just a skeleton and couldn't eat delicious food, so it wouldn't be a pity. Perhaps because the food brought them closer. The teens gradually started to communicate. Jeff couldn't help but join the conversation and said, Jasmine, after this exploration, can you spar with me? I'm very interested in the Tianjiu list. I want to try it out and see how I compare with the top masters. You can do it anytime. Jasmine nodded, and the hair on her head shook up and down. Full of energy, Jasmine never refuses anyone who comes to compete. It is urgent for her to hone her skills. She really wants to improve. Seeing this, Andres couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. He was about to say something, but he swallowed his words and said nothing. As the captain, the only thing Jasmine needs to worry about is the communication problem within the team. And this problem has just been cleverly solved. There is nothing to worry about now. There are many weathered bodies on the beach. It might be dangerous here, Molly reminded. But as a parent, Su Bei had more to worry about. He felt it. Pressure. The pressure was there, and not there. This pressure was like a bloody sea pouring back, heading straight for Molly's team. The existence that created the pressure was at a very high level, estimated to be the same as a blue dragon, with unknown strength and murderous intent. Demigod legendary creature? The domain had been activated, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. But the domain's presence was so weak that ordinary people could not detect it at all. This pressure seemed to have a clear purpose. It was aimed at Jasmine, and it was vaguely brewing a terrible killing move. If this was a killing move, then the power of this killing move was a bit scary. It could mobilize the blood in the human body of the entire island. Su Bei felt the fluctuations, and initially estimated that the killing move was at least a complete semigod skill. Su Bei was wary of this pressure, maintained his breathing rhythm, and remained silent. He was waiting. Chapter 391, 3 Breaths to Defeat Transcendence. Inland of the island. The pupils of the Eye Demon clan revealed the true form of the Eye Demon clan. All eyes were open. Dozens of pupils on the body were bleeding, and they were panting. In front of him, the blood wings behind the shadows of the figure spread out, revealing sharp fangs, and his face was calm. What are you going to do? You did such a thing. Do you think you can hide it? The body walked out of the shadows, sighed softly, looked up at the sky with pity, and said slowly, "This is the world. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. Lend me your power. Even if you don't die in my hands, you will die in the hands of others." Tauntaun smiled. Her body exploded. Countless eyeballs in her body shot towards the sky. Each eyeball could transform into the original body. She wanted to escape. She wanted to pass the message, even if her strength was gone. So far, Tauntaun's team was completely wiped out, and the 4 crew members were eaten by blood moon bats. Facing the demigod enemy, Tauntaun was defeated and exploded her body, dyeing the sky red to pass the message. In the forest, Ben is dead. This elemental temple saint, ranked 20th on the Tianji combat power list, died in this quiet and lonely forest. His body was hung on a tree branch, and his blood was drained, leaving him in a corpse. Next to him, there were 4 bodies with different causes of death, looking miserable. When the wind blew, the 5 bodies swayed like bacon. Death. Isn't this a kind of relief? On the other side of the coast, Nicole from the succubus tribe led the team back. When the team returned, she was the only one left in the complete crew. Nicole was bleeding profusely. Her injuries were serious, and she was in a daze, almost unconscious. When she woke up, she left the last words. "It's a demigod. There is a demigod. The team must be led by a demigod. Otherwise the team cannot move forward. This is a killing field. A trial ground. This is..." Nico fell into a coma before she finished speaking, making it difficult for the rest of the crew of the Relico to come back to their senses for a long time. At this time, a crew member couldn't help but ask, "What should the rest of the crew do? Should we call someone to find him?" No. They can only leave it to fate. Let the command go to the superiors now. This is not a battle we can participate in. This is 5-6s. Marco said so. Another coastline. Jasmine team walked about 3 kilometers. At this time, Su Bei paused, and the feather pen on his head flew out, was pulled by a thin long hair, and hung on Su Bei's chest. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" The feather pen wiped the saliva and asked loudly. The moment Su Bei stopped, Alyssa stopped at the same time. She glanced at Su Bei, pulled her sleeve, looked at the Jasmine team still moving forward, and asked softly, "If we encounter danger, do we need to help?" Su Bei didn't say anything, raised his head slightly, closed his eyes, and felt the surging wind. Without saying a word, he couldn't be distracted anymore. That sight locked on this team. And he was locking on that sight. Subei leaned forward slightly. Motionless. His movements frozen like a sculpture. Seeing this, Alyssa was stunned for a moment. But she didn't say anything. Just kept her eyes on the front. The wind is coming. The first wave of attack has arrived. The first person to react in the team was Jasmine. Jasmine had already turned on the gluttony mist when she got off the boat, and was paying attention to all the signs of life around her in real time. When the gluttony mist sounded the alarm, Jasmine stopped her steps and looked up to signal everyone. Here they come. Get ready to fight. 8. 4 on the left and 4 on the right. The first 4. 1 in front and 3 in the back. Pay attention. Fight. Chirp. 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 The wind blew, and the team prepared to defend in advance, welcoming the attack of the blood moon bats. There were also 8 in the same nest, and only when they faced the blood moon bats in person could the crew feel the full sense of oppression. Not everyone is Douglas, and this battle is quite stressful for the team. But the crew was full of fighting spirit. Hee. You little slutty bats are finally here. I must let you taste my power and satisfy you. Gluttony laughed excitedly, secretly filled the space with gluttony mist to amplify itself, and crashed into the blood moon bat. Gluttony frowned suddenly when it collided with the blood moon bat, and hurriedly shouted, "No. Where is the buff? Buff me. Buff. Old dang. Are you a priest? Are you here for nothing?" When Gluttony was about to collide with the blood moon bat, he finally couldn't hold it anymore, and his face changed instantly, and he yelled at the holy priest Andres in the team. "Are you stupid? I'm a level 5 elite, and they're level 4 monarch creatures. So why don't I add buffs and wait for the feast? You should know that the difference in strength between level 4 monarchs and level 5 elites is not small. Even if the 12-clawed poisonous octopus is a pure meat system, it is difficult to stop 8 blood moon bats for one round. Oh, sorry. I've never cooperated with monsters. Ha ha ha. I thought you were going to play solo when you were so confident." Andres apologized quickly, but the buff in his hand was still chanting, and Andres blushed in anxiety. Just as Gluttony was about to be torn apart, Jasmine help arrived. First, 8 large fireballs that did not require chanting were fired, causing the blood moon bats to freeze for a moment. Then Jasmine stepped on Gluttony's head, raised her staff, and swept away the 2 nearest blood moon bats. Then she jumped high and smashed down hard on one of the blood moon bats. The tip of the staff was shining brightly, and the red fire reflected Jasmine's calm eyes. After the staff fell, Jasmine said in a deep voice, "Focus. Awakening skill Frost Nova." Lich. Juju Kong finished chanting his skill, and a blue light appeared on the blood moon bat. In an instant, the frost exploded, freezing the blood on the blood moon bat, and exploding large pieces of flesh and blood. The frost spread, and several blood moon bats around were also affected, and were hung with a slow debuff. At this time, Jeff rushed out from the shadows. As a high attack and low defense Dark Knight killer, Jeff's kill line is extremely high. He can not only kill people, but also monsters. A faint light pierced out from the shadows, carrying 3 buffs: armor penetration, critical strike, and weakness breaking, and killed the blood moon bat suppressed by Jasmine. Swish, the blood moon bat was howling in pain. Its body was torn in half, revealing blood. However, Jeff did not leave himself any room. The moment he tore the blood moon bat open, the gap behind him opened up and was locked by the other blood moon bats. Just as Jeff was about to be torn apart, Jasmine's help came again. The space behind Jeff slowly fluctuated, and Jasmine's petite figure emerged. Jasmine held the staff and swept away the blood moon bats, who were chasing after her. At this time, Andres had just finished casting the spell, and the blood moon bats seized the gap in his chanting. Fortunately, Jasmine's help came again. At some point, the faint smile on Jasmine's face had disappeared, and at some point it turned into a solemn look. If this continues, the physical consumption will be too great. In the distance, Alyssa looked at the tired Jasmine, and then glanced at Subei, who was motionless, and couldn't help asking, "Are you really not going to help?" Subei didn't say anything. His right foot moved sideways. His right hand held his left waist, and at some point the 3 playing cards he grabbed were put away, replaced by 2 special waves. one green and one black, which looked like a sword made of rules. He was waiting. He had sunk into his full concentration. In the battle, Jasmine team did not play the role they should have. And the Blood Moon Bats used their flexibility to divide the battlefield, making it a mess. Fortunately, after the buff was given, the other crew members could play a certain role in distraction, and could suppress a Blood Moon Bat one-on-one. In this way, Jasmine could just wait to defeat them one by one. It was just a pity for Jasmine. Ha! Jasmine swept out with another stick, and then used the awakening skill Cinder Fire Snake to kill one of them. Steadily, taking a deep breath to adjust the rhythm. As the number of Blood Moon Bats decreased, Jasmine pressure also decreased. And soon only the last one was left. 10 minutes passed. The rest of the team was busy for 10 minutes. Although I didn't know what they were busy with. They were indeed very busy. And it can't be said that they didn't help. After all, they were injured and left with scars of varying degrees. Jasmine was also exhausted. In just 10 minutes, she teleported an astonishing 300 times, 200 of which were to assist in rescue. Even she, who has the characteristics of the source, felt that her magic power was almost exhausted. It's almost over. Everyone is great. Let's go back and replenish our energy after it's over. Molly wiped the sweat off her head, waved happily, and made delicious food for everyone to replenish their energy. Don't you want to continue exploring? It's already this far. If you go deeper, you can see the hidden secrets. Right? Jeff shouted, and started to suppress and kill the last Blood Moon Bat, as if he was showing his micro-manipulation. Hearing this, Jasmine was stunned. Everyone, are you tired too? It will be safer to go back and rest first. It's okay. After the challenge, there will be a God-given reward. Isn't this common sense in the dungeon? Andres continued to say something along Jeff's lines. Fuck you. Gluttony couldn't help it, pointing at these people and cursing. Can you fucking be tired? Everyone is like a human machine. Calling your mother? What are you barking like dogs? You didn't bark when you were beaten just now, but now you start barking because of the power of others? Speak up. What are you guys calling? My name is Juju Kong. Lich. Juju Kong said in a muffled voice. This answer really made Gluttony confused. Jeff gritted his teeth and retorted, I'm an assassin. Isn't it normal for you to support me? Andres nodded and couldn't help but said, I'm a priest. It's normal for you to protect me. Fuck. My sister is the most fragile mage. Mr. Octopus. Stop arguing. Molly hurriedly interrupted the quarrel and maintained the team. At this moment, the last Blood Moon Bat was killed. But everyone was not as relaxed as expected. A strange atmosphere surrounded everyone, and some strange emotions arose. The Lich Juju Kong was collecting the bodies of Blood Moon Bats and extracting materials. Jeff and Andres whispered to each other and wanted to go deeper alone. Jasmine tried to smooth things over. But how could the broken trust be easily repaired? Fortunately, there was no need to repair it, because at this moment, a flash of blood burst out. Countless blood-colored threads first appeared between heaven and earth. These were tiny threads that seemed to appear suddenly in front of everyone, and also seemed to have been in space for a long time. The blood threads moved. Fast. Very fast. Swoosh. In a moment, Jeff's body was cut open by a thread. And then these blood threads continued to close and expand in front of everyone. Come closer to me. Jasmine's pupils narrowed suddenly. The combat qualities she had honed over a long period of time made her react very quickly. In an instant, the magic power in Jasmine's body exploded, condensing into a cylindrical fireball, burning the blood threads. Hey, aren't you going to help? Alyssa was a little impatient. She had just witnessed a living person die in front of her. This was a killer move that could kill people. If the mysterious man really cared about Jasmine, why didn't he move? Alyssa looked at Sube, who was motionless, and was about to say something. At this moment, Sube closed his eyes. His body entered a standby state, and the illusory lightsaber in his hand became more and more dazzling. He was still waiting. He came. The blood-colored thread was burned by Jasmine, who was breathing heavily, alert to the sudden attack. At this moment, she tightly grasped Gluttony, ready to change into the form of the Demon King at any time. She felt a fatal threat. The blood threads closed. The sky and the earth sank. The blood threads closed and condensed. And finally it was possible to see what it was. It was a phantom formed by countless blood. Where there is blood, there is him. He is Badong, the pure-blooded descendant of the god blood ancestor. A true mythical creature, who can control any prey invaded by his blood and transform it into his own spirit. Those who go to other places to hunt are demigods. But he is different. He is transcendent. In the first breath of the phantom, Gluttony, Andreev, and Alyssa could not help but lose control. Blood gushed out of their ears, noses, and mouths, staining the ground with blood, and their bodies were like balloons filled with air that were punctured, exploding into blood-colored fireworks. Jasmine Demon King form was instantly unfolded. Blood crushed her Demon King armor, and a large amount of blood gushed out of her limbs. And the bleeding continued. The Demon King transformation was forced to shut down after only 1 second. In the second breath of the phantom, Jasmine cut off the stupid hair on her head, bursting out with endless power to block the pressure, and took only 1 step before being suppressed and thrown backwards by the phantom's right hand. And the black fireworks on her body were cut off in the air. In this breath, the colorful field enveloped the blood-colored phantom. Subei pulled out his right hand, and the green and black filled the space. The world was quiet, starting from 0 frame. This is a terrible wave. The third breath. The light faded. The blood-colored phantom was cut off. Jasmine fell unconscious, and the sky was bleeding and sticky blood rain fell. The upper body of the phantom showed an unbelievable expression and roared ferociously. This is impossible. In this breath, Alyssa's broken flesh and blood slowly condensed. She looked at Subei's sword in horror and almost lost her voice. Before the fourth breath, the blood-colored phantom fled with serious injuries. Subei panted, leaned over and picked up Jasmine, who turned into a tall form, and sighed softly. Almost missed it. Sorry. Subei had been brewing a sword all the way, but still failed to kill Badong. This is Transcendence. Chapter 392, the so-called Transcendence. Transcendence, also known as Transcendence, is the pinnacle of the original world. After that, you only need to step over the first level of Near God to enter the realm of God. Subei has not met many people of this level of strength, and almost every one of them has left a very deep impression on Subei. For example, the plague demon at the beginning. Even after being plotted against by the first Asura, and his strength fell to the bottom of the Transcendence realm, he could still play with Subei at will, and dared to use the demigod mythical creature Cyclops Olysis as food. Also Grace, who was in a strange state, was able to easily suppress the Cyclops at that time. Although she has disappeared since then, she is likely still alive. The Statue of Liberty, who was given 1/10 of the soul by God, has caused a lot of trouble to Subei, the Queen of the Elf, Leah, and Subei suspected that Li Lizzie was also at this level at the moment. At the same time, all the known sequence magic weapons are made of the bones of the bodies of the monsters that have transcended the top, and are made by various gods. All the angel sequences are based on the souls of the gods of this level, and are condensed and manifested by the gods. In the plot of Fantasy World, the hero and the devil will eventually stay in this realm and start a decisive battle. Even if the spiritual energy is revived now, the number of demigods on the continent has increased exponentially, and the number of transcendents is extremely limited. The qualifications of legendary creatures are the threshold to the transcendent realm. Even the descendants of myths need enough understanding and experience to transcend. This is Transcendence, the strongest realm known on the continent. The mainland often hears shocking news that the 4th level exceeds the 5th level, and even the 3rd level exceeds the 5th level. When the number is enough, any quasi-demigod can be killed by the 4th level adventurer. But few quasi-demigods can fight demigods. Therefore, it is normal that the transcendent is difficult to kill. Subei had guessed it long ago, but it was a pity that he failed to kill it. At this moment, looking down at this land from the sky, you can see that the blood has dyed the entire beach red. Fish swim along the coastline, devouring the flesh and blood. And the lich, Zhu Zhu Kang's life box finally exploded, and the bone fragments floated on the ocean. The 12-clawed poisonous octopus, with gluttony ability manifested and possessed the body, directly exploded into octopus juice, and various toxins mixed and squeezed into the ocean, dyeing this sea area colorful. It can be predicted that the seafood from the past few months cannot be used as food. As for Jeff and Andres, Subei couldn't recognize which part was their body, so he could only sweep it into a pile and bury it. It was like setting up a monument for them to commemorate the familiar sight. Bei vaguely remembered that Alyssa was blown into fireworks. But the strange thing was that Alyssa was standing not far from the coast at this moment. And there were no cracks on her body. It seems that Alyssa may have other secrets. The quill ran away. Fairies die only because they seek death. Few fairies die in battle. They always have a natural sense of danger. Quill ran away the moment the battle was triggered. And the injuries it received were not fatal. Bei would not blame Quill. It is generally acknowledged that fairies have no fighting ability. If fairies intervene, the situation may become worse. So Quill did not make trouble, which was considered to be helping. As for Jasmine, she was lying in Bei's arms at this moment, unconscious. This was the first round of collision. From the scene, we can see how fierce the battle was here. At this time, Bei's right arm trembled slightly, feeling the rule power in his body that was almost gone. And he was speechless. He wasted all the rule power and failed to take Bat on the way. But he must have seriously injured him. As for how serious the injury was, Bei didn't know. And he didn't intend to think deeply about it. He didn't die. But it wasn't serious enough. He would always have to make up for it if there was a chance. Bei stretched out his right hand, gently wiped the blood from the corner of Jasmine's mouth, sat on the beach, and fell into silence. Thinking, reviewing. He aimed to capture Badong's figure in half a breath, and made a move in half a breath to lock Badong's movements. The whole process was completed in just one breath. After that, he used the zero-frame sword skill shock wave to cut the blood-colored phantom in half. He had a deliberate plan, and he had been accumulating strength for a long time. The time and place were all favorable to Bei, but he still couldn't stop the blood-colored phantom in advance. The difference in strength between the blood-colored phantom that descended and the others was too big. When Badong dropped his body projection with blood, Jasmine's team couldn't even bear his breath and was instantly shattered. Jasmine had no power to resist, and she opened a complete Demon King posture, which could only last for a breath. And the Demon King transformation and the Demon King weapons were destroyed together. Even after unlocking the limiter and performing the 3-stage transformation, Jasmine could only look at the blood-colored phantom without collapsing, and was repelled by one move. Bei lowered his head and fell into silence as he watched Jasmine unlock the limiter. Jasmine was seriously injured. Her breath was weak, and her magic power was already very little after the previous battle. And now it was even more exhausted. Moreover, Jasmine's current appearance was very unfamiliar to Bei. Her height soared from 1.55 meters to about 1.8 meters, and her soft facial features became cold and delicate, with distinct bone structure, lost some agility, more fierce. Vaguely, it seemed familiar. Fortunately, this state was soon lifted. Jasmine's body slowly shrank, and soon shrank into a ball, entering a steady breathing rhythm. Bei wiped the blood from Jasmine's face, picked her up by the waist, grabbed Gluttony, and used the ability of the common sense glove to violently invade Gluttony's consciousness, burying and correcting this memory. You are? Then, Bei shook his head and looked at Alyssa. Hi. Alyssa inadvertently stepped back with her right foot, stretched out her hand very carefully, and hooked at Bei. Clearing the memory is troublesome. Bei retracted his gaze and explained. So, should I say thank you? Alyssa stretched out her index finger and poked herself. No need. Bei hugged Jasmine and walked back. Wait a minute. Alyssa thought about it and asked tentatively, you mean you can clear my memory all at once in the future for convenience? Bei glanced at Alyssa in surprise, as if he didn't expect her to be so smart. So he nodded calmly. You don't have to admit it so blatantly, Alyssa said dissatisfiedly. Bei nodded and replied calmly. Yeah. No words were spoken after that. On the coastline, a man and 2 women walked towards the Lalizi. The wind blew and the waves hit the shore, and the bloody sea water hit Bei's calves, creating waves. Bei hugged Jasmine, thinking a lot, and restored the tiny life rules to flow slowly in Jasmine's body to heal her injuries. In this test, all 4 teams suffered varying degrees of casualties. The losses were heavy. Since then, the people on the Lalizi were panicked and fell into a depressed atmosphere. It lasted for several days. Chapter 393 Left Behind Children. November 3rd. This day is no different from the previous days. Exploration is the main theme. The only way to find a way to leave the island is on the island. The crew members are trying various ways to leave. But the results of the attempts are not satisfactory. In the past few days, many combat geniuses took turns to lead the team, and even formed a luxurious team of 5 combat geniuses. Before leaving, the 5 people laughed and talked happily. After returning, the 3 of them looked solemn, and they all had varying degrees of injuries. As for where did the remaining 2 people go, the leader didn't say anything, and no one asked. At this point, the crew completely gave up leading the exploration. The other side has a demigod. We have to ask the demigod behind us. Otherwise there is no way to fight. Please ask your own demigods. The situation has reached an unimaginable level of danger. In the back, Jasmine heard this and couldn't help asking, will there be someone above the demigod? She personally felt that kind of pressure, and she had never felt that kind of pressure on any demigod. It should definitely not be just a demigod. Everyone was silent and looked at each other without saying a word. It shouldn't be. Right? Haha. If there really is a demigod, he would have come to slaughter the ship long ago. These beasts didn't hold back. Indeed. Indeed. Jasmine said nothing more after mentioning it, her thoughts drifting away. She had a very poor sleep quality in the past few days, and often dreamed of the scene of countless flesh and blood exploding before she fell into a coma. Death was not unfamiliar to Jasmine, and it could even be said to be very common. But thinking back to the death of Jeff and others, Jasmine still couldn't breathe. Since that day, Jasmine always felt confused, and from time to time, she felt powerless, as if she was suppressed to coma by a breath. But the source of the memory seemed to be not just the bloody scene. She always felt that something must have happened afterwards, but she couldn't remember what it was. Even if she was gluttonous, she couldn't remember it. But it must have happened, because she came back. She came back intact. Her clothes were neat and tidy. Her body was clean. And there was a strange fragrance at the tip of her nose, which seemed to be mint, licorice, and sawdust, which was hard to describe. Even if she didn't remember anything, some outlines in Jasmine's mind became clearer and clearer, and she could vaguely feel the other person's height and temperament. He was about the same height as Jasmine at that time. Thinking about it, Jasmine gestured at herself and suddenly froze. Wait, so the other party is only 1.5 meters tall? Jasmine widened her eyes and fell into confusion. On November 5th, the management team of the Releasy made a decision to use the demigods. It took only half an hour from decision to implementation. In this half hour, the demigods of various countries simply integrated the team, brought several days of dry food, and began to lead the team. This is the Releasy pioneering team. Hundreds of people marched towards the inland of the island, occasionally supporting each other, pushing forward all the way, with remarkable results. With the death of the first demigod-level bat, the exploration process was pushed to a climax. As time passed, the red moon hanging high in the sky became more and more charming. No one realized that the sun seemed to have not appeared for a long time. Inside the Releasy, at this moment, the demigods on the ship were almost gone, leaving only a few old, weak, sick and disabled people and logistics personnel. This is the Releasy Left Behind Children group. Everyone sat together, chatting and waiting for everyone to return calmly. Blood moon bats, island that cannot be escaped, mythological descendants. Luminara chanted these words repeatedly, searching for the connection between these messages in her rich knowledge reserves. Mythological records show that Badong can use any blood to manifest his true body, and he has been in and out of the ancient war of gods 7 times, with few rivals. In the end, he was too lawless and forced his way into the central battlefield of the war of gods. As a result, he was shot through by the god finger and disappeared. If there are traces of Badong here, then this is a site of the war between gods. Everyone went to explore the island. Molly drank the freshly cooked porridge and looked at Luminara curiously. It was the first time she saw Luminara on the ship. It was hard to imagine that such a big hero lived on the ship. And there was no news at all. What was even more bizarre was that the brave team was actually the logistics staff on the Relico. The food they had been eating. Couldn't it be that it was all produced by the brave team? This surprised Jasmine too much. Long time no see. Little Jasmine? Elena narrowed her eyes and looked at Jasmine. She couldn't help but move her, but to sit closer to Jasmine. But when she looked over, she suddenly realized that 2 little guys had sat next to Jasmine without her knowing when. And there was no place for her at all. The 2 people who were very close to Jasmine on the left and right were naturally Xiaomi Zhou and Fu Lian. On the left, Xiaomizhou stretched out a spoon and poked it to Jasmine's mouth, and said calmly, "Drink." Jasmine turned her head slightly, looked at the shining and slightly expectant eyes in Xiaomizhou's eyes, lowered her head, and glanced at the spoon mouth that Xiaomizhou had just drunk, and opened her mouth slightly cautiously. Millet porridge stirs the spoon. With a gentle thrust, it just opened a tiny gap, and Jasmine felt the iron spoon squeezed in from the corner of her lips. And then the warm porridge collided between her teeth, slowly flowed on the tip of her tongue, and slid into her throat. Seeing Jasmine, gulp gulp, finished the spoonful of porridge. Millet porridge narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, scraped the porridge in the bowl with the imported spoon, and put it into her mouth. Then she scooped it up again and handed it to Jasmine's mouth. "Drink." At this point, the feeding process of millet porridge formed a closed loop. Xiaomizhou's movements were very skillful, and it could be seen that she had repeated them many times, and each feeding was extremely successful. This made Jasmine a little uncomfortable. Although she remembered some fragments of knowing Xiaomizhou, they were not very real, and she vaguely remembered that they were not so familiar with each other. How did it develop into drinking a bowl of porridge from the same spoon? But Jasmine was not good at refusing. Whenever Jasmine shook her head to refuse, Xiaomizhou's lost look in an instant always made her heart tremble. So, Jasmine could only blush slightly and accept the feeding honestly. If the millet porridge on the left made Jasmine feel shy, then the behavior of Fulian on the right made Jasmine feel a little scared. Fulian stared at Jasmine's chest, thoughtfully, and poked it with her hand. "Hey! You! Xiaolianlian! What are you doing?" Jasmine blushed, hugged her chest, and cast a shocked look. "Slime?" Fulian asked calmly. Jasmine was stunned and squeezed her chest, pushed two slime kings out of the collar. The slime king stared at Fulian, exuding a strong and terrifying aura, as if he was angry that Fulian had disturbed their deep sleep. Seeing this, Fulian retracted her gaze, sighed regretfully, and then scanned Jasmine's neck from bottom to top, and couldn't help asking, "You smell so good. What race are you?" "Huh?" "Human." "Shouldn't it be human?" Jasmine explained. "This is Jasmine's succubus physique, which is born to seduce monsters, orcs and demons." Behind Jasmine, Alyssa looked at Su Bei and was silent for a long time. She had a strange sense of déjà vu, and always felt that this mysterious man could integrate well into the team. But now, Alyssa felt a strong sense of separation from this mysterious man in a windbreaker. The loneliness that belonged to Su Bei continued. I don't know how long it will last. Chapter 394, Wilgert's Farewell. November 6th. Quillpin returned, with a bandage wrapped around his head, like a big fluttering moth. Flutter, flutter, flying over. Su Bei was going to reach out to grab the quill pen, but he never thought that the quill pen would fly straight into Fulian's arms and defect to Luminara group. Then he reached out his hand very familiarly, took out the snack, and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Bei was stunned and took back his hand. It's better to let it go than to go hungry 3 times a day with him. "Are you lonely?" Alyssa asked. Su Bei shook his head. "Not bad. You know them, right?" Alyssa asked again. Su Bei nodded. "Well, is there something you can't say to hide your presence?" Alyssa asked again. "What do you think?" Su Bei asked back. "You look like that now." Su Bei looked sideways at Alyssa's index finger poking at her chin in a dreamy manner, and inadvertently said something extremely rude. A homeless stray cat, peeping at other people's happiness next to a dark trash can. You wanted to say dog at first, right? Su Bei looked calm and unmoved. Dog sounds so rude. I didn't say that. Alyssa stared at Su Bei, and suddenly changed the subject, tentatively saying, "Actually, I wanted to say street rats." Su Bei paused and nodded after hearing that. Alyssa narrowed her eyes, looking at Su Bei as if she was looking at a strange and rare creature. "Will you not be angry if I say that to you?" Su Bei nodded, without saying anything. Maybe he felt that the conversation was meaningless and didn't want to speak. Or maybe he accepted it because Alyssa was right. Su Bei, who was emotionally stable, sat side by side with Alyssa, who was emotionally stable. In front was the group of left-behind children, the Brave Adventure group, and Jasmine and the group of Feather Pin. In the back was the fishing group, Sven and Felihui. They each looked at their own circle, silent. November 7th. It rained. It wasn't rain. It was blood. Huge drops of blood fell, and every drop of blood rain could penetrate the stone slab. Even a quasi-demigod would find it difficult to stay in the bloody rain for an hour. The weather suddenly changed, and the protective array on the Lilizi ship was automatically activated. The logistics crew hid under the protective shield and dared not leave the ship. Previously, there were many good news from the front line every day, but after the rain, the connection between the inside and outside of the ship was cut off. It was at this time that a strange bloody smell appeared on the ship. It was an old acquaintance. Not only Su Bei was familiar with him, but also the others present. But it was only limited to familiarity. Vampire demigod Wilgard. He stepped on the deck, neither lightly nor heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, holding a blood moon bat in his hand, and sat opposite Luminara. "What's the matter?" Luminara looked up. Wilgard sighed deeply, glanced at Luminara with an inexplicable look, and said with complicated eyes, "I didn't expect you to be on the ship. But fortunately you are on the ship. Just say it." Luminara frowned and said lightly, "This is the ruins of the War of Gods." Wilgard pointed to the island below and said word by word, "It was once a battlefield for the vampires." This made everyone fall into thought, and Luminara's eyes sank instantly. She caught the key information from his words, and connected Wilgard's identity with this island. Vampires. Blood ancestor. God war ruins. Vampire heritage? Luminara words were extremely abrupt, and perhaps except for Wilgard, the rest of the people could only listen in confusion. "I can't tell you the details, but since this blood rain has fallen, it means that the legendary Blood Prince is on this island. I'm going to do something. If it succeeds, I can give everyone a chance to leave the island safely. If it fails, then you are the only one who can lead everyone off the island. Since leaving the Plague Continent, you should have carried that with you. Right?" Luminara narrowed her eyes slightly. "Don't test me." Wilgard was stunned, nodded, and stood up to leave. "I leave it to you." Before leaving, Wilgard's eyes suddenly stopped at Elena beside Luminara, and his steps paused. He took off an umbrella from his back and handed it over. "This is Magic Weapon Sequence 21 Arrogance. I won't need this in the future. I give it to you. If I don't come back, please tell Anna that. Thank you. I'm her only friend." "What's this? I have no reason to accept your things." Elena glanced away, frowning slightly, and felt that the other party was puzzled. "I don't mean anything else. If you don't want to be my blood servant, I hope to make friends. Using magic weapons to make friends. I don't know whether to say that Wilgard is rich or stupid, but Wilgard did it." I saw Wilgard take off the Magic Weapon Sequence 21 Arrogance, put it beside Elena, and turn to leave the Lilizi, leaving everyone with a back view. "Really? Are you sick?" Elena was confused. "Hey." Elena's sister, Molly, cast an interested look. Luminara didn't say anything, but the inquiring look she gave from time to time had already said everything she wanted to say. Flynn's eyes kept drifting between magical pride and Elena, and from time to time she made remarks like him. "I see. Is this what keeping someone is? Okay. Hey. That's enough. I don't really know him. We've only met a few times," Elena said unhappily, pointing at Xiaomi Zhou, who didn't react. "Little silly cat doesn't think anything is strange. What are you thinking about?" "Stir-fried roe deer. It's not illegal," Xiaomi Zhou replied calmly. "Enough," Elena shouted. "Ah. This is youth." Quilpen ate the cake and made a conclusion. On the side, Alyssa looked sideways, watching Su Bei playing with the arrogance that he had stolen at some point, and asked in confusion for the arrogance user to put down his arrogance and face it. It must be a life or death struggle. Right? Maybe? Su Bei perfunctorily said, and immersed himself in studying arrogance. If he knew that it was a road to death, why would he go to die? Alyssa asked suddenly. Su Bei didn't look up, and a strong breath of arrogance suddenly emerged in his body. Following this feeling, Su Bei blurted out, "Maybe he thinks he can kill." The feeling now is very strange. The specific manifestation is that Su Bei thinks Badong seems to be just SOSO. Right? Even if he may not be able to beat Badong in a head-on fight, he just thinks Badong is very ordinary. Let alone Badong. Even Badong's father, the blood ancestor god. Su Bei felt that he was average. Anyway, he can fight. As for how to fight, whether he can win, this is not within Su Bei's thinking range at the moment. Fortunately, although Su Bei was affected to a certain extent, the impact was limited. So while everyone was attacking Elena, He used the stealing technique to backhand and stuff pride into gluttony, making gluttony scream. Oh! If Sister Elena doesn't explain clearly, everyone will have wild thoughts. Jasmine took advantage of the victory and said, "Okay. That's enough. I'm confused myself. Do you really think he likes me?" Elena showed a dissatisfied expression and cut off this strange topic. The bloody rain was still falling, and the girls' laughter and joy sounded intermittently in the rain hitting the banana leaves, attracting more and more crew members who stayed behind to join in the chat. Everyone relaxed and waited for the news of the crew's return. But no one had expected it. Since today, the crew who left the ship have completely lost contact. Since then, no news has been received. The Releases seemed to be isolated from the world. The bloody rain was even heavier. Chapter 395 Subei disembarks. November 8th. The bloody rain has been falling for several days. Today, the team that went out finally returned to the ship. The first to return was the elf Weiwei. She looked very bad, sad, and slow, as if she had lost her energy. The ageless elf's face had visibly aged a little. There were 9 elves who followed Weiwei to the island. But when she returned, she only brought back 5. The one lying in her arms was the elf's genius Christina, 9th on the battle power list. At this moment, Christina was seriously injured and unconscious. When she came back, Weiwei gave a key message. There is a problem. All the blood moon bats we killed are immortal. I once planted a seed mark on a killed blood moon bat. But 2 days later, this blood moon bat appeared in front of us again. I suspect that this blood rain is a domain, or even beyond the scope of the domain. This is the prototype of a complete kingdom of God. This should be the spell left by the god. If we don't remove this spell, we can't kill any blood moon bats. The exploration progress is also unable to advance. After leaving this sentence, Weiwei suddenly shook her head and smiled bitterly. I am also confused. Why am I telling you these things? If other demigods return, remember to call me. I need to rest. Hearing this, Subei rubbed his temples and began to recall and think. In the plot of Fantasy World, Wilgard is indeed involved in the relevant branch, and it is still at a relatively late moment in the plot. Specifically, it is about a blood prince above a demigod. But the prince was not a pure-blooded descendant of the blood clan, nor was he related to the blood ancestor. The blood-colored shadow, slightly weaker than the one Subei had seen, was a legendary life form that had just entered transcendence. So why did the plot change so much? What was going on? Subei pulled down the collar of his windbreaker and thought quietly. After a while, Subei pulled the sky chain, drew Alyssa's attention, and pointed at the bloody rain. Go to the island. Is that so? If it were you, there might really be a way to solve it. Please be careful on the road. Alyssa waved goodbye politely. Together. Alyssa's eyes widened and she pointed at her nose. We? You and who? Alyssa looked around and pointed at herself again, confirming. You and me? The two of us? Subei nodded and emphasized. The two of us. Well, I don't think it's necessary to bring a burden with you. It's dangerous enough to go to the island in this climate. You have to distract yourself and take care of me. A burden that can't help at all. This is too difficult for you. Subei said calmly. No. Refuse. I will refuse. Alyssa crossed her arms and said righteously. You will die. Probably not. Subei hesitated and replied intermittently. Hearing this, Alyssa tapped her toes on the ground and quickly stepped back a few steps, revealing a soft and delicate look, complaining, there is no need to take me with you. In this bloody rain, no one will notice you. It's not gentlemanly to force a young girl. You will never win the favor of Princess Fran if you do this. Subei was stunned for a moment, glanced at Jasmine, slowly retracted his gaze, and said calmly, I promise you be fine. Let's go to the island. Okay. I will remember your rude behavior. Alyssa warned calmly, if I really die on the island, you, just pray that you don't have a nightmare at night. I won't let you go every night. This threat is very scary, because Subei does have dreams. But Subei vaguely remembers that Alyssa didn't die when she exploded before, so she shouldn't die so soon. Thinking so, Subei and Alyssa entered the island in the blood rain. After walking for about half an hour, Alyssa raised her right hand and pulled the sky chain to attract Subei's attention. Report. The magic power is exhausted. As she said, Alyssa raised her left hand and pointed at the blood rain in the sky. And negotiated, applied to return to the ship. Come closer. Subei pulled the chain. Pulled Alyssa 2 steps closer. And then snapped his fingers. Buzz, the green and black colors spread out. And the camouflage lights surrounded the 2 people, forming a circular outline around them. The blood rain fell. Tick-tock. And hit the circular outline, which was absorbed by the black shadow and failed to cause any waves. This is Subei's domain. The colorful light bulb. The halo was rendered. And Alyssa looked around curiously, wondering, is this your domain? Why is it so small? It looks like a light bulb. Doesn't the domain cover the entire area? Subei cast a surprised look, as if he didn't expect the other party's point of view to be surprisingly consistent with his own. It really looks like a light bulb. So it is called a colorful light bulb. Too big is a waste of energy. Subei replied. So it can be bigger? How big can it be? Can it cover the island? Alyssa asked casually. It can't. Subei denied. It's enough to cover the entire ship. Alyssa thought about the wording and praised. That's impossible. Subei denied again. This really made Alyssa feel helpless. Alyssa asked tentatively. How big is that? The radius is 5 meters. Subei said honestly. Alyssa looked around and fell silent at the circle with a radius of 4.5 meters. 5 meters is a waste of energy. But 4.5 meters is not a waste. Alyssa complained. Really? Subei nodded. The larger the area, the greater the consumption of Subei. Subei can maintain 4.5 meters for most of the day. But 5 meters can only last for 3 hours. This is the difference. Subei didn't know the specific reason. Mainly because he hadn't studied it carefully. Alyssa laughed dryly to cover up her embarrassment. Racked her brains to change the topic. And asked, your field is so unique. Have you given it a name? Yes. Subei raised his index finger and read out the extraordinary name he had thought hard about. It's called Xian Life and Death Boundary. It's pretty cool. I thought it would be colorful or light bulb or something. Alyssa replied casually. Subei was silent, paused, and said calmly, it's a bit idiotic. What kind of messed up name is colorful light bulb? Who would give their field this name? Subei really doesn't know. Chapter 396 Conjecture about the Ice and Snow Goddess and the Blood Ancestor. The blood rain is still falling. Traces of battles can be seen everywhere on the road ahead. This means that this route is safe at present and has been cleaned by the crew. Residual blood can be vaguely seen around. However, except for the crew members who died in the trial and error at the beginning, the casualty rate of exploring the island has been reduced a lot since then. It is estimated that dozens of people will die on this landing. It is known that there are more than 30 people, and it is unknown how many will die in the future. This is the danger of the hero and the devil boarding the ship at the same time. Looking at this situation, the most dangerous dilemma has not yet erupted. I hope that the demigod can delay this situation. Otherwise the ship will not be able to move at that time. Subei sighed and walked deeper. After walking for about half an hour, the traces of the battle were reduced a little, and the most primitive ancient appearance of this island gradually emerged in front of Subei and the others. In the near distance, there was yellow soil, with ruins and wreckages located there. These ruins seemed to be flattened castles, with broken bricks and tiles still piled up around them, and weeds growing in the center, desolate and uninhabited. This should be the normal feature of this island before the Lilizi landed on it. Subei looked up and could see a huge castle at the end of his sight. The castle was black in color, with a bat sculpture on the top of the towering tower. The bat's wings were spread out, enough to cover the entire castle. The sculpture looked sacred and solemn, with a divine aura flowing. That should be a palace. Could the sculpture on the top be Badong? This god pure-blooded descendant is said to be the second child of the blood ancestor. What are the specific characteristics? Subei asked humbly. Alyssa's voice slowly came, telling the description of Badong in mythology. Badong has very little humanity, half divine and half beast, hunting with the instinct of the vampires all year round, and likes to suck the blood of tender girls the most. Oh, I'm asking where to cut to kill more. Subei interrupted. Alyssa was silent, her eyes full of shock. Her eyes swept toward Subei and kept blinking, hesitating, and said intermittently, you are really humorous. That's true. Subei looked up, staring at the castle, and could already smell the foul stench in the air. This was the smell of a 4th-level king blood moon bat. Some of these blood moon bats were advancing to the 5th level due to the high-quality fresh blood they inhaled. It is said that the other crew members had also encountered a demigod bat that could transform into a human form and had a real name. I don't know what level of demigod it was. Lord, King, or Legend. It should not reach the level of Legend. Kings were able to advance in batches before, but Legends were not. So at most they should be Kings. If they were just demigod kings, they would not be opponents of demigods from various countries. You should know that the demigods from various countries who came to this ship are all the best at this level. While walking and thinking, Subei suddenly realized that Alyssa was behind and stopped. Alyssa's voice came from behind. Hearing this, Subei looked over. He saw Alyssa's index finger pointing at the wall of the ruins. Bang! With a sound. The surface of the wall did not move, but the wall collapsed with a loud bang, and the bricks and tiles hit the ground and turned into ashes in an instant. This kind of trace is a bit similar to the style of the 49th floor of the Winter Dungeon. Alyssa stroked the scratches on the ruins and suddenly said, "Demigod stairs? Rising sun?" Subei continued. The 49th secret realm of any dungeon is called the Semigod Stairs. If you pass this level, you can get a very rich god-given treasure chest. If you are lucky enough to get the attention of the gods, you may even become a god-dependent. Among them, the Winter Dungeon has cold colors before the 49th floor, which should be the level set by the goddess of ice and snow. But the 49th floor is completely the opposite. From extreme cold to scorching sun. One step in, you can step from the ice and snow world into the boundless desert. This contrast is enough to stop most unprepared adventurers. And this strange setting makes people think about the intention of the gods to set the level. It should be correct. This trace is not only similar to that environment, but also has the same structural characteristics. Alyssa half knelt, pinched a piece of wall debris with her fingertips, and gently crushed it. This kind of trace can only be formed by a huge energy invading the body, silently burning the internal structure, leaving a layer of undamaged external features. Are there any clues? Subei asked. Legend has it that the goddess of ice and snow seem to be shot and killed by a god who is extremely good at sunlight. And the traces on the 49th floor of the Winter Dungeon are the same as here. Is there any connection between them? Alyssa made a bold assumption. Could it be that the god who killed the goddess of ice and snow is actually the blood ancestor? According to observation, the blood moon bat seems to be born with fire skills. Is there a possibility that the power held by the blood ancestor involves fire, and it is his specialty skill? Subei nodded. That makes sense. We may be able to use ice to fight it. Hearing this, Alyssa paused and suddenly asked, "Do you have ice skills?" Subei shrugged. "No." Subei glanced back inexplicably. "You don't know how to do it either?" Alyssa blinked, as if she agreed. But this is just a possibility, and the two of them didn't know how to do it, so they didn't delve into it. After all, no one can say for sure about things involving the ancient war of gods. The two began to walk towards the castle. As they walked deeper, the sound of fierce fighting gradually came from not far away. Seeing this, Subei and Alyssa looked at each other and walked towards that side. Chapter 397. Subei passing by. As he got closer, Subei realized that the situation was more difficult than he had imagined. This was the wild adventure group led by Beast King Zul'jin. Although the team was fully equipped and none of the 9 members were dead, the situation was already very critical. They were facing hundreds of blood moon bats in front of them. Can't kill them. These blood moon bats. How can they not be killed? Zul'jin frowned. His palm clenched, and a spear carrying the hunting law condensed. As the spear was thrown, the other 7 troll fighters made the same action, holding the air in the air and throwing together, although they had nothing in their hands. When Zul'jin completed the throwing action, the brown field on his body suddenly expanded, covering the troll fighters behind him. Behind the thrown spear, 7 phantoms of spears slowly condensed in the void. The phantoms turned from virtual to real, turning into the same kind of spears with the same power, making a sharp explosion when passing through space. 8 spears shot at the blood moon bats one after another, each of which could easily tear apart the bodies of several blood moon bats, directly exploding them and turning them into blood mist. This is Zul'jin's unique domain. From observation, the specific effect may involve borrowing power, leadership, etc. It is a very high-quality amplification domain. But something strange happened. The moment the bodies of these 12 blood moon bats exploded, the broken blood clots seemed to have their own vitality. They quickly regrouped in the air and turned into 24 new blood moon bats again. The strength of the new bats seemed to be stronger than before, and they had already stepped half a foot into the 5th level. It is not only reviving and splitting, but also strengthening, Alyssa exclaimed, scratching her bare white arms unconsciously. Because of nervousness, there were suddenly many goosebumps on her arms. I think it feels a bit tricky. Subei nodded, narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were gray and green, and he swept his eyes towards the group of blood-colored bats. Then raised his head and looked at the sky. It's blood rain. This blood rain is the prototype of the kingdom of God. And new rules have been established, with traces of a unique order. Blood moon bat. Immortality is just a new setting in the kingdom of God. This is easy to deal with. Although it is troublesome, it is not difficult for Subei to handle. If it is the ability of the blood moon bat itself, it will be really tricky. Now I am afraid that there are other more harsh and difficult to detect new orders hidden on the island. For example, after a period of time, the island will experience a big cleansing, and no living people will survive. Or as the blood rain lasts longer, the strength of the blood clan will become stronger and stronger. And so on, as long as the added rules meet a certain rationality. Relevant descriptions can be found in the kingdom of God, and are recognized by the people of the kingdom of God and passed down from generation to generation. They can become a unique order in the kingdom of God. The more reasonable the logic, the more stable the order, and the stronger the effect. For example, the fact that there is no magic in the plague continent may have been just a logical setting at first. As time goes by, it is widely recognized and gradually evolves into a unique order. Fortunately, the blood rain happened in the past few days. This unique order is not stable, and it is between rules and order. Order is a realm above the gods, which cannot be broken and can only be offset. But rules can. In other words, as long as the power of the death rule released by Subei is stronger than the split rule on the blood moon bat, this rule can be completely broken. But Subei did not make a move at this moment. He wanted to figure out the logic behind the blood rain and the reason why this side of the war between gods existed. So he couldn't expose it so quickly. Otherwise it would alert the enemy. Subei thought, straightened the long hat on his head that had been returned to its original owner at some point, walked past Zul'jin, and went deeper. Won't you help? Alyssa asked doubtfully. Can he hold on like this? Hearing this, Subei paused and shook his head. He is a demigod, a legendary creature. You won't be killed by the poison. However, Subei only said half of the words. Even if Zul'jin was in danger, there was no need to worry at this moment, because when Subei opened his gray-green eyes to explore the characteristics of the blood moon bat, he accidentally discovered an extremely terrifying life form. There was a strange connection between the frost wolf under Zul'jin's mount and the last troll fighter who was lazy from time to time. There was a life characteristic breadth that was far beyond Zul'jin. At this moment, the troll fighter named by Subei narrowed his eyes slightly, looked around at the strange sight, and couldn't help but chuckled. Interesting. I've smelled the smell of magic weapons several times. This kind of rat in the sewer likes to hide in dark corners and spy on other people's privacy. It's annoying. If Subei still had the eye of truth, he might be able to find out the conspicuous title of this troll fighter. Beast King Rexer. Beast King Leader Flesh Extreme Dragon Killer. Legendary Life of the Orcs. Legendary History. As the current strongest Beast King of the Orcs, Rexer has participated in organizing hundreds of wars, big and small, and proclaimed himself king. When he unified the wild continent, he suddenly had an epiphany and was promoted to transcendence, and has since retreated to the second line. Not only Rexer, but also Zul'jin's Mount Frost Wolf is not simple. It is Rexer's exclusive partner, sharing Rexer's strength, and is also transcendent. When the two are combined, there will be a terrifying atmosphere that is enough to cause unrest on the island. At this moment, Rexer slowly pulled out the beheader broadsword tied behind the Frost Wolf, and faced the Blood Moon Bat tribe with a calm face. Rexer will not act easily. Once he acts, not only will the Blood Moon Bat in front of him explode, but the troll fighter beside him will also explode. Any awakener would find it difficult to bear the aura of transcendence. He was waiting for the demigod and the Blood Moon Bat to take action. Now it seems that the Blood Moon Bat is the one who is having a hard time. In the distance, Subei and Alyssa continued to walk. It was not until they crossed the battlefield and were a certain distance away from the battlefield that Subei slowly retracted the action of holding the long hat and gradually relaxed his body. Seeing this, Alyssa showed a puzzled expression and blinked her eyes. Could it be that the other party had been tense before? Did something happen? Nothing. Just in case. Subei replied calmly. Although Subei's expression was calm, his heart was not calm at the moment. The adventure group sent by the Wild Continent had Laolu hidden in it. So was there Laolu hidden in other national forces? In other words, did the Elf Queen Leah sneak into the team? Let's make a bolder assumption. Was Lin spying on this area? Thinking of this, Subei suddenly felt a lot more worried, and felt a huge pressure. It was as if the bloody rain on the island was nothing. On the other side, in the elf's residence, Wei Wei stood aside, looking at the elf girl who was taking care of Christina. With a respectful expression, "Teacher, you don't have to be so sad. Without bloodshed and casualties, the children can't grow and transform. And you sent the injured back to the Green Empire, at least avoiding their inevitable death, which is much better than other countries." Hearing this, the elf girl sighed slowly and shook her head. "I'm not worried about this. I'm worried. I clearly feel that he is here. So why can't I find him? Why is that? I have too many questions that I want to ask clearly." The elf girl pondered and cast a probing look at Wei Wei. "Ah?" Wei Wei blinked blankly. "Ah? Teacher, you are miserable. You have fallen in love." Chapter 398. The bottom of the river on the island. Subei didn't know whether the elf girl fell in love, but he did fall into the river, although he jumped into the river on his own initiative. The island was not small, with Subei and Alyssa exploring without paying attention to others. They visited the whole island in just 3 days. This is the amazing thing about the existence of magic weapons. As long as you have contact with the person who controls the existence, you can completely hide your presence. Even if you hold a collective silver handkerchief for 3 days and 3 nights, you will not be discovered. When the two were exploring, they met various adventure groups teaming up to kill monsters. Although the situation was critical, it was still controllable, so Subei did not intervene forcefully. Occasionally, when encountering a lone blood moon bat, Subei would quietly take action, using the death rule as a medium to forcibly deliver a surprise gift package. In a sense, it can be regarded as helping others. In addition to the castle in the center of the island, and a blood-colored river running through the north and south of the island, there are a total of 5 secret realm copies, located in the 4 places in the center of the island, all at the end of the route. Subei has touched these 5 secret realms. There are many forbidden mechanisms hidden deep in the secret realms, and there is a castle at the entrance, which seems to be the nest of some extremely powerful leaders among the blood moon bats. Moreover, when Subei was exploring, these powerful beings were not at home. Maybe they had reached the rebellious stage and ran away from home, not even guarding the gate. Since they don't like guarding the gate, then don't guard it. With the idea of helping others, Subei made a big fire and burned the castles at the entrances of these 5 secret realms. As for the interior of the secret realm, Subei has not explored it yet, mainly because it feels quite dangerous, and I always feel that there is something extraordinary hidden inside, and the effort is not proportional to the income. It is not suitable for exploring alone, but suitable for hiring some external help. After traveling around the entire island, Subei stopped in front of the only conspicuous blood river. At this moment, Subei planned to explore this bloody river. Just approaching the bloody river, a terrible pressure came over him, and anyone could guess that there was something fishy going on below. First, "Sir, I don't need to go down, right?" Alyssa smiled, met Subei's eyes with a calm gaze, and politely waved her hand to refuse. "What?" Subei cast a puzzled look and asked. "I only have this set of clothes on me. If it gets soaked," Alyssa said calmly, "it will be very troublesome." "How troublesome?" Subei seemed to be thinking about the question, and didn't hear it clearly, so he asked casually. Alyssa was stunned. "Sometimes I feel helpless. This mysterious man is good in every way. He is polite, emotionally stable, and full of security." When facing the back of the mysterious man in the windbreaker, Alyssa would imagine him as a gentleman and aloof, and imagine his handsome appearance. Which girl doesn't have spring in her heart? Even if it's just daily interactions. It's better to have an encounter with a handsome mysterious man than to play with an ugly goblin. It's not that I look down on goblins. Alyssa thought so, and recalled the conversation with the mysterious man just now, and sighed helplessly. Every time the two of them had a conversation, Alyssa would be very sad. Is the other party not good at speaking? Or is he slow in thinking? Hearing this, Alyssa patted her face with both hands, straightened her slightly curved chest, took a few deep breaths, and then showed a pair of extremely boring dead fish eyes, and said slowly, "You can imagine it. If you are the type who is not interested in women." At this time, a youthful and good-looking noble girl was walking in front of you with her skin half revealed. Some white outlines were revealed from time to time. If you accidentally saw it, could you control your eyes and body? Even if you could control it, would it be affected to a certain extent? Okay. Subei interrupted the spell immediately. He looked over and for the first time, he looked at Alyssa with scrutiny. Alyssa has the unique light golden hair inherited from the noble blood of France. The ends of her hair are neatly trimmed and draped over her shoulders, exuding a soft temperament while still being capable. Alyssa is wearing ordinary loose adventurer's cloth clothes, but you can still see that she has a good figure and exudes a temperament that is difficult to associate with youth and lady. But it is not at all inconsistent. Alyssa's aristocratic etiquette is engraved in her bones. It can be seen from her usual words and deeds that it can be said that it is deeply rooted in habit. In comparison, Jasmine and Luminara aristocratic etiquette will only be displayed when needed, and will be put away if not needed. Not to mention Lilizy. She is usually abstract. From the perspective of body shape, Alyssa is 1.6 meters tall, which is a very standard height among the female group of the Des race. And her body shape is also standard to the point of exaggeration. And every inch of her skin can fit the perfect proportions in the textbook. It can be seen that Alyssa usually pays great attention to body management. And her body shape is so symmetrical that it can be said that Subei has never seen in his life. Body management, standing posture, words and deeds, all meet Des' highest requirements for women. It's like a template created by gods. A perfect Des noble girl. If Alyssa really wanders in front of Subei as she described, exposing some private skin from time to time, can Subei control himself? Subei thinks this idea is completely redundant. He repeatedly scanned Alyssa to confirm whether he would have such an idea. Now Subei can be sure that he has no interest in Alyssa at all. Seeing Subei slowly withdrawing his gaze, Alyssa smiled and narrowed her eyes. I always feel that the gentleman was thinking about something very rude just now. Shrimp head. Subei replied calmly, and unconsciously met Alyssa's resentful eyes. Turned his head away from her sight. She said lightly, "Wait for me on the shore." Hide well. Subei lowered his head and dived into the bloody river bottom. With a burst of bubbles, gurgle, emerging, Subei completely disappeared from Alyssa's sight. The bloody river surface slowly fell into calm, as if nothing had happened. The moment Subei entered the blood river, the scarlet bloody smell hit him. Tranquility. Depression. Pungent. This was Subei's first impression of the blood river. So much so that Subei couldn't help but sigh. It's so red. The river was very quiet, without any signs of life. And the surroundings were empty, with no sand or soil, only some gravel. The river bottom was a flat concrete floor. It was as if this place had once been land, and for some reason it became a blood river. The moment Subei stepped on the river bottom, he suddenly paused, and felt a pressure coming towards him. The pressure came from the front, sweeping towards Subei in a linear manner, and then spreading from the line to a surface, blocking Subei's progress. Subei raised his eyes, looked forward, and narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a chain not far away. One end of the chain was inserted into the rock wall at the bottom of the river, and the other end of the chain crossed the blood river. There was no end at both ends, and no one knew where the destination led to. A closer look at the chain showed an iron luster, but if you closed your eyes and felt it, you could feel the frightening strange fluctuations flowing on it. It contained a very amazing rule power. What is this chain? What is it tied to? Subei resisted the pressure, unfolded the colorful light bulb, and walked along the chain into the depths of the blood river, continuously going deeper. It took about an hour. Estimating the distance, Subei slowly frowned and came to an incredible, yet extremely reasonable conclusion. This is the center of the island, under the huge castle. At this point, the pressure has skyrocketed to the point where even a demigod can barely bear it by relying on the rules. And every step taken is like walking on thin ice. Fortunately, Subei's realm is ambiguous, and his understanding of the rules is slightly higher than that of a demigod. So it's okay for now. Looking from afar, Su-bei can see a huge coffin buried in the center of the blood. The coffin is surrounded by 5 chains, tied quite tightly, except for the one on Su-bei's side. The other 4 lead to 4 different directions. The estimated location seems to correspond to 5 secret realms. Su-bei looked at the coffin, thinking. Then the question is, 5 secret realms? 5 chains? Are there any connections between them? Su-bei thinks it is an inevitable connection. This can't be considered a hint. It can be considered an explicit indication. It's like a lowly lying naked on the bedside of the lowly control, tempting the lowly control to do the next move as it should. Trap? Pure horse trap. Fishing law enforcement. Whoever believes it is stupid. It can be associated, but it is not necessary. Because Su-bei has his own way. A universal method to solve the problem shaking people. Specifically, it is to throw the problem to Lilizi. Wisdom is omniscient. And Su-bei's knowledge can be linked to wisdom. Equivalent conversion. So Su-bei is also omniscient. Thinking. Su-bei opened the omniscient code at the bottom of the river and initiated a chat application to Lilizi. Su-bei, in? Lilizi, damn it. Su-bei, there is a coffin. Lilizi, question mark. Lilizi, ha ha ha. Just kidding. I don't want to die yet. So there is no need to prepare a coffin so early. Su-bei, there is a coffin at the bottom of the blood river. Lilizi, there is no need to bury it at the bottom of the river. See, burial is absolutely heresy. I will definitely choose cremation in the future. Su-bei, there is a coffin under the blood river, tied with 5 chains. And there is something inside. Su-bei, is it possible that one of your good sisters is buried there? Lilizi, wait for me to check the information I left behind. Don't worry. It doesn't look like a serious thing. It's probably quite dangerous. Lilizi is offline. Su-bei nodded. After waiting for a while, Su-bei was really bored. So he glanced at the chat partners on the book and clicked on a few small red dots. Invincible Dessert King, dessert is ready. Su-bei, here it comes. Invincible Dessert King, dessert. He didn't remember asking the pastry chef for dessert. And he didn't know who the Invincible Dessert King was. So there was only one truth. His account was hacked by Lilizi. Lilizi is really a little genius. Seeing that the conversation stopped here, thinking that Lilizi hadn't seen it yet, Su-bei took the initiative to send a message back. Su-bei, 1. After waiting for a long time, Su-bei still didn't wait for Lilizi's reply. So he put away the omniscience code for the time being. I plan to take this opportunity to explore the bottom myself. The coffin under the bloody river is not big. About 2.5 meters. And the bloody river water around the coffin is cut off, creating a vacuum environment. There are mysterious laws lingering, isolating everything around. Su-bei turned on the colorful light bulb and swam towards the coffin. As he got closer, he could feel the pressure coming from the coffin. The pressure was as real as facing a mountain head-on. And Su-bei was rushing towards the center against the mountain. Every step closer can shake Su-bei's internal organs. The power of the rules here has exceeded that of a demigod, forming a unique domain that greatly wears out the colorful light bulbs. Looking at this situation, once Su-bei stands in front of the coffin, the pressure he has to bear is at least at the transcendent level. Even more than that, there is a suppression of Su-bei's personality and life level. Is there a near-god corpse buried here? Having experienced the disaster of the plague continent, Su-bei has a deeper understanding of the 4 words prepare for a rainy day. Usually, things buried underground are not good things. It is reasonable to speculate that the riverbed is not bad either. The previous Ashura was like this. This coffin is probably the same. Who knows which boss has planned this for thousands of years? Thinking of this, Su-bei sighed deeply, and felt his head swollen and painful. Transcendence can still be touched. But if it involves a boss who has touched the realm of God, it is beyond our ability. Then the question is, should we pretend to ignore it and throw the coffin to Lao Lu on the Lilizi? Or should we destroy it by force and see what is buried in the coffin? Su-bei pondered and walked steadily towards the coffin, getting closer and closer to it. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The pressure surged. And it was faintly the pressure brought to him by the blood-colored phantom. No, it was not just that. The power level was equal to the blood-colored phantom. But the fate was higher. If I had to say it, it was more like the freedom after the descent of God. Oh! Trouble. Could it be that the body of a god was buried in the coffin? Su Bei frowned. Based on the various rumors he had heard these days, Su Bei made a preliminary guess. There is a 50% probability that the blood ancestor is buried inside. No one knows whether this blood clan ancestor is alive or dead, and it is very likely that he is dead. There is a 30% probability that it is the ice and snow goddess. Although the rumors told by Alyssa come from unofficial history, unofficial history is also history. So Su Bei will temporarily count the ice and snow goddess. There is also a 10% probability that it is an extraterritorial god. Apart from extraterritorial gods, who else is worthy of being sealed inside the blood ancestor divine kingdom? You must know that this is the site of the God War. A fragment of the God War. Su Bei has reservations about the remaining 10% probability. Now is the time to wait for news from Lilizi. Chapter 399 Stealing Technique Max. So far, the gods that have descended from the sky are only freedom and life in Su Bei's impression. Perhaps it is easier for these two gods to descend from the sky because of their authority. But Su Bei would rather think in a better direction. For example, is it possible that the other gods are dead? So it is extremely difficult for them to descend from the sky. And they can only show miracles occasionally. Even if they are not dead, it is reasonable that they are disabled or seriously injured. So, it is possible that any god is buried in the coffin. Of course, it is best to bury fate, so that Su Bei can hold the coffin hostage, which is equivalent to holding the lifeline of fate. Perhaps it was a bit humorous, and the idea flashed through Su Bei's mind. Su Bei determined that the probability was about the same as burying a hungry lowly, and the possibility was close to zero. Soon the idea was thrown behind Su Bei's mind. Su Bei stood aside vigilantly, using the replica magic to take a photo of himself and the coffin, intending to check the information when he had time. After waiting for a long time without any news from Lilizi, Su Bei sighed. The field can't hold on. Let's test it first. I saw that the colorful light on Su Bei's body became even brighter, like a large LED light, and he planned to approach the coffin in a rude manner and take a look at it visually first. Whether there is danger or not, it's okay to take a look, right? When he was only 1 meter away from one of the chains, Su Bei stopped. This is the limit. If he goes one step further, the domain will collapse instantly. Su Bei looked over and observed carefully. The coffin disappeared into the void, forming its own space, as if it was in this space, but also like a projection. It didn't look real. This was an order force beyond the rules, making it difficult for Su Bei to understand its power structure. Observing further, he could see that the coffin was tied with 6 chains. The 5 chains around the coffin pointed to 5 places, which were presumably 5 secret places. In addition, there was a huge lock attached to the coffin lid, which went straight up and shot towards the base of the castle in the center of the island. Among them, the breath leaked from the ends of the 2 adjacent chains in the north was relatively soft, which made Su Bei feel very close, with a strange feeling of blood connection. Perhaps the power carried by these 2 chains was quite special. Su Bei stared at one of the chains calmly, and suddenly felt a sense of induction. He moved his feet and changed direction, and walked along one of the chains. Perhaps it was too close, and the coffin owner felt it was impolite. The chain suddenly trembled like crazy, as if it was chasing Su Bei away. Su Bei stretched out his hand and slapped him, then opened the omniscience code. Be prepared to evacuate at any time. Buzz at the moment of contact. The chain suddenly appeared infinite gray, and the river froze instantly, and the gray completely covered Su Bei. It was calm, but at this moment Su Bei felt what had changed at the bottom of the river. The river was dying. Not only the living creatures, but also the creatures without life characteristics. In an instant, all the living things that touched the bloody river fell silent. On the shore, Alyssa widened her eyes, trembled, and quickly stepped back. She saw with her own eyes that the bloody bats that were drinking water not far away turned into ashes and completely dissipated in front of her eyes. Su Bei was silent. This chain contains the power of death. This scene fully explains that death is just a state. Even if you are originally a lifeless substance, you have to die again. Su Bei paused, closed the omniscient code, and frowned slightly. Coincidence. It's such a coincidence. This chain happens to be death. And Su Bei carries part of Lin's soul in his body, which has merged into the first rune of the inscription system. This power considers him as the same kind. If it were any other rule, Su Bei would have to run away. But it happened to be death. This power is completely consistent with Lin's breath when she ascended to God. But it is completely different. Then it is very likely to come from the previous death. One of the 12 innate gods. Su Bei thought and looked at the other 4 chains. If the chain in front of Su Bei was left by death, then the other 4 chains are likely to come from other gods of the same level? What is buried in the coffin? It is worth these gods to personally suppress and seal it. Su Bei stared at the coffin, becoming more and more curious, and thought carefully. Approaching the coffin, you will face 5 orders at the same time in an instant, and you will have to bear the powerful pressure emitted by the coffin itself. No wonder this coffin is quietly placed at the bottom of the river without any disguise. Su Bei's eyes moved sideways. The chain on the right-hand side carries the order of death, and touching it means death. The chain on the left-hand side gives Su Bei a strange feeling, as if it has a mysterious connection with some rules in the body. Not only this chain, but the characteristics of the other chains are very familiar to Su Bei. Or life, freedom, wisdom? Su Bei pondered and used the heavens chain to test. Slowly approached the chain on the left-hand side. Touched. No. Did the other party come up to him on his own initiative? The chains touched by the heavenly chains are dancing, as if they are excited. Is it alive? Is this the work of freedom? No. Su Bei suddenly thought of an incredible, but extremely reasonable possibility. There is another possibility that these 5 chains are all heavenly chains. So they will not reject heavenly chains. This has nothing to do with the rules themselves, but only with the chains themselves. They have weapon spirits, are of the same origin and nature, and are real twins. At the same time, it involves freedom and death. The value of this coffin is still rising. After realizing this characteristic, Su Bei's thoughts suddenly became bolder. His heart, boom boom boom, beat up. His body suddenly tensed up, and his breathing became more stable. Su Bei planned to use the heavens lock to trick these chains and forcibly steal the coffin. Su Bei concentrated and carefully controlled the heavens lock. The heavens lock kept clinging to the chains, like coaxing a young loli, winding around the chains, playing house games with the chains, pulling the chains slowly to bend to both sides, leaving space for Su Bei to approach. Lower the chain's psychological expectations step by step. However, the chain is not an idiot. When the heavens lock was about to approach the coffin, the chain violently rioted and wrapped around the heavens lock, just like a domineering CEO bullying a weak loli. He pressed the heavens lock hard under his body and lingered and suppressed it. It was really hard to break. It turned out that wild chains also have spring. Su Bei breathed gently, and while the chain was lingering on this heavens lock, he carefully controlled the center of the heavens lock and touched the corner of the coffin quietly. Encountered. Suddenly, the world was bright. Light. Su Bei's eyes were orange and yellow, and he lost all vision. This is light. Endless light filled the entire field of vision, and no color could be seen. The blood river melted. The blood moon disappeared in the clouds, and all rules gave way to this light. Even though Su Bei was not familiar with this kind of power, he was 100% sure of this matter, and he couldn't help but have endless doubts in his heart. Is this holy light? Is holy light dead? Su Bei gritted his teeth, stepped firmly, and controlled the heavens chain to continue to approach the coffin. Entangled, the heavens chain was burning, and its indestructible nature protected the essence of the heavens chain. But the luster of the chain's surface became increasingly dim. The power of the heavens chain suffered a great loss. At this moment, Su Bei concentrated and stretched out his hand. He quietly rubbed open 5 playing cards. When the number of playing cards reached 5, it already possessed some of the power of the artifact, and was considered a qualified semi-artifact, and unlocked the first incomplete divine skill of the playing cards in the true sense. Divine skill, divine level stealing technique, ability to forcibly steal the touched objects without being limited by matter and rules. According to the specifications of the stolen space, the host's corresponding magic, mental power, vitality, etc. are consumed. This is an upgraded version of the stealing technique. The bug that the stealing technique would be blocked by other rules and skills has been fixed, and the code errors that cannot be stolen have been fixed. But the disadvantage is that there must be contact. From this skill, it can be seen that the thief's faith is extremely firm and the path is clear. However, it is not quite accurate to call the god-level stealing technique a stealing technique. Can something that has been touched still be considered stolen? It can't be counted. This is already a blatant robbery. At this moment, Su Bei was robbing the coffin that was touched by the heaven's chain. The coffin was still in the middle of the 4 chains. And the power involved was obviously too high. It was not easy to steal. Reason told Su Bei that this was not advisable. Once the coffin was stolen, the mental power required by the playing cards could instantly drain Su Bei. But Su Bei didn't listen to his brain. Su Bei was very sure that he had touched something incredible, which was related to the truth of the doomsday and the background of the war of gods that he wanted to know. Su Bei controlled the heaven's chain and pulled the coffin with brute force, instantly pulling the coffin towards himself away from the 4 chains. As the holy light shone, it melted Su Bei's body and soul. Where the light shone, no bones remained. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei's left arm was dissolved by the holy light and was about to spread to his body. Buzz, Su Bei's body was slightly illuminated, surrounded by 3 colors: gray, green, and blue lit up at the same time, controlling the silver luster on the heaven's lock, fighting against the erosion of the bright golden light, and delaying the dissolution rhythm. The rules of life protected Su Bei's body, and the rules of death occupied Su Bei's soul. The wisdom part of the soul still remains in Su Bei's body. Su Bei gritted his teeth, ignored the pressure, and forcibly launched the god-level stealing technique. The moment he grabbed it, the chain instantly righted, dancing wildly and smashing towards the ground, making a violent movement. Boom! Collapse! 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 In an instant, the ground shook. The blood river poured back and sprayed into the clouds. The whole island trembled, and even the sky chain was shaking. The 5 chains went crazy, waving and smashing constantly, and the whispers of the gods came from the sky above the blood river, as if the punishment of the gods was coming. Su Bei quickly let go, and suddenly felt something was wrong. One of the chains swept across Su Bei. The full breath of life spread silently, able to burst all visible and invisible substances. Even the blood river was surging, but the breath of life froze when it hit Su Bei's body, like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any waves. Instead, it fueled the green light in Su Bei's body. The second chain swept across Su Bei, binding, depriving, freezing. The power paused the blood river, controlled the water flow, breathing, and deprived all substances of their right to freedom. But this force circled around Su Bei for several times, and soon fell into silence, pouring into the heavenly chain to repair the damage on the heavenly chain. The third chain swept towards Su Bei. The soul was whispering. The abyss was wailing. The kingdom of death was manifesting, and matter was losing color with this gray wave. This force silently poured into Su Bei's soul, and then silently lost its movement. The 4th chain swept towards Su Bei. Forbidden method, annihilation, and brutal killing power collided with the surroundings, crushing everything. But after this energy approached Su Bei, it rushed into Su Bei's right palm like a lowly delivering goods to the door, activating the mark on Su Bei's palm, and began to flash with a faint soft light. The forbidden source power was activated, which was the last straw to balance the golden light. When the 5th colorless wave symbolizing the forbidden law surrounded Su Bei, the golden light was blocked. At this time, the last chain swept towards Su Bei. Su Bei was hit. Su Bei felt that he was going to suffer. This was fate. His life trajectory was being judged, and his fate was about to be determined by the long river of fate. He felt a fatal threat. He saw a fate line that was bound to lead to his death being fixed. As a result, his body would be torn apart and destroyed by the holy light. This was an irresistible supreme order that forcibly fixed Su Bei's destiny and led Su Bei to a path of death. At the same time, a line of sight descended from the sky, searching towards the blood river. It was about to lock Su Bei. At this moment, Su Bei opened the omniscience code without thinking. Catch me! A pair of white and tender hands hurriedly stretched out, grabbed Su Bei's neck, and pulled hard. Faintly, you can hear strange noises coming from the portal. Maya? What are you doing? Asshole! Hey! 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 How come I become so hot without paying attention? What did you do? Wait! Who is this? Who is this? Ah. Could it be that my menopausal best friend with a bad temper is coming to see me? Ah. What should we do? What should we do? We are doomed. Su Bei. Idiot. It's come to this. There's nothing we can do. I can only expose my vest. Take my kick. A pair of plain white socks was shot out from the omniscient code. The portal slowly closed. The world was silent. At this time, a line of sight slowly fell from the infinite sky. It locked onto the bottom of the blood river, a pair of small-sized white cotton socks. The owner of the line of sight was obviously stunned. And then a cold voice came down from the sky. Wisdom, you are not dead yet? What do you want to do? This is history buried in the ancient era. You and I have agreed not to interfere. Why do you want to approach? I think you must be confused. You know, you can never unlock these 5 restrictions. Each chain will trigger the will we once left behind. Since you only attracted my attention, it means that you only touched one of the chains. Give up. This is not a fate that you and I can change. But you are too careless. You have stolen my authority countless times. And this time, I finally found your trace. Next time, I will catch you. Faster than you think. The sight faded. The pressure dropped suddenly. The fade line was retracted. On the Really Z, everyone slowly came back to their senses, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing why they were kneeling on the ground. What happened just now? I don't know. Strange. I always feel like something happened. Calm and peaceful. Under the blood river, the 5 chains did not move at all. And the coffin was intact and undamaged. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 400, Plans Cannot Catch Up with Changes. Inside the Kingdom of Wisdom, Lizzie kept kicking and watching the portal slowly close. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Paw. With a sound, her feet hit the ground and she lay flat. Lizzie lay weakly on the ground, breathing heavily. What are you doing? Nothing. Subei said calmly. This is so bad. The vests of the King of Wisdom and fairies can't be used. Why? Subei asked casually. At this moment, Subei had his back to Lizzie, making a click-click-click sound from time to time. And no one knew what he was doing. Lizzie raised 3 fingers. No one can fool fate twice. What are you doing behind my back? You can't be tinkering with the coffin. Right? No. I explained to you how dangerous the coffin is later. It's just fate. You can do it. Subei said perfunctorily without turning his head. Then turned around, pointed to his left arm that was annihilated by the holy light, and answered the second question. I'm trying to use my life to repair my left arm. It's working. But not much. Lizzie looked away and shrank her head guiltily. She saw half of Subei's body was transformed by holy light, and his entire left arm was melted by the holy light, temporarily becoming disabled. Although it can be repaired slowly, it looks too miserable now, which makes Lizzie panic a little. Although the landing of the Lizzie on this island was a mission entrusted by Wisdom, Lizzie also contributed a lot. So Lizzie couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The specific process is that Lizzie controlled the feather pen and secretly triggered the poison of the 12-clawed poisonous octopus, achieving the purpose of poisoning the entire ship. This gave Wilgard some free time to expand his domain and attracted the lock of the Blood Clan mark on the island. Mark the island and let Lizzie sail into the ruins of the God War to trigger the plot. According to the setting given by Wisdom, according to normal development, Subei should quickly brush the Blood Clan, forcibly occupy the Blood Ancestor inheritance, and obtain opportunities. There are 2 advantages to doing this. One is to disguise the purpose of the Blood Ancestor's followers and obtain a vest that can be used on the table. The second is to force the Blood Ancestor to form an alliance and eventually steal the Blood Ancestor's authority. After all, if the Blood Clan is cleared out by Subei, the Blood Clan can only rely on Subei, who has inherited the inheritance, if they want to descend. Once the Blood Ancestor descends, given the current hodgepodge state in Subei's body, the part of the soul that descends is likely to be a Lolita fighting a Lolita control. There is no way back. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. At this moment, Lizzie looked at Subei's miserable appearance and couldn't help muttering, although Lizzie's greatness needs no further explanation. I can't promise to fool fate again. Bring your arm over first, and let the great Lizzie see how to repair it faster for you. It's too miserable to lose an arm. Fortunately, it can be repaired. Subei responded calmly, glanced at his windbreaker, and said lightly, it's a pity that half of the clothes are burned. It's not easy to repair. Can you sew? Hey, I promise I can do it. Who am I? But this dress is torn, and has a strange smell of licorice and jasmine. Is it really necessary to mend it? It can still be worn after mending. Subei said lightly. By the way, the residual rules on your arm look familiar. This power is light. but it is slightly softer than the holy light, and not so overbearing. Is it the power contained in the coffin? Maybe, Su Bei replied. Li Lizi sighed and told the past. I checked the War of Gods 1,000 years ago, and there was no description of coffins at all. According to my guess, this coffin should come from a more ancient history, since the other me did not leave any key information. Let's not touch it for the time being, so as not to trigger any bad plot. Maybe it involves the ancient War of Gods. Perhaps it triggered the key words. Su Bei looked sideways when he heard it, and asked in confusion, there were wars of gods in ancient times? Do you often fight? Not often. And wars of gods and fighting are not the same. Li Lizi corrected him severely, with a serious expression, and she looked like a study committee member. It's only 3 times. Isn't that a regular thing? 3 times in 50,000 years. Only 50,000 years? Su Bei was puzzled. In Su Bei's cognition, the war on the alien continent was millions of years and several eras. In contrast, the original world's history of civilization of only 50,000 years does seem too different. How long should it be? Li Lizi asked back in confusion. She was not confident at all after Su Bei asked her questions. For intelligent species, 50,000 years is really a long time. The historical wisdom 50,000 years ago was unheard of. But when life opened its eyes, the world was already brand new and full of vitality. As wisdom opened its eyes, life gradually gave birth to wisdom, and the continent prospered. As the various innate gods opened their eyes, the world changed with each passing day, and various ancient civilizations gradually evolved. This is history. I don't know. Su Bei shook his head. Hearing this, Li Lizi, with the idea of popularizing science for Su Bei, took out the omniscient code, flipped a few pages forward, and read, the history of known intelligent civilizations is a total of 50,000 years. 30,000 to 50,000 years ago. It was called the era of the origin of all things. Because of the ancient War of Gods, the era ended and civilization was completely cut off. At that time, there were monsters everywhere. Many new gods were swallowed by monsters. Ancient dragons, ancestor of Cyclops, ancestor of Titan giants, ancient Hydra, Behemoth, etc. Almost all died in that War of Gods. Su Bei nodded. This is the origin of mythological species. Feeding new gods. It is worthy of being a mythical creature. Cruel and terrifying. 10,000 to 30,000 years ago, it was called the Ragnarok era. Because of the ancient war between gods, the era ended and civilization regressed severely. During this period, the types of monsters developed to their peak, such as the well-known slimes, goblins, and griffins, and the ancestors of various continents began to show traces, such as dwarves, elves, humans, beastmen, demons, etc. Su Bei nodded again. Many intelligent species have become extinct, but most of them are still active on the continent, and their bloodlines have experienced several overlapping rotations. From 1,000 to 10,000 years ago, it was called the Age of Wisdom. The modern War of Gods ended the age. Before and after the War of Gods, the power of the empire on the continent gradually developed and eventually evolved into the current situation. You are also familiar with this history. You have learned it in the textbooks. In short, every War of Gods was tragic, and civilization had experienced varying degrees of damage. Only during the War of Gods could so many miracles appear at the same time. So, the person in the coffin is very important? Su Bei asked doubtfully. Of course. This coffin is from either 10,000 years ago or 30,000 years ago. By observing the rules on the chain, the chain retains both the power of the Valkyrie and the power of fate. It is preliminarily inferred that the coffin should be from the ancient War of Gods, because in the recent ancient War of Gods, wisdom and fate completely broke up for some reason and split into 2 factions. Do gods also have small groups? Su Bei asked. Hey. Anyway, the Valkyrie was on the side of wisdom at that time and would not cooperate with fate. That's it. Su Bei nodded, glanced behind him, looked at the soft object in his right hand, and fell silent. So, what on earth did he steal? Chapter 401 gave Li Lizi a little shock to Su Bei. Before Su Bei could think clearly, his actions revealed some information. Li Lizi blinked and kept scanning Su Bei's right arm. She suddenly realized that Su Bei's right half of his body was facing her, and his left hand was always behind his back. There are 2 advantages to doing this. First, it allows Li Lizi to treat Su Bei's left hand better. Second, It can hide the palm of his right hand and the things in his hand. So Lizzie moved carefully, squatted slightly, and stuck his head out. What treasure is hidden? Let me see. Seeing this, Subei tilted his head back to block Lizzie's sight. Wait. Let me think for a while. Hearing this, Lizzie frowned. And after being discovered, she simply stopped pretending, stood up, and walked forcefully to Subei's right. Seeing that Lizzie stopped pretending, Subei also stopped pretending. Using his feet to move his body steadily, he turned his body in the direction of Lizzie. What the hell are you doing? Since you got back from getting in trouble, you have been tinkering with something. I've noticed you're up to something. Could it be a lollipop? Hand it over to me now. Lizzie paused, put her hands on her hips, and reached out to Subei. Looking at this, it's definitely impossible to hide it. In fact, Subei didn't plan to hide it. He didn't take it out for the time being because he was afraid that Lizzie would be upset. If Lizzie cries and makes a fuss at that time, it will give Subei a headache. You can have a lollipop. You can have dessert, too, as long as you promise me that you won't cry and make a fuss after seeing it. Subei discussed, and slowly pulled his right hand forward, revealing the outline of the object behind him. A white light flashed, white and fragrant. Could it be a dessert? No. Lizzie looked solemn, frowned, and seemed to have thought of something, and said jokingly, You didn't secretly move the coffin back? Ah. It shouldn't be possible. Right? After all, there are so many restrictions on it. Even I am a little helpless. No way. No way. And the coffin can't be white. That's not the case. Subei replied calmly. Hearing this, Lizzie breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. You scared me to death. That's good. That's good. She almost kicked him just now. If the danger level of the plague continent is 7 stars, then the danger level of approaching the coffin is 5 stars. And the danger level of stealing the coffin is 10 stars. What about opening the coffin? Subei was stunned and suddenly asked. Open? That can't be opened. Absolutely not. Lizzie stretched out a finger solemnly. Opening the coffin will trigger something that could cause even gods to fall. In the silent atmosphere, as Subei slowly pulled out the object behind him. At the same time, the arc of Lizzie's mouth became wider and wider. Fortunately, I didn't open the coffin, but I stole the person out of the coffin. Is this okay? Lizzie couldn't catch her breath. Her eyes went dark and her head fell back. Paw. Sounded. He fainted on the spot. His head hit the ground with a bang bang sound. So it must be a good head. Subei thought so and fell into silence. Although Lizzie kept her promise and didn't cry or make a fuss. But the situation seemed to be worse than that. Subei sighed, lifted the small corpse in his hand, and placed it next to Lizzie. The big and the small were lying together, just like 2 exquisite figurines. The corpse in the coffin was a real Lolita. Not a so-called Lolita figure, nor a legal Lolita. It was a real little Lolita. She was about 1.1 meters tall. She was about the same height as Lin. But Lin's appearance had grown a little. But her height was fixed. The face of the corpse in front of him had not grown at all. And he looked innocent and childish. At this moment, the corpse lay here motionless, wearing a light gold Lolita and a pink lace cylinder hat. Like a little elf. Peaceful and tranquil. Whose corpse is this? Subei couldn't help but feel confused. Why was she in the coffin? In other words, why was she buried at the bottom of the sea of blood? What happened in that battle of gods? Moreover, Subei had a very strong sense of déjà vu. He always felt that the face of the corpse was very familiar. He seemed to have seen it before. He should have seen it before. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Familiar. Very familiar. Wait. Subei's breathing suddenly became rapid. And he slowly uttered an incredible name. Is it Elena? Yes. It's Elena. Subei's pupils dilated instantly. And he looked at the petite corpse again. And his head felt dizzy. The facial features of the corpse are similar to Elena. It's like a replica of Elena when she was a child. Will she look exactly like Elena when she grows up? Subei didn't dare to confirm. Girls change a lot when they grow up. And their appearance when they were young and when they grow up will always be very different. But as both of them are wholly light, Subei can't help but connect the two together. Perhaps I need to ask Elena for a childhood photo to verify Subei's guess. At this moment, Subei's mind was full of confusion. He reached out and pushed the unconscious Lizzie. wanting Lizzie to answer his questions. No response. Well, it seems that she can't wake up for the time being. Being young is good. Falling asleep immediately. Subei looked at Lizzie's small feet without socks and thought about the possibility of tickling wake-up service. Thinking about it, he felt that it was not very polite. So he sighed slowly and gave up the idea of doing so. Subei got up and left the omniscient code. Next time. Asked clearly, waiting for Subei to leave. Lizzie's eyes slowly opened a gap and looked at the corpse beside her. Exhaled gently. It seemed that he was full of emotion. Chapter 402 A Quiet Night. By the Blood River. When Subei appeared again, the Blood River had already fallen into silence. And the surroundings were calm. Everything was the same as before Subei entered the river. Not far away, Alyssa wrapped her hands around her knees, quietly nestled under the stone cave to avoid the blood rain, closed her eyes and rested. Subei couldn't see Alyssa. Fortunately, Alyssa drew a smiley face pattern on the ground, which was a hint mark. So Subei walked straight over and sat on the smiley face. Alyssa was awakened. You're back. Alyssa slowly opened her eyes, removed the effect of existence, and was about to reminisce about the past. But the moment she turned her head, Alyssa's eyes suddenly shrank, and she opened her mouth slightly, and took back the words "How is the situation" that she was about to say. She stammered. You? Subei looked at his empty left hand and said calmly, It's okay. This shouldn't be good. Right? Alyssa stammered. What happened? It's just a fatal injury. It's nothing. Alyssa was silent. I really didn't know how to respond, so I laughed twice in response. Why are you sitting here? Subei asked casually. Alyssa pointed to the sky. Of course I'm hiding from the blood rain. Otherwise how could I be hiding from you? Subei was stunned and explained. I thought you would leave first. After all, the blood river was very dangerous before, so it was understandable that Alyssa left early. I thought about it, but I always felt it was not polite. Alyssa said bluntly. My intuition tells me that the gentleman will come to see me specially. Just wait a while. Alyssa's tone suddenly rose. Of course. It also means to please the gentleman. If the gentleman can give me a few days off because of my obedient behavior, I will sincerely wish the gentleman to get better soon. I won't approve it. Subei replied calmly. Alyssa rolled her eyes when she heard it. She slowly stood up with her hands on her knees and smiled slightly. Even if the gentleman doesn't approve it, I will still wish you a quick recovery. But I can't guarantee that I won't secretly say bad things and curse you behind your back. For example, you can't say a word to Princess Fran for a month. Another example is that Princess Fran will hate you or something. I approve. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Can you repeat it? After returning to the ship, do what you want to do. Subei raised his head slightly and stared at the blood rain. How long is fine? Alyssa raised her eyebrows and smiled. Subei said calmly, It doesn't matter how long it takes. Remember to come back. Alyssa nodded and bowed. A common thank you gift among his nobles. Go back. Subei looked up and nodded his chin to the road back to the Lilizi. Don't you plan to use my last bit of surplus value to explore the 5 secret realms and the bloody castle? Alyssa followed and asked casually. Subei shook his head. That's what the protagonist group should do. Just follow the group when the time comes. Listening to this metaphorical description similar to a stage play, Alyssa covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha. But she really couldn't agree with it. So she moved her eyes to the other side facing Subei, raised her tone slightly, and lightly refuted. Sir, aren't you the protagonist? There is no one more powerful than you here. Subei was silent. After a while, Subei slowly shook his head and chuckled at himself. I'm far from it. Alyssa glanced away and remained silent. Even if there was no one around, Alyssa still maintained the standard etiquette steps and followed Subei step by step. Only occasionally he looked up and squinted his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. For a long time, Alyssa's soft words drifted slowly in the wind, passing by gently. Sir, too modest will make people feel like Versailles. November 10th. Night. Various adventure groups returned to the Releasy and started a fierce discussion. Damn. These blood moon bats are unkillable. And their bodies are still hard. Indeed. But we have the advantage of demigod level. I heard that many demigods on the ship can kill enemy demigods in their own domains and forcibly destroy the other party's domain. The demigods on our ship are really powerful. By the way, do you find it strange that holy light cannot be used on this island? I discovered it a long time ago. Didn't you notice that the wounded were all returned to the ship? If holy light could be used, they would have been healed on the spot. It's really strange. Restrictions? There are always various restrictions in the kingdom of God. It's disgusting. The Duke of Gloucester just announced that every corner of the island has been explored. If you want to leave, you must go to each secret realm. Are you going to organize a large-scale group? That's a bit exciting. The conversations were quite heated, accompanied by the sound of wine glasses clinking, and bursts of howling and noise were heard on the Lee-Leasy. The death of some crew members was gradually diluted by time as the demigods went on the expedition. The geniuses regained their confidence and organized to discuss the next exploration. This was a night of cheering for freedom. Corner. Jasmine sat aside with her staff, listening to the conversation of the crew members. Her expression calm. Just the day before yesterday, Luminara and his group retreated to the first floor. It is said that many cooks have died recently, and their work tasks have become heavier, and they have to be ready to replenish food at all times. At this time, there was no one beside Jasmine, leaving only 2 slime kings to accompany her. Now, these 2 little slime kings are completely different from before. They exude a black aura, and their bodies are as black as ink balls. They stare with fierce eyes, full of momentum, and exude the powerful characteristics that belong only to Lord-level monsters. The power that is faintly revealed on their bodies proves that they have touched the rules and are genuine quasi-demigods. Due to the change in shape and the black body, Jasmine renamed them both, collectively called Dark Chocolate. The bigger one is called Big Chocolate, and the smaller one is called Little Chocolate. At this moment, Big Chocolate and Little Chocolate sat on both sides of Jasmine, clinging to Jasmine's arms, rolling around from time to time. It was considered to be a way to relieve Jasmine's worries and boredom. Although she was accompanied by the Slime King, Jasmine would be lonely if she thought about it carefully. After all, no one had talked to her for a long time. Behind Jasmine, not far away, Subei held his chin with his right hand, looking at the bloody sky, thinking of using his left hand to hold his long hat. But when he thought of it, Subei realized that he had no left hand, so he could only forget it. Fortunately, even if his left hand was gone, the heaven's chain was still there, and it could be shot out from his shoulder to hold Alyssa and share the function of existence. Otherwise, Subei would have to flee everywhere. Although he'd lost his left arm, Subei's right hand was stronger, because the forbidden source power was activated. Subei didn't mind the trouble, and he happily used the forbidden law on himself. And the rules that spread wantonly were completely controlled by the forbidden source power. The specific effect is that if Subei takes off his long hat, the rules of life and death will not run around and disturb the public order on the ship. It can be regarded as a kind of self-sealing. Otherwise, if an underage girl gives birth to a child, it will be a headache for Subei. The bloody rain in the starry sky is still falling, and the crew members are celebrating with champagne and laughter. They are happy. In such an atmosphere, the tone of the first large-scale group game was set. I hope it will go smoothly. Chapter 403 Bloody Queen Shitai. November 11th. Led by the 2 demigods, the Duke of Gloucester and the chieftain of the Sky Demon clan, Tianmo Luo, they took their respective members and some scattered adventure crew members to explore the secrets in the northwest. Jasmine joined the group, so Subei also joined the group. In fact, there is no necessary connection between the two, because whether Jasmine joins the group or not, Subei will join the group. It can only be regarded as a coincidence. Anyway, Subei thinks so. Sir, you said you would approve my leave. At least you should be sincere. Please don't force me to cancel my vacation just because Princess Friend makes a move. It's only been one night. Faced with Alyssa's complaint, Subei calmly retorted, You're overthinking it. You should give me another reason to refute me. Alyssa's face was full of resentment, and she glanced at Subei's back indignantly. Subei sighed. I give you a vacation next time. When is the next time? Next time. Alyssa couldn't help but complain. Do you think it will work to use the same rhetoric as for children to coax a fully grown, adult, and higher educated normal girl? You are not going to use this trick on children to please Princess Fran. Are you? She is already 16 years old. She is not a fool who can be deceived by a lollipop and a few sweet words. Me neither. Subei was stunned. That's not necessarily true. Lee-Leasy is also 16 years old. But a lollipop is enough to deceive Lilizi. No sweet words are even needed. And Su Bei didn't want to please Jasmine. So Alyssa's attack was completely unnecessary. There was no response. I will secretly curse you that you will never get into Princess Fran's bed, Alyssa muttered. Alyssa's long-maintained aristocratic image seemed to be breaking down. It will be a holiday, Su Bei said calmly. Then he stopped talking. The team continued to advance. Since they had explored the island before, the two demigods led the team to advance very quickly. And they reached the entrance of the secret realm in just a few hours. The castle at the entrance of the secret realm still had traces of being burned by a fire. But the traces were much lighter. Moreover, the castle was demolished and turned into a small awning, which could provide shelter from the rain to some extent. I guess the owner of the castle has returned and built a new home for himself. As the team arrived, the door of the awning opened automatically with a click sound. Click. Click. The footsteps sounded lightly, and a pale and beautiful girl walked out. It was a Blood Clan demigod. Strange. I don't know where that defective ship was salvaged from. Why the crew is so high quality. Even the rules of the Blood Clan trial can be subverted. By the way, do you have any clues? Which damn bastard burned my house? Hearing this, Alyssa glanced at Su Bei, who was silent. In front, the head of the Sky Demon Clan, Tianmo Luo, pinched his hand, and the law of extreme force instantly collapsed the space, crushing the blood girl in his empty grip. The space healed, and the blood coagulated. The broken body of the blood girl slowly closed up inside. Look! What's the use of being anxious? I haven't appeared in the world for a long time. Maybe the continent has already forgotten my name. Compared to our blood race, the other intelligent races are too short-lived. Only the demon race and the elf race can look at it. The blood girl slowly stepped out, and with one foot landing, countless blood moon bats roared and groaned, and the surroundings were instantly placed in a bloody environment, covering the entire place. The field is unfolding. The bloody realm. The bloody Queen Shitai, Tianmo Luo said calmly. The blood girl cast an interested look. 400 years ago, you were the top demigod on the continent. At that time, I was just born, and I happen to be familiar with your resume. The Sky Demon Clan? You are a lucky guy. Shitai smiled and gave him an admiring look. I recognize you. You killed a half-god blood servant under my command. Tianmo Luo took a step forward. Although he is a piece of trash, he is still my man. As compensation, you will submit to me and become my blood servant to make up for your mistakes. That's really possible. The Duke of Gloucester slapped his thigh and said, I killed two at once, so that this old man would not harass me every day, saving me a lot of effort. As he said that, the Duke of Gloucester pointed at Tianmo Luo and smiled with narrowed eyes as if he had made a decision. Tianmo Luo was stunned for a moment, glanced at him repeatedly, and found that the other party did not seem to be pretending, and frowned. No. Are you sick? You don't like it? The Duke of Gloucester asked back. Stupid. Tianmo Luo couldn't help but curse. The Duke of Gloucester rolled his eyes and snorted disdainfully. If you don't like it, why are you still nagging? If you want to fight, then don't roll over. Can't you see that there are so many juniors following us? Everyone is about to be melted by the domain. And you are still talking about family matters and love affairs? Hearing this, Tianmo Luo looked back and found that many juniors had red faces and were struggling to resist the erosion of the domain. Tianmo Luo opened his lips slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Mine. Then he stopped talking, stepped forward, and a powerful aura burst out, facing Shitai. Shitai shook his head and smiled softly. Unfortunately, in just 5 minutes, those little things behind you will be refined by me in an instant, turned into blood moon bats, and become my blood servants. Of course, whether or not they are refined will not have any impact on the final outcome of this farce. Shitai waved his hand, summoning nearly 100 blood moon bats, crushing them with one hand, and countless tiny bats surrounded Shitai, making piercing roars, creating a sound wave attack that could cause blood to gush out. 300 years ago, a half-god king who overestimated his own strength challenged me, and I refined him in 30 moves. After that, I completely retired and looked for a way to transcend. Coincidentally, that trash was the blood clan you encountered before, and you had to fight hard to defeat it. Tianmo Luo still seemed to be able to keep his composure, with his right hand placed on his chest in a fighting stance, not panicking at all. I can't imagine. How far do you have to go to defeat such a powerful me? As he spoke, Shi Tai stepped on the domain and forcibly included Tian Ma Luo, cutting off his chance to expand the domain. His body instantly dismembered and turned into countless bats, condensed in front of Tian Ma Luo, and blasted out with one hand. Blast out a huge bat phantom. Give up. This is your last chance. Submit. Or die. As the words fell, the blood-colored bat howled to the sky, and the blood in the bodies of all the people present was squeezed out of their skin for no reason and flowed into the air. Shi Tai made a move, located in the exclusive domain. He used the semi-god skills he had comprehended. This is a killing move. Chapter 404 Overview of the strength of the top crew members. In the distance. Sir, will we win? Alyssa's face turned slightly pale. She clenched her fists, and couldn't help asking Su Bei. Many of the Tianji present, like Alyssa, were all sweating for Tian Ma Luo. I couldn't understand the situation, so I was nervous. But Su Bei thought it was unnecessary. After reaching the demigod level, it doesn't mean that the longer you live, the stronger you will be. It depends on your understanding of the rules. Specifics can be observed through the life level. The Sky Demon Clan is one of the top 3 tribes in the 9 tribes of the demon realm, and its strength is at the top level among the demons. And Tian Ma Luo, as the patriarch of the Sky Demon Clan, is naturally the strongest of the contemporary Sky Demon Clan. In other words, Tian Ma Luo represents the facade of the demon realm, and is the ceiling of the demigods in the demon realm. It is impossible for a country to have no strength to be the ceiling on the surface. Su Bei looked calm, took a step forward, and stopped in front of Alyssa. Stand back. As the rules of the isolation domain surged, the bloody smell rushing towards Jasmine was blocked. It was to help relieve some pressure on Jasmine and Alyssa at the same time. He swept his eyes to the front battlefield, observing the two from the perspective of life rules, pointing at Shi Tai and commenting, "It has reached the level of legendary life, but it is considered a low legendary level." "She is a legendary life?" Alyssa whispered. "Can the leader of the Tian Ma Luo tribe be her opponent?" Su Bei was stunned, and pointed at Tian Ma Luo again. "But he is a legendary level." Alyssa fell into a daze. This sentence had a great impact on her. Tian Ma Luo looked too ordinary. Just like an ordinary middle-aged man who would be ignored if he walked on the street. He didn't have the oppressive feeling that only legendary creatures could give. This made the girl feel incredible. There were many geniuses on the ship who thought they could touch the threshold of legend. But that was just their own opinion, which contained some water. In fact, few people had seen legendary creatures, let alone face them at such a close distance. So, when such a legendary creature stood in front of Alyssa, it would naturally make the girl feel shocked. "Is this uncle so powerful?" Alyssa muttered to herself. Su Bei glanced back at Alyssa and couldn't help asking, "Don't you know?" "What?" Alyssa was puzzled, revealing a pair of clear eyes. Such clear and stupid eyes are a bit like Jasmine. Thinking about it, Su Bei rarely opened his mouth to explain a few words. Except for the 4 recruited by the Lilizi and the Baiyan Empire, all the demigods on the ship have reached the legendary life level. Among them, Zul'jin of the Orcs, the Lich King of the Undead, and Vidi of the Elf are at the lower middle level of legendary life forms. But they are born legendary life forms, and have channels for upward growth. The Duke of Gloucester and Tian Ma Luo in front of you are at the top of the middle level of legendary life forms, and are extremely rare acquired legendary life forms. As for the other 4 demigods and Vilgard, they are quite far from the others, and can only reach the level of kings. But they can also fight against legends. They can only fight for a short time. These words gave Alyssa a reassurance, which made the girl feel much more at ease. To put it simply, before being promoted to demigods, each of these demigods on the ship was no weaker than the top 20 of the current Tianjia combat power list. They were the focus of the world in their respective periods, and they were already accomplished Tianjia. Compared to the other Tianjia crew members, their quality is much higher. Su Bei observed the situation on the field and calmly gave an analysis. Tian Ma Luo could have crushed them, but Shi Taisheng opened up his domain first and took the home advantage. But she underestimated the enemy too much. If you underestimate the enemy, you will die. Alyssa relaxed a little and looked sideways. She asked casually, "So? Sir, what about you?" "It's divided by the monster's level." "Sir, what level are you at now?" Alyssa looked over. It seemed to be a casual question, but it also seemed that she had thought about it long ago, revealing a probing look. Su Bei thought for a moment and said calmly, "It's about 50-50. Although he said so, Su Bei knew that 50-50. 3 words are still too conservative. With Su Bei's current level, facing Shitai who burst out with all his strength, he can probably easily manipulate him into any posture and play with him to death. To him, Shitai is no different from a little lowly who is powerless. The only difference is that she is not a lowly. That's all." Hearing this, Alyssa frowned slightly, closed her mouth, and cast an indignant look. She saw Su Bei cut off the bloody shadow with a sword with her own eyes. The strength displayed by the blood-colored phantom was terrifying, and it could crush the demigods with its pressure in a moment. It had definitely reached the transcendent state. Then what about this mysterious man? Alyssa didn't dare to think too deeply, and only felt that this journey would be very bad for her. A newbie mistakenly entered a high-end game? Why did such a chosen script fall on my head? Alyssa sighed. Ahead, the battle had already begun. In just 1 minute, Shitai paid the price for his arrogance. From the situation of the two fighting against each other, it became Shitai being caught and fought by Tianma Luo. Specifically, it almost smashed Shitai from a girl into a girl pancake. The rule power mastered by Tianma Luo is very simple. The law of force. Breaking all laws with force. In an era when others are pursuing the complexity and diversity of skills, the law of force seems so plain, pure and simple. Too ordinary. So ordinary that most people have never had enough concept of this old man, including Shitai. But the Duke of Gloucester is different. He is the one who knows Tianma Luo's strength best. The demon realm and Dus have been fighting for many years. Both sides know each other's strength well, but they have never fought a life and death battle. In his cognition, Tianma Luo can be regarded as the ceiling below the demigod. One punch. Tianma Luo used only one punch to show the gold content of his position as the patriarch of the Tianma clan. Hit Shitai's steps were unstable and his legs trembled. Boom! One punch came. Crack. A crack appeared in the domain. Although there was a reason that Shitai underestimated the enemy. The scene of Tianma Luo smashing the domain with one punch was still too shocking. This is a terrifying power. Countless crew members rubbed their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them with their jaws dropped. It's over. Su Bei retracted his gaze. Shitai's only chance of winning is the domain. If he can stabilize the domain and deal with Tianma Luo with skill and flexibility, he may still have a chance of winning. But Shitai lost because he underestimated the enemy. In terms of pure fighting, Tianma Luo's melee skills originated from the ancient mythology system. Then the next situation can be predicted. This is a one-sided devastation. Behind Tianma Luo, the crew members, each with their own hidden agenda, looked at each other, nodded to each other as if they had a telepathic connection, and then used their body movement skills. They planned to bypass Shitai and explore the secret realm first. Jasmine did the same. What exactly is in the secret realm? Su Bei was also curious. Chapter 405, After the Secret Realm. It can be confirmed now that this island is the broken kingdom of God, the place of inheritance left by the blood ancestor. But a coffin suddenly appeared on this island. What's even more strange is that on the 5 chains that imprison the coffin, there are traces left by 5 gods. The end of the chain points to the secret realm of the island. Why is there the power of other gods inside this island? There is a question of order. Whether the coffin came first or the kingdom of God fell first. What is the inside story? Perhaps these secret realms will give the answer. Su Bei thought so, and followed the crew into the secret realm. This is the secret realm pointed to by the chain of the death rule. When everyone stepped into the secret realm, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened. The sky was gray, as if covered with a pair of lowly pants, and the weak light could not penetrate, making it a little dim. This is a separate space, similar to when Su Bei met the Valkyrie. The heavens chain was taken back at some point, and there was no one beside Su Bei. He was the only one standing there alone. In front of him stood a lady in gothic clothes, with a compassionate face and indifferent eyes. Her eyes looked at Su Bei with a bit of tolerance and surprise. She was the dead goddess of death. Since you are here, answer my 3 questions. As long as you answer one correctly, you can get my reward. Live and leave safely. If you are wrong, you will stay. Your soul will return to the embrace of death, and your body will completely pass away. Su Bei nodded calmly. The first question is, who are you? Su Bei. Su Bei said calmly, but the goddess of death shook her head. Wrong. This is not the answer I want. Su Bei was stunned and frowned. What's the joke? If he is not Su Bei, then who is he? Without giving Su Bei time to react, the goddess of death quickly asked the second question. Are you willing to accept the inheritance of blood and become a vampire? Su Bei thought for a moment and shook his head. Whatever. For Su Bei, the answer to this question is indeed whatever. Inheritance is dispensable to Su Bei. Wrong. All wrong. The goddess of death shook her head. Her eyes became colder, and her gaze was pressing. The third question. This is your last chance. Who am I? Su Bei narrowed his eyes, raised his hand at 0 frame, and the lightsaber in his right hand condensed, and the terrifying wave was instantly shot out. Stupid. Boom, the domineering and fiery starting skill made it difficult for Death to react, and he threw the false god away with one move. That's right. The death in front of Su Bei was fake. This bewitching question and answer method is more like a devil from hell. Whether the answer is correct or not is not important to the devil. As long as the devil's bewitching conditions are met, the soul will be deprived of possession, which is an extremely terrifying fate skill. But the fake death is not even a devil. This bewitching rhetoric is so crude that it can only deceive the inexperiencedly lazy. Especially the last question. Once Su Bei answers that the other party is death, the other party can really become the god of death temporarily. Death covered his mouth and chuckled, and turned into a girl. Bloody Queen Shitai. Shitai now gave Su Bei a very different feeling. While laughing, the surrounding environment changed, and it was still a sea of blood. Bats in the sea of blood roared and flew. Each of them was a creature of rules. Extremely powerful. It was transcendence. But it was not a serious transcendence. The realm was a little vague, and the level of power was also. Where is the secret realm? Su Bei asked doubtfully. Did you destroy it? Shitai slowly sat up from her prone position, licked the corner of her mouth, and looked at Su Bei with eyes full of desire. Su Bei casually struck with his sword, but failed to leave any marks on Shitai. Shitai just smiled and nodded. How did you see that? You are too stupid to act. Su Bei replied sincerely. Bloody Queen Shitai shook her head slightly and smiled contemptuously. What's the big deal if you see it? It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. The demon tribe outside is like this, and the summoner is like this. You are the same. Su Bei drew his sword and was not prepared to waste time talking to Shitai. Do you know about Wilgard? Su Bei paused in his sword-drawing action, showing some interest. Why? Shitai sneered. He is the first demigod to resist. But what can I do? He can't resist at all. And he is probably dying soon. His body has become nutrients, and his blood has been sucked dry. Wonderful. So wonderful. And then? Su Bei asked. Shitai narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you think I will tell you the secrets after that? Do you think I'm stupid? Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and said honestly, indeed. He did think Shitai was not very smart. The bloody Queen Shitai sneered, kept sitting, squinted at Su Bei, and swallowed her saliva repeatedly from time to time. I heard about your existence from Badong. It is indeed a very good blood body. I am very interested in you. Submit. You will become my most satisfied blood servant. Su Bei was stunned, and couldn't help asking. He mentioned me to you, and you dared to take me to a hotel alone? Shitai is indeed overconfident. Since Badong mentioned Su Bei, Shitai dared to pull Su Bei into the sealed space. It can only be said that he is extremely bold. It is hard to say whether it is self-confidence or arrogance. The last person who dared to pull Su Bei to a hotel was Leah. Afterwards, Leah called for the help of the Tree of Life in order to ask Su Bei to leave. So who can Shitai call this time? Shitai slowly stood up, as if he was recalling, and walked slowly towards Su Bei. When he talked about you, he gritted his teeth. His face was hideous, and he spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood from time to time. His injuries are not light. He was saying all he could about you. It was said that there was a perverted Lolita following the white-haired Lolita, hiding a big sword, and attacking him secretly. I can see that Badong was seriously injured, and I can guess that your injury is not light either. But I didn't expect you to lose an arm. Su Bei looked at his empty left arm and said calmly, this was not caused by him. Shitai interrupted Su Bei coldly, enough. No need to explain. Even if it wasn't torn apart by Badong, it was the backlash after the sword was drawn. Anyway, it's pretty good. Shitai stopped in front of Su Bei and pointed out with one finger, and the whole area was filled with bloody aura pressing down on Su Bei. I am quite satisfied with you. Submit to me. Kneel down. Since Shitai said so, Su-bei could only obey, and no longer refute. Facing the finger, Su-bei calmly stepped back, avoiding the oppressive feeling coming straight at him, and pointed out with one finger as well. The fingertips collided, making a deafening explosion, and the blood surged. Chapter 406: Explore the Secret Realm and Get Rich. The current situation is a bit weird. Just like seeing the same loli on two different beds at the same time. There is a Shitai outside the secret realm. A real demigod vampire. She single-handedly stopped Qian Maluo and the Duke of Gloucester. No matter what the process was, the result was indeed stopped. Then the question is, why is there another Shitai in the secret realm? And this Shitai can also use the terrain to expand the domain without being affected by other rules, so that the domain always blesses itself, so as to achieve a pseudo-transcendent state. The two Shitai looked like the same person. The one outside didn't look fake, and the one inside wasn't a clone. This was very strange. The two of them pointed their fingers at each other, and quickly separated. While Su-bei was thinking, Shitai showed no mercy, and once again moved the entire domain with one finger, suppressing Su-bei fiercely. Kneel down. This finger is a killing move I learned from observing the blood ancestor whipping his subordinates. Why don't you surrender? Su-bei said nothing, but just looked up at the bloody domain that was suppressing him, feeling a little disappointed. I thought he was holding back a big one, but he actually just pooped a big one. This was the weakest transcendence he had ever seen. So weak that Su-bei wondered if Shitai had performed acrobatics in the name of fighting. Bloody hell. Shitai suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, and the bloody aura rolled and gathered, condensing into a huge bat shadow in an instant, flapping its wings, emitting waves of obscure sound waves, and the body wrapped in the sound waves rushed directly towards Su-bei, with such great momentum that even the entire secret realm was shaking. It can be seen that Shitai is serious. The first move involves the rules and magic power of the whole body, and the momentum is terrifying. Su-bei did not resist, allowing the bloody bat to drill into his body and replace his blood. The terrible brute force knocked Su-bei into the ground, causing a shocking movement. Outside the secret realm, the whole awning was shaken by the shock. Qian Maluo and the Duke of Gloucester looked at each other, both showing puzzled expressions, as if wondering where else could such a big movement be made except here. Although the other demigods on the Ririki also discussed leading the team to the other 4 secret realms, they were very far away from here, and the noise would not be transmitted to this area. Where did the battle come from? The two of them exchanged glances and nodded in tacit understanding. The two decided to join forces for the time being, and try to suppress Shitai at the door within 3 hours, and quickly rush to meet up with the rest of the crew. Although 3 hours seems long, at the level of demigods, they can borrow the rules of heaven and earth and carry the power of rules, and are extremely difficult to be killed. 3 hours can be considered a quick sweep, but they must hurry up. If too many of these geniuses die, they will also have a headache. Inside the secret realm, some people fight under pressure, and some people dig for treasures to make a fortune. When Su-bei and Shitai were fighting, Jasmine and others came to the real secret realm, searching and exploring, looking for treasures. Look what I found. This seems to be a broken sword from ancient times, carrying an extraordinary law of death, and is a broken perfect treasure. The person who spoke was a genius of the Night Crow clan, who was said to be from a secret team under the Duke of Gloucester's mansion. At this moment, he was waving his sword, and illusions and the breath of death continued to pour out, attracting countless eyes, full of envy. What's yours? Mine should be the chamber pot of the goddess of death. When opened, it can spray out death urine, which can corrode the body of a demigod in an instant. It is extremely powerful. The person who spoke was Cain of the Flame Demon clan. He danced with joy while speaking, and it can be seen that his face was satisfied and very excited. Idiot. How could a god need to pee? Douglas of the Hand Demon tribe retorted. You know, I think gods are no different from us. You are just jealous that I got the treasure. Cain smiled and even put the mouth of the chamber pot to the corner of his mouth to drink water. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he whispered and cursed, "Fuck! Bloody smell. This is from the Blood clan." Seeing Douglas's inquiring gaze, Cain quickly put the chamber pot in his hand behind him, hiding it in a blind spot like a treasure, and then kept looking around, whistling in his mouth, and hummed softly. Not bad. Very good. Just one bite has greatly improved the lava rules in my body. It's really a good treasure. I am not unwilling to share such a treasure. If someone is willing to exchange it with other treasures. Douglas was moved. At this time, there was also a master who roared to the sky and shouted, "Get out of the way. Look at this." Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was wearing a yellow triangular mask with a strong smell of death. Like a body armor. The speaker laughed and said happily, "I guess this is a personal treasure of the death god. The material is soft, but it is impervious to swords and guns. It is extremely hard and can withstand my full-strength punch without deformation. The only drawback is that it has a strange smell." Everyone cast a surprised look. You have to know that the speaker is a tiger tribe genius under the Duke's mansion. A lineage of the Tiger King, who has gained a great reputation with his physical body. The fact that it can withstand his full-strength punch without collapse is enough to prove the defensive strength of this body mask. But Jasmine felt strange no matter how she looked at it. She felt that it was not a mask. It was a pair of pants. She looked around with doubts, and found that many people had seen this. But they were all trying not to laugh and not speak. So her face turned red, and she turned her head away and fell into silence. It was so embarrassing. At this time, the secret realm suddenly shook, and there was a violent movement. At the moment of the movement, the crew members' eyes alternated, and the hands holding the treasures trembled slightly, as if they had sensed this fatal threat. And they all showed puzzled expressions. Gluttony was the first to back off, and couldn't help but conspire with Jasmine. "Sister, there's a big boss here. Probably not weaker than the Bat Shadow guy last time. Let's run. This doesn't look like a secret place. It looks like someone's residence." Jasmine nodded as if she had sensed something. "It really is. It's either underwear or a chamber pot. And even the sword looks like a gadget for shaving leg hair. It's so weird." After thinking about this, Jasmine's face froze. And she looked at Kane and Harley of the Tiger King with a strange look. "Stay away from them. It's a bit disgusting." But it's not just Jasmine who is disgusted. Su Bei is also disgusted. In order to find out the strength of the Transcendent, Su Bei took a move from Shi Tai and tried to verify what he thought. The power was indeed as he thought. It was just a tickle. But it was really disgusting to be covered in blood. This made Su Bei lose interest in research and exploration. And he planned to make a quick decision. Thinking of this, Su Bei whispered, "It's my turn." Chapter 407 Blood Ancestor Blood. In a special area. It can be seen that the bloody Queen Shitai is in a very good mood. She squinted her eyes happily and licked the corners of her mouth, thinking whether to drink the fresh blood in Su Bei's body cup by cup, or eat a mouthful of blood and a mouthful of meat with condiments. The former raised a cup to invite the blood moon, showing elegance, while the latter ate heartily and happily. This confident look seemed to have determined that the bloody bat had hit Su Bei hard, crushed his body, and replaced his blood. This move was so domineering. Shi Tai often observed the words and deeds of the blood ancestor from the images of the ancient battles between gods, and realized this supreme killing move based on the blood ancestor's punishment of his subordinates. According to previous fights, Su Bei should only have flesh and blood left at this moment. His blood was drained and replaced by the blood-colored bats, and he lost all his resistance. He kept howling for mercy with a weak will, but unfortunately his mouth could not open at all, because all the blood in Su Bei's body at this moment came from Shi Tai, and his words and deeds were dominated by Shi Tai. Thinking of this, Shi Tai smiled even more easily. She thought she would be in a tough fight, but she never thought that the other party would take her move without reservation. Funny! Can the killer move of the legendary species be taken? Although Shi Tai has never experienced a fight at the transcendent level, Shi Tai is the top at every level. The second level surpasses the third level. The fourth level defeats the fifth level, and the demigod fights invincible. The transcendence should be the same. When she steps into the transcendence, she should be the leader among the transcendents. Even Badong, the pure-blooded descendant of the myth, will become her stepping stone in the future. Can you still speak? You can't say it, right? This move was originally reserved for the ultimate killing move when fighting with Badong. But it's a pity that you don't know what's good for you. Then just lie down and be good. Shi Tai's blood-red eyes suddenly widened, staring at the scene. When the smoke was half gone, the agile body of the blood-red bat phantom appeared first. Maintaining a majestic standing posture, Shi Tai was about to laugh out loud, but suddenly found that there was a white five-fingered hand holding the blood-red bat's neck. When the smoke completely dissipated, Shitai's unfinished words were blocked in his throat. Su Bei was covered in blood. But there was no sign of injury, because none of this blood belonged to Su Bei. At this moment, his face was calm, and he pinched Shitai's supreme killing move like pinching a chicken. Cast an inquiring gaze, and sighed softly. He seemed to be a little impatient. TSK. Shitai suppressed the panic in his heart, narrowed his eyes slightly, put on a tough attitude, and said calmly, I don't believe you are as relaxed as you appear. Even if this move did not cause you any injury, it definitely caused you a lot of damage. Su Bei nodded. Indeed, this move seriously damaged Su Bei's brain, making Su Bei feel insulted. They were both transcendent, but Shitai was worse than Su Bei imagined. Seeing Su Bei admit it, Shitai's panic was slightly relieved, and he couldn't help but say, since we have tested each other, and you have learned the lesson you deserve, I will give you face. Su Bei cast a doubtful look. How about we stop this fight for now? You almost couldn't resist that move just now. If I use my strongest killer move, you will be crushed to pieces in one round. I'm willing to give you a chance to reconcile. Why not? Su Bei asked, and then took a step, just as Shitai did when he faced him at the beginning. He walked toward Shitai slowly. Every step brought great pressure to Shitai. Shitai opened his eyes, withdrew his right foot, and sternly scolded, Nonsense. Even if you are still not satisfied, we can rest and adjust, and we will fight again later. We are both transcendent, and I know better that it is not easy for you to advance. So I want to let you go. Don't be ungrateful. Once we hurt our origin, we will easily fall down. Why? When the words fell, Su Bei had already approached Shitai and asked again. Su Bei slightly exerted force with his right hand, and the pupils of the blood-colored bat being held were pinched with bloodshot. And then, boom, sounded. Blood splashed all over Shitai. At this time, Su Bei spoke again and asked seriously, Why are you pretending to be transcendent? Su Bei's serious expression did not seem to be acting, which made Shitai instantly angry. Arrogant. Shitai couldn't help but roared when he heard it. And without further ado, he opened his hands and used his best trump card. With a click, the space in front of Shitai slowly cracked, and a wave of energy that was exactly the same as Shitai's aura came from it. This is my supreme killer move. Just now, I just split my power into two. Tremble. Mortal. Feel the fear. Another Shitai slowly walked out of the crack. Shitai, who summoned the teleportation array, froze. I saw Shitai coming over with a swollen nose and face. His clothes were slightly torn. He was breathing less than he was breathing out. His stomach was leaking air when he breathed, and his intestines were all over the floor. The two were silent. Paw. With a sound, Shitai fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Su Bei was amused and couldn't help but comment. It's quite humorous. It was indeed very humorous. As far as juggling is concerned, the appearance of Shitai did make Su Bei tremble for a moment, although it was a joke. But this is normal. Shitai was beaten by the Duke of Gloucester and Tianma Luo, and he was lucky to be alive. Shitai, who was awake, fell into a daze. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground, holding the other half of himself, crying, My spirit? My spirit? Are you satisfied now? We really can't fight. I lost a spirit, and you lost a lot of energy. It's a 50-50 match. This game is a draw. There is no need to fight anymore. Hearing this, Su Bei didn't answer, but stopped and focused a little. The Shitai in front of him was closing up, and the bloody smell in the field was surging up, as if a killing move was gathering. Hee hee. I was kidding you. Die. This is a serious transcendent level. Caw. With a sound. When the sound sounded, the killing move had arrived. A stream of blood shot out from Shitai's body. This stream of blood was dark and obscure, carrying a spiritual power that even Su Bei was moved by. Su Bei suddenly realized, the truth will not hurt people. Lies are the sharpest knife. It turns out that Shitai's transcendent state is really a fake. And this is the key to Shitai's pretending to be transcendent. This is the essence of the blood ancestor. When the two Shitai merged into one, this strand of blood was complete, reflecting Shitai's path to transcendence. Su Bei was injured. Even if it was just a strand of blood, Su Bei could not stop it, because it came from the gods. It can be said that Shitai invited the power projection of the blood ancestor, and this was the ancestor substitute. This is definitely good news for Shitai. But there is another bad news. Not only for Shitai, but also for Su Bei. Although Su Bei was injured, the injury can still be controlled, and the situation is not too difficult. However, the oppression of being a god triggered the most spontaneous protective logic of Su Bei's soul. The appearance of this drop of blood aroused the remaining part of Lin's soul. Lin's eyes fell, and there was a great interest and exploration hidden in her eyes, as if she was thinking about why her soul appeared in the broken kingdom of the blood ancestor. Things are in trouble. Su Bei sighed softly. Su Bei's lowly substitute came online, but it was hard to say whether she was playing against the blood ancestor or him. Chapter 408 Death Miracle. Su Bei never doubted whether Lin could defeat the blood ancestor. Lin was a newly born god in a healthy state, and the order he mastered was inherited from death. One of the 12 innate gods. His strength was beyond doubt. According to unreliable news, about a month after the descent of the god of life, the undead god dragged up an entire undead dead domain with one hand and fell into the plague continent with his true body, attempting to overwhelm the newborn death with the rich experience of the old god. Seized the death side to bury the eternal night and enter a higher level. That battle took place in the undead realm and lasted for several months. Everyone knew when the battle started, but no one knew when it ended quietly. I only heard that when Death returned to the kingdom of God, his injuries were not serious, but his clothes were slightly wrinkled, and his face still maintained a cold smile. Then Death waved his hand and launched a national war in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner, launching an offensive and invasion against the rest of the dead realms of the undead kingdom. With great momentum. I heard that they did not win, and the plague continent suffered heavy casualties, and also provided a lot of fresh undead to the undead kingdom. But the effect was achieved. At least the new Death was given a bad name. Now all the kingdoms of God know that Death is a fool, no matter whether you can win or not. Just fight and see. This is the creed of the new Death. Then what about the blood ancestor? Su Bei didn't know. He only knew that there had been no news of the blood ancestor descending for a long time. Even if he didn't die, he probably wasn't in a complete form. Thinking of this, Su Bei became more distressed. The feeling that this matter was out of control gave Su Bei a headache. Thinking of this, Su Bei pulled back and pulled away from a very long distance, taking Shitai's blood-killing move head-on, and then pulled out the Omniscience Code. However, before Su Bei could send out a distress signal, Li Lizi's essay came over. Li Lizi, spicy, 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 spicy. Li Lizi, stupid Su Bei bastard. You could only take it on yourself this time. Are you kidding? Su Bei frowned, and without thinking, he was about to drill into the Omniscience Code, intending to force his way into Li Lizi's kingdom of God, trying to take refuge and temporarily escape from the crime scene. But what greeted Su Bei was a pair of four-finger-wide saws. Li Lizi kicked out mercilessly, and righteously said to Su Bei, "Get lost, you idiot. I'm not a bastard who can wipe anyone's ass." Perhaps the feelings have faded. When the kick reached Su Bei's palm, the sensation conveyed was so cold that Su Bei's whole body was cold and sweaty. I don't know if this icy feeling is acting on the palm or the heart. Su Bei was honest, rubbed his slightly itchy palm, and fell into silence. Now we can only hope that we don't have athlete's foot. This kick cut off the possibility of Su Bei escaping the scene, making it a foregone conclusion that Su Bei would be captured by Lin. It was too late to escape. I can't remember how low the temperature was at that time. I only remember that the sky suddenly darkened. Then a pair of doubtful eyes locked onto Su Bei, and time suddenly froze and became extremely slow. 1 second was broken into 1 minute. When the sight fell, the terrible force almost crushed Su Bei completely, and the entire island suddenly sank, shrouded by huge pressure. Su Bei did not make any resistance, and looked up calmly. There was no point in running away at this moment. They looked at each other calmly. The next moment, the pressure suddenly calmed down, just like boiling water cooling down for no reason. As the pressure eased, the eyes of the owner of the site suddenly opened wide. At the same time, the first rune engraved in Su Bei's inscription opened spontaneously, and was triggered for no reason. These things happened in just a breath. I saw Su Bei's body shape change. The succubus's breath gradually spread, and a succubus's tail stood up high behind him. The soul that was exactly the same as the owner of the site emerged, slowly emitting weak fluctuations, staring at the owner of the site from a distance. Silence for 3 breaths. The owner of the site narrowed his eyes, suppressed his restless emotions, and kept scanning this land. This site was located on Su Bei and Shi Tai, and then swept through the depths of the secret realm and fixed on Jasmine. Finally, it returned and stayed on Su Bei again for a long time. His eyes narrowed, curved like a crescent moon, and there were too many emotions in his sight, which made Su Bei unable to understand for a while. And he only felt extremely complicated. Maybe it was joy. Maybe it was complaint. Maybe it was anger. Maybe it was hard pursuit and finally got it. Maybe it was angry and embarrassed, but unwilling to blame. But it was positive emotion after all, which meant that the owner of the eyes was a little more stable. Above the sky, a gray gas descended silently. Su Bei was hit by the gray gas. Crack. In a moment, a brilliant gray aura lit up on Su Bei's body. And then the broken limb of his left arm quickly recovered. And the blood of the blood ancestor in his body was suppressed violently and rushed to the tip of his index finger. The site left, perhaps to cover up his mistake. Before leaving, the owner of the site waved his right hand towards the center of the island. A huge palm constructed by the gray order pressed down and gently patted the castle in the center of the island. Something terrifying happened. The entire castle melted instantly when touched, turning into ash and dissolving layer by layer. All the things touched, whether visible or invisible, were assimilated by the gray temperament and sent to the kingdom of death. Before leaving, a very arrogant sentence was left on the sky. Evil beast blood ancestor. I want to raise a bat pet recently. Show up quickly and let me suppress it. This is the character of the new death. Blood ancestor did not show up after all, and it is unknown whether he was scared or dead. The owner of the site left. Before leaving, the whole island was silent. On the Lilizi, whether it was the hidden Lao Ding or the high-spirited Tianjiao, they were now obedient, holding their breath and staring at each other blankly, as if they didn't understand why the gods came so inexplicably. Only Lilizi was different. At this moment, Lilizi trembled and nestled into the small quilt, wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, and wrapped herself tightly to avoid Lin's sight. You can't see me. You can't see me. I just hope Lin won't be as greedy as she was in the Plague Continent, and want to eat her when she sees her. In the secret realm. At this moment, everyone could only hear the heavy breathing coming from the sky, as if the breeze was blowing between heaven and earth, blowing away the bloody rain on the island. Has the rain stopped? Jasmine put her hands together, scooped up the breeze blowing from the sky, and showed a puzzled look. It's really strange. Everyone looked up, wondering why the weather changed so suddenly. This is a miracle. Lin only needs to make a slight move, and countless people will imagine and speculate on her inner intentions. No one knows why this new death made an angry move, and why he ended up with a whimper. Maybe because she is kind? Gluttony commented. Chapter 409, is it still interesting? Su Bei sighed slightly. Lin's action was ambiguous. Perhaps only Su Bei could understand the reason behind her action. Lin was hiding Su Bei's existence. This confirmed an established fact. Lin recognized Su Bei with just a simple glance. This was as it should be. This large-scale correction had limited effect on the existence of the same god. With just a little flaw, Lin could easily trace back the whole picture and restore the historical truth. When Lin's sight faded, only Su Bei and Shi Tai were left in this unique space. But their moods and positions had changed greatly. Su Bei maintained the same expression from beginning to end. The only difference was that his interest in Shi Tai was lower than at the beginning. Close to nothing. For Su Bei, Shi Tai was a toy to test transcendence. Now that Su Bei had tested the quality of the toy lost its function. The result of the test was not very friendly. The conclusion was that Shi Tai's transcendence was a fake, slightly higher than the demigod life level, but lower than any transcendence Su Bei had seen. This means that this test is completely unnecessary for Su Bei, because Shi Tai is a defective product. But because of this defective product, Su Bei's existence was exposed to Lin's sight. Su Bei is very regretful now. Su Bei doesn't know when his retribution will come. It may be the next moment. Or it may be that Lin has forgotten him after becoming a god and doesn't care about their experience. But Shi Tai's retribution is now. Shi Tai's face is a little dull, and his body trembling because of the descent of the gods has not yet calmed down. He can't tell whether what is in front of him is real or illusory. Is this her daydream? Maybe. Otherwise, how could she see that the gods would come down specifically for someone? If you had told me earlier, I would not have come here to seek death if I had known that you had this relationship with that person. Shi Tai sighed bitterly. not daring to think about the relationship between the man in front of her and the god. Are they lovers? Or siblings? A relationship of support? Or father and daughter? I can't figure it out. Shitai can't figure it out. I can only hope that my body is strong enough to let this man vent his anger. Just as if I was venting my anger. Su Bei was not polite. After all, he had been hit so many times. So it was not too much to hit him back. And Su Bei just had some experience. So he could practice with Shitai. Su Bei stepped forward steadily and stretched out a hand. The gray aura in his palm condensed. And the rich death rules had already taken shape. It can be seen that the moves were exactly the same as those performed by the god on the sky. This was the result of Su Bei's secret learning. Su Bei didn't know the name of the move. But the prototype of the move was a death move, which was a serious means of transcendence. The complete move should be considered a divine skill. Su Bei named it Yanlin, which means that when this palm falls, annihilation will come. By the way, it is homophonic with the word Lin, which is a commemoration of Lin teaching him a move. With Su Bei's naming method, it can be considered as racking his brains to come up with such a normal name. I just hope that Lin can be a little more tolerant of him after knowing this name. It can be seen that as the palm falls, the entire blood-colored field encounters a touch of gray, like spring snow, dissolving and annihilating at a speed that can be detected by the naked eye. Unstoppable. The gray gas hit Shitai's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Crack. With a sound, the gray began to cover Shitai's head, and instantly annihilated Shitai's blood-red hair. Facing Su Bei's move, Shitai's mouth, which was slightly open due to confusion, never closed from the beginning. And her eyes looking at Su Bei were obviously afraid and panicked. Shitai fell into a breakdown, and her inner world had changed greatly compared to the beginning. Her body kept shaking, and she let Yanlin fall without resistance. Then, there was a sound of glass breaking. The bloody domain collapsed and shattered. Shitai knelt down in front of Su Bei, panicking, and there was a clear flattering look in his eyes when he looked at Su Bei. Su Bei's eyes were calm. There was no Shitai in his sight. When his palm fell, the gray aura disappeared, leaving only 5 fingers gently tapping Shitai's shoulders. Not loud or noisy, without a trace of murderous intent. He did not kill Shitai, but patted Shitai's shoulders very calmly, as if to comfort a small pet that was shaking constantly because of fear, and then passed Shitai, as casually as if he had abandoned a toy. The main reason why Su Bei did this was because Shitai's domain was broken. This caused Su Bei and Shitai to switch ground positions and land among many crew members. When Su Bei's palm fell on Shitai's shoulder, this oppressive action, like an evil demon oppressing a good girl, was seen by all the crew members. This included Jasmine. This was not good. In Su Bei's memory, Jasmine had always been that innocent little girl, which caused Su Bei to have a little idle burden in front of Jasmine and couldn't help but be ruthless in front of her. So when Su Bei's palm fell, the annihilation had been cancelled, and the gray gas did not fall on Shitai at all. But being watched by Jasmine was not a good thing. Fortunately, Su Bei reacted very quickly. He passed Shitai at this moment, dragged Shitai's neck with one hand, and then stretched out his other hand to accurately grab the confused Alyssa from the crowd. Just like a lowly control can always accurately arrest a lowly, Su Bei arrested Alyssa so easily and naturally, just like a cat catching a mouse. The embarrassing escape was a matter of the last second, and the next second Su Bei showed his elegance. At this moment, Su Bei dragged the bloody Queen Shitai with one hand, and stood beside Jasmine with a calm expression, without any panic. This is the usefulness of Alyssa. Hey, sir, you left me so irresponsibly, and you took me away so irresponsibly. Isn't it too irresponsible? Alyssa stared at Su Bei with resentment. Su Bei humbly accepted the evaluation and nodded calmly, but his eyes never moved. But he always looked at Jasmine, and said perfunctorily, "I change it next time." Seeing Jasmine anxiously exploring everywhere, constantly using her semi-god skills to search the land inch by inch, bumping around like a headless fly, Su Bei couldn't help but feel guilty. After Jasmine was busy, she started a fierce conversation with Gluttony. Unconsciously, a few drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. She looked serious, and was reasoning and thinking in an orderly manner to deduce Su Bei's origins. Su Bei smiled slightly. He rarely saw Jasmine so serious. Very interesting. Right? Let's go. Su Bei retracted his gaze, and said to Alyssa calmly, "Hee hee. Do you want to go home with me now?" "Uncle, Suddenly, Su Bei's body trembled. His expression froze instantly, and his movements froze. At some point, Alyssa and Shi Tai were already asleep in Su Bei's sight. Then who was the person who spoke? Su Bei was sweating profusely. Is it still interesting? Su Bei didn't think so now. Chapter 410 Meeting with Lin. Some people say that the separation of the last second is for the reunion in the future. But it is not clear that the future is the next second. The pressure and inexplicable emotion surged into his heart, making Su Bei's movements slightly stiff and his expression slightly frozen. Su Bei looked back calmly. In front of him, the Lolita in Gothic children's clothes loosened her windbreaker with her right hand, and then put her hands behind her back. Without saying a word, just squinting her eyes and staring at Su Bei. Her eyebrows and eyes curved like crescents, and she kept a smile with her lips pursed, like a large action figure, motionless. This is Lin. Su Bei has complicated feelings for Lin. Their previous encounter was half about making things difficult for each other, and half about using each other. Even if they went back to the past to blur history, it was just to get rid of the future difficulties. It's not necessarily a favor, but I owe her more anyway. It was Su Bei who approached Lin without permission, and it was also Su Bei who took the initiative to leave Lin. According to this logic, even if Lin had complaints about her, Su Bei would not find it strange. But Lin did not blame him, but was extremely grateful to him. Perhaps it was because she had suffered too much before. So it was like this. After 9 points of suffering, even if there was only 1 point of sweetness, Lin would regard it as a treasure and magnify this gratitude infinitely. As a result, Su Bei felt that he owed something. So he avoided seeing him all the time. Because, in fact, Su Bei could do better. But Su Bei did not do so, but took the simplest and most effective way. After a long silence, Su Bei took the lead in avoiding his sight and greeted calmly, "Long time no see." "That's it? You evil disciple. Why don't you kneel when you see your master?" Lin humped twice and walked around Su Bei on tiptoe. From time to time, she glanced at Jasmine, blinked slightly, and nodded thoughtfully. Su Bei didn't answer, but asked casually, "Why are you so casual when you descend from the sky? Is there no price?" "It's not a proper descent from the sky, because I project my consciousness through the fragments of my soul in your body. Maybe my strength is not as good as yours, but it's not easy to get down. So I paid a price." Lin responded with a smile. "What price?" Su Bei asked. "A tiny, insignificant price." Lin didn't explain, but raised her palm, pinched a tiny gap between her thumb and index finger, squinted her eyes through the gap, and gestured to Su Bei. Su Bei nodded calmly and fell silent again. Perhaps he had nothing to say. Or perhaps he had too much to say and didn't know where to start. "How have you been recently?" Su Bei asked casually. "Not bad." Lin nodded. "That's good." Su Bei nodded. Lin lowered her head slightly, as if looking at her toes, and secretly looked at Su Bei's expression with her peripheral vision, and said softly, "But except for the uncle, no one has ever given Lin a lollipop since then." This sentence revealed a message. Lin already knew that Su Bei was the little cat who was with her. This was not difficult for Lin to detect. Observing the soul was one of the most skilled powers of death, and it could most intuitively recognize the essence and differences of each person. So when Lin saw Su Bei on the sky, she recognized all of Su Bei's vests. This is also the reason why Lin's resentment flashed after she saw Su Bei, and they became close after that. Lin's seemingly casual greeting made the atmosphere solidify again. Fortunately, Su Bei is better at reading the atmosphere. Su Bei frowned, inserted his right hand into the omniscient code, and fumbled for a moment, then pulled out his palm with a little effort. He pulled out a lollipop covered with saliva. He handed it over. "Here, fresh ones." Lin was silent, her eyes slightly raised. She looked at Su Bei repeatedly, then lowered her head to look at the crystal saliva dripping from the lollipop. The smile on her face was a little forced. She couldn't help shaking her head. No. Lin is no longer a child. Whose child still eats lollipops when he grows up? You eat it. Su Bei nodded, opened his mouth, and was about to put it in. Lin's eyes widened suddenly. You evil beast. Don't. Swoosh. With a sound. Suddenly, Su Bei felt a gust of cold wind blowing, and the hair on his body instantly stood up. The wind stopped. Su Bei's right hand was empty, and he looked up. He saw Lin still standing there. But the lollipop had been stuffed into Lin's mouth. And Lin looked at Su Bei with confusion in her eyes. Chewing the lollipop, that was obviously not right with her dissatisfaction. Lin was thinking if she didn't eat it, would the uncle really eat it? This was obviously a lollipop that had been bitten by some strange animal. It was so strange. And it smelled like pear blossoms. But Su Bei really didn't notice this. In fact, Su Bei didn't know whether the lollipop had been bitten by someone. But he noticed Lin's strength. Lin's strength was not as weak as she said. Su Bei thought he couldn't keep up with the speed of taking the lollipop. But it wasn't much faster. Maybe it was at the same level as the god of freedom. Isn't this delicious? Su Bei smiled slightly. Lin chewed the lollipop and stared at Su Bei with a little resentment. Humph. After saying a word, he still didn't speak. In this way, Su Bei didn't speak either. He pulled the heavens chain tied to Alyssa and sat aside. Calmly looked at Jasmine, who was sighing. Without saying a word. At this moment, Jasmine completely gave up guessing Su Bei's origins and turned to guessing Alyssa's origins. Although she didn't know Su Bei for the time being, she still knew Alyssa and planned to find traces of Su Bei through this line. It can only be said that she was very smart. Su Bei thought so and was suddenly stunned. First, footsteps sounded, accompanied by scattered lowly milk fragrance coming towards Su Bei. Before Su Bei came back to his senses, Lin sat up right beside him, keeping the same chin-holding action with Su Bei. Uncle, you just don't want to chat with me? Lin asked with her eyes downcast. A loneliness that others could not see flashing across her face. Then she followed Su Bei's gaze, and her lost mood suddenly disappeared. Her eyes curved. She looked at Jasmine with a look of intimacy. She was very close to Jasmine. And it was the same before and now. Not really. I just don't know how to start. Su Bei denied calmly. He has always been like this. Then, it's my turn to speak? Lin looked sideways. Her eyes condensed. She lost her original disguise of gentleness and virtuousness, and began to exude a little aggression and oppression. It was like a Lolita who was about to ride on the head of a Lolita control and act wildly, which was really against the will of heaven and lawlessness. Su Bei swallowed his saliva and did not dare to answer. The pressure was too great. The pressure from the god of life on Su Bei was so great that Su Bei could not recover for a long time. But now it seems that it is not as good as the god of death. The type is different, but the pressure is similar. I give you 3 choices. Lin stretched out her hand, thrust it forcefully in front of Su Bei's eyes, and pulled back a finger. First, you take the initiative to follow me. Take anyone you want to take with you, and go to my kingdom of God with me. I want you. And Jasmine. 2. You can also take the half-dead wisdom. Anyway, no matter how many more people you take, it's all fine. In my kingdom of God, I'm not afraid of any reckoning. I'm not afraid of fate targeting me. Su Bei had no psychological burden to eat for free. A way to live safely until the end of the world has appeared. With Lin's protection, maybe even the end of the world will not fall on Su Bei's head, and he will be stopped by Lin. This is a good choice. Jasmine should be happy if she knows it. Right? Su Bei thought so, staring at the sky, and shook his head seriously. There are many reasons to agree, and disagreeing is just because it is unfair to Jasmine, and even more so to Lilizi. He first agreed to cooperate with Lilizi, so he can't break his promise. Okay, if that's the case, then I give you a second choice. Lin retracted her second finger and said forcefully, I will take you away. I will take you away. And only you. If you ignore Jasmine and stay at my place, fate will not target you, and other gods will not settle accounts with you. You will become my only favored god, and I will share all the faith given to me by believers with you. You will become a quasi-god of death. In my kingdom of God, you will be the second death, a false god who can protect himself even when facing gods. This doesn't look like a negotiation. This is forced. This is kidnapping. This may be Lin's final bottom line. Even if it is a bottom line, Lin has left Su Bei with a lot of dignity. Su Bei said calmly, listen to the third one. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and the indifference in Su Bei's eyes disappeared, and a tremor appeared in his eyes. I saw Lin swept away the previous strong, slowly retracted a single finger, clasped the hem of Su Bei's windbreaker, and said in a calm tone, very sure, take me with you. Since you already have wisdom by your side, it's normal to have another death. I have my own means of hiding. I can also hide my identity. I can even build a small dark room for you and Jasmine to meet. The specific effect is that you can't be observed by fate. These are all additional items. I have many uses. And my role is no less than wisdom. I just think we haven't seen each other for a long time. And we shouldn't have just these few words. Since I met you. I definitely can't just let it go. As she spoke, Lin hooked Su Bei's collar hard and pulled Su Bei to her front. Her wine-red eyes glared fiercely, like a kitten about to pounce on its prey. You should still remember what you did secretly with Lin on those nights. Right? I'm not going to forgive you so easily. I'm still reasonable now. If you don't compensate me well, I don't want to be reasonable anymore. Su Bei was stunned. Lin's breathing was slightly disordered, hiding her pounding heart. This third request is Lin's ultimate goal. And Lin has a reason for proposing these three choices. These are the three choices Lin gave based on Su Bei's identity. If Su Bei was just an uncle, Lin would be good to Su Bei. But there are many ways to be good. She can also choose a rough and tough way to keep Su Bei, which is the origin of the second request. She always remembers that the uncle would always take her to do all kinds of things in the name of doing good for her. Those painful and happy nights are still vivid in Lin's memory. If Su Bei was just a kitten, Lin would still be good to him. She would give the kitten the best treatment, meet all the kitten's needs, and accompany the kitten silently, just like the kitten accompanied her. But Su Bei is not just an uncle, nor is he just a kitten. Two completely different forms, carrying the same consciousness. If this is the case, Lin would not be willing to let him go. She would not be willing to put any pressure on Su Bei, because the uncle is a cat. This truth is a sure kill for Lin. Lin said such arrogant words, with an overly strong posture and domineering actions. But Su Bei could clearly feel the tension from Lin's slightly trembling palms. Maybe she was afraid of being rejected? What would happen if she rejected Lin? Su Bei didn't want to know the answer after the rejection. Su Bei rejected Lin countless times, and finally decided to agree to this one. Su Bei looked over and met Lin's burning gaze for a moment, then nodded calmly. It will be troublesome. Is it okay? Hearing this, Lin's movements froze slightly. It was hard to imagine that a god with a very indifferent nature would have such a humane behavior. People will eventually be trapped in their lives by things that they cannot obtain because of their youth. The same is true for gods. Lin exhaled hard, exhaled a long breath of clear air, then loosened her fingertips, swung her legs leisurely, and said with a slightly raised tone, I guarantee it. What I am most afraid of is trouble. This was the first meeting between Su Bei and Lin. At this moment, the two sat side by side. Lin glanced at Su Bei's face from time to time, trying to remember this brief moment. Su Bei glanced at Jasmine from time to time, occasionally looking at Lin sideways, and then quickly looked away. Why are you looking at me? Su Bei frowned. Lin was stunned for a moment, retracted her gaze, and asked in confusion, Can I look? Su Bei was silent, hesitant to speak, and shook his head again. That's not the case. It's just weird. The main reason is that Su Bei has never experienced such a lowly. Jasmine has been shy since she was a child, and she only looks at her secretly a few times. And she never stares at Su Bei. Not to mention Lilizi. She didn't even have him in her eyes. Lin is really unique. By the way, I teach you something, Lin suddenly said. Su Bei looked sideways. Lin slightly raised her head, raised her hand, and waved her right hand at the air in front of Su Bei. Her right hand slapped out gray particles, annihilating everything that the palm touched, even the space. This move was exactly the one Su Bei had learned secretly. But Lin's movements were slower, intentionally showing the details in front of Su Bei more carefully. Su Bei was stunned. He only heard Lin whispering, Have you learned it? Uncle, I can actually teach you anything in person. There's no need to learn secretly. Su Bei nodded, and couldn't help but think of his wonderful naming, and mentioned it casually. Does it have a name? Lin shook her head. It's just the force technique and the application of rules. There's no name. I did give it a good name. Lin looked over. It's called Yan Lin. After a moment of silence, Lin licked his lips. And for a moment, he didn't know how to reply. He looked around for a moment and asked again, Uncle, are you cursing me to death? Su Bei was stunned, as if he had just thought of this, and looked around randomly, smiling awkwardly. After racking his brains, Su Bei quickly made amends. I was just joking. Actually, it's called Black Hand. Lin was silent again, looking at Su Bei with eyes full of shock. This is Su Bei's art of naming. Chapter 411 Soul Lock. The more connections and fetters there are, the more obvious the fate line will be. Su Bei knows this truth very well, so he avoids the crowd and hides his tracks. But it seems that the situation is not good at present. Su Bei's tracks have appeared too many times. If the goddess of fate is interested in searching, she may be able to easily capture the weirdness in the long river of fate. At that time, Su Bei will usher in the biggest reckoning. First of all, it can be confirmed that fate will definitely erase him. The Statue of Liberty and fate seem to be wearing the same pants, and they probably won't let him go. Finally, there may be the goddess of luck whose presence is a little weak. If the three gods are determined to target Su Bei together, Su Bei will not be able to resist no matter what. This is not a good sign. Su Bei explained in this way, and gave Lin a brief introduction to the current situation. Isn't this simple? Can't I just kill you? Lin extended her index finger, and gave a reasonable suggestion. Su Bei was stunned, his eyes fixed on Lin for several seconds, and he couldn't help but say, the suggestion is not to suggest it first. Listen to me first. Uncle. The body and soul are allowed to be separated here with Lin. As long as Uncle is willing to die, Lin can guarantee that your soul will be safe and sound, will not enter the cycle of life and death, will not be destroyed by anyone, will not die or disperse. Su Bei was silent, not replying as an answer. Then there is no way. Lin sighed. If those guys shamelessly use their power, even if I come in my real body, I can't save you. Even the premise of protecting you is difficult to establish. Because once Lin comes, the uncle will be dead the first time he sees me. That is irreversible death. Such a big gap makes Su Bei even too lazy to think about that kind of picture. The gap is indeed too obvious. The gap between the demigod before and the demigod is like a chasm. But compared with every realm after the demigod, this gap is so small that it can be ignored. In the eyes of transcendence, there is no difference between demigods and those below demigods. And the level of life has long lost its meaning in transcendence. Because legendary life is just a ticket to transcendence. The descendants of mythology only have a few innate advantages in this realm. In the eyes of quasi-gods, transcendence is just an ant. Su Bei still cannot react to the whip of the Tree of Life. It has survived since the ancient mythological era and is still an extremely powerful mythical creature. I think the gap between quasi-gods and pseudo-gods will only be greater. Not to mention gods. Then be careful, and don't get caught. Su Bei said so, lightly turning the topic over. Seeing this, Lin did not continue to talk, but swung his feet, looked at the people in front of him, and changed the subject, saying, Uncle, who are these people? Hearing this, Su Bei looked at the crew of the Li Li Zi, pointed at them one by one, and introduced their identities to Lin. The Flame Demon Clan. Cain is a self-acquainted, 5th level quasi-demigod. He is so ugly. Su Bei pointed at the little transparent man in black clothes in the distance. Lancelot William, the king character, is said to have amazing potential. Really, you're lucky enough to be able to take a step above demigod. Su Bei continued to introduce. After this period of time, he recognized everyone's name. When Su Bei pointed to one of them and introduced him, Lin showed a look of obvious surprise. Lan, a time traveler, abandoned by the gods, unable to improve her strength. I agree with this. too. Lin was stunned, looked over, and narrated in amazement. She has a very special characteristic. She can borrow the power of her contracted teammates to achieve a state of aggregation, and gain very terrifying power in a short period of time. But she shouldn't be a time traveler. Her soul imprint has always been on this continent. It is independent and complete. Nothing special. Su Bei was stunned, frowning. It's just that her soul has been tampered with. What exactly? Su Bei asked. Seeing Su Bei's serious gaze, Lin's eyes flashed deep gray and black. And she used some power. Specifically, her memory was modified by someone. The modification method is quite amazing. It is at the soul level, probably planted at birth. This method of manipulating soul memory can only come from death. Su Bei fell into thought. But I have no intersection with her. She is the work of the previous death. Things are getting weird. Is it Lan? Or are all the other time travelers like this? Why do we need to create such an individual? Su Bei pointed at himself and looked sideways. Then what about me? Lin blinked and said in confusion. Uncle is uncle. Soul. Su Beiji quickly replied. Has my soul been modified? Lin hesitated, shook her head slightly at first, but stopped moving unsurely, then squinted and got close to Su Bei's eyes, looking at him straight. Being too close, Su Bei tilted his head back slightly, looking at Lin's puzzled look, feeling a little uneasy. The uncle's soul is indeed different from all the souls Lin has seen. The reason why Lin can see through the uncle's disguise at a glance is because the uncle's soul is too unique. The soul is complete and has not changed. The only strange thing is that there seems to be a lock on the uncle's soul. Lock? Su Bei's pupils slightly opened, slightly puzzled. It's a lock. Lin nodded. A very special lock. A big lock locked your heart. But the strange thing is that your ventricle is empty. Uncle. Su Bei was stunned and touched his left chest. His original heart was shattered in the White Dragon Mountains. And now this heart is planted by the seed of life. In other words, he lost the lock. Su Bei did not extend his association and continued to ask about the current situation. Can you tell what is locked? Lin shook her head. I can't tell. Maybe it's memory. Maybe it's emotion. Maybe part of the soul essence. Or even power. Can it be unlocked? Su Bei asked. Lin shook her head again. So, Su Bei did not ask any more questions. But this became an indelible knot in Su Bei's heart. Where there is a lock, there is a key. The lock is lost. So where would the key be? Su Bei thought so, and sighed softly. Chapter 412: The Century Battle between Lilizi and Lin. At this moment, Lilizi's house was in a mess. Hee hee. You evil creature. We meet again. Where can you escape to now? Lin, with her hands in a wave shape, approached Lilizi, constantly dodging the oncoming pillows, quilts, underwear, socks, panties. Ah! Are you provoking Lilizi? I'm not afraid of you. Lilizi threw away all the objects she could get in her hands, and kept fleeing backwards to avoid them. She leaned against the wall behind her, and finally had no way to avoid it. If you dare to approach the great Lilizi again, I won't be polite. You little bastard. It's hard to imagine that Lilizi, who is nearly 1.5 meters tall, can be frightened by Lin, who is just over 1 meter tall, and keeps retreating. She has been forced into a corner. Hee hee. How can you be rude? If you get caught by me, I will really eat you this time. Lin threatened Lilizi, and was about to touch Lilizi. But Lilizi closed her eyes, gritted her teeth and jumped up, mustered up the courage to pick up the quilt under her feet and covered Lin. Seizing the opportunity, he bit Lin's forehead. The scene fell into silence. There is a saying that goes, it's not that I won't take revenge. It's just that the time has not come yet. Even Lin didn't expect Lilizi to be so cruel. Lin hesitated as she felt the intense pain from the 2 huge tooth marks on her head. After a while, 2 traces of blood dripped down. The blood that flowed down made Lin unable to breathe. She shouted intermittently, "Let go. You evil beast. Let go. I'm going to be angry. I'm really going to be angry." But Lilizi still didn't let go. Instead, she took a few more bites like chewing a lollipop. Chewing, wriggling, suppressing, all in one go. Lin was angry, grabbed Lilizi's arm, and opened her mouth to leave 2 rows of big teeth marks. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. At the door of the house, Su Bei kept a pair of dead fish eyes, neither going in nor out. Now I regret it very much. I shouldn't have let Lilizi and Lin meet. At this moment, Lilizi and Lin were wrestling in a ball, and the scene was extremely tense. It can be said that when the chickens and eggs are broken, the dogs will jump over the wall, and the situation is very good. It is hard to imagine that Lilizi, who has a height advantage of nearly 1.5 meters, can only fight Lin, who is only a little over 1 meter tall, to a draw. This scene not only stunned Su Bei, but also stunned Alyssa, who had a very low sense of existence, and Shi Tai, who was trembling. There are news records that a certain unofficial history recorded this cross-era meeting. It is called shock. Wisdom and death have a group sex in bed. Because of this? And why the scene happened? We have to go back half an hour ago. November 12th. The Lilizi took a short break and planned to rush into the Blood Castle today. They decided to open the secret realm and leave the island. This was good news for Su Bei, because this island was not worth staying for him. While the other crew members were organizing the group, Su Bei was interrogating Shi Tai, who was arrested not long ago, to get reliable information. while the Duke of Gloucester was organizing the team. Su Bei didn't think much and planned to take the group into Li Lizi's room. Before entering the room, Su Bei vaguely remembered that Lin and Li Lizi had a conflict before. Specifically, when Lin first entered the Plague Continent, she caught Li Lizi and was attacked by Li Lizi, who kicked her in front of Su Bei. Su Bei thought that if he didn't communicate in advance, Li Lizi might be scared by Lin because of her timid nature. So on the way to Li Lizi's room, Su Bei and Lin repeatedly emphasized and explained it specifically. Lin, uncle? I will go to someone else's room when the time comes. She? Lin was about to speak but stopped in a hurry, and then glanced around, revealing a warning look, which was very scary. On Lin's right, the bloody Queen Shitai was forced by Lin to change into a blood-red maid outfit, with both hands humbly placed in front of her waist, a collar tied around her neck, and the rope extending from the collar was held in Lin's palm. After being swept by Lin's eyes, Shitai's legs trembled, and she looked at him tremblingly. What's wrong? Live, father. Nothing. Continue to repent devoutly. Living Daddy is Lin's new code name. Lin nodded. She was very satisfied with Shitai's taming. It took her only half a day to train him to this state. On the left, Alyssa always maintained an expression of despair, with a confused vision. The girl next to her was the bloody Queen Shitai. The child in front of her was a big shot who could tame the bloody queen. The big shot surrounded the mysterious man in the windbreaker like a pet. The mysterious man in the windbreaker liked to spy on Jasmine the most, even regardless of the occasion. So who is this mysterious man in the windbreaker? Perverted girl killer? Alyssa showed a horrified expression, and her eyes were full of shock when she looked at Su Bei, and her eyes were filled with tears of humiliation unconsciously. She knew that she couldn't run away, because she saw such a horrible truth with her own eyes. Will she be completely exploited by this mysterious organization and become a worker for life? Moreover, Alyssa lowered her head, and there was a silver thread heaven's lock, a gray thread, and a red thread wrapped around her left wrist. The other end of the thread was tied to the wrist of Su Bei and the other two. She has completely become a tool. What kind of terrorist organization is this? Seeing Lin's gaze, Alyssa shook her head mechanically. Her eyes were like a pool of dead water, and she looked like a salted fish that was about to be castrated. Lin was relieved. This strange girl was completely broken. Seeing this, Lin retracted her gaze and nodded to Su Bei. I know. So is there anything Lin needs to pay attention to? We must get along well, Su Bei said calmly. I take care of it. Lin smiled. Leave it to me later. Uncle, please don't interfere. I start with some fun, and use it to get closer to that lady and resolve the conflict. I won't make it difficult for you. Su Bei nodded. I hope so. Lin thought so until she entered the house. But when Lin realized that Li Lizi's soul was that of a pure 16-year-old child, she unconsciously had some mischievous thoughts. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her expression was a little exaggerated. It was like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit. However, she had never expected that Li Lizi would be so easily frightened. When two bloody marks flowed down her forehead, Lin had long forgotten all her promises. So much so that she was now so anxious that she had to fight Li Lizi to the death. At this moment, the two of them fought fiercely with their pure melee abilities, and invisibly opened up a very special area around them, making it difficult for Su Bei and the other two at the door to get in. This is probably the dual field that belongs only to Lolita, and adults are not allowed to step into it. Bite you to death. 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 Evil beast. I'm going to fight you. Bite you to death. Bite you to death. Bite you to death. Bite you to death. Evil beast. Snap. A pair of white pantyhose hit Su Bei's eye socket. It was hard to tell whose it belonged to. Su Bei clenched his fist. Then, a kitchen knife stabbed into the wooden door frame on the side of Su Bei's face. Su Bei's face turned black. Then, a tabby cat was smashed into Su Bei's forehead with a horrified expression, leaving 3 claw marks on Su Bei's head. Su Bei laughed angrily and stepped forward, beating wisdom and death. Now, Chapter 413. Jasmine is missing. What to do if the child is disobedient? Just give him a beating. It's a bit exaggerated to say that he was beaten, but Su Bei did handle the interpersonal relationship between Li Lizi and Lin very well, and forced the two to sign a friendly mutual assistance agreement with a tough attitude. Specifically, Whoever started the fight first would be hit by Su Bei. The intimidation effect was very significant. At least Li Lizzie and Lin were honest. Inside the house, you can see Li Lizzie and Lin sitting on the bench face to face, with a symmetrical big bump on their heads at the same time, staring at each other fiercely. In front of them was a chessboard, which was a chess that Su Bei had specially reproduced from memory. As we all know, chess is a way to cultivate one's character and is most suitable for dispersing energy. And it can also help to vent the emotions of the two. Hit your horse. Hit your horse. Hit your horse. Li Lizzie muttered. That's enough. Are you a primary school student? Lin gritted her teeth and moved the car to eat the cannon. I still hit your horse. I still hit your horse. Li Lizzie continued to mutter. Okay. Now you have no cannon. Lin put away the two cannons, and the action of raising her hand froze in the air, clenched her right hand, and closed her eyes. It was because of the 4 words that Li Lizzie said that she almost broke down. Your horse is not hot either. Li Lizzie raised her eyebrows, snatched the chess piece from Lin's hand, and arranged it again. Enough. Your cannon is dead. Can you stop cheating? Lin gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and there was a fire burning in her eyes. I resurrected it, Li Lizzie said naturally. Lin clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, resisting the killing intent, and said word by word. Are you stupid? How can a chessboard be resurrected? So you can't do that? Li Lizzie continued to ask. Lin was stunned, frowned, threw down the chess piece, rolled up her sleeves, and shouted, Do you want to fight? You bastard. Li Lizzie doesn't bully children. Anyway, children can't afford to play and then call their parents. Li Lizzie won't argue with children. Li Lizzie raised her eyebrows and didn't even look at Lin. You bastard. Lan Mao. I must ride on your head and teach you a lesson today, so that you know who is the boss. Lin slapped the table, stood on the table and looked down at Li Lizzie, with a stern look and fierce expression. But who would have thought that at the moment when Lin stood on the chessboard, Li Lizzie had already run to Su Bei's side, pulled Su Bei's sleeve, and then pointed with her right hand, poking at the position where Lin was standing, complaining, Look, she is teasing Su Bei. She wants to hit me, which violates the rules you set. You can't be fickle. She wants to hit me. She wants to hit me. Lin fell into silence, and the tough action of standing on the table obviously exposed her behavior just now. Lin's lips trembled slightly as she hesitated to speak, but she didn't know where to start to defend herself. You dog apprentice. She bullied me. This is the wisdom of Li Lizzie. The 3 plans of provoking with words, transferring hatred, and parents beating on her behalf were completed in one go, playing with Lin in the palm of her hand. Although the result was just as Su Bei saw, the process was all wrong. Su Bei was not an idiot. He sighed and stretched out his right hand. Bang bang. 2 punches. A big bump appeared on the heads of the 2 again. It formed a symmetrical pattern with the previous big bag. If you keep arguing, you will be sent home one by one. Now Li Lizzie and Lin were completely obedient. After reconciling the conflict between the 2, Su Bei turned his head, continued to interrogate the bloody Queen Shitai. Continue. Shitai maintained a humble posture, knelt in front of Su Bei in a maid uniform, and nodded continuously. Yes. Yes. The secret realm had many secret mechanisms that were difficult to understand and study at the beginning, and we violently dismantled them all within a few hundred years. Shitai nodded tremblingly and said hurriedly. Then they disappeared on their own. Su Bei frowned. Nothing was left? On me. Shitai pointed at himself. For hundreds of years, the 4 of us, the strongest blood clan except Badong, coveted the inheritance in the secret realm in order to go further. So we borrowed the power of the blood ancestor and seized the power in a tough manner. My power, which was divided into 2, comes from the inheritance of death. Hearing this, Su Bei lost interest in the secret realm and turned to look at the central area of the blood castle, and said calmly, What's in the middle of the castle? Badong, the pure-blooded descendant of the blood ancestor, is our boss. Shitai hesitated. Please explain it clearly. It is said that there are some secrets hidden, but we can't get in because Badong is the gatekeeper. What's the island about? Su Bei continued to ask. This island is the base camp of the Blood Clan, a broken kingdom of God, and you can enter but not leave. Unless Badong allows, no one can leave. It seems that the role of the Bloody Queen, Shitai, is not as great as Su Bei imagined. What secrets does he have about Wilgard? Su Bei asked again. Shitai suddenly fell silent. Su Bei looked up and saw Shitai trembling all over, but still keeping her lips tightly shut and not saying a word. She was very scared. What was she afraid of? This concerns the entire vampire race. I can't say it. I will die if I tell it. Hearing this, Su Bei looked at Lin. Shitai trembled even more. Hearing this, Lin in the distance glanced over and said lightly, "She didn't lie. She will die if she tells it. But I've only heard rumors about the blood ancestor. Blue hair should know this better." As she spoke, Lin looked at the bed and saw that Li Lizi had already laid out the omniscient codex and was about to get into the kingdom of God on all fours. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. You guys continue chatting. When the time comes, the big bat will eat you one by one. When the grass under grave is 3 meters high next year, Li Lizi will help you water and fertilize it. It can be considered as returning to the old business. After all, Li Lizi has been watering Su Bei for a whole year, and her skills are very skilled. Lin looked at Su Bei helplessly. Su Bei sighed and grabbed Li Lizi's right foot. Ah! Feeling the feeling of being in the air. Li Lizi blinked in confusion. Then Su Bei gently pulled Li Lizi upside down, and suddenly froze. I saw a big foot kicking straight into his eyes. Pervert. Where am I looking? Bang. Su Bei looked at Li Lizi, who was ready and retreating with her arms crossed, with a panda eye, and sighed. Is it possible that you were wearing pants today? Li Lizi was stunned, scratched her head embarrassedly, then put her hands on her waist and emphasized. Then you are also a pervert. Alyssa brushed her presence and nodded quickly to show her approval. Li Lizi's eyes were erratic, and she said, Don't pry into other people's private affairs for no reason. The blood ancestor must be alive. It's better to have less trouble than more. Whether you can leave this island has nothing to do with this secret. At this moment, the ship suddenly flashed red lights. Red, yellow and blue overlapping. Even cool. Then the red alarm sounded and the broadcast came. Attention! Attention! The team exploring the bloody castle was annihilated. Annihilated? It is more dangerous than imagined. And it must not be fought by force. Only demigods can intervene. Now that the fog has dissipated, the Li Lizi can choose to evacuate temporarily and borrow external forces to conquer the island. According to the two plans, all demigods on the ship are now asked to gather and vote to decide whether to gather and attack the castle or evacuate the island temporarily. Now announce the list of missing persons. Marcos, Cersei Lannister Baratheon, Nicole, Maeve, Jasmine, Elaine. In the house, breathing suddenly became rapid. It is hard to tell whether it is panting or snorting. Chapter 414 No Rush. Su Bei paused, looked up, and looked at the broadcasting station. Listen to me. Don't rush. Li Lizi's face turned pale, and she quickly pulled Su Bei. No rush. Su Bei nodded. But I need you to help this time. No rush. Let me calculate first. Li Lizi pinched her thumb and index finger to calculate. And suddenly her body stiffened, and her pupils widened. She didn't calculate what Jasmine's current condition was, but she calculated that Su Bei was gone. So she quickly hooked her hand, grabbing towards Su Bei. Failed to catch where Su Bei stood. The solid figure was crushed by Li Lizi. This was the remnant of the shadow. Li Lizi, jumped up in a hurry and hit her head on the bed, shouting, I'm going to get hurt. It's over. At the same time, Lin frowned slightly, as if she had sensed something, and the bloody queen lowered her head a little, and her body trembled violently. It seemed that she had encountered something that was about to happen. Only Alyssa looked around blankly with a confused face. At this moment, Su Bei stood at the bow of the Li Lizi, facing the bloody castle in the center of the island, and stepped on the tiptoe. The center of the island is 100 miles away from the Li Lizi. At a normal walking speed, it takes a full 20 hours to get there. This is the data that Su Bei and Alyssa walked step by step when exploring the island. But it can also be 2 breaths. When the first breath fell, the other demigods on the Li Lizi had just gathered and were discussing countermeasures. Suddenly, the whole ship shook, and then the bow pressed down heavily. What's going on? What about the tsunami? Should we fight? If we do, how should we fight? It's not easy to fight. It's really not easy to fight. When the second breath fell, the vibration shifted from the Li Lizi to the entire island. The wind pressure came first, The gate of the castle in the center of the island was concave, which was formed by a strong airflow. But Su Bei was still 50 miles away from the Blood Castle. Then the ground of the island trembled. The explosion was very loud. The time was very short. In an instant, the entire gate collapsed. When the gray-green field colorful light bulbs covered the entire castle, the black hand on Su Bei's hand had already condensed. Before this breath stopped, Su Bei slapped the first palm towards the bloody castle. The palm fell. At this time, only 2 breaths had passed since Su Bei finished saying that he was not in a hurry. Now Su Bei was really not in a hurry, because the black hand fell. The top of the castle was constantly dissolved by gray particles, and the huge bat sculpture was completely turned into flying ash. And according to this trend, it will soon dissolve to the middle layer, revealing the entire interior of the castle. Since Su Bei is not anxious, then someone else will be anxious. The first one to be anxious is Li Lizi. Li Lizi hurriedly pushed Lin beside her and said, "You go to support Su Bei. The blood ancestor is likely not dead. If Badong is in danger of life, the blood ancestor will definitely come, which will definitely attract the attention of fate. Is there any need to support it?" Lin frowned, expressing doubt. The blood ancestor has come, and the uncle exploded all of a sudden. Not to mention fate. Just let me take the uncle away by force. At least nothing will happen. Li Lizi quickly gave a reasonable plan. I will find a way to get Su Bei out. You can just find a reason to beat up the blood ancestor. Remember to act realistically and transfer the conflict to yourself. But what if I can't beat him? Lin asked again. Li Lizi was stunned for a moment, and negotiated, for the sake of that bastard Su Bei. You will just take a beating? It's not impossible. The next one to be anxious was Badong. As an aboriginal who was invaded, Badong had an extremely hard life. There were 2 main reasons for this. First, as a pure-blood descendant of a myth, he had real transcendent combat power and could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand on this island. However, he was severely injured by Lao Lu, who followed the girl during his first hunt and was almost cut off from the waist, almost missing the entire hunting festival. Second, he was recuperating at home, and it was a castle he built himself, so it was reasonable in any way. However, not only did the invaders forcefully break into his castle, but they also threatened to demolish his house, saying they wanted to kill him, refine him, and make him into a magic weapon. This made Badong very angry, and he gave the invaders a lesson, killing a few and letting a few go, which was considered as stockpiling food. Just now, Badong had worked hard to repel the invaders, and was about to enjoy the fruits of victory. As a result, the roof was lifted off before he could even sit down. The disasters that followed one after another made Badong very upset, and he didn't even have the mood to enjoy the food. Seeing this, Badong sighed softly, looked at the beautiful girls in front of him that he had specially chosen to enjoy, and asked calmly, "I have been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I can drink your blood?" No one dared to answer, or no one could answer. Being less than a demigod, it was a luxury for these crew members to even face Badong, let alone open the door to answer. Badong naturally knew this situation. Even if he tried his best to cover up his breath, it would scare these girls to tremble. But before every meal, he still loved to chat with the girls. This is his unique hobby. Badong's favorite program is to watch the girls tremble in front of him, feel the blood in their bodies slowly draining away, until their lives disappear and they completely lose their fear. Wonderful. So wonderful. Wait for me to return. My delicious desserts. Badong stood up calmly, stared at the huge bat sculpture in the center of the castle, and bowed humbly. Immediately, the wings behind him spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and the bloody light occupied the entire castle, reflecting the pale faces of the bound crew members, all of whom were dull, and their eyes were lifeless. The wings flapped, rolling up the bloody rain and falling the bloody wind. The rain fell. The bloody rain was just the law condensed by Badong flapping his wings. This is the domain. His strength has recovered to its peak. We will win. Badong said so and took a step forward. Chapter 415. Mr. Gluttony. Are you sure this road is passable? Sister Bao. I won't joke with our lives. Besides, since I absorbed various hymns, I can already observe the direction by listening to the wind. There is a lot of noise outside. We have to save people while we have time. No problem. In the ventilation duct of the Blood Castle, a group of white unknown creatures was crawling forward. Looking closely, It turned out to be a petite lowly. As she crawled, the hem of the petite lowly kept floating up and down. Whenever she raised her knees regularly, you could always see a blush on her knees. This meant that the white-haired lowly had been crawling for a long time. The white-haired lowly hiding in the ventilation duct was Jasmine. She hid for 3 hours, and finally waited for external help. After hearing the movement, she quietly looked into the depths of the duct and crawled. As for why Jasmine was here, it can only be said that Jasmine was not mentally retarded. Having personally experienced the advent of Badong, Jasmine knew how powerful Badong was. Jasmine didn't think she could help, so she hid in advance without thinking. The fact was just as Jasmine expected. As expected, the whole team went to give up their lives. Thinking of this, Jasmine sighed deeply, rubbed her sore knees, and continued to crawl deeper. Everyone is working hard. It would be a pity to die here. Work hard for what? Gluttony was puzzled and couldn't help cursing. Work hard to kill that big bat? You have reminded them several times to think long term. But those idiots insist on showing off. Gluttony was so excited that his sword was shaking. He suddenly laughed and said sarcastically, "Now it's good. They can go into the oil pan and show off their mummies." Mr. Gluttony, don't be so rude. Molly glared at the magic weapon on her waist, crawled hard in the corridor, and finally saw a ray of light. "We're here. Save people." Molly's eyes were fixed, and she bent down to give an order. "Mr. Gluttony." "Gluttony domain." Gluttony interrupted casually. "This is not the gluttony domain. I just lack jealousy and lust. Sister, you should give me a new name." He. "I think it's better to call it 5 poison powder. It's written like this in popular novels a few centuries ago." "Strange. When did Pride eat it?" Molly was stunned and asked in confusion. Gluttony was also confused and asked back, "Didn't you feed it?" Molly shook her head, then moved her eyes forward and reminded, "Let's talk about it later. Now is not the time to chat." "Yes." Molly looked down from the ventilation pipe and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. There are no guards. Are there any blood moon bats around?" After waiting for half a minute, Gluttony gave the answer through the test. "No. And in Jing. The people tied down below are all women. And the men seem to have been thrown next door to feed the bats. I also found an old friend in the side room next door." "Who?" Molly asked in confusion. "Wilgard." "Wilgard?" Molly repeated. "No. It's Wilgard," Gluttony emphasized. "You have to read it separately because he has been split into 2 halves." Jasmine was stunned. Her eyes slightly condensed. She panted and said slowly, "Save people first. And send everyone out later. And send them to escape from the back door." "What about us?" Gluttony asked again. Jasmine's eyes suddenly moved up, and she said with an ambiguous meaning, "The rescue on the Real Z is not so fast. And every time an order is issued, it takes a long process." "So?" Gluttony was stunned. Jasmine's eyes quickly swept down, touching the palm of her hand. "Sue." He smiled slightly. His eyes seemed to be spinning. Jasmine has a very strange feeling, always imagining that someone is peeping at Jasmine from time to time. As long as Jasmine appears on the deck, this strange feeling will appear. It's like that person is very close, but I can't catch him. But every time Jasmine is in danger, he is always the one who arrives the fastest. It's like he has been secretly accompanying Jasmine. Gluttony thought carefully and asked, "Sister, could it be your imagination? After all, you are old enough to be in heat. Think about it. It's almost spring." The faint smile on Jasmine's face disappeared, and was replaced by a brighter smile. She said in a very gentle tone, "Mr. Gluttony, Jasmine will not find a host body for you for the next year. You are my father. I beg you to let me go." "Shut up, Mr. Gluttony." He. "No matter what. After saving the people, Jasmine will go and see, and you will know." After finishing her words, Jasmine jumped down from the corridor lightly, her body as agile as a rabbit, and stood in front of everyone, looking at the people who looked as pale as death. Jasmine played a hymn with a magic weapon in her hand to boost the morale of everyone. "Everyone, get ready to run." She immediately walked towards the side room, trying her best to encourage the crew members who were sucked dry by blood. Carefully pieced together Wilgard, organized everything in an orderly manner, and escorted the crew members to leave one after another. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, a pair of eyes peeked out from the castle window. "Mr. Gluttony." Now all the power you devour can be integrated. As she spoke, Jasmine also activated the Demon King transformation and Demon King armor at the same time, pulling her hardware to the maximum. The black armor was assembled on Jasmine's body. As Gluttony devoured more magic weapons, the rule power wrapped on the armor became more and more modeled. The complete Jasmine was already able to fight with the demigod with her full strength without unlocking the limiter. But this complete posture is now only used by Jasmine to spy on the battlefield. Because even just watching the battlefield will take all of Jasmine energy. But Jasmine thinks it's worth it. Because she saw it. It's you. The mysterious perverted thief in a windbreaker. Jasmine looked over, puffed up her mouth and gritted her teeth, squinted her eyes, and stared at Su Bei, remembering this figure deeply. In a trance, the hood of the mysterious man slipped off due to the battle, revealing Su Bei's face. Jasmine was stunned. The wind blew slowly, covering the heart beating vigorously in her chest. Do I recognize him? His face was so unfamiliar. Even when he was fighting, his expression did not change much. He had a pair of cold eyes that seemed to have nothing to do with him. He should be very cold. Right? How could such a person have anything to do with Jasmine? Just thinking about dealing with such a person made Jasmine feel that it would be difficult. But shouldn't I recognize him? Jasmine had dreamed of such a scene before. Every time she woke up, she would fall into a trance, wondering whether it was a dream or reality. She just felt a little bit missed. But she didn't know what she was missing. Jasmine suddenly twitched her nose, and used all her strength to puff up her mouth and lift her lower eyelids to cover up the great sadness, which was colder than the wind. The autumn wind has always been lonely, suitable for parting and reunion. The wind in November took away the connection between the two. So will the two meet again in November this year? Chapter 416 Hybrid Illegitimate Child. What is transcendence? Breaking the shackles of the domain and being able to forcibly develop an exclusive domain is a phenomenon that can be created by transcendence. Demigods borrow rules, and transcendence accommodates rules. This is Su Bei's initial understanding. But with Lin's popularization, Su Bei has a deeper understanding of the concept of transcendence. Transcendence can accommodate the domain in oneself and build oneself into a unique domain. After that, every simple move is a demigod skill. In other words, the body of transcendence is constructed by rules. This is also the reason why those below the quasi-demigod level cannot see the transcendence. Because those below the quasi-demigod level cannot understand the rules at all. Only those quasi-demigods who have come into contact with some of the power of the rules, and those demigods who can borrow the complete rules, are qualified to truly see the rules. According to this statement, Su Bei has undoubtedly entered the realm of transcendence, but can only be regarded as the weakest level of transcendence, and should be regarded as a god favor. As the name suggests, a god favor is a god favor, who walks on earth on behalf of the gods, and is a transcendence forcibly piled up by the power of the gods. Normally, the god favor is the weakest of all the transcendence, because the power granted by God is limited. But it is hard to say, because Su Bei is different from other god favors. The power of rules on him is fragmented. The body is constructed by life. The soul is dominated by death. And wisdom is hidden behind the scenes. The right palm tightly grasps the forbidden law, and the left palm dominates the lock of heaven. The power of rules contained is too modeled. One god favor may be slightly weaker than other transcendence. So what about 2? What about 5? This is not as simple as 1 plus 1. This is an exponential explosion. Not to mention that Su Bei's body contains 5 innate gods, and it is their most fundamental power. This rule touches on an extremely profound power order. In other words, Su Bei should be regarded as an unheard of artificial child god. It is a child born from the hybrid of life, death, and wisdom. It is also the nephew of freedom and the Valkyrie. In other words, Su Bei is currently a big monster in transcendence and a little lowly among quasi-gods. After having a concept of his own strength, Su Bei became somewhat lawless. But he was not too arrogant. After all, Badon was also a monster in transcendence. A supermodel pure-blood descendant of myth. Monster versus monster. Who would be better? Su Bei didn't know. And he was too lazy to think about it. Facing the bloody castle, Su Bei raised his eyes. His expression was calm, and his eyes were cold. At this time, the blood rain fell. In the domain, the route is born from the heart, and the heart thinks, and the shadow goes. The blood rain condensed, and thousands of blood moon bats quietly appeared. covering the sky and the sun. Densely packed blood moon bats covered the sky of the island and attacked Su Bei. Blood, bats, pounce, kill, blood moon bat. A blood-colored bench appeared at some point behind them. Badong sat on the bench, smiled cruelly, and squinted his eyes slightly. Do you dare to kill these bats? Look carefully. Among them, there are your companions. Su Bei looked over and could see the faces of some crew members on the Lili Z on the bats' faces. They had scarlet eyes and wings on their backs. It was obvious that their physical had been eroded by some strange rules, and they had become one of the blood moon bats. However, Su Bei remained unmoved. The death rules emitted by the colorful light bulbs suddenly spread, and the places where they came into contact with the blood moon bats were like mosquitoes touching sparks, burning and falling one by one, turning into ashes. Cruel, good to live. You are even more inhumane than me. Badong stood up, attacking Su Bei's heart with his mouth, and taking advantage of Su Bei's relaxation. He attacked and killed him. The next moment, Badong flashed in front of Su Bei and punched him with pure flesh, and the sticky blood turned into a blood-colored boxing glove on Badong's fist. This punch seemed to smash the space, and it also hit Su Bei's internal organs and abdomen. Boom! Su Bei was hit and flew backwards into the air. Badong slowly put away his fist and stood with his hands behind his back. You can kneel down and beg me now, or I will kill everyone on the island, including you. No one can withstand the brute force of the mythical species. Even the giant dragon known for its strength dare not say that it can take it head-on. But Su Bei took it head-on. So Badong thought Su Bei was already seriously injured. With one punch, Badong showed his invincibility. Su Bei retreated in the air and stopped, flying backwards for several miles before he stopped. He wiped the blood from his lips, his face unchanged. You can't kill him. Why? Badong sneered. Because you will die. Su Bei looked calm and stepped forward. Interesting. This was Badong's evaluation of Su Bei. Just you? Su Bei was silent and looked a little distracted. A closer look showed that the heavens chain on his left hand had been shot out at some point, for unknown purposes. Badong grinned cruelly, and when he raised his hand, countless blood on the island condensed. Looking closely, it turned out to be from the wounds of the crew members scratched by the bats. Your companions are all my backup energy. How can you fight me? Why? Do you want to kill them all? Badong raised his hand, and the blood condensed on his fingertips, condensing into a drop of enchanting blood. This drop of blood gathered the power of all the crew members marked by the blood moon bats. Although it was weak, it was comprehensive. It can be called a virus, which can assimilate and invade any rules and use them for its own benefit. Su Bei raised his right hand, and the law of forbidden magic flashed. Blood drops shot out, and the three-color field was invaded in the blink of an eye. The gray, green, and blue colors turned from the starting point of the penetration to a deep red, hitting Su Bei's right hand. Then it was burned. The forbidden magic stopped the drop of blood. But Su Bei was knocked away, and the momentum of flying backwards was extremely strong, smashing the mountains and rivers. In the second confrontation, Su Bei fell into a disadvantage. This is Badong's strength. The title of myth is just a label, and the ability characteristics are the essence. Su Bei is under great pressure, but it is not enough, because Su Bei had spent most of his attention looking for Jasmine. Strange. Su Bei, who was flying backwards in the air, frowned and retracted the heavenly chain that he had released. Since Jasmine was not there, he should just assume that Jasmine was fine. Thinking so, Su Bei steadied his feet, and where he stood, a hint of blue quietly emerged among the two colors of gray and green. This was the wisdom authority that Su Bei rarely used. Not using it, of course, was not because the wisdom authority was not strong enough, but because there was no chance to use it. Facing Badong, Su Bei showed his strongest posture for the first time. The three-color surround made the colorful light bulb even more cool and brilliant. Su Bei looked at it calmly and took a stance. Next, it's your turn to take my punch. Chapter 417 Victory Fantasy. Su Bei started with basic boxing. Gray aura wrapped around the whole palm, and swung it casually. This is a black hand. Just a test move by Su Bei. Gray particles penetrated the blood-colored field, annihilated countless blood-colored bats in front of him, and stretched out to Badong. Childish, Badong said disdainfully, but his evasive action was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, His body broke and reassembled, turning into countless blood and escaping from the blood rain, easily avoiding this black hand. It can be seen that the black hand is extremely powerful but not fast, and it wins by surprise. But after Badong figured out his background, he was no longer a threat. While dodging, Badong kept pointing his fingers at the void. It can be seen that Badong is communicating with his own pure blood and intends to use a killing move inherited from his blood ancestor. But this move did not end. As a player who changed his career, Su Bei's combat EQ is naturally very high. But Su Bei's use of life and death is too superficial and single. Instead, he cannot play his own characteristics well. But wisdom and authority can. Wisdom, this all-encompassing skill library, can satisfy all of Su Bei's current ideas and operations. Before the black hand fell, Su Bei's eyes flashed, and an ice knife pierced out from behind Badong, and a terrifying cold air emerged on the condensed ice crystals. This is a semi-god skill containing the power of the law. Badong's eyes condensed, and the spellcasting action in his hand stopped abruptly. The wings behind him flapped, and he flew down at a very fast speed to avoid the attack from both sides. Being hit by the black hand will hurt, and being hit by this ice knife will make the attack rhythm go out of control. Badong reacted very quickly, and at the same time, he punched the void with all his strength, trying to interrupt Su Bei's attack rhythm with brute force. Bo! Bang! 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 This punch smashed the space, and the swift air wave hit Su Bei fiercely, and stopped when it hit Su Bei. I saw branches growing in front of Su Bei, constantly dividing the power of this punch, and easily unloading the power. But Su Bei's attack was not over yet. Under Badong's feet, the sea of fire began to spread, and the boundless sea of fire occupied the entire area, eroding the blood rain, and gradually approaching. Badong was shocked, and a little unconfident light began to flash in his eyes. Didn't you say one punch? You call this one punch? This is the demigod skill of Fiery Sea of Fire, which carries the law of fire attribute. It is the exclusive skill of the followers of the god of fire. The ice knife before was also the real ice law, which is the exclusive skill of the followers of the goddess of ice and snow. But what Badong was surprised about was whether the other party could master so many skills. What Badong was really surprised about was why the other party didn't need to chant when casting spells. You know, Badong had to chant when he released the exclusive skills of the blood ancestor. Could it be that his relationship with these gods is closer than my relationship with the blood ancestor? Soon, Badong fell into a stagnation, completely losing the ability to think. The only thought was to run first. It is not a very wise thing for me to fight him, because the sky is falling. This is a quasi-divine skill that is rarely included in the omniscient code, even with the authority of wisdom and omniscience. It almost exhausts all of Su Bei's spiritual power. This is the power that belongs only to the goddess of night. And the quasi-divine skill is about to fall. The sky suddenly turned dark, followed by falling. It was not the whole sky that was falling, but the sky that belonged to Badong's sight. But Badong was locked by the skill, and fell into a unique space, completely separated from the outside world. This is the difference in the rhythm of the attack. Semi-god skills do not need to be chanted, but quasi-god skills need to be prepared. Su Bei can only release this move after immersing all his mind. The previous attack and the blockade on all sides were for this last move. This is an illusion that can put Badong into two states of reality and illusion. Badong said nothing. His body quickly reorganized and repaired. Facing the falling sky, he punched himself, ignited the field, and turned into a 1,000-foot blood-red bat body, with his feet against the ground, propping up the entire sky and pushing back. This is Badong's true form. Although it looks like a human, it has no humanity at all. You angered me, human, Badong pondered, and stepped down, almost stepping through the island, easily sinking the ground 3 feet deep. He grinned, cast the blood ancestor's gift, and the blood rain covered the entire island. With a smile on his face, the Lilizi on the shore of the island was completely destroyed. Die. Die. How can you fight me? You tiny human? I am the descendant of God. I am also God. Badong laughed loudly. His wings spread out under his body. This huge island was only a bathtub. Everything he passed was destroyed by him. Even Su Bei could only flee in embarrassment. In danger. Only the area of the castle in the middle did not move at all. Then, Badong condensed the supreme quasi-divine skills. and all the blood in his body gathered in his mouth. And a red light flashed. Buzz, the thick red light wave was shot out, breaking through the clouds, shooting through the island, through the space. Bang! Su Bei was hit. Bottom's smile became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help dancing and swaying, spinning and dancing on the spot, celebrating this victory. Because the price of Su Bei's attack was that his whole body's blood was completely evaporated, and he faced death directly, with no possibility of exemption. This was a genuine quasi-divine skill, and even Badong in his complete form would need to spend 80% of his strength and energy. I think carefully. You don't need to chant only because you are a wise follower, and you master the 2 laws of death and life. You are indeed a freak among freaks, and even I dare not say that I can definitely beat you. It's a pity that you met me. If you are hit by this move of mine, there is no possibility of recovery. This move is first a control skill, and secondly a killing move. It will not give you any chance to release the power of the law. I won this battle. The reward of victory is life, and failure is naturally inevitable death. But I remember you. I will remember this battle for endless years, and savor it repeatedly in my spare time in the future. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. After all, I have never lost since I was born. The huge victory lowered Badong's IQ, and the dopamine that rushed into his mind made Badong forget that the sky had already fallen. As a transcendent, facing the irresistible quasi-divine skills, the first move is naturally extremely important. In the real world, Su Bei repeatedly slapped Badong, who was controlled with his black hands. Watching Badong's annihilated body being healed by the blood, fell into silence, and couldn't help frowning. So hard to kill. Su Bei was puzzled and muttered to himself. Black Hand was a skill that Su Bei secretly learned from Lin. But he didn't expect that he couldn't kill Badong, who didn't resist after using it several times. Maybe it was because Su Bei's Black Hand was not very skilled yet, and he hadn't reached the level of quasi-divine skills. It was still a bit difficult to use the transcendental skill to fight Badong, who was in the transcendental realm. In addition to the fact that this island was Badong's blood bank, this was also inseparable from the physical fitness of Badong's mythical species. If it was Shi Tai who was slightly weaker, Su Bei would have smashed her with a slap, and even more blood banks could not repair it. Thinking of this, Su Bei glanced at Badong, who was motionless, and couldn't help but relax a lot. His body slowly relaxed from being tense. Badong's strength is indeed very strong, and it can be said that he is the strongest opponent Su Bei has met so far. If he fights normally, it is estimated that he will be involved in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Su Bei did his homework in advance and learned from the game that the Blood Clan's mental power is relatively weak. In the plot, the Blood ancestors were imprisoned in the Dark Dungeon by the Dark Goddess for a full 500 years before they were able to break free. It just so happens that among the several quasi-divine skills included in the Omniscient Code, there is such a dark illusion. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a perfect match of professions. After a while, Su Bei saw that slapping Badong didn't work, so he put away his palm and kicked him instead. Try to kick Badong to death as soon as possible, mainly because he was afraid that Badong would suddenly get the hang of it and break free from this quasi-divine skill. Then it would be difficult to stop him the second time. The moment Su Bei raised his foot, Badong's face suddenly turned pale, and the rules of his body strength were greatly weakened. But Su Bei's kick hadn't landed yet. Su Bei frowned in confusion, but soon figured it out. I think Badong used a killing move in the illusion, and this sky illusion is between illusion and reality. And the killing move also consumed Badong's mind in reality. It caused Badong to lose too much energy. Su Bei couldn't help but laugh and smiled knowingly. In this case, Badong is not worth guarding against. Su Bei tied Badong tightly with the Heaven's Chain and stuffed him into the Omniscient Code, which was an impromptu gift to Li Lizi. He immediately raised his foot and planned to explore the way in the Blood Castle. Push the door. Ka! Shi! The moment the door was opened, the smile on Su Bei's face froze instantly. There were no bats in the castle. No pots. No fires. No shivering and tied little girls. No evil bad demons. There was a neatly dressed white-haired girl with a slight smile on her lips, dangerously narrowed eyes, her hands behind her back, and standing on tiptoe to look at her. Obviously, Su Bei was overwhelmed by the temporary victory, and did not realize that a greater crisis was still behind. This was a real tough battle. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time, and it seemed that she had just fallen on a whim. The girl lowered her head to adjust her not messy skirt, leaned over slightly, and bowed. Hello, windbreaker. Thief. Sir? Su-bei was sweating madly. Chapter 418 Lie Detector Jasmine. Being arrested is what happened to Badong just now. Now it's Su-bei's turn. Not very good. Su-bei denied it, and pushed it back with his backhand, without any hesitation, and at a very fast speed. Bang. With a sound, the door was closed. Su-bei's speed of closing the door was already very fast, and the only thing faster than speed was crossing space. Unfortunately, Jasmine happened to have a little experience. When the door closed, Jasmine had already stopped at the door, tiptoed and looked up, looking at Su-bei's face from a very close distance. So close that the strong jasmine fragrance kept teasing Su-bei's nose, and a sweet breath kept hitting Su-bei's face, tickling Su-bei's head. It's going to be bad. This was Su-bei's first thought. Great. Sir, you defeated the monster that can be regarded as the final boss for everyone with your own strength. How can this be considered bad? Jasmine asked curiously, her eyes wide open and full of confusion. And it was hard to tell whether she was pretending to be innocent or deliberately teasing. No. The injury is very serious, and I need to recover. Su-bei shook his head quickly, his eyes wandering around, as if he wanted to catch Li Lizi's trace and get away. You know, fate hasn't come to him for so long. It can only be because Li Lizi and Lin helped to block his sight. Then the two of them are likely hiding somewhere, secretly watching his joke. You know, this is not funny. If Li Lizi doesn't come to help, fate will come to him tomorrow. Are you seriously injured? Jasmine was stunned for a moment, but she was not afraid of strangers. She raised her hand to touch Su-bei's face, squinting her eyes and smiling. Jasmine happens to know some healing skills, so let Jasmine help you. That's not necessary. Su-bei refused coldly. You can't refuse. You have provided a lot of help to Jasmine. If Jasmine can't help you, she will blame herself. Su-bei hurriedly stepped back and denied it. Don't make trouble. We are not familiar with each other. Hearing this, Jasmine smiled, jumped and slowly approached Su-bei, watching Su-bei's slightly hurried backing, and blinked curiously. The hair on her head trembled, indicating that Jasmine was in a very good mood. Hey, Jasmine also thinks we are not familiar with each other. Thinking of this, Jasmine narrowed her eyes and asked bluntly, But, why did you rush here so quickly after hearing that the crew members were missing? Are you going to save someone? Who are you going to save? Is it possible that the person is me? Jasmine stared with big eyes, pointed an index finger at herself, and kept the questioning posture motionless, staring straight at Su-bei's expression. Su-bei was stunned, and suddenly he was sweating profusely. Damn. He forgot that Jasmine could see through lies. In other words, what he said before had already revealed a lot of information. And once this answer was given, the relationship between the two would be completely exposed. Then, the fate of Su-bei and Jasmine would be inevitably intertwined. You know, Jasmine is the focus of the goddess of fate. When he thought of this, Su-bei suddenly felt a huge pressure, and he could only remain silent and dared not answer. Why don't you answer? Jasmine narrowed her eyes, stood on tiptoe and looked directly into Su-bei's eyes, and her ahog suddenly hit Su-bei's left cheek, making Su-bei's head empty. Sometimes, not answering is the best answer. Jasmine looked straight at Su-bei. Then her toes loosened, her body leaned back, and she didn't ask any questions, but turned her back, leaving Su-bei with a cheerful back. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Jasmine looked up, and the light words came from the front. Very casual, and a little lonely. Mr. promised. The last time was the last time. But Jasmine thinks that Mr. is not ready. So, Jasmine will give Mr. another chance. Next time. Mr. Don't let Jasmine catch you so easily. Jasmine suddenly turned around and smiled. As gorgeous as Jasmine in full bloom. Okay. Su-bei nodded. Chapter 419 It snowed again. The third year of Duz. November 20th. The first snow of the year fell near the coast, and the sky and the earth were white. Perhaps winter is coming. In the coastal waters, a cruise ship was sailing alone, accompanied by snowflakes and the sound of the wind. The crew members, who were resting on the ship, came out of their rooms to watch the snow scene. It had been a week since the Li Lizi left the island. The sadness and joy had long gone with time, but the story of the island adventure was still talked about by the crew members. I missed a lot of people in this snow. Leaning against the edge of the boat, Jasmine sighed slightly sadly, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Jasmine likes snow, although she doesn't know why she likes it so much. But touching the snow always makes her feel great. How can adventure not kill people? The hand of victory of fate. Marcos limped over, looking at Jasmine with a little gratitude in his eyes. If Jasmine hadn't touched over to save them, they would have been used as condiments for Bottom's wine. This is a great favor. Wow. It's easy to talk. I'm really dying. Tauntaun of the Eye Demon clan wiped the tears from more than 10 pupils and coughed up a trace of blood. Before that, Tauntaun was wiped out by the demigod and only one of her eyes was left. She almost died on the island. Fortunately, the eye escaped, which gave her a chance to make a comeback. But the loss was inevitable. Her strength has seriously declined, and the demigod skills contained in several of her eyes have fallen into silence and cannot be used for the time being. On the other side, Christina, the elf tribe's genius, interrupted. By the way, do you have any impression of the naked blood moon bat at the bow? I always feel that it looks at us with disdain. Everyone looked over there. On the mast, a blood moon bat about 1 meter tall was standing on its 2 feet, tied to the bow with a silver chain. This blood moon bat looked like an ordinary 4th-level king species, but its lifeless dead fish eyes seemed to say that it was not the case. Its activity area is only the 2 square meters of the bow. It often lies down and sleeps all day, and looks very stable. Maybe it's a pet captured by a demigod? To show that he has participated in the vampire trials, an adventurer speculated. By the way, who took away the vampire heritage? A lich interrupted curiously. Everyone looked at each other, as if they wanted to catch some information from each other's faces. But they couldn't see anything. In the command room, many demigods gathered together. This was the 7th day of their discussion. The topic of discussion was naturally about the bow bat. The crew members could not feel it because they were below demigods, but they, as demigods, knew it very well. The blood moon bat locked in chains was the pure-blooded descendant Badong who was in self-sealing. Is there anyone who can tell me what he does? The Duke of Gloucester asked in a hoarse voice. Zul'jin thought and replied, storing food for the winter. This is indeed a very reasonable answer. The beast men and demons have some common ideas. Everyone was silent. The elf Weiwei couldn't help but urged. Can't we drive him away? He just lay there. I don't even dare to look at the snow. Baiyan Emperor Master Palu stroked his beard, puffed his beard and glared. Who will drive him away? Who dares to drive him away? To serve as food? The Lich King laughed, with bone fire flashing in his eyes, and asked back, if we don't drive us away, won't we be food? Qian Maoluo simply stood up and said coldly, what are you talking about? A bunch of demigods are planning to drive Chaotu away. Are they crazy? I suggest that everyone eat well, drink well, and sleep well, and don't worry about him. He will leave if he wants to. And we can't drive him away if he doesn't want to. Even if he wants to use us as food, we can only feed him with nothing and try to choke him to death. Everyone was silent. An invisible pressure was spreading. Demigods can't feel anything, so they can naturally smile. But as demigods, they had a lot to consider. It can be said that they were under a lot of pressure. As for the 4 invited demigod adventurers, they all hid in their houses and stayed indoors, saying that they had stomachaches and dizziness, and found many excuses to avoid the parliament. The discussion ended inconclusively, and now there is an ultimate confusion. Who tied Badong to the ship? The demigods returned and reported the matter to their superiors. At the elf residence, Leo looked over from time to time, looking at Badong from a distance, and fell into thought. Could he have done this? In the orc's residence, Beastmaster Frostwolf Rexer. He tapped his sword with his fingertips and shook his head calmly. No matter. What if he is really hoarding food? Beastmaster Zul'jin, humble to ask. If he riots, I will watch over him. In the undead's residence, a lich dissolved his bones, assembled his body, and formed a dragon wing helmet. Under the helmet, a hint of dragon might loomed. Badong? Leah? Beastmaster Frostwolf Rexer? Haha. So many traces of old friends. Don't worry about it. This ship itself is more worthy of guarding than Badong. Palu, the White Rock Empire's imperial teacher, visited the seriously injured Wilgard. After getting some answers, he nodded thoughtfully. You came here this time to break the blood curse. But you failed and ended up like this. Are you willing? Vilgard shook his head calmly. One day, I will get rid of the blood ancestor, and the secret of the bloodline of the blood clan. You are not brave enough. Palu shook his head. What else can you think of? Kill the blood ancestor? I can't even beat Badong. Palu smiled slightly, and his palm turned into a dead tree branch. The branches and leaves opened, revealing a heart, and handed it to Wilgard. This is the inheritance of the blood ancestor. Eat him, and then replace him. Can you do it? Vaguely, Wilgard suddenly felt a great fear, thinking that there were traces of this White Rock Imperial Master in the food festival, the Plague Continent, and even on this ship. At first, Wilgard always thought that this was just an old man of high moral character, with weak strength but good luck. He could always turn danger into safety. But he didn't do much. But now it seems that Wilgard's promotion to demigod was mysterious and inexplicable. And now this inheritance that has been brought to the surface is even more vaguely pointing to a certain truth. Wilgard looked up and felt that Palu's smile was extremely terrifying. What do you want to do? Palu shook his head slightly, pointed to the ship, pursed his lips, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. In Li Lizi's room, a strange scene is happening. Specifically, Li Lizi is feeding Lin porridge. According to a week ago, this scene was indeed outrageous. But it has been the same for the past few days, so it is not surprising. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other, as if they were communicating something in secret. Li Lizi nodded, narrowed her eyes slightly, and showed some understanding. She made an okay gesture with her left hand, and slowly inserted the spoon in her right hand. Ahem. Lin coughed and complained. Blue-haired idiot. Can you slow down? I'm coughing. Didn't you see? Suddenly, Lin's eyes widened, and she pointed her index finger at Li Lizi in fear, her mouth trembling constantly. It seemed to be saying, how dare you insert it? Li Lizi looked away, and with more force on her right hand, she inserted the spoon in her hand into Lin's mouth. And interrupted Lin's next speech with a relaxed tone. Just eat it. You are such a naughty little greedy cat. Lin's eyes rolled back, and she almost vomited. At this time, Su Bei looked over, his eyes trembling slightly, and he pulled the hair on Li Lizi's head to stop Li Lizi's rough action. Let me do it. He immediately took the bowl and chopsticks, and started to feed her simply. From Su Bei's eyes, he could see that Lin's face was slightly pale, and her petite body curled up into a ball, weak and powerless. Maybe it was very hard. Since returning from the island that day, Lin has become like this. She looks half dead, but you can't tell where she is injured. It can move, but it will never stand if it can lie down, and it will never do anything if it can be fed. Lin said that as long as it does not involve special fate lines, demons and heroes, and gods, fate should not have time to pay attention to the original continent. After that, nothing else was said. Su Bei had some thoughts about this, guessing that this might be related to fate. It is estimated that Lin went to fight with fate and directly stopped the body of fate. But it is just a guess. If Lin doesn't say it, Li Lizi doesn't say it, and Su Bei doesn't know. Thinking, Su Bei calmly fed Lin, moved his eyes away, turned his head to look at the snow outside the boat, looked at Badong who was struggling to catch fish on the sea surface, and couldn't help asking, why do you want to keep him? You definitely can't kill him. The stronger he is, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. Badong is the only child of the blood ancestor before he became a god. If you kill Badong, the blood ancestor will definitely be furious. Then why do you want to keep him on the boat? Su Bei asked. Li Lizi was silent for a moment, gnashed his teeth in annoyance, resisted the urge to kick Su Bei, and yelled, You, the bastard, threw him into my kingdom of God. He knows my identity. How can I let him go easily? Su Bei nodded. Mine. It's festive to tie it there. Let's tie it first. Su Bei gave a suggestion, then looked at the bloody queen she tie in the room and pointed. Why is she here too? Everyone looked at her. She Tai's body stiffened, and she stood up straight, trembling and looking at everyone, not daring to say a word. It's not easy to put it. She knows too many secrets. Lin raised her mouth. Li Lizi crossed her arms and nodded continuously. It's better to tie it to the mast too, Su Bei suggested. Shi Tai was immediately frightened and said, but if I do this, I will definitely be beaten by Badong. What should I do? I will die. I will die. Subei did not care about Shitai's feelings. He glanced at Li Lizzie and Lin, intending to follow their opinions. Seeing this, Shitai knelt on his knees. Duh. Climbed to Li Lizzie's side and grabbed Li Lizzie's skirt. When I'm hungry, I will find garbage to eat. I can make desserts and porridge. I will be obedient. I will definitely be obedient. Li Lizzie kept her arms crossed and nodded thoughtfully. Oh, this is very good. Very good. Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Shitai. She was squinting her eyes and enjoying Subei's feeding, relaxing her body and mind. At this time, Alyssa raised her hands high and said quickly, "It's my turn. It's my turn." Subei withdrew his eyes from Shitai and moved to the sea level. "What about me? Can I go now?" Alyssa moved her feet slightly to the left to block Subei's sight. Subei retracted his gaze to the front, looked at Lin, who couldn't stop smiling, blinked calmly, and continued to feed. He didn't respond to Alyssa's plan at all. Not answering means tacit consent. "Then I'm leaving. Thank you, sir. This trip was very pleasant. I hope there won't be a next time." Alyssa considered it, said goodbye politely, and then walked to the door and pulled hard. Push, the door didn't move at all. Push again, the door clicked. A little dust came out, but it still couldn't be opened. Alyssa smiled and turned around, pointing at the door. Can someone help me open the door?" For a long while, no one responded, making Alyssa think that the existence effect was still in effect. Alyssa stamped her feet in anger and was about to speak. "I give you 3 days off," Subei suddenly said. "I definitely can't let her go. Alyssa is still too useful at the moment, with supermodel skills." But Subei felt that it was a bit cruel to keep squeezing her. This is thanks to Subei's conscience. Even if it's not much, but it's more or less. Otherwise, Alyssa would have to be tied up and used as a tool. 10 days. Alyssa argued. 3 days. 7 days. Alyssa took advantage of the victory. 3 days. 5 days. Alyssa showed her style. "Okay." Subei nodded. The door opened. Alyssa was stunned for a moment, and said humph twice, but didn't say anything else, but slowly exhaled and turned to leave the room. After finishing the feeding, Subei should now consider where to live for the next 5 days. You should know that the Duke of Gloucester will check the rooms, especially in the evening. If Lin or Shitai is found in Li Lizzie's room, it won't be a big problem. It will definitely not be okay if Subei appears, unless Subei tells the Duke of Gloucester now that Lin is his and Li Lizzie's child. He may be able to get a ticket to live there for life. But before getting the ticket, he must be beaten up. Subei can't beat Li Lizzie's biological father, but he doesn't want to be beaten in vain. Thinking of this, Subei sighed deeply. The hot air hit the window of the boat, slowly forming ice crystals, sparkling. There were waves, and the sea surface slowly condensed into pieces of ice, and was hit by the cruise ship and shattered into countless ice chips. This is a sign of early winter. The snow fell again. Chapter 420 Holy Light Lolita Body. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Some people stay up all night to make up for their homework. Some people study hard. Some people sleep soundly. And some people are homeless. The homeless one is naturally Subei. Li Lizzie and Lin went to bed early. A big bed is enough for a Lolita and a child. In fact, it is not crowded to add Subei. If Subei has 2 lives, taking advantage of the Duke of Gloucester's home visit, Subei slipped to the first floor early and groped aimlessly in each empty room. There were quite a few dead crew members, so there were a lot of vacant rooms. Some crew members could even get a 5-square-meter luxury single-family house, which was considered a good life. Subei was looking for a room to stay in for one night. The idea was good, but reality gave Subei a ruthless nose, because there were quite a few crew members who had the same idea as Subei, and they acted faster than Subei, and grabbed the vacant rooms early. The first floor was the logistics floor. If the dormitory was full, you could try your luck on the 3rd floor. But it was obviously not a wise move to go to the 3rd floor at this moment. In other words, Subei has been displaced and has nowhere to go. It is shameful to make money from the dead. Subei commented like this and decided to write this sentence into the crew code as a rule. But it was just a thought. Everyone is very tired, and it is necessary to get a good rest. Subei sighed calmly and walked aimlessly in the dark passage at night. The night was very quiet. The stars were very bright. and the only sound left on the ship was the boom of the power reactor of the Lily-Z running at high speed, which was the heating of the hull. It was still snowing at night, although the Lily-Z had opened the protective cover to keep the snow out. The cold climate would not change, according to the feedback from the body. Su-Bei was indeed a little cold, but it was just a little chilly. Temperature changes had no effect on transcendence. But biological instinct told Su-Bei, "You are cold. You have to go to bed." No wonder Lily-Z and Lin slept so soundly. Who can refuse to have a good sleep in the season when the weather changes suddenly? Su-Bei exhaled a breath of cool air. At this quiet time in the night, footsteps suddenly sounded. Su-Bei pulled the brim of his windbreaker. "Which compartment are you in? What are you doing here?" The voice was a little cold, but it was caring, and the tone of voice was very familiar to Su-Bei. "Is it Elena?" "It's okay," Su-Bei replied calmly, and walked in the opposite direction. "Afraid to sleep? Because you are the only one left in your room, so you dare not go back. Afraid of ghosts?" Su-Bei shook his head calmly, and did not stop until he disappeared from Elena's sight. At this time, something that no one expected happened. At a moment when Su-Bei did not notice, the pages of the omniscient code turned with the wind, and then a golden light quietly shot out from the blue book. Suddenly, the light hit Elena. This was the body of the Lolita that Su-Bei had stolen with great effort. Afterwards, Su-Bei and Lily-Z repeatedly studied it, but did not come to any good conclusion. Ignore it for the time being and plan to study it later. No one had ever thought that on this night, this Lolita corpse moved by itself, and broke through the omniscient code with a soft light that infected everything. Then, Elena's body was covered with soft holy light, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Elena was shocked. Her eyes trembled, and the golden pupils kept flashing, staring at Su-Bei's back in a trance. The picture was still. Elena smiled. Her expression seemed lonely and relieved. "It turned out to be this way. This is something I never thought of. No wonder I got up suddenly. It turned out that I found myself." Elena kept her original expression, holding her chin and recalling everything that happened in this short life. "Su-Bei. Who is he? This trace erased by fate makes me feel familiar. It has happened before. Jasmine and Luminera. Twins. Is this the last reincarnation? If fate can succeed this time, it will not be far from that realm. Wisdom. Or she still takes it for granted. She is too stupid. There is no way to resolve the incident peacefully. Death. Haha. This method of defying fate and changing fate is really good. Better than me. I was just too reckless at the time. Freedom. I really didn't expect it. I thought you would give up on me. Before I knew it, the guy who followed me at the beginning can now play a role in the chessboard. Since you are willing to give up the heaven's chain to fulfill your promise, I will not break my promise. Flynn. It's interesting. It can awaken part of the power of my soul in advance. Even gods can hardly do it. This doesn't look like the work of the demons. It looks more like a demon from hell. Hall of Valor is actually a whole hell. Right? Fate is really good at calculating. It tied me up with Luminera, Fulian and others. Is it planning to catch them all in one fell swoop? Elena thought, squinting her eyes and thinking carefully. Then who is Xiaomi Zhou? Just a 9-life cat. A wild subordinate god. A smoke bomb deliberately released. A team mascot? After a while, Elena felt that she had thought too much. So she shook her head and gave up thinking. This time, Node. Waking up is just right. But not just right. Because I don't seem to be as competitive as before. Elena sighed. As we all know, anyone who visualizes gods and maliciously speculates about gods will definitely be punished by heaven. But Elena commented on these innate gods casually, as if no one was around. Even the gods did not pay attention to her. This is a very terrifying thing. And what happened next was undoubtedly much more terrifying than just discussing gods. Holy light. Grace. Hee hee. It's interesting. Elena pinched a ball of holy light in her hand. And when she raised her hand, thousands of holy lights gathered in Elena's palm, but never emitted a single light. Light shines on her body, and rules condense. This is borrowing rules. With a wave of her hand, Elena easily stepped into the demigod without any help from the path to godhood. This is not over yet. The holy light is continuously input into Elena's body, and the input frequency is getting more and more intense. It is a long process to step from demigod to transcendence. And one step of transcendence has always only existed in picture books. To ensure advancement, you must first ensure that your physical strength can accommodate the domain. Even for the king species, it is extremely difficult to achieve this level. Secondly, the understanding of the rules must be transformed from borrowing to mastering. This is a kind of accumulation of understanding, which cannot be achieved overnight. But these rules and regulations have become a joke on Elena at this moment. Since you have stolen my light, the holy light, lend it to me for fun first, Elena whispered softly, not asking for opinions, but issuing a notice. This should be enough. There is still some accumulation to go further. Mastering the order will touch the holy light and cause trouble. The kingdom of God still lacks some accumulation. This is the limit. Elena sighed. Raise your hand to enter the demigod and become transcendent in one step. Holy light. Very interesting. Right? Elena returned to the room calmly. And suddenly the light came on. Xiaomizhou sat at the door, slowly put down her hand that was drinking porridge, and cast a puzzled look at Elena. It's so late. What are you doing out there? Get some fresh air. Elena showed her signature smile, reached out and stroked Xiaomizhou's head, ruffling her brown hair. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Xiaomizhou shook his head with a grin, trying to shake off the hand on his head. But Xiaomizhou suddenly realized that he couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried. So he narrowed his pupils and was about to struggle. But suddenly his head felt light. Elena let go of her hand. Xiaomizhou blinked, stood up calmly, and met Elena's gentle smile. Schwa turned around. His eyes suddenly widened slowly, and tears condensed. Early. Go to bed. Definitely. Elena entered the room. As soon as she entered the room, Fulian paced back and forth around Elena, took out the tarot cards, and made strange predictions. Suddenly, her eyes changed and she couldn't help but exhale. Adventurer in charge of the holy light. You have already stepped into that unknown realm. Right? Elena was stunned and nodded gently. It is the path to becoming a god that will gradually lose humanity. Right? Fulian asked again. At this time, Xiaomizhou behind her suddenly grabbed the back of Elena's clothes. No! Elena was silent for a while, and nodded again. Xiaomizhou bit Elena's arm. Suddenly, Fulian's eyes relaxed, and she couldn't help but yelled. Didn't we say that we would find another way together? That road will make you lose your feelings. Don't argue. Luminera interrupted the topic calmly, looking at Elena with an understanding smile. Elena, you have always been like a sister in the team, and your talent is the highest among us. Since you did this, it means you have thought about it seriously. Right? Elena nodded. We are teammates. Of course, I will respect your decision unconditionally. Luminera sat up from the bed, looking carefree. Thank you for your understanding. I am in good condition at the moment, so don't worry about you. It's just that. Luminera glanced at her thighs, avoiding Elena's sight, and said seriously, I think the adventures of these days are something worth remembering. You will really lose all your humanity in the future. So if you choose not to know us, I will give you a fierce sword, completely shatter your divinity, and turn you back to your original form. What if I fail to do that? Elena suddenly asked. I will do it. I promise. Luminera narrowed her eyes and swore. If I can't beat you, I will use other methods. Or do you think our feelings are dispensable? After a while, Elena slowly shook her head. I am very happy to know you. So if one day, I really lose my humanity, please help me. Just think of it as helping me. Elena said so, looking at these teammates with eyes slightly fluctuating, and smiled from the bottom of her heart.